Just when Wu Yue was about to attack, Zhang Quan suddenly reached out to stop him. Facing Huang Xiaolong, he said, "Huang Xiaolong, considering the fact that you're the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple, as long as you give us 1 billion, we can overlook your discourtesy. I'm well aware that you bought the true Dragon King's beast cores at the last Black Warrior auction house for 30 billion. Therefore, 1 billion is nothing to you." Zhang Quan's words stupefied Huang Xiaolong for a moment, and second later, he started laughing from indescribable anger. These two Wu Yue and Zhang Quan were but hired hands he got from the Azure Sea firm to protect his parents. Using a more pleasing term, they were guards, but stripping all niceties, they were but slaves of the Luotong residents. Now, not only did they not know the distinction between master and slave, Wu Yue even styled himself enforcer, ignoring his parents' orders, and on top of everything else, they dared to turn the tables over to threaten him, demanding 1 billion with extended hands. At Zhang Quan's words, Wu Yue halted his actions and snorted at Huang Xiaolong. 1 billion is too little. Huang Xiaolong, your parents, brother, sister, brother-in-law, and nephew, each person is worth 1 billion. I won't ask for much, just 6 billion. Otherwise, after I kill you, I will kill your parents, brother, sister, and others before fleeing to the Azure Dragon Galaxy. 1 billion wasn't enough, hiking the price on the spot to 6 billion. 6 billion. Zhang Quan was stunned, but he remained silent. Huang Xiaolong looked fixedly at Wu Yue and Zhang Quan before bursting in laughter. Initially, I only planned to cripple your arms, but now, both of you are going to hell. Those who dared to use his parents, siblings, and family's life to threaten Huang Xiaolong. All of them should die without exception. It was as if Wu Yue had heard the greatest joke of his life, laughing wantonly in Huang Xiaolong's face. All of us are going to die? Huang Xiaolong, do you think you're the institute principal himself? Zhang Quan too was shaking his head at the side. Did this Huang Xiaolong have a problem with his head? Hidden in the dark, the other 8 10th Order God Realm Masters that were employing a wait-and-see attitude also shook their heads in mockery at Huang Xiaolong's brazen words. An ignorant and naive chick acting arrogant. Precisely at this moment, the golden dragon pearl symbol between Huang Xiaolong's brows released a blinding light, rendering everyone to close their eyes from the pain. An enormous 10,000 zhang 5-clawed golden divine dragon flew out. Wu Yue and Zhang Quan's arrogant demeanor instantly vanished as fear overtook them. Dragon Emperor Aotai peered down at the two of them loftily, as if looking at two insignificant lowly existences. Then his dragon claw slammed down. Both Wu Yue and Zhang Quan's faces were gray with despair, wanting to cry out but were unable, wanting to escape yet unable to move. Pa! A sharp, clear noise rang in the main hall. Just like slapping flies, the two people were flattened into human-shaped meat patties, sticking to the floor. The overpowering dragon essence force instantly shattered their chi seas, meridians, and souls, even destroying the time and space law threads residing in their soul seas. Dragon Emperor Aotai transformed into a golden streak, returning to the golden dragon pearl in Huang Xiaolong's forehead. The blinding light dissipated. Recovering their sight, everyone was stunned. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and the others were agape staring at the two human-shaped patties stuck to the floor. Even without checking, everyone knew for sure that Wu Yue and Zhang Quan were deader than dead. 2 mid-10th Order God Realm Masters died just like that. So vulnerable. Long. That just now, what happened? Huang Peng stuttered a little dazedly. Just now, he barely had a vague glimpse of a vast golden light shooting out from the golden symbol on Huang Xiaolong's forehead. Then, nothing else. Even Su Yan, Zhao Shu, and Zhang Fu were staring at the golden dragon pearl symbol between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows. That time when he killed the deity's Templar's preceptor Ingtian, Dragon Emperor Aotai once appeared in front of Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu. However, Ingtian was merely a First Order God Realm, while Wu Yue and Zhang Quan were both mid-10th Order God Realm Masters. Watching the flabbergasted expression on his parents' faces, Huang Xiaolong relaxed slightly, smiling faintly as he said, "Father, Mother, in the past I have obtained the Dragon Clan's heritage power. Just now, What you saw was the Dragon Clan's heritage power which killed Wuxia and Zhang Quan. Dragon Clan's heritage power. Another wave of shock crashed against Huang Peng and Su Yan's hearts. Eldest young Master Huang. Spare us. Have mercy. Spare us. The several guards in the main hall regained their senses, immediately begging Huang Xiaolong for mercy. These were all people recruited by Wuxia and Zhang Quan, dogs to the two enforcers in essence. A strong killing intent flitted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he raised his hand and struck out an earthen Buddha palm, sending out myriad images of Buddha statues in dazzling aureate lights, slapping the guards into the air. When they fell to the ground, none of them were breathing. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong briefly asked his parents about matters related to Wuxia and Zhang Quan. It turns out that slightly over a year after Huang Xiaolong went into closed-door practice, Wuxia and Zhang Quan began to self-style themselves as enforcers, recruiting new guards on their own, even snatching the Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets that Huang Xiaolong gave to Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and the rest. When Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu reprimanded them, the two of them used the excuse of defying their masters to punish Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu, and anyone else that dared to speak up. Though the other 8 remaining 10th Order Masters did not work in cahoots with the two of them, they were apprehensive of Wuxia and Zhang Quan's mid-10th Order God Realm strength, yet the 8 of them did receive many benefits from the two as well. Hence, all of them silently agreed to open an eye and close another. This only increased the ire in Huang Xiaolong's heart. Even though those 8 people did not take part in Wuxia and Zhang Quan's schemes, it was no different than being accomplices. Knowing full well about Wuxia and Zhang Quan acting so, they actually chose to ignore the matter. What was that if not being accomplices? Call those 8 people here, Huang Xiaolong stated sharply. Yes, Sovereign. Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu acknowledged respectfully. Moments later, 8 early 10th Order God Realm Masters walked into the main hall behind Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu. However, each of them had doubt and confusion in their eyes. Earlier, when Dragon Emperor Ao Tai acted, he had barricaded the main hall from outside perception. Hence, these 8 people were still in the dark about what took place in the main hall. Eldest young Master Huang. Upon arriving, the 8 people extended a perfunctory greeting. It was clear from their manner and expression that there was no courtesy or respect at all. Huang Xiaolong looked at the 8 people with an icy gaze as he spoke. I hired you all to protect my parents and others, but Wuxia and Zhang Quan, those 2 dogs of a servant, dared to defy their masters. Yet all of you remained impassive. How do you explain this? Huang Xiaolong's questioning tone lit a fire in the 8 people's hearts. Explain. One of the 8 snickered. How we act. Do we need to explain to you? Huang Xiaolong, you think you're the Black Warrior Institute principal. Another chimed in presumptuous tone. You hired us to ensure your parents and these people's safety. Now, these people are very safe, not dead. Their limbs all intact. This proves that we have carried out our duty. If you're dissatisfied, you can go to the Azure Sea firm to dismiss us, but it's impossible for the Azure Sea firm to refund the 10 billion fees to you. He thinks he's really something just because he's the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple. Huang Xiaolong, a Black Warrior Institute inner disciple like you, before God Realm Masters like us, you're nothing at all. A third person added. Let's go. All 8 ignored Huang Xiaolong, turning around to leave. Leave. Huang Xiaolong sneered. Who allowed any of you to leave? There's no need to leave. One of them turned around laughing. We'll go as we please, but of course you can also cry to the heavens, begging us not to leave. All 8 burst into laughter, while the 8 of them were immersed in unbridled laughter. A sudden overwhelming dragon might descended over them, vast and profound, shocking the 8 10th God Realm Masters. Turning around to look, none of them could tell when an enormous 5-clawed golden dragon had appeared behind them. It's a High God Realm Master. One of them shrieked, albeit slightly tongue-tied. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's small lake-sized eyes fixed a cold gaze on the 8 people. Then, without any warning, one of its claws slammed down and 2 people ended up like the previous Wuxia and Zhang Quan, turning into human-shaped patties before they could even utter a cry. The scent of blood diffused in the air as 2 meat patties were stuck to the floor. Mare! One of the remaining masters was just about to cry out for mercy in fear, but only managed to say one syllable before Dragon Emperor Aotai's dragon claw slammed down on him, sending him on his way like the two before him. The rest finally recovered their senses at this point. They had been wondering where Wu Yue and Zhang Quan went after they walked into the main hall, and now, the truth of the matter had dawned on them. Huang Xiaolong actually had a high god realm divine dragon protecting him. The remaining 5 people were paler than pale as death cast a shadow over their faces. Huang Xiaolong, please spare us. One of the remaining 5 cried for mercy, even kneeling before him. Seeing this, the 4 others quickly got down on their knees as well. As if he had just heard a joke, Huang Xiaolong let out a loud laugh. Weren't you the ones who just told me to cry to the heavens and beg you not to leave? What is it that you want? I'm willing to give you anything. Please spare our lives. We have gone through untold hardships to reach 10th Order God Realm. We don't want to die, don't want to die. Don't kill us. The other 4 cried incoherently, babbling whatever came to their minds as long as Huang Xiaolong was willing to spare them. Too late. Huang Xiaolong scoffed, his eyes signaling to Dragon Emperor Aotai. Nodding in return, Dragon Emperor Aotai's claws fell like the death god's scythe. Bottomless despair was reflected in the 5 people's eyes. If the dragon was a peak late 10th Order God Realm Master, there might still be a slim chance of escaping. However, it was an actual High God Realm Master before their eyes. There was not the slimmest thread of hope. In the blink of an eye, there were 5 new additions of human-shaped patties on the main hall. Dragon Emperor Aotai transformed into a streak of golden light, returning to the dragon pearl space on Huang Xiaolong's forehead. Watching the 8 human-shaped patties, Huang Xiaolong's expression was hard and cold. Dragon Emperor Aotai was a secret that must not be known by outsiders. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong's current spiritual force was too weak to control a God Realm Master, hence, he could only eliminate all of them once and for all. Although Dragon Emperor Aotai wasn't fully confident that he could kill a peak late 10th Order God Realm, it was a different matter for a bunch of mid and early 10th Order God Realms. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Zhao Shu, and Zhang Fu were hit with another bout of shock staring at the 8 new meat patties on the main hall floor. A few seconds prior, these were 8 fighting-fit 10th Order God Realm Masters. Inside Wu Yue and Zhang Quan's spatial rings lay quite a huge amount of divine-grade spirit pellets, saint-grade spirit stones, Xuanwu coins, and medicinal herbs ranging from a few thousand years old to above 10,000 years old. But these were useless to Huang Xiaolong. Hence, they were quickly distributed among his parents and the others. Wu Yue and the 9 other corpses were thrown into the Linglong treasure pagoda for the poison corpse scarabs. These 10 people merely had a business relationship with the Azure Sea firm and weren't an integral part of the firm, which was why, even after killing these 10 people, Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried that the firm would question him. If they happened to ask, he could just glaze over the situation with an excuse, saying that the 10 of them had already left the Luotong residence. Although Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu were laden with whip marks from punishment, most wounds were merely skin deep, with no serious repercussions. With Huang Xiaolong's divine-grade spirit pellets, both of them healed swiftly. Huang Xiaolong decided to stay in the Luotong residence for the time being. After his master Fengyang helped resolve Huang Peng, Su Yan, and his sister Huang Min's innate talent problem, they had been taking the divine-grade spirit pellets given by Huang Xiaolong every day, and their strength had grown exponentially, reaching mid and late 3rd Order Xiantian realm. Whereas his younger brother Huang Shaohai, nephew Guo Xiaofan, as well as brother-in-law Guo Tai, they each advanced until 9th and 10th Order Xiantian realm. Half-step Saint realm was only a matter of time. However, whether they could break through to Saint realm would depend on opportunity. After arriving in the Cloud Sea mainland, Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, Blessed Buddha Emperor Shi Fantian, Emperor Duanren, Yuming, Haoyan, Fei Ho, and the others' cultivation had visibly increased. Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu were already half-step God realm. With his support, Huang Xiaolong was confident that both of them would be able to reach peak half-step God realm in 20 years' time and break through to God realm within 100 years. Blessed Buddha Emperor, on the other hand, had also stepped into half-step God realm, and he was even slightly stronger compared to Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu. He was at the edge of peak half-step God realm. Emperor Duanren was now a 10th Order Saint realm, the Guo family ancestor reached 4th Order Saint realm, Yuming advanced until peak late 1st Order Saint realm, while both Haoyan and Fei Ho were peak half-step Saint realm. It was the same with Huang Xiaolong's best buddy Xie. He was now a peak half-step Saint Realm. Just a little more accumulation and he would be able to step into Saint Realm. However, no breakthrough came easily. Although Xie possessed a high talent, other elements also played a part, especially opportunity. That year, during the Duanren Imperial City battle, Xie cultivation was higher than Huang Xiaolong, but now, he could only admire Huang Xiaolong from afar. On the same day, Huang Xiaolong went in search of Xie for a drinking session, reminiscing about the old times. "How is it? Did any girl take your fancy?" Huang Xiaolong jested. "If there is one, I'll ask your old ancestor to go propose a marriage for you." A wry smile emerged on Xie face. "So what if I took fancy to one? I'm not even a Saint Realm cultivator. Less than a fart on this Cloud Sea mainland. Let me break through to God Realm first, then we'll talk." "Break through to God Realm?" Huang Xiaolong frowned. "This is the other side's requirement?" Although Xie was highly talented, to break through to God Realm was not something easy. The reason Huang Xiaolong seemingly broke through to God Realm easily was due to the innate spiritual embryo that he found. The bitter expression on Xie face deepened. "With your talent, you can definitely advance to God Realm," Huang Xiaolong said solemnly. However, in Huang Xiaolong's estimation, even if Xie took the Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets and Hailstone Divine pills that he gave on a daily basis, just arriving at peak half-step God Realm would take Xie at least 300 years. As for God Realm, no one could say for sure, perhaps in 500 years, maybe even longer. Xie nodded, his eyes resolute. "I will definitely cultivate harder and strive for the earliest breakthrough." As he said this, he looked gratefully at Huang Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, thank you." Xie was well aware that without Huang Xiaolong's help, in these short years, he wouldn't be able to reach peak half-step Saint Realm. He might not even reach 10th Order Saint Realm in his life. Moreover, he was sure that his future God Realm breakthrough could be realized because of Huang Xiaolong's help. "We're brothers. No need to say these words." Huang Xiaolong laughed. "Come, drink up." The two clinked their cups, bottoms up in one gulp. "Just tell me if you need any help," Huang Xiaolong reiterated. Xie mouth opened and closed. In the end, he only said, "Sure." Noticing Xie expression as if there was something he had difficulty bringing up, but if Xie decided against saying it, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't pressure him with questions. The other side's condition was for Xie to be a God Realm master. Just from this point alone, one could tell that their background wasn't simple. If it weren't a Super Force's disciple, then it would at least be a first-rank Force family's disciple. Huang Xiaolong fell into contemplation as he walked back to his courtyard from Xie place. Now that Wu Yue, Zhang and the rest dead, he needed other 10th Order God Realm masters to protect his parents and family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to relax worrying about their safety. However, Huang Xiaolong was worried that the same incident would happen again if he was to hire. Moreover, high-level masters of 10th Order God Realm similar to Wu Yue were hard to control or subjugate. "Looks like I can only go capture and subjugate a batch of God Realm demonic beasts," Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Based on Huang Xiaolong's current strength, it was sufficient to capture late 5th Order, even peak late 5th Order God Realm demonic beasts. If he could tame a pack of 5th Order God Realm demonic beasts, then, within the walls of the Black Warrior City, not even 6th Order, 7th Order, probably not even 8th Order God Realm Masters would be able to assassinate his parents and family. The Zhang family wouldn't be willing to send a 9th Order or a 10th Order God Realm Master to carry out an assassination. The price they would have to pay was too high. The assassins would definitely lose their lives here. Any super forces would feel great heartache losing a 9th Order or a 10th Order God Realm Master. However, there were barely 3 years left until the Inner Disciples assessment. Huang Xiaolong had to seize the time to practice. Thus he couldn't afford to waste too much time trying to round up some God Realm demonic beasts. Despite having broken through to 4th Order God Realm, Huang Xiaolong knew that he was far from being that Xiang Mingji's opponent. Huang Xiaolong turned to Dragon Emperor Ao Tai, asking if he knew the closest place to the Cloud Sea mainland that had a great number of God Realm demonic beasts. "Go to the Great Wasteland," Dragon Emperor Ao Tai said after pondering the question. There were more than 120,000 world surfaces in the Black Tortoise Galaxy, and most of their occupants were humans. Still, there were a number of world surfaces that had demonic beasts as the main occupants. For example, the Hailstone Mainland. There were no human occupants in Great Wasteland, only demonic beasts. In the whole Great Wasteland, other than demonic beasts, there were only more demonic beasts. Those in the Cloudsea Mainland and nearby world surfaces would head to the Great Wasteland if they wanted to capture demonic beasts. The distance from the Cloudsea Mainland to the Great Wasteland wasn't far. Changing transmission arrays twice in between, Huang Xiaolong arrived in the Great Wasteland that had its own transmission array, built in an obscured spot within a valley. Restrictive formations are placed around the valley perimeter, preventing the demonic beasts from damaging or destroying the transmission array. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai continued, "It is safe within the valley area, but once out of the valley's perimeter, you need to be vigilant. There's always the possibility of a demonic beast's tide rampaging outside the valley perimeter. Some disciples that came here died just as they stepped out of the valley's formation, swallowed whole by the demonic beasts here, not leaving behind even a piece of bone." Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. Does no one care? There are countless and endless demonic beasts in the Great Wasteland. Even more frightening are the beast tides. Even if a High God Realm Master managed to push back the beast tide once, what about the next one? You think High God Realm Masters are so idle that they have nothing better to do after a meal to come sit guard here? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai laughed. Then again, it's not like there's a beast tide roaming around the perimeter all the time. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Which family does this Great Wasteland's transmission array belong to? The transmission arrays in the Black Tortoise Galaxy were managed by different families. The norm was the family who constructed the transmission array also managed it. After all, this represented a wealthy source of income. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai thought for a moment before replying. Hard to say. Normally, a large transmission array like this one here in the Great Wasteland is managed by a few superforces and families. It's too big a pie for a single superforce to swallow on their own. A cheerful smile spread over Huang Xiaolong's face. In the future, after I break through High God Realm, I'll also construct a transmission array like this. At that time, even without having to condense spirit stones, I can have an endless supply of Xuanwu coins. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai retorted. Instead of constructing one, isn't it better to just go and snatch one? It would save you the effort. The two laughed gleefully at their own joke. By this time, Huang Xiaolong had already left the valley. Looking straight ahead of him, all he saw was vast flat plains all around, stretching to the horizon line. Everything seemed calm and tranquil. It seems like Huang Xiaolong's luck was not bad. There was no active beast tide encircling the valley. Coming out this time, Huang Xiaolong shed off his Black Warrior Institute inner disciple robe. At times, the lack of identity proved to be much more convenient. The demonic beasts in the Great Wasteland are no weaklings. Even at the bottom tier, they would have a half-step God Realm strength. Approximately 3/5 of the demonic beasts here consist of early-level God Realms, and mid-levels God Realm occupy 1/5, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai went on. Although you're already a 4th-order God Realm, it pays to be cautious. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Don't come out unless we run into 7th-order God Realm and above. He didn't want to grow reliant on Dragon Emperor Ao Tai. With that said, he took out the mulberry sword, chose a direction and flew off at high speed. At his current strength, Huang Xiaolong's full-speed flying could rival a late 5th-order God Realm Master, and his speed rose several times higher when using sword flight, catching up to an early 6th-order God Realm speed. Barely a second later, Huang Xiaolong's silhouette turned into a streak of light, disappearing into the plains. One day later, Huang Xiaolong descended on top of a mountain. On this day, at least several thousand demonic beasts fell under Huang Xiaolong's sword, if not 10,000. However, the majority of the demonic beasts that Huang Xiaolong came across were 3rd-order God Realm and below. Occasionally, he'd run into a few 4th-order God Realm demonic beasts. Huang Xiaolong had no interest in 4th-order God Realm demonic beasts. Therefore, he killed those he came across. Just as Huang Xiaolong's feet touched the soil, the ground under his feet quaked, surprising him. He quickly leaped up onto his sword, flying some distance away when the hill exploded, shooting soil and stones everywhere like arrows as molten rocks rolled out from inside the mountain. Before Huang Xiaolong's startled gaze, a gigantic stone-like demonic beast that resembled a dragon whilst not being one, entirely fiery red from head to toe, flew out from the deep grounds. "Isn't this a blazing stone dragon beast?" Huang Xiaolong was delighted at its appearance instead of being shocked. This blazing stone dragon beast was one of the fierce beasts of ancient times. Despite its gigantic body, it was agile and swift, and on top of that, its attack and defense were both powerful. The one before him right now was a mid-fifth order god realm, but its strength was comparable to a peak late fifth order god realm, possibly even an early sixth order god realm demonic beast. Once it reached mid-air, the blazing stone dragon beast flapped its wings once, and it was already right in front of Huang Xiaolong. Its ferocious jaws opened, releasing a stream of molten rocks that transformed into a river of fire, rushing forth to devour Huang Xiaolong. This was the blazing stone dragon beast's internal molten rock stream, with temperature many times hotter than the magma 10,000 feet deep underground. It could easily scorch a large piece of land black. Although Huang Xiaolong wasn't necessarily afraid based on the defense of his true dragon physique, out of caution, he dared not meet the attack head-on. In a swift flicker, he agilely avoided the stream of molten rock spilling out like a river of fire. In the next moment, Huang Xiaolong was right above the blazing stone dragon beast's crown of the head. With a low bellow, his fist smacked accurately on its head. Dang! A heavy muffled noise sounded as that blazing stone dragon beast was blasted down to the ground by Huang Xiaolong's fist. The land shook visibly. A short while later, the blazing stone dragon beast got up unsteadily, swaying left and right momentarily before regaining its bearing. Its eyes glinted as it roared furiously at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. With his intrinsic true dragon physique rivaling a divine artifact, after suffering a punch from him, that blazing stone dragon beast actually did not receive much damage. He beamed at this finding. The stronger this blazing stone dragon was, the better. The blazing stone dragon beast shot to the air once again, preparing to launch another frenzied attack on Huang Xiaolong. But he struck another punch, right at its belly, knocking it back in the air. Although this blazing stone dragon beast possessed swift speed, it was still much slower compared to Huang Xiaolong's sword flight. After more than 100 punches and strikes from Huang Xiaolong, rendering its body a mass of cuts and bruises, the blazing stone dragon beast finally submitted obediently, allowing Huang Xiaolong to mark its soul. Subjugating a mid-fifth order god realm beast on the first day, moreover, a fierce beast of ancient times, the blazing stone dragon beast, gave Huang Xiaolong a good mood. He no longer flew using his sword, and instead, he leaped onto the blazing stone dragon beast's head, continuing to look for other fifth order god realm demonic beasts. It seems like Huang Xiaolong's luck on this trip was indeed very good. Not long after subjugating the blazing stone dragon beast, he bumped into two more fifth order god realm demonic beasts. These two fifth order god realm demonic beasts were a pair of male and female strong-arm waterfire apes. Like its name, this demonic beast ape possessed a pair of thick, powerful arms. One was a mid-fifth order, and the other a late fifth order god realm. Although the strong-arm waterfire apes weren't ancient fierce beasts, they were still one-of-a-kind rare spiritual beasts. During the subjugation, Huang Xiaolong ordered the blazing stone dragon beast to stand at the side instead of letting it battle, carrying out the act himself. Facing two strong-arm waterfire apes, Huang Xiaolong dared not act reckless and underestimate his opponents, changing into the Azura physique, as well as soul transforming before battling the pair of apes. "Nice!" Huang Xiaolong shouted as he swung his arms in close combat with the two huge apes simultaneously, laughing out in excitement. Both strong-arm waterfire apes were pushed back several hundred meters by Huang Xiaolong. If someone saw a fourth-order god realm master actually repelling two fifth-order god realm strong-arm waterfire apes with his bare hands, their eyeballs would probably be bouncing on the ground. The strong-arm waterfire apes' arms possessed uncanny strength, based on power alone. They were even slightly above the blazing stone dragon beast. One strike of their arms could cause a mountain spanning several hundred li to crumble into loose pebbles and stones. Yet, they were forced back by the force of Huang Xiaolong's punch. One couldn't begin to imagine the extent of the explosive power he could exert. Seeing that a mere fourth-order God realm human actually managed to throw them back several hundred meters, a hint of apprehension filled their eyes. Not to mention the blazing stone dragon beast watching quietly at the side. The apprehension it felt was even stronger than the two strong-arm waterfire apes. After he pushed the two apes back, Huang Xiaolong's silhouette flickered, seizing the initiative to attack this time around. After another hour of earth-tossing, mountain-crumbling scuffle, the two strong-arm waterfire apes were finally subjugated by Huang Xiaolong. Just like he did with the blazing stone dragon beast, Huang Xiaolong marked their souls with a soul imprint. Riding on the blazing stone dragon beast with two strong-arm waterfire apes trailing behind, Huang Xiaolong leisurely breathed in the great wasteland's air that was rich in spiritual energy, sighing secretly to himself, "Having the ancient puppetry art and soul mandate is truly wonderful. Otherwise, no matter how powerful his spiritual force was, he still wouldn't be able to reign in these god-realm demonic beasts." A picture emerged in Huang Xiaolong's mind as he rode on the blazing stone dragon beast. If he managed to subjugate 105th-order god-realm demonic beasts, with them following behind him, what a heart-fluttering sight that would be. However, after subjugating the two strong-arm waterfire apes, 2 days went by and brought about a depressed Huang Xiaolong. Ever since then, he had yet to come across any 5th-order god-realm demonic beasts, merely a few late 4th-order and peak late 4th-order god-realm demonic beasts. They were instantly killed by Huang Xiaolong. On the 4th day, the peace and tranquility of the 3rd day persisted as the sun beamed its warm rays down on the wasteland. As Huang Xiaolong continued leading the 3 demonic beasts with him in search for more 5th-order god-realm demonic beasts, powerful energy fluctuations rippled in the distance, traveling through the air to the place where Huang Xiaolong was. After observing the energy fluctuations, a happy smile floated to his face. The energy fluctuations belonged to a 5th-order god-realm demonic beast. Immediately, Huang Xiaolong nudged the blazing stone dragon beast under it toward the source of the energy fluctuations. When Huang Xiaolong got close, he saw on a flat open space a group of family disciples that were attacking a 9-tailed demonic beast that looked a lot like a white tiger. "A 9-tailed bright radiance tiger?" Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in surprise, more to himself. This 9-tailed bright radiance tiger was similar to the blazing stone dragon under him in the sense that both were well-known fierce beasts of ancient times, possessing high talent. Not to mention the fact that it was a direct lineage descendant of the bright radiance divine tiger. The 9-tailed bright radiance tiger before him had reached late 5th-order god realm. Despite being sieged by a group of family disciples, it wasn't in any actual danger. Whereas it was the group of family disciples that were continuously injured under the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger's claws. Disciples of the Zhu family? After getting a clear look at these family disciples' attire, a light flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The Zhu family was also one of the super forces of the Black Tortoise Galaxy, ranking above the Zhang family. There were 20-plus people in this group of Zhu family disciples encircling and attacking the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger. 7 of them were 5th-order god realm, while the remaining consisted of 4th-order and below. With a quick glance, the strongest amongst them was a mid-5th-order god realm. 7 5th-order god realm masters and more than a dozen 4th and 3rd-order god realm disciples were attacking the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger. Yet the side with the bigger number continuously suffered injuries. One could see this demonic beast's strength. Watching at the side, Huang Xiaolong decided not to join in the fun for the time being. After all, he had no relationship whatsoever with the Zhu family. Instead, the Zhu family was very close with the Zhang family. These Zhu family disciples' life and death were irrelevant to Huang Xiaolong. Soon, more than half of the Zhu family disciples attacking the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger were wounded by it. 4 of them died instantly under its claws, leaving the 7 5th-order god realm disciples struggling bitterly. The remaining Zhu family disciples were angry and afraid at the same time. When they chanced upon this 9-tailed bright radiance tiger, all of them were ecstatic, thinking that their combined strength would guarantee them an easy capture of the beast. Never did they imagine that the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger's strength far exceeded their assumptions. What truly vexed them the most was this 9-tailed bright radiance tiger's healing ability. They had just left 3 deep sword wounds on its body, but the sword wounds disappeared in just a few breaths' time. Now, there were merely light scratches. The deep bleeding wounds had fully healed. While the Zhu family disciples were vexed about the situation, the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger suddenly retreated in a flash, and before the dumbfounded group of Zhu family disciples it turned around and flew away with ease. The 9-tailed bright radiance tiger's abrupt fleeing stunned the Zhu family disciples silly, failing to react. Huang Xiaolong, who had concealed his aura, hidden as he watched the battle, was also shocked. Did it detect him? Watching the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger who had fled some distance away, Huang Xiaolong didn't have the luxury of time to think too deeply as he swiftly jumped on his sword and gave chase. Turning into a streak of light, he cut off the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger's path in a mere moment. Without any hesitation, both of his fists punched out. A heaven-shaking tiger roar thundered as the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger was knocked back to the ground by Huang Xiaolong's fists. The great earth trembled. The group of Zhu family disciples watched dazedly as the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger crashed to the ground, and a second later, their eyes shifted to Huang Xiaolong, the blazing stone dragon beast, then the 2 strong-arm waterfire apes. Their dazedness turned to astonishment. After toppling the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger with his double fists, Huang Xiaolong flickered, appearing right above its head. Then, without any suspense, another powerful punch landed, emitting a booming sound at impact. From the side, it could be seen that the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger had its body staked into the ground by Huang Xiaolong. The Zhu family disciples collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew very well the strength of that 9-tailed bright radiance tiger, but now it was half buried into the ground by that young man. What really made them speechless was the fact that the young man was seemingly just a 4th-order God Realm master. An early 4th-order God Realm at that. How was this possible? Disbelief was written all over the faces of these Zhu family disciples. Not wanting to reveal his strength and identity, Huang Xiaolong took the precaution of changing his appearance slightly, and thus not having to worry about being recognized by the Zhu family disciples. In fact, one of the reasons he was able to stake the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger into the ground was because the Zhu family disciples had depleted most of its essence energy in the drawn-out battle earlier. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't have had it so easy. Of course, Huang Xiaolong had a good measure of his attacks. He definitely wouldn't kill the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger by accident. After sending the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger down, Huang Xiaolong flew after it, striking more than a dozen punches at its body. The ground cracked and shook as the punches continued to rain down until it lost all will to resist before Huang Xiaolong stopped. Accompanying each of Huang Xiaolong's punches, the Zhu family disciples felt their hearts tighten. Looking at the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger's tragic dead dog end, the faces of these disciples were whiter than a sheet. Was he still a human? That was basically a primordial divine beast, even more terrifying than an ancient fierce beast. The 9-tailed bright radiance tiger was practically a fluffy little lamb. The 9-tailed bright radiance tiger was pummeled to the point where it could hardly summon the will to resist, allowing Huang Xiaolong's spiritual force to break into its soul sea barrier and leave a soul imprint within. Then, the Zhu family disciples watched dumbly as the dead dog 9-tailed bright radiance tiger swallowed some unknown pellets given by Huang Xiaolong, and in the next second, its vitality returned, becoming lively and energetic as if it was never injured in the first place. However, just as Huang Xiaolong was about to leave with the 4 demonic beasts, the Zhu family's Zhu pharaoh couldn't help blurting out, "Stop!" Huang Xiaolong halted his step and turned his head over his shoulder. There was only the barest of hesitation as Zhu pharaoh pointed at the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger, claiming, "This 9-tailed bright radiance tiger is ours. You cannot take it away." Their main purpose in making this trip to the Great Wasteland was to search for a 4th or 5th-order God Realm 9-tailed bright radiance tiger. They had been looking high and low for over a month's time, coming across their target with much difficulty. Naturally, they couldn't allow this young man to take it away just like that. "I cannot take it away?" Then, Huang Xiaolong's mocking tone was obvious despite his cold voice. Noting Huang Xiaolong's expression, Zhu pharaoh frowned slightly with dissatisfaction. Which family are you from? We're disciples of the Zhu family from the last god's world. Leave the nine-tailed bright radiance tiger behind. I can give you 10 million Xuanwu coins. Huang Xiaolong he laughed out loud hearing these words. 10 million Xuanwu coins? When Huang Xiaolong finally stopped laughing, he scoffed in retort. If we're going by market price, 10 million Xuanwu coins will only get you a third-order god realm demonic beast. A late fifth-order god realm ancient fierce demonic beast like this nine-tailed bright radiance tiger is worth a few hundred million. Are you taking me for a fool? Zhu Feirong reddened, however. Another Zhu family disciple stepped forward, interjecting rudely. We spotted this nine-tailed bright radiance tiger first. If you want to take it away, I hope you will first consider the consequences. Things that belong to our Zhu family are not so easy to steal. Huang Xiaolong was flabbergasted. These Zhu family disciples truly had skin thicker than average people. If it weren't due to his aura, as well as his 3 demonic beasts that alerted the nine-tailed bright radiance tiger, these bunch of Zhu family disciples would most likely be dead by its claws by now. He, subjugating this nine-tailed bright radiance tiger, could be considered as half their savior, yet the other side actually claimed that he was stealing their things? Huang Xiaolong laughed in spite of his rising anger. Zhu family? Pardon me, what little thing is this Zhu family? I have no idea. These words instantly enraged the group of Zhu family disciples. Coincidentally, at this moment, noises of rustling wind sounded in the air, as more than a dozen people flew toward their location at high speed. When the Zhu family disciples saw the faces of these newcomers, their faces brightened with delight. Big brother Zhu Yu, you're all here. Zhu Firing stepped forward, crying out happily. A young man with golden irises and vermilion red hair nodded at Zhu Feirong before asking, "What is it?" Zhu Feirong pointed at Huang Xiaolong, explaining, "We encountered this nine-tailed bright radiance tiger, but who knew that this brat would suddenly jump out of nowhere, stealing it from us? Not only did he injure several of our Zhu family disciples, he even killed a few others. Those people were killed by the nine-tailed bright radiance tiger. But now all the blame fell on Huang Xiaolong's head. Even Huang Xiaolong didn't expect this level of shamelessness from Zhu Feirong, spouting lies with his eyes open. Then he smiled simply. He didn't want to kill these Zhu family disciples, but since this was the way things were, then his gaze swept over the newcomers. Amongst the 12 people, there were 2 early 6th-order god realm, while that vermilion-haired young man called Zhu Yu was the strongest, close to peak early 6th-order god realm. Of the other remaining 10, 3 were peak late 5th-order god realm, and the other 7 people were a mix of late, mid, and peak mid 5th-order god realm. It seems like, with this many strong characters, these Zhu family disciples were probably thinking that he was a fish on a chopping board. Zhu Yu looked at Huang Xiaolong. Then his eyes roamed over the 4 demonic beasts behind him. A tiny frown wrinkled his forehead as he thought for a moment before saying to Huang Xiaolong, "Snatching our Zhu family's things and killing our Zhu family's disciples. Even so, I will not make things hard for you. As long as you leave the nine-tailed bright radiance tiger, that blazing stone dragon beast, and also one of your arms, we can let you go. Not make things difficult for you. Leave the nine-tailed bright radiance tiger and that blazing stone dragon beast. And an arm." Huang Xiaolong shook his head, laughing. His laugh was a bit sinister. Without any warning, he made his move. The mulberry sword in his hand shot out a curtain of sword energy that enveloped an area of 100 li. The bone-deep penetrating killing intent greatly alarmed the Zhu family disciples. Sharp sword lights glinted and 10 or so Zhu family disciples were clutching their necks, staring at Huang Xiaolong in fear before tumbling to the ground. "You courting death." Zhu Yu did not expect Huang Xiaolong to suddenly attack. Moreover, killing close to a dozen Zhu family disciples in front of him. Angered, he let out a furious bellow at Huang Xiaolong. However, just as he was about to retaliate, an overwhelming energy slammed down on him. Startled, Zhu Yu swiftly changed his move to defensive one. A resounding boom echoed in the air. Zhu Yu's body shook. Then he staggered a few steps back. The 2 strong-arm waterfire apes continued to attack. Zhu Yu was both anxious and angry. "Beasts! The nine-tailed bright radiance tiger targeted the other early 6th Order God Realm disciples, while the blazing stone dragon and Huang Xiaolong picked off the rest of them. The tiger aimed at disciples of 4th Order and below, while early, mid, late, and peak late 5th Order disciples were all taken care of by Huang Xiaolong. At this point, Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered to keep his identity a secret, displaying his Azura physique and summoning the twin dragon martial spirits to soul transform. The sword below his feet and the 1,000 arms behind him acted at the same time. The godly Shumi art executed the 15th move of the dragon god at full force, sending more than 10 of Zhu family's early 5th Order God Realm disciples flying into the air. Falling to the ground, the air they exhaled was more than the air going in. Seeing this, Zhu Yu, Zhu Feirong, and the rest roared ceaselessly with fury. Despite Zhu Yu's strength being close to a peak early 6th Order God Realm, it wasn't an easy matter for him to defeat the 2 strong-arm waterfire apes in a short time. In fact, he couldn't even disentangle himself from them. On the other side, the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger was doing a great job of delaying the other early 6th Order God Realm master, rendering him unable to help the rest or battle Huang Xiaolong. As for disciples below 4th Order God Realm, the blazing stone dragon beast had them jumping and running all over, clutching their backside whilst howling in misery. Practically at every 10 breaths interval, there'd be a disciple sent flying by Huang Xiaolong. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, there were only 4 peak late 5th Order God Realm disciples struggling to maintain the situation. However, under Huang Xiaolong's fierce attack, these 4 people's defeat was a given. Zhu Yu watched as the Zhu family's 5th Order God Realm disciples were killed by Huang Xiaolong one after another. Whilst greatly angered, fear had started to wind around his heart. A mere 4th Order God Realm disciple had such a terrifying attack power? Even with his knowledgeable eyes, this was unprecedented. Also, Huang Xiaolong's speed was actually not slower than theirs. How can this be? He himself was an early 6th Order God Realm, close to peak early 6th Order God Realm, whereas Huang Xiaolong was just a 4th Order God Realm. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong's icy stare swept over Zhu Yu and another disciple named Li Mingzhu, a disciple of the Zhu family. The 9-tailed bright radiance tiger and the 4 beasts encircled Zhu Yu and the other. Corpses lay all around them, increasing the thick scent of blood. Who are you exactly? Zhu Yu's voice was low and grim, suppressing the overflowing anger on his chest. You won't be able to run even if you kill us, as our family's grand elder is watching over the transmission array. You too will die here in this great wasteland world. I'll be waiting. Huang Xiaolong flashed a brilliant smile at Zhu Yu after hearing his threat. You! Both Zhu Yu and Li Mingzhu were enraged. Huang Xiaolong's silhouette flickered as he rained consecutive attacks on them. 2 early 6th Order God Realm prominent family disciples were ideal training partners for Huang Xiaolong. Initially, Zhu Yu and the other disciple were barely warding off the 4 demonic beasts' attacks, and now with Huang Xiaolong joining the fray, they were in a perilous disadvantage. To their dismay, both Zhu family disciples noticed that Huang Xiaolong's recovery rate was scarier than the 9-tailed bright radiance tigers. Huang Xiaolong displayed the godly Shumi art, which greatly consumed his god battle chi. Every time they estimated that his god battle chi should be bottoming out within a few breaths' time, he somehow replenished his god battle chi to the optimum point. As the number of slashes and cuts on their bodies increased, the resounding angry curses also increased. Close to the end, the curses diminished and were replaced by incessant pleading. But whether it was threats or pleas, Huang Xiaolong ignored them all, attacking ceaselessly. 1 hour later, the mulberry sword in Huang Xiaolong's hand made a horizontal slash and an ethereal dragon flew out, slitting both Zhu Yu and Li Mingzhu's necks. Zhu Yu's hand clutched his throat, his voice hardly audible. You? Why? Until this moment, he still didn't understand why Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid of the Zhu family's revenge. For every family, each God Realm disciple was looked upon as treasures, especially those who had reached mid-level God Realm and above, whereas now Huang Xiaolong had murdered more than 30 of the Zhu family's God Realm disciples. This matter would definitely incur the Zhu family's wrath, causing them to run amok in their search for the murderer even if they had to dig 3 feet underground. From Zhu Yu's perspective, Huang Xiaolong would definitely end up more tragically than them. Because you've provoked my anger, Huang Xiaolong replied coldly as a finger pointed, shooting a strand of immortal essence fire that penetrated Zhu Yu's soul between his brows. Zhu Yu's body fell limply, his eyes rounded wide. It was that simple? Killing the last two Zhu family disciples, Huang Xiaolong threw all the corpses into the Linglong treasure pagoda for his poison corpse scarabs. Then he changed his features back to his original look. Once again riding on the blazing stone dragon beast, he led the 4 demonic beasts away, leaving the scene as they went in search for the next 5th Order God Realm demonic beast comrade. Time flows and days passed. The number of 5th Order God Realm demonic beasts following behind Huang Xiaolong increased in number. Half a month has gone by and Huang Xiaolong's pack of 5th Order God Realm demonic beasts had grown to 12. However, demonic beasts similar to the ancient fierce beasts like the blazing stone dragon beast and 9-tailed bright radiance tiger were rare. There were only 4 in his pack. As the number of subjugated demonic beasts grew bigger and bigger, in the end, he needn't even fight personally. Bumping into some stray 5th Order God Realm demonic beasts, the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger and the rest would pounce onto the demonic beast until it was left with half a life. Only then would Huang Xiaolong make an appearance, marking its soul with a soul imprint. As days passed, it had already been a month. Huang Xiaolong's personal demonic beast pack reached 25. Among them, the weakest was an early 5th Order God Realm, with the strongest being peak late 5th Order God Realm. Averagely speaking, most of the demonic beasts that he subjugated were mid-5th Order God Realm and above. 25 of them, it should be enough. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Having 25 5th Order God Realm demonic beasts inside the Black Warrior City, he could feel at ease about his parents and the others' safety. Thus he made his way back toward the transmission array. When he came close to the transmission array, as expected, a team of Zhu family's masters was staking out the transmission array. The news of more than 30 Zhu family God Realm disciples being killed had spread out by now, causing quite an uproar in the Black Tortoise Galaxy. For a super force like the Zhu family, having more than 30 of their God Realm disciples killed was definitely a shocking news to the entire galaxy. Although there were many Zhu family masters waiting at the transmission array, Huang Xiaolong managed to pass through their inspection smoothly after altering his facial features, returning to the Cloud Sea mainland. No doubt, the reason Huang Xiaolong was able to pass through the Zhu family master's inspection was mainly because they believed that the murderer capable of killing Zhu Yu and the rest would at least be a 6th Order God Realm and above. Upon arriving in the Cloud Sea mainland, Huang Xiaolong did not immediately let out the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger and the rest, only doing so after he had stepped inside the Luotong residence. Staring at the blazing stone dragon beast, 9-tailed bright radiance tiger, and the other 23 demonic beasts, the Huang family members were stunned before erupting in cheers. Big brother, I want this blazing stone dragon beast. His younger brother Huang Shaohai was dead set on the blazing stone dragon beast at first glance. Big uncle, I want this 9-tailed bright radiance tiger. His nephew Guo Xiaofan clamored in excitement. His sister picked a fire phoenix, while his parents chose a pair of winged dragons. Watching as his parents, brother, sister, and the rest wearing beaming smiles on their faces, behaving like small children who were competing for candies, Huang Xiaolong shook his head, smiling wryly, but inwardly he was quite happy as well. Subsequently, he stayed a day in the Luotong residence before returning to Black Warrior Institute's yard number 1 the next morning to begin another period of closed-door cultivation. Now, time was pressing, with no more than 2 years and 5 months left until the Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple assessment. Huang Xiaolong needed to make the most out of the remaining time to increase his strength. When he broke through to 4th Order God Realm, there were a few late 10th Order God Realm beast cores that he had yet to refine. Hence he used a month's time to finish refining these remaining beast cores before starting on the High God Realm Divine Dragon beast cores. Within the Hailstone Treasure Vault was 11 High God Realm Divine Dragon beast cores. Adding the 2 True Dragon King's beast cores that he bought during the auction, he had a total of 13 High God Realm Divine Dragon beast cores. Huang Xiaolong started with one of the early High God Realm beast cores from the Hailstone Treasure Vault. As for the 2 True Dragon King's beast cores, he decided to save them for last. despite knowing early on and bracing himself, when he began refining the first early High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast core. He was genuinely frightened by the abundant demonic essence energy contained inside the beast core. If the demonic essence energy inside a 10th Order God Realm Beast core were akin to a large urn of water, then the demonic essence energy inside a High God Realm Beast core resembled a large lake. The vast difference between an urn of water and a large lake was obvious. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong had broken through to 4th Order God Realm, once again enhancing his true dragon physique. Otherwise, it would have been quite a lot of trouble for him to refine an early High God Realm Beast core. Even so, when the demonic essence energy rushed into Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique, pain ensued. It was similar to the first time he refined an early 10th Order God Realm Beast core, passing the days hovering between a trace of comfort and excruciating pain. Finally, for months later, Huang Xiaolong finished refining the first High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast core. However, what confounded him was that after refining the High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast core, he had merely advanced from an early 4th Order to peak early 4th Order God Realm, not even crossing over to mid-4th Order God Realm. Calming himself, he proceeded with the next High God Realm Divine Dragon's Beast core, to the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th consecutively. In the meantime, almost 2 years had passed. By now, Huang Xiaolong finally succeeded in advancing to peak late 4th Order God Realm. He was merely one small step from 5th Order God Realm. Reaching peak late 4th Order God Realm, the number of time and space law threads within Huang Xiaolong's soul sea had exceeded 900,000. This was unprecedented, comparable to an average 6th Order God Realm masters. On top of that, their time and space law threads were significantly smaller than Huang Xiaolong's. Sitting in a cross-legged position inside the Shumi Temple, Huang Xiaolong took out the 7th High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast core. After refining this High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast core, I should be able to advance to 5th Order God Realm. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. At the moment, he felt that he had reached the pinnacle of peak late 4th Order God Realm. In less than a month's time, he would be able to break through. A thought strayed into Huang Xiaolong's mind. I wonder what that Xiang Mingji's current cultivation is. When they met for the first time during the last auction, Dragon Emperor Aotai saw through his cultivation, stating that it was early 5th Order God Realm. Early 5th Order God Realm? A glint flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, but he quickly suppressed all stray thoughts and focused as he began refining the 7th High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast core to break into the next level. While Huang Xiaolong was preparing to break through to 5th Order God Realm, inside a secret space in the Azure Dragon Galaxy, myriad divine lightning streaks were crisscrossing from all angles. The 5 elements divine lightning, 5th heavenly stem fire lightning, fire metal divine lightning, great life and death vanquishing divine lightning, illusion derivation divine lightning, boundless divine lightning, yin yang star divine lightning, and the heavenly dragon divine lightning. The destructive power of these different types of divine lighting streaked across every corner of the space like a rising tide. Just going by the land area in this space, it was as big as the snow-wind continent. All of a sudden, the various types of divine lightning began to react violently as if provoked, striking at the void endlessly, roaring angrily. At the center of this sea of lightning, a human silhouette gradually became clearer. The Azure Dragon Institute's inner disciple leader, Xiang Mingji. Xiang Mingji had his arms stretched wide to his sides, covered from head to toe in flashing lightning as the entire space's divine lightning was devoured by his body. Subsequently, countless divine lightning streaks were released from his body like a surging river of lightning. Inside this space, Xiang Mingji was akin to its overlord, a primordial thunder god that controlled all lightning between heaven and earth. If he so desired this piece of earth to be destroyed, destroyed it shall be, and if he was happy to see this land exist, then exist it shall. On his forehead, a blue-colored ancient symbol appeared, bearing some similarities to Huang Xiaolong's golden symbol of the dragon pearl. Every time the blue symbol on his forehead flickered, the surrounding divine lightning in the space behaved according to his will, from violent and angry to gentle streaks. A long time later, he gradually descended to the ground below. My 9 Palace Divine of Lightning technique finally broke through the 6th stage. A faint trace of delight flickered in Xiang Mingji's eyes. The sixth stage allowed him to control all lightning energy within 10,000 li radius at will. Huang Xiaolong, in another half a year, the Black Warrior Institute Inner Disciples Assessment shall begin. Xiang Mingji smiled coldly. I hope you won't disappoint me. Otherwise, if you're too weak and die too easily, it wouldn't be interesting. Just like Huang Xiaolong and Xiang Mingji, many of the Black Warrior Institute and Azure Dragon Institute's disciples were doubling their effort in closed-door cultivation. In another yard on the Misty Rain mountain range, Zhang Bai was sitting in a meditative position on an icy bed. His body was shrouded in aureate light, golden spheres emerging behind him. Inside these golden spheres were individual golden arhat statues that resonated with the world. Compared to the quick battle with Huang Xiaolong 3 years ago, the golden arhat statues had grown incredibly distinct. In the past, one could only make out a blurry outline that seemingly resembled a golden arhat statue. But now, one could clearly make out the arhat statue's silhouettes and a hint of facial expressions. Yet, at this moment, his body actually released wisps of black energy, and these black wisps of energy were in fact ghost chi. The shocking thing was, not only did these ghost chi wisps not clash with the Arhat Buddha chi, the two opposing energies were actually integrating. With the appearance of the ghost chi, the Arhat Buddha chi actually grew more intense. 3 years ago, Zhang Bai took a task, venturing down Ghost Abyss to kill the 6 blue-face ghosts. When killing the 6 blue-face ghosts, he came upon a secret manual, the Heavenly Ghost Record. Not only that, he also found the Heavenly Ghost Divine Pellets refined by the legendary Ancient Master, Supreme Heavenly Ghost. In the past 3 years, he had been cultivating this Heavenly Ghost Record while taking these Heavenly Ghost Divine Pellets, and at the same time also cultivating his Golden Buddha Arhat physique. His strength grew by leaps and bounds, sailing past bottlenecks as he broke through consecutively from early 4th Order to late 4th Order God Realm. Time continued to flow past, bringing the day closer to the Black Warrior Institute Inner Disciples Assessment. Other than disciples of the Black Warrior Institute and Azure Dragon Institute, the super forces were also looking forward to it with much anticipation, especially with the news that disciples from the Azure Dragon Institute Inner Disciples would be spectating. Consequently, the conflict between Huang Xiaolong and Xiang Mingji was dug out again. Both Huang Xiaolong and Xiang Mingji were the institute principal's personal disciple of their respective institute. Hence, the competition between Huang Xiaolong and Xiang Mingji was taken as the competition between the Black Warrior Institute and the Azure Dragon Institute. Indirectly, due to the date of the Inner Disciples Assessment drawing nearer, the Cloud Sea mainland seemed to be livelier. According to the Black Warrior Institute's rules, in every term of Inner Disciples Assessment, the super forces and first-rank forces could send representatives over to spectate the event. Of course, each force was limited to 3 people. Within the Institute principal's manor, Feng Yang was sitting on the main host's seat with obvious worry shadowing his face. The tea on the table was excellent, however, it tasted bland in his mouth. He was well aware of the many talks amongst the forces related to this term's Inner Disciples Assessment. While the Azure Dragon Institute Inner Disciples claimed to have come to spectate, he knew that Xiang Mingji was going to challenge Huang Xiaolong. None of these people felt that his disciple Huang Xiaolong would come out on top. Of course, himself included. He too wasn't confident. Under the Zhang family, Wang family, Gudu family, and that old witch Wang Na's incitement, to say that the compromising comments about his disciple had been overwhelming was putting it lightly. The Inner Disciples Assessment will start in another 3 months. Feng Yang calculated. The frown in his forehead deepened. I wonder what's the result of that kid's closed-door practice? 4th Order God Realm? Advancing from 2nd Order God Realm to 4th Order God Realm in 5 years was the highest expectation Feng Yang harbored toward this youngest disciple. Even so, he wasn't confident that Huang Xiaolong would be able to succeed. The 4th Order was a mid-level God Realm. This threshold had hindered countless peak late 3rd Order God Realm masters. Could his disciple smash that threshold in such a short span of time? Despite knowing full well about his youngest disciple's monstrous talent, his nagging doubt continued to persist. While Feng Yang's face scrunched together worrying about this youngest disciple, Huang Xiaolong was inside the Shumi temple when an audible crisp breaking sound came from his body, just like the noise of bones grinding during growth. Huang Xiaolong's momentum soared sharply. Fifth Order God Realm. After refining the seventh High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast Core, Huang Xiaolong finally broke through. Very quickly, Huang Xiaolong suppressed the overflowing joy in his heart and continued the refinement, circulating the Azura tactics to fully refine the seventh beast core. Another half a month passed by the time Huang Xiaolong managed to fully refine the seventh High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast Core, stabilizing his recent advancement. Consciously checking his internal situation, Huang Xiaolong noticed that his Qi and meridians seemed to have expanded. The God Battle Qi in his Qi was abundant and vigorous, whereas the time and space law threads in his Soul Qi had exceeded a staggering 1 million treads, 100 meters in length, and the size of a slender beauty's thigh. Finally, Fifth Order God Realm. For a moment there, Huang Xiaolong's spirit rose to the sky and began to look forward to the inner disciple's assessment in 2 months' time. After solidifying his recent Fifth Order God Realm breakthrough, Huang Xiaolong no longer secludes himself in closed-door cultivation. Coming out from his yard number 1, he headed to Black Warrior City. Very soon, his silhouette appeared in the Luotong residence. In these 2 years, his parents' strength had grown significantly. Both his father and mother, Huang Peng and Su Yan, had broken through to peak Late Fourth Order and Late Fourth Order Xiantian realm respectively. His younger brother Huang Shaohai and his sister had both stepped into 10th Order Xiantian realm, whereas his only nephew, Guo Xiaofan, he was now half-step Saint realm. Although Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu had yet to reach peak half-step God realm, their strength had greatly improved. Blessed Buddha Emperor, Duanren Emperor, the Guo family ancestor, Yuming, Hao Tian, Fei Ho, and the others also showed significant improvement. Elf Queen Kelly was also a half-step God realm, not forgetting the Beastmen tribes as well. In the 2 years period that Huang Xiaolong was in closed-door practice, the Zhang family had indeed sent masters over trying to assassinate the members of the Huang family, his parents being the prime targets. However, due to the blazing stone dragon beast, nine-tailed bright radiance tiger, and other demonic beasts' protection, those assassins sent by the Zhang family never returned. This made Huang Xiaolong especially glad that he had captured these demonic beasts, and at the same time, his hatred toward the Zhang family deepened. There will be a day when I shall personally annihilate the Zhang family. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes. A super force like the Zhang family that had existed for more than 1,000,000 years, no one would dare to say words like annihilating it. Not even the Black Warrior Institute principal, the Azure Dragon Institute principal, nor the other 2 galaxies Institute principals. Yet Huang Xiaolong didn't have a shred of doubt that he could. Big brother, we've just returned from outside. The entire Black Warrior City is talking about the competition between you and that so-called Xiang Mingji. His brother Huang Shaohai said, unconsciously revealing some hesitation at the end of this sentence. Huang Xiaolong wasn't perturbed at all. They're talking about how tragically I'll lose, how miserable I'll be played with by that Xiang Mingji, and then be killed by him. He already knew about these denigrating comments circling around. Big uncle, I even heard the Zhang family, Wang family, and Gudu family have jointly set up a gambling house just for the fight between you and Xiang Mingji. Guo Xiaofan fumed indignantly. It is them who sent people to major cities in the Cloud Sea mainland to spread ill rumors about you. Those rumors are really harsh to the ears. A gambling house? An idea struck Huang Xiaolong. Yeah, there's one in the Black Warrior City too, at the big Void Street up in front. Guo Xiaofan muttered. His interest stirred, Huang Xiaolong asked some questions about the gambling house. 1 hour later, alone, he headed leisurely toward the big Void Street, easily locating the gambling house's big building. The insides of the gambling house were crowded as a beehive with disciples from top forces coming and going. Waves of laughter and excited voices filled the air. Occasionally, 1 or 2 sonorous voices cut across the hall. As long as someone says the sentence Huang Xiaolong is a little pup, or a pig, a trash, or say, Huang Xiaolong is a piece of shit, then that person will be given 100 Xuanwu coins. A Zhang family steward yelled loudly stood in front of the gambling house building. In front of him was a large pile of Xuanwu coins. At a glance, there seemed to be at least 1,000,000 Xuanwu coins there. Huang Xiaolong is a little pup. Huang Xiaolong's a pig. Huang Xiaolong's a trash. Huang Xiaolong is a piece of shit. A disciple of a small family stepped forward, shouting the words with a face full of flattery. Good. That Jiang family steward laughed in an exaggerated manner, and with a casual flick of his hand 100 Xuanwu coins fell in front of the small family disciple, praising loudly, "Very good. These 100 Xuanwu coins are yours." Following that, many more small families' disciples rushed up to in similar flattering manner, shouting at the top of their lungs. Watching this, the present disciples from the Jiang family, Wang family, and Gudu family hurrahed in elation. An unnoticeable sharp light glinted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He didn't expect the Jiang family would resort to such low and shameless methods, but since they were the ones who started it first, they shouldn't blame him. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Huang Xiaolong stepped inside the gambling house, coming to the counter where bets were taken. Behind the counter were 3 female disciples belonging to the Jiang, Wang, and Gudu families. Of course, their appearances were more than pleasant to the eyes. "Is there a limit to the betting amount?" Huang Xiaolong asked with a cold, impassive expression. The Jiang family female disciple giggled coquettishly. "It seems like this little brother doesn't know that this gambling house was opened by our Jiang, Wang, and Gudu families. No matter how high the bet is, we'll accept it." As she was saying this, her flirtatious eyes barely moved away from Huang Xiaolong's face, whispering suggestively, "Can little brother tell me how much you want to bet?" Before coming here, Huang Xiaolong had changed his appearance, but even so, he was still a good-looking young man. The 3 female disciples were charmed to the point they could barely think straight. "I bet 10 billion, Huang Xiaolong added with indifference. Bet on Huang Xiaolong's win. 10 billion! All 3 females shrieked simultaneously in shock. A brief moment later, all 3 female disciples shook, quivering from head to toe with laughter. "Little brother, you really know how to tell a joke." The Wang family female disciple's slender jade-like finger tapped against Huang Xiaolong's firm chest, fawning like an experienced brothel prostitute. "If you really have 10 billion, then I'm yours." Obviously, not a single one of them believed that Huang Xiaolong had 10 billion Xuanwu coins, and thought that Huang Xiaolong was joking with them. It was 10 billion, not 1 million. Even with their Jiang, Wang, and Gudu families behind them, they couldn't easily take out 10 billion as they liked for a bet. Forget 10 billion, even 100 million was enough to crush dead the 3 of them. "I'm not joking," Huang Xiaolong stated calmly, as he casually flicked his sleeve. Countless Xuanwu coins rained down from the void, issuing a muffled heavy thud as they hit the floor. As if a giant mountain descended into the hall, even the whole building shook. The family disciples present in the hall immediately looked over due to the commotion. Seeing the enormous mountain of Xuanwu coins, all of them were dumbstruck for a moment. The initially noisy hall fell into a sudden eerie silence. Whereas the 3 families' female disciples were gobsmacked, staring wide-eyed at the tall mountain of 10 billion Xuanwu coins before their eyes. Their thighs turned to jelly, getting wet between their legs from excitement. 10 billion ah! All 3 female disciples' eyes shone brightly. Their breathing quickened, rendering their twin peaks jostling up and down, looking as if they were trying to break free from the bindings. It didn't take long for the Jiang family, Wang family, and Gudu family's elders to appear in front of Huang Xiaolong. No doubt, his 10 billion bet had alarmed the 3 families' elders. "This esteemed brother, are you sure you want to place a 10 billion bet on Huang Xiaolong's win?" The Jiang family's elder looked suspiciously at Huang Xiaolong, furrowing his brows. Huang Xiaolong's manner and expression were indifferent. "Correct. What's wrong? Is your gambling house declining?" "Hee. If brother dares to bet, we dare to accept," the Wang family elder declared sonorously. "Even if you bet 20 billion, we dare accept just the same." "Since you said so, then I'll bet 20 billion. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand again, creating another dazzling scene as another pile of 10 billion Xuanwu coins fell neatly beside the first pile. 20 billion. The various disciples watching this were gasping from shock. There is actually be someone who bet 20 billion on that Huang Xiaolong to win. Has this kid gone mad? Which family's super prodigal son is this? That Huang Xiaolong's bound to lose. These 20 billion are absolutely entering the Jiang family, Wang family, and Gudu family's pockets. Even if one is filthy rich, does he need to throw his wealth this way? The people in the hall discussed heatedly. The Jiang, Wang, and Gudu families' elders were stunned, especially that Wang family elder, feeling the muscles on his face twitch. Good heavens, he was really betting 20 billion. He had a suspicion that if he had said 30 billion just now, this young man would really take out 30 billion. Suddenly facing such a big amount, the three elders hesitated. This esteemed brother, please wait for a moment. We need to contact our patriarchs. The Jiang family elder said cautiously. Although he too thought that Huang Xiaolong was bound to lose, the three of them couldn't decide on such a huge amount alone. One of the most flourishing big cities on the Cloud Sea mainland, the major constellation city, was the place where the Jiang family's patriarch Jiang Wuhuang, Wang family's patriarch Wang Dingyi, and Gudu family's patriarch Gudu Yi currently gathered. Ever since our three families' gambling house venture started until now, we have received tens of billions in betting receipts. Jiang family patriarch Jiang Wuhuang was grinning broadly. There are still 2 more months till the Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple assessment. By then, the betting receipts would most likely increase to 100 billion. The Wang family patriarch, Wang Dingyi, was beaming as well, dividing it equally between our three families. Each of us would take more than 30 billion. Haha. I didn't expect that Huang Xiaolong to still have some use. Just a little assessment earned us several pots full of gold. Gudu Yi joined in the laughter. Before dying, that Huang Xiaolong still helped us make such a big profit. We should really thank him for it. Jubilant laughter reverberated in the air. With the prospect of each family getting more than 30 billion, even for big forces like the Jiang, Wang, and Gudu families, it was a much-welcomed windfall. Right at this time, a Jiang family elder walked in and reported to Jiang Wuhuang that there was someone wanting to place a bet worth 20 billion. Jiang Wuhuang, Wang Dingyi, and Gudu Yi were stunned. A single person betting 20 billion. On top of that, he was betting on Huang Xiaolong to win. Patriarch Wang, Patriarch Gudu, what do you think? Jiang Wuhuang looked at his partners in crime, inquiring their opinions. Wang Dingyi recovered his senses, grinning widely. Do you think Huang Xiaolong can win? Is there a possibility? That kid is basically an idiot. He actually dared to bet on Huang Xiaolong to win. Gudu Yi laughed. There's someone who wants to send us 20 billion. Such good thing is hard to come by in 1,000 years. How could we refuse? Jiang Wuhuang hadn't stopped smiling. Absolutely right. As a freakish genius that Huang Xiaolong may be, in just a few short years he could, at most, enhance his cultivation to mid-third order or late-third order God realm. Forget late-third order God realm. Even if Huang Xiaolong broke through to 4th order God realm by some stroke of luck, in front of Xiang Mingji he requires nothing more than the effort of a finger to squash him dead. Gudu Yi confidently stated. Shortly, the three elders from the Jiang family, Wang family, and Gudu family in the Black Warrior City each received their orders, accepting Huang Xiaolong's bet placement with open arms. After receiving the order from their respective patriarchs, all three elders smiled warmly at Huang Xiaolong, personally helping him process his bet. Holding the flimsy piece of official betting receipt in his hand, he scrutinized the three elders. If I happen to win, I will be able to collect my winnings, won't I? Huang Xiaolong asked with a tone filled with skepticism. The Jiang family's elder chuckled, not minding at all Huang Xiaolong's tone. This esteemed brother surely knows how to joke. Our Jiang, Wang, and Gudu families are three prominent super forces and guarantee it with our reputation. No matter who it is or how much they bet, as long as they win, they are welcome to collect their winnings anytime. Huang Xiaolong nodded, putting away the betting receipt into the azure ring, then turned around to leave. The three families' elders personally escorted Huang Xiaolong out. The patriarch said that after Xiang Mingji defeats Huang Xiaolong, all three of us will be rewarded with an additional 10 million. The Jiang family elder grinned with glee. There's no other ending for Huang Xiaolong other than losing. I didn't expect our luck would be so good to be in charge of this gambling house in the Black Warrior City. The Wang family elder chimed in. 10 million is enough for me to live pleasurably for a while. Huang Xiaolong's silhouette gradually disappeared from their view, but he heard every word they had said loud and clear. A cold sneer appeared on his lips. "I'll make sure you'll feel great pleasure when the time comes." The odds between him and Xiang Mingji were over 10 to 1. In short, a dozen times his 20 billion bet was over 300 billion. He looked forward to seeing the patriarchs of the three families lose to the point they'd need to sell off the pants they were wearing. More than 300 billion. Jiang Wuhuang, Wang Dingyi, and Gudiyi were bound to vomit blood. Then again, this was merely small interest. The sneer on Huang Xiaolong's face deepened. Returning to the Luotong residence from the gambling house, Huang Xiaolong had everyone assembled, guiding their cultivation. 3 days later, Huang Xiaolong returned to the Black Warrior Institute to continue his closed-door practice. Although he still had the true Dragon King's beast cores and 6 other High God Realm Divine Dragon's beast cores, Huang Xiaolong did not pick these. Instead, he chose the 3 Revolutions Golden Pills. With less than 3 months until the Inner Disciples assessment, there wasn't enough time for him to refine a High God Realm beast core, but he need not worry about insufficient time when refining the 3 Revolutions Golden Pills. Still, Huang Xiaolong acted cautiously, taking only 1 pellet the first time. After all, the 3 Revolutions Golden Pill was a sacred grade divine pellet, definitely not something that the Black Warrior Greater Strength pellet could compare to. The instant the 3 Revolutions Golden Pill entered his mouth, it melted into liquid ambrosia. The energy contained within the little golden pellet rushed toward every corner of his body like tidal waves. In comparison, the 3 Revolutions Golden Pill's energy wasn't that much weaker than a High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast Core. The Treasure Dragon Protective Shield art diagram formation inside Huang Xiaolong's body appeared on its own, devouring the energy from the 3 Revolutions Golden Pill like a bottomless abyss, integrating its medicinal benefits within Huang Xiaolong's body. After entering 5th Order God Realm, the diagram formation's devouring ability had greatly increased more than tenfold compared to the time when he was 4th Order God Realm. Roughly 2 hours later, Huang Xiaolong had fully refined and absorbed his first 3 Revolutions Golden Pill. What a freak! When he saw Huang Xiaolong using just little over 2 hours to refine that 3 Revolutions Golden Pill, Dragon Emperor Aotai couldn't resist exclaiming in envy. For an average 5th Order God Realm, it would take them at least half a year to refine that 1 sacred grade divine pill, but this freak Huang Xiaolong did it in 2 hours. Even if it was Dragon Emperor Aotai himself, it would still take him roughly 2 hours as well, meaning to say Huang Xiaolong's refining speed rivaled a High God Realm Master. Huang Xiaolong was but a 5th Order God Realm now. By the time he advanced to 6th, 7th Order God Realm and above, what kind of scene would that be? Dragon Emperor Aotai estimated that, by the time Huang Xiaolong broke through to 6th Order God Realm, his refining speed would absolutely be faster than a High God Realm Master's. Time passed. In the blink of an eye 2 months came and went. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged inside the Shumi Temple, focused on increasing his strength a little bit more. In the beginning, he took a single 3 Revolutions Golden Pill, then it was 2 pills at the same time, 3 pills for pills, and by the end of 2 months it was 10 pills in one go. When the 2 months had passed, leaving only 10 days to the Inner Disciples assessment, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation reached the peak early 5th Order God Realm, just half a step more into mid-5th Order God Realm. In 2 months, averaging 10 3 Revolutions Golden Pills on a daily basis, he had refined over 600 of them. This amount and speed would frighten those Super Forces elite geniuses to their deaths. By the eve of the Black Warrior Institute's Inner Disciples assessment, the Cloud Sea mainland seemed livelier than ever. Family disciples could be seen in every corner of the streets, and many masters were coming over from the Azure Dragon Galaxy, White Tiger Galaxy, and Vermilion Bird Galaxy, mainly because they wanted to spectate the Black Warrior Institute Inner Disciples assessment. They could only travel using the transmission array in the Black Warrior City. On the other hand, the cooperative gambling business ran by the Zhang family, Wang family, and Gudu family did better than expected. They were already close to 140 billion in the books. The 3 families' patriarchs were grinning from ear to ear for a long time. 10 days passed quickly. It was the dawn of the day that everyone had been waiting so many months for, the day of the Black Warrior Institute Inner Disciples assessment. When Huang Xiaolong had just exited the Shumi Temple, the night's darkness was beginning to be washed away by the rising sun on the horizon. Many people were getting restless waiting for this day to arrive. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Leaving his yard, he first headed to his master's manor. But, just as Huang Xiaolong left his yard number 1, he ran into a group of inner disciples, and the person leading them was none other than Zhang Bai. Behind Zhang Bai were Li Dufeng and a dozen other inner disciples. When Zhang Bai spotted Huang Xiaolong, his eyes narrowed all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Bai spoke in a slow and deliberate tone. Huang Xiaolong was more casual and relaxed. Zhang Bai. A fire burned in Zhang Bai's heart seeing Huang Xiaolong's nonchalant attitude in facing him, causing him to snap. Huang Xiaolong. Later on the Rising Dragon Arena. I will make you understand that in my eyes you're just a tethered horse prancing about. No matter how you jump, you're but a horse. Wait till I break your legs. Let's see how you're going to jump then. Huang Xiaolong snorted. To me, you're not even a horse, because in my eyes, you are nothing. What? Huang Xiaolong. Don't act so arrogant. Our senior brother Zhang Bai needs only 10 moves to take your life. No, not even 10 moves. The inner disciples standing behind Zhang Bai shouted loudly, their faces twisted in anger. Zhang Bai's eyes were spitting fire, glowering at Huang Xiaolong with unconcealed rage. Li Dufeng spoke up at this time. Huang Xiaolong. I'm not afraid to tell you honestly. Brother Zhang Bai found the legendary ancient supreme, Heavenly Ghost record. Now he's a dual cultivator of Buddhism and ghost techniques, allowing his strength to soar to unimaginable heights. Definitely not something you can resist. If you know what's good for you, apologize to Big Brother Zhang Bai right now. For the sake of the Institute principle, Big Brother Zhang Bai will leave you some face on the Rising Dragon Arena. That's right. Senior Brother Zhang Bai's strength is not something you can imagine. The others joined in the clamor. Zhang Bai stood without saying anything, merely looking coldly at Huang Xiaolong as if waiting for Huang Xiaolong's decision. Huang Xiaolong didn't mind at all. If that's how you want to play, then on the Rising Dragon Arena, I'll break your 2 legs before throwing you off the stage. You! Zhang Bai was stunned. Anger erupted in his eyes. In fact, he had been waiting for Huang Xiaolong to come over and apologize. But who would have thought that Huang Xiaolong was so outrageous, declaring that he would throw him off the Rising Dragon Arena after breaking both of his legs? Good. Huang Xiaolong. Just you wait. Zhang Bai forcefully repressed the boiling anger in his heart, signaling the group of inner disciples with a wave of his hand. Let's go! Watching Zhang Bai, Li Dufeng, and their followers fly away, Huang Xiaolong sneered. Zhang Bai truly wasn't anything at all for the current him. Moreover, he had never placed any importance on Zhang Bai. For Huang Xiaolong, his only opponent this time was that Xianxia. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at his master's manor. At that time, his eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun, second apprentice brother Chen Yang, and third apprentice sister Qi Wan were already there. Other than the 3 of them, there were also Grand Elder Chan Yu, Bao Xinrui, Elder Zhang Tianchuan, as well as other Grand Elders and Elders. The instant Huang Xiaolong appeared in the main hall, all eyes turned to him, each of them with their own thoughts underneath their calm surface. Feng Yan's lips parted as if there were many things he wanted to say, but in the end, only 2 words were uttered, "Let's go." Leading everyone out of the main hall, they flew toward the Rising Dragon Arena. Junior apprentice brother, I heard that Zhang Bai is cultivating both Buddhism and ghost techniques, and that his strength is not what it used to be. Halfway, eldest apprentice brother Lu Yun drew closer to Huang Xiaolong, speaking in low whispers. Are you confident against him? Everyone's ears perked up. Probably. Huang Xiaolong smiled naturally. Probably. Lu Yun observed Huang Xiaolong with a suspicious eye. What's the probability of you winning? About 60%. Huang Xiaolong pondered before answering. In fact, he merely needed 1 move to deal with that Zhang Bai. 60% is good. If Huang Xiaolong was victorious over Zhang Bai, losing to Xianxia later would not make things look too bad. After all, everyone knew that Huang Xiaolong had only cultivated for a short time. Being able to defeat Zhang Bai and snatch the title of Black Warrior Institute's inner disciples leader was already shocking enough. However, Grand Elder Chan Yu, Bao Xinrui, and some of the others didn't really take Huang Xiaolong's words at face value. Doubt persisted in their hearts, thinking that Huang Xiaolong said 60% just to save his own face. They had heard about Zhang Bai's current cultivation strength, late Fourth Order God Realm. 5 years ago, Huang Xiaolong was only a Second Order God Realm. 5 years later, could Huang Xiaolong defeat Zhang Bai, who was a late Fourth Order God Realm possessing the Golden Buddha Arhat physique? Different from the rest, Feng Yang's eyes lit up when he heard Huang Xiaolong say that he had a 60% chance of defeating Zhang Bai. This fourth disciple's character, Feng Yang knew better than anyone here. He would not exaggerate things on purpose. Since he said there was a 60% chance, then it shouldn't be any less. Do your best, Feng Yang encouraged. Yes, master, Huang Xiaolong acknowledged respectfully. Shortly after, their group arrived at the Rising Dragon Arena. The Rising Dragon Arena and the Hidden Dragon Arena were both located on mountain peaks. The top of this peak was also cut off, creating a flat area with the Rising Dragon Arena built at the center. The viewing stands were constructed outside the stage perimeter. At the moment, these viewing stands were already filled with masters from superforces and families, and below the high viewing stands, the seats were packed with Black Warrior Institute disciples. The arrival of Huang Xiaolong's group instantly created a commotion in the arena. Heads quickly turned in their direction. The black-haired kid beside the Black Warrior Institute principal, is that Huang Xiaolong? Ever since the Black Warrior Institute's disciple selection until the outer disciples assessment, Huang Xiaolong has yet to be defeated even once, winning the first place every time. This time, will he be able to keep his undefeated record? Undefeated? I heard some rumors circulating saying that Zhang Bu now cultivates in dual Buddhism and ghost techniques and even broke through to late Fourth Order God Realm. That Huang Xiaolong is fated to be defeated tragically this time. Not to mention the fact that there's also Xiang Mingji. The various forces masters spoke in low hushed voices, and although it couldn't be considered loud, it did not escape many of the God Realm masters in the arena, causing Black Warrior Institute Grand Elder Bao Xinrui and the others' faces to darken slightly. Huang Xiaolong, on the other hand, was calm as he followed behind his master Feng Yang to the host viewing stand. On the host viewing stand, Vice Institute Principal Wang Na and the other 2 Vice Institute Principals, Su Haodong and Li Jichuan, as well as some Grand Elders and Elders who were in Wang Na's faction, had arrived earlier. Institute Principal, seeing Feng Yang, all stood up to salute. Despite being wholeheartedly unwilling, Wang Na could only stand and salute like everyone else. Feng Yang nodded, his gaze sweeping over them, and then took his seat in the main host seat. After him, Wang Na, Su Haodong, Li Jichuan, Grand Elders like Chan Yu, Bao Xinrui, as well as the elders took their seats. Huang Xiaolong, as the Institute Principal's personal disciple, you must show a good performance on the Rising Dragon Arena later. You must absolutely not lose too uglily. Black Warrior Institute has always been impartial towards rewards and punishment. Victorious disciples will be rewarded, and just the same, defeated disciples will be punished. As she sat down, Wang Na directed at Huang Xiaolong in a lofty tone. Punish. Feng Yang issued a cold harumph. Old witch, since when does my, Feng Yang's, personal disciple need you to lord over him? Watch over your lower part well first. Wang Na having illicit affair with the Jiang family's patriarch Jiang Wuhuang was an open secret. Hearing these words coming out from the Institute Principal's mouth, everyone's expression was a scene to behold. Lu Yun failed to control his laughter and ended up laughing loudly together with Huang Xiaolong. Their master was indeed uniquely valiant, actually telling Wang Na to take care of her lower part in public. Wang Na was furious. You! The murderous light in her eyes exploded. Her face flushed a deep red from anger. What? Do you want to fight me? Feng Yang totally ignored the other side's fury, grinning complacently. No problem. Wait till the inner disciple's assessment is over. I'll play with you for a while on the stage. But you alone are not my opponent. Remember to call your adulterous partner as well. Adulterous partner, of course, referred to Jiang Wuhuang. Wang Na nearly vomited blood then and there due to anger, no longer concealing the killing intent in her eyes. When Huang Xiaolong thought that Wang Na would succumb to her anger and start killing people, the thick killing intent around her gradually converged and eventually disappeared. A light flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. This old witch Wang Na couldn't be underestimated. People from the Azure Dragon Institute. Xiang Mingji. The surrounding crowd suddenly stirred. Looking over at the horizon, a group of people wearing the Azure Dragon Institute's robes were flying over to the arena at rapid speed. At the front of the group was a skinny white-haired old man looking like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. Behind the old man were Xiang Mingji and a group of Azure Dragon Institute's inner disciples as well as grand elders. That old man is the Azure Dragon Institute's principal? That's the Azure Dragon Institute's vice principal Jia Xiangtian. Feng Yang said as if he saw through Huang Xiaolong's doubt. But there was a minuscule frown on his face. The Azure Dragon Institute's principal did not come, only sending an institute vice principal to lead the disciples over. It seems like the Azure Dragon Institute principal felt that sending a vice principal over was giving enough face to the Black Warrior Institute. This made Feng Yang's heart uncomfortable. After the Azure Dragon Institute's vice principal Jia Xiangtian arrived, he glanced past Feng Yang and nodded toward Wang Na instead. Then, together with his group, they descended toward the viewing stands dedicated to the Azure Dragon Institute. This little exchange fell into many people's eyes, causing a stir below the surface. The Black Warrior Institute masters that supported Feng Yang didn't look too good. A cold glint flickered in Feng Yang's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. A short while later, Feng Yang checked the time and gestured to Grand Elder Bao Xinrui beside him, who nodded in understanding and stood up from his seat. Walking to the center of the stage, Grand Elder Bao Xinrui began to officiate the inner disciples' assessment. The disciple selection and outer disciples' assessment were both supervised by Elder Zhang Tianchuan. However, the inner disciples' assessment was different. The overseer was a Grand Elder. Moreover, during the disciple selection assessment and outer disciples assessment, the upper echelons of the institute such as the institute principal and vice principals did not personally spectate, whereas for the inner disciples assessment, the institute principal, vice principals, grand elders, and elders were all present. In the inner disciples assessment, the disciples who managed to get a spot in the top 10 rankings and had broken through to Fourth Order God Realm would be promoted to elite disciples. The elite disciples were the future of the Black Warrior Institute, which was why the inner disciples assessment received so much attention. Bao Xinrui spoke briefly about the rules and rewards for the inner disciples assessment. This time, the rewards for the top 10 spots had been increased by 5 times compared to the previous assessments. The first place would be rewarded with 500 million Xuanwu coins, 10,000 pieces of Saint Grade Spirit Stones, 10,000 Black Warrior Greater Strength Pellets, and more. Hearing that the rewards had been increased by 5 times, all the inner disciples' eyes turned red. 500 million Xuanwu coins was a huge amount even for disciples with a super force background, not to mention there were 10,000 Saint Grade Spirit Stones among other rewards as well. Furthermore, the rules remained unchanged. There were more than 10,000 inner disciples in the Black Warrior Institute. It was impossible for all of them to compete on the stage. Hence, the upper echelon would select 10 candidates for the top 10 places, and those dissatisfied could issue a challenge. If no one stepped up to challenge, then those 10 inner disciples would be the final top 10 placeholders. Zhang Bai, Lu Shaoshi, He Can, Huang Xiaolong, Li Dufeng. Bao Xinrui announced the listed 10 names. Whether it was deliberate or otherwise, Huang Xiaolong's name was once again placed at the 4th place. The fact that Li Dufeng was able to place among the top 10 slightly surprised Huang Xiaolong, but he didn't give the matter too much attention, whereas neither Wang Baowen nor Gudulang was on the list this time. Standing below the arena, Wang Baowen and Gudulang's expressions dimmed. Although they were aware that they indeed did not possess the qualifications to secure a spot amongst the top 10 rankings at their current strength. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's figure up on the stage was a source of discomfort for them. With the names of the top 10 having been announced, next was the open challenge round. Inner disciples went up the stage one after another to try their luck, but no one challenged 4 particular individuals: Zhang Bai, Lu Shaoshi, He Can, and Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Bai was a late 4th Order God Realm, and from the general perspective, he was the uncontended first place, while Lu Xiaoshi and Hekan had been securely standing on the second and third places since long ago. As for Huang Xiaolong, 5 years ago he could already defeat Li Dufeng in one move, therefore, there wouldn't be anyone overestimating themselves to challenge any of these 4 individuals. On the other hand, Li Dufeng was the one being challenged the most. If 10 challengers went up the stage, 5 of them would challenge him, lighting a scorching fire in his heart. He even believed that the reason why so many challengers picked him was mainly due to his one-move defeat by Huang Xiaolong that year, creating an impression among the inner disciples that he was the weakest link, the soft persimmon that could be easily squashed. In the end, Li Dufeng was defeated by an inner disciple by the name of Nie Chang, resulting in him being kicked out of the top 10 list, fueling his hatred toward Huang Xiaolong even more. Roughly an hour later, the number of inner disciples going up to challenge gradually slowed down to none, and the results were announced. Other than Li Dufeng, the rest remained unchanged, successfully entering the top 10. Next was the battle for ranks within the top 10. The rule for this round was that all 10 inner disciples could go up the stage in an elimination round. The last person still standing on the stage at the end would be this inner disciple's assessment first-place winner. As such, the second last person would be second place, so on and so forth, with the first person kicked off the stage being in the 10th place. The top 10 disciples, please go onto the stage. Bao Xinrui's sonorous voice sounded. Jiang Bai was the first to leap up the stage like a great pung bird, somersaulting 9 times in the air before landing stably on the rising dragon arena. That's an ancient movement skill. 9 turns of the great pung, a few in the crowd exclaimed. As these exclamations entered Jiang Bai's ears, his nose flared slightly skyward. After Jiang Bai went up, Lu Xiaoshi, Hekan, Huang Xiaolong, and the rest also leaped onto the stage, separating immediately with each guarding a certain radius around themselves, forming a big circle. Good competition start. Once all 10 were on the stage, Bao Xinrui shouted. In that instant, everyone's eyes fell on Huang Xiaolong. From the viewing stand, Xiang Mingji's eyes flashed with killing intent as he watched Huang Xiaolong's figure. Don't fret, you'll have a chance to kill him later. The Azure Dragon Institute's vice principal seemed to have sensed Xiang Mingji's killing intent and spoke. Yes, vice principal. Xiang Mingji nodded as a sign of respect. On the stage, no one took the initiative to attack first after Bao Xinrui's voice sounded. Jiang Bai looked at Huang Xiaolong and the other 8 people, saying, No need to be so troublesome. Huang Xiaolong, I'll give all of you a chance to defeat me. All 9 of you attack together. The crowd was stunned, then broke into an uproar. This Jiang Bai actually wanted the other 9 people to attack him together? Wasn't this a little too fierce? But this is no false arrogance. This Jiang Bai is a late 4th order god realm. He has the strength to take on the other 9 people together. Jiang Bai fully released his aura and a golden light pierced the sky as golden spheres emerged behind him, with golden Buddha arhats sitting in a meditative pose inside the spheres. At the same time, streams of ghostly energy wound around his body, forming a sea of ghostly energy. His rising momentum was earth-shaking. What a powerful momentum! No doubt he's a late 4th order god realm. On top of that, he's a dual cultivator of Buddhism and ghost techniques. His strength is comparable to a peak late 4th order god realm master. Shocked gasps sounded from the crowd. Watching Jiang Bai release his full strength on the rising dragon arena, Feng Yang on the host viewing stand frowned slightly with worry. Jiang Bai's strength rose higher than he had estimated after cultivating both the Buddhism and ghost techniques. Prior to this, on the way here, Huang Xiaolong had said that he had a 60% chance of defeating Jiang Bai. But was it really 60%? Feng Yang's confidence began to waver. Perhaps only if Huang Xiaolong worked together with the other 8 would the chances reach 60%. I've heard from somewhere that Huang Xiaolong claims he has a 60% chance of defeating Jiang Bai. At this time, Wang Na's sarcastic laughter sounded. Truly the biggest joke under the heavens. Feng Yang, the personal disciple you taught, really knows how to overestimate his ability. People with such character are useless no matter how high their talent is, arrogant and ignorant without limit, really throwing our Black Warrior Institute's reputation and face. Feng Yang didn't lose out on momentum. You are a Black Warrior Institute's vice principal, yet you couldn't even control your lower part, going over the fence to seduce men. Not only have you thrown our institute's face to the wind, you've even thrown the entire Black Tortoise Galaxy's face. Wang Na looked like she was about to be reduced to tears. You! But no further words came out of her mouth, trying not to explode with great effort. On the Rising Dragon stage, Lu Xiaoshi and the other 8 inner disciples fumed inwardly at Zhang Bai's belittling words. But witnessing his fully released momentum, apprehension filled him, hence, no one dared to make the first move. It was at this time that Huang Xiaolong was seen walking casually toward Zhang Bai. Huang Xiaolong's action took everyone watching with surprise. Is this little punk trying to challenge Zhang Bai alone? Watching this, Wang Na couldn't resist mocking in a harsh tone. Ignorant death-seeking fool! Masters belonging to other forces on the viewing stands whispered amongst themselves with odd expressions as they watched on. Zhang Bai laughed happily watching Huang Xiaolong coming at him, revealing his pearly white teeth. Huang Xiaolong, you want to challenge me by yourself? Since you asked for it, I shall let you enjoy my current strength. At this point, he once again increased his momentum, pushing it close to a peak late Fourth Order God realm. Before the large crowd's bewildered gazes, Huang Xiaolong suddenly raised his arm, slamming it down on Zhang Bai just like that. Had this kid gone nuts? This was the first thought that shot through everyone's mind. Huang Xiaolong's action made Zhang Bai curl his lips back in a feral sneer. But just as he was about to attack, his expression changed. His pupils dilated with fear as if he had run into something unbelievably terrifying. In the next second, he twisted around, wanting to retreat. No! Zhang Bai suddenly let out a strained bellow, punching his fist out at the same time. Heavenly Ghost! Buddha King's Punch! A sea of wailing ghosts engulfed Huang Xiaolong, while numerous golden Buddha statues sat above the dark ghost sea. Space greatly shook, and at this point, a resounding slap suddenly reverberated in the air. Pa! All surging sea of wailing ghosts vanished. The Buddha statue's golden luminance dimmed. The many golden spheres containing golden arhats behind Zhang Bai cracked and shattered into pieces like crispy skin. The ghostly aura around him burst like a bubble. Zhang Bai let out a tragic scream as he was sent flying into the air. Then he crashed heavily in a corner of the Rising Dragon arena. His whole body was curled up into a lump like an overcooked shrimp. The satirical smile on Wang Na's face froze. Feng Yang was astonished. Eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun was agape. Xiang Mingji's eyes nearly popped out. Gudu Lung and Wang Baowen quivered where they stood. Everyone else looked blankly at the scene before them, their brains emptied of thoughts, unconsciously holding their breaths. Everyone in the crowd was stupefied by the scene in front of them, completely stupefied. It felt like the world had gone silent, broken by a Zhang family disciple stuttering, "They're not putting on an act, right?" No one answered him. It was clear to all whether it was an act or not. It was impossible to be an act. Even if they were putting on an act, the script was all wrong. Since it wasn't an act, then, their attention finally returned to Huang Xiaolong, sucking in a breath of cold air in secret. Huang Xiaolong did not pay any attention to the gazes directed at him, striding leisurely as he approached Zhang Bai, who groaned weakly, struggling in vain trying to get back on his feet. However, to the crowd, it seemed like Zhang Bai didn't even have the strength to stand, falling down again and again after several attempts. Coming to a stop a few inches from Zhang Bai, Huang Xiaolong peered down loftily at Zhang Bai. A faint cold smile spread on his face. Dual cultivator of Buddhism and ghost techniques? Didn't I say, in my eyes, you're not even a tethered horse? Huang Xiaolong's chilling voice reverberated on the Rising Dragon arena. Every single word was heard loud and clear by the crowd. Below the stage, Li Dufeng and the group of inner disciples that followed behind Zhang Bai earlier felt a chill coiled tightly around their hearts, their faces deathly pale. I'm wrong, please, SP spare me. Zhang Bai's feeble voice sounded, barely a whisper. On the viewing stand, the Zhang family master's expressions were as ugly as they could be. Huang Xiaolong's face was cold and detached as he lifted a leg and stomped down hard. A blood-curdling scream from Jiang Bai shook the stage. Both of his legs were broke under Huang Xiaolong's foot. I have said this earlier. I will break your legs, then throw you off the rising dragon arena. Huang Xiaolong sneered, flinging Jiang Bai off the stage with a casual flick. A loud, muffled thud sounded below the stage. Jiang Bai's unconscious figure sprawled below the stage like a dead dog. Good, truly my Feng Yang's disciple. Domineering, manly. While everyone was astounded to the core, a sudden exuberant laughter rang out from the host viewing stand. Feng Yang jumped to his feet, throwing his head back in laughter. The Black Warrior Institute Grand Elders Chan Yu, Bao Xinrui, and the elders supporting Feng Yang like Zhang Tianchuan also broke into smiles after recovering from their daze. Sitting at the same host viewing stand, Wang Na's expression was as ugly as it could be, just like she had swallowed a fly into her mouth. At this point, Feng Yang looked over his shoulder at Wang Na. Old witch, how is it? My personal disciple is so much stronger than those soft eggs disciples of yours, right? Soft eggs. The muscles on Wang Na's face twitched, forcing a cold smirk on her face in retort. Feng Yang, don't be happy too early. In a while, Jiang Bai's ending will be Huang Xiaolong's ending. If you want to be happy, wait until your disciple has won over Xiang Mingji. Feng Yang harumphed, returning his attention back to the rising dragon arena. Deep inside, he knew that Huang Xiaolong being able to defeat Jiang Bai had already exceeded most people's expectations. But how would he fare against Xiang Mingji? After he dealt with Jiang Bai, Huang Xiaolong turned around to face the remaining 8, Lu Xiaoshi, He Can, and the rest. By reflex, Lu Xiaoshi and the rest took a step back. Make your move, Huang Xiaolong said calmly. On the contrary, all 8 took another step back, adamant in not being the one to make the first move. Facing this situation, Huang Xiaolong's silhouette disappeared in a flicker, left with no option but act himself. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoshi, He Can, and the remaining 6 were tossed off the stage by Huang Xiaolong, all using a single move. After clearing the stage, the mulberry sword appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Its tip pointed at Xiang Mingji at the Azure Dragon Institute's viewing stand. Xiang Mingji, come down to receive your death. Xiang Mingji, come down to receive your death. How domineering. All eyes instantly zoomed on Xiang Mingji on the viewing stand. Come down to receive death. Killing intent erupted in his eyes. Xiang Mingji leaped into the air, landing gracefully on the rising dragon arena, his cold gaze glaring at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, you think defeating trash like Jiang Bai in one move qualifies you to battle me? In my eyes, you're just the same as Jiang Bai, a piece trash. All your Black Warrior Institute inner disciples are all useless trash. The Black Warrior Institute disciples below the stage were enraged. An icy light gleamed in Feng Yang's eyes. Huang Xiaolong's icy smile did not reach his eyes. In a little while, I will break both of your legs and then toss you off the rising dragon arena so that everyone can understand who the real trash is. So that everybody can understand that the Azure Dragon Institute inner disciples are all trash. On the viewing stand, disciples of the Azure Dragon Institute glowered and shouted with fury. Feng Yang's expression turned better, laughing loudly as he shouted good. Xiang Mingji's killing intent turned sharper, revealing a sinister smile. Huang Xiaolong, there's little meaning in competing like this. Let us each take out something as betting stake. What do you want to bet? Huang Xiaolong asked coldly. The hailstone treasure should be in your hands, right? Xiang Mingzi laughed. I want your hailstone treasure. The hailstone treasure. Dumbstruck faces could be seen in the crowd, all of them turning to Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. Feng Yang, Wang Na, Bao Xinrui, Chan Yu, and all the Black Warrior Institute upper echelon were hardly able to stop themselves from jumping to their feet. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed, but he did not deny. Instead, he retorted in a derisive manner. Then what are you taking out for the bet? The Azure Dragon Institute's treasure vault? Don't say you want to bait a white wolf with an empty hand by merely using one piece of Saint Grade Spirit Stone. Audacious. Insolent. Actually dare to covet our Azure Dragon Institute's treasure vault. Damn him. Big Brother Xiang Mingji. Kill him. Hearing that Huang Xiaolong wanted Xiang Mingji to use their Azure Dragon Institute's treasure vault as capital, the people of the Azure Dragon Institute jumped in anger. To them, Huang Xiaolong deserved to die 10,000 times just by thinking about their Azure Dragon Institute's treasure vault. Xiang Mingji's eyes also showed displeasure, ridiculing as he said, "How can you prove that you have the Hailstone treasure vault with you? Moreover, do you really think I will lose?" Huang Xiaolong laughed loudly, giving Xiang Mingji an expression as if he was looking at an idiot. "Well, it seems like you're indeed an idiot, just like that subordinate of yours at the last auction who wanted to buy my 30 billion True Dragon King Beast cores with 2 billion. What you're saying is, just because you're not going to lose it means you don't need to take out anything as betting stake, whereas I, Huang Xiaolong, need to take out the Hailstone treasure." Huang Xiaolong's sarcastic tone and that mocking gaze caused Xiang Mingji's face to flush red. The masters around the stage also laughed his derisive mirth, obviously agreeing that Xiang Mingji was obviously behaving like an idiot. He actually had the face to utter this suggestion. "You're right. The Hailstone treasure is in my hand," Huang Xiaolong admitted as he took out a small golden cube vault, then opening the restrictions on it in front of everyone. The instant the restrictions were opened, the undulating mountains of Xuanwu coins that seemed to have no end appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Piles after piles of top divine grade spirit pellets about the size of small hills, saint grade spirit stones that could see no end, and 10,000 years and above herbs and elixirs that formed a great hill of their own. There were even 100,000 years and above spiritual fruits and elixirs. Divine armors piled sky high in a corner, next to the pile of divine grade weapons. Everything was revealed in front of everyone present. Recovering from a brief lapse, all eyes turned red, hovering on the edge of insanity. "Those are Hailstone spirit pellets. My heavens! Those are sacred grade divine pellets. The legendary 3 revolutions golden pills. A million-year-old divine grade herb, 9 purple leaf fruit, 100 thistle king, clear glass heart fruit, dragon blood ginseng king. Take that divine armor. Probably reach top divine grade. So many Xuanwu coins. 100 billion? 1 trillion? Several hundred trillion?" Waves after waves of excited, thrilled, mad cries could be heard from every corner of the arena. Even the masters from the many super forces that came to spectate couldn't stop their breathing from quickening and their gazes from growing feverish as their bodies trembled visibly. Xiang Mingji was no exception. The wealth inside the Hailstone treasure vault was far from what he had assumed it would be. Although he estimated that there would be numerous valuable treasures inside, seeing it displayed out before him, just like other super forces masters around, he couldn't help but be shocked. Forget all those sacred grade divine pellets, top grade divine armors, million-year-old elixirs and such. Just the endless mountains of Xuanwu coins were enough to drive the people in the arena to fall into madness. In comparison, one could hardly find a similar amount of Xuanwu coins in some super forces treasure vaults. In fact, even the Azure Dragon Institute's treasure vault paled greatly in comparison. "But this Hailstone treasure vault is mine. Mine. As long as I defeat Huang Xiaolong, kill Huang Xiaolong, it's all mine." Xiang Mingji's heart was roaring in ecstasy. Huang Xiaolong snickered, noting the greed in Xiang Mingji's eyes. He suddenly bellowed, "Xiang Mingji, if you cannot take out treasures of similar value, then kowtow and admit defeat. You can get the hell off the Rising Dragon Arena. Kowtow and admit defeat. Get the hell off the Rising Dragon Arena." Huang Xiaolong's sudden loud bellow jolted Xiang Mingji out from his delightful fantasy, his expression becoming extremely ugly. "Huang Xiaolong, you're courting death." Wrath exploded in Xiang Mingji's eyes. "That's right, if you cannot take out treasures of similar value, kowtow and admit defeat. Then get the hell off the Rising Dragon Arena. Kowtow and admit defeat. Get the hell off the Rising Arena." Gradually, the spectating crowd turned Huang Xiaolong's words into a chant, repeating them louder and louder. Xiang Mingji's face was gloomy to the extreme. Those from the Azure Dragon Institute were looking just as bad. They knew these people were acting this way because of jealousy and didn't want Xiang Mingji to get the Hailstone treasure. Xiang Mingji's expression changed several times in hesitation, Then a light flickered on his left hand as he took out a 5-colored golden banner. When the 5-colored golden banner appeared, the heavens churned. Everyone could clearly sense that the spiritual energy in the air was 10 times denser. No, more than a dozen times denser. Everyone was flabbergasted and the clamoring stopped. Their attention was now focused on the 5-colored golden banner in Xiang Mingji's hand. A banner this small could actually increase the density of spiritual energy of a place 10 times higher. This kind of item could be considered heaven-defying. This is the 5-colored divine banner. Xiang Mingji did not pay attention to the bewildered gazes around him, speaking to Huang Xiaolong slowly. It's an ancient divine artifact refined by several gods. There are more than 100 spiritual energy gathering formations inscribed on it. Using saint-grade spirit stones to activate the formations inside enables the surrounding spiritual energy to increase by a minimum of 30 times. Whereas a divine-grade spirit stone is enough to increase the spiritual energy within 10,000 li radius by at least 50 times. Saint-grade spirit stone, 30 times. Divine-grade spirit stone, 50 times. All around, there were gasps of sucking in cold air. This was absolutely exaggerated. With this 5-colored divine banner, one would be able to increase their cultivation speed by 30 times, even 50 times. If others used 500 years to break through to 4th Order God Realm, using this 5-colored divine banner, they only needed 10 years. Even if someone swallowed divine grade pellets every night and day to cultivate, the effect still wouldn't be this good. Looking at the 5-colored divine banner, Huang Xiaolong was tempted. He himself didn't need it, but the Huang family did. With this 5-colored divine banner, combined with top divine grade spirit pellets, the Huang family's cultivation speed could be enhanced by many times. What if it is activated using sacred grade immortal spirit stones? Huang Xiaolong solemnly asked. Using sacred grade immortal spirit stones, the spiritual energy would be approximately 100 times denser. Xiang Mingji answered pridefully. Another wave of gasps sounded. 100 times. Realization hit Huang Xiaolong. No wonder this Xiang Mingji's cultivation increases so rapidly. Looks like this little banner contributed significantly. However, Huang Xiaolong's tone changed. Although this 5-colored divine banner of yours is not bad, do you really think it is equal to the entire hailstone treasure? This little banner is indeed heaven-defying, but as great as it is, there's still a price. If taken out to auction, it will not exceed 100 billion. Taking out something that does not exceed 100 billion to stake against my hailstone treasure. Xiang Mingji was indignant, but he knew that what Huang Xiaolong said was a fact. A 5-colored divine banner was a far cry from the hailstone treasure vault. A fierce light shone in Xiang Mingji's eyes as he took out a golden monk kasaya. The surface of the kasaya was inscribed with Buddhism symbols from the Buddha world. Aureate light flowed on the surface as a vast Buddhism energy filled the arena. This is an ancient Buddhism treasure, refined by an ancient Buddhist master using 1,000 ancient Buddhist masters' Dharmakaya. The innumerable Buddha kasaya. When it is infused with God battle chi, it can become bigger or smaller. When it's big, it can cover up to 10,000 li radius. It can defend and suppress devils below high God realm cultivation. Cultivating with it can purify the soul, and at the same time, it increases the soul force, entering a Buddhism selfless state. Xiang Mingji explained. Everyone listening was once again astonished. This innumerable Buddha kasi was no worse than the 5-colored divine banner. In fact, in certain aspects, it was even stronger, such as its ability to purify the soul, enhancing one's soul force and entering the Buddhism selfless state. What else? Huang Xiaolong looked like his interest wasn't aroused at all. How could one or two of this kind of ancient treasures compare to his hailstone treasure? He wanted Xiang Mingji to take out all the treasures he had, losing until he vomited blood here. In the end, under Huang Xiaolong's constant goading, Xiang Mingji was forced to take out heaven-defying ancient treasure one after another. His heart bled profusely with each treasure he had to take out. These ancient treasures were his entire wealth. All in all, he took out 25 treasures. What else? Xiang Mingji was on the verge of losing his temper as he took out the 25th treasure when Huang Xiaolong's cold voice sounded. Huang Xiaolong's words were the last straw. Xiang Mingji snapped and roared at Huang Xiaolong. No more! There's no more! Huang Xiaolong, your mother. Are you fighting or not? If not, then scram out of my sight right now. Xiang Mingji's livid expression wasn't an act, convincing Huang Xiaolong that these 25 ancient heaven-defying treasures were truly his entire wealth. Huang Xiaolong made an act of looking at the 25 piece treasures, speaking with an expressionless face. Since it's like that, for the sake of the Azure Dragon Institute principal's face, I accept your challenge. As for these 25 treasures, I'll make a concession and reluctantly consider their value to be on par with my Hailstone treasure. Accepting just to give face to the Azure Dragon Institute principal? Reluctantly consider? Xiang Mingji was nearly angered until he vomited blood. Oh, how he wished he could tear Huang Xiaolong into shreds right that instant. However, mishaps are inevitable when sparring on the stage. I'm afraid that if I accidentally kill you, your master, the Black Warrior Institute principal, will make things difficult for me. Repressing the killing intent from seeping into his voice, Xiang Mingji began icily. Furthermore, I'm also worried that after I win, your Black Warrior Institute's people will refuse to hand over the Hailstone treasure. Therefore, before we compete, I want to sign a life and death contract as well as a gambling contract with you. Xiang Mingji did not hide his killing intent toward Huang Xiaolong. Signing a life and death contract in front of so many masters, he need not worry about any consequences after killing Huang Xiaolong. Every individual on the Black Warrior Institute host viewing stand directed their gazes at Feng Yang. Feng Yang's brows were locked together, and before he had time to think, "Fine!" Huang Xiaolong's voice came from the stage. Almost immediately, Feng Yang raised his head to look at Huang Xiaolong. Meeting his master's gaze, Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly to reassure his master, knowing that Feng Yang was worried about his safety. Meeting Huang Xiaolong's confident and steadfast gaze, Feng Yang hesitated briefly before nodding his head in agreement. Hence, with many masters bearing witness, Huang Xiaolong and Xiang Mingji both signed a life and death contract and a gambling contract on the spot. The moment the life and death contract was signed, Xiang Mingji no longer bothered to repress nor conceal his monstrous killing intent toward Huang Xiaolong. Glaring fiercely at Huang Xiaolong, he sneered, "Huang Xiaolong, I really didn't expect you to actually dare sign a life and death contract with me. This is you rushing headlong towards death. You asked for it, you can't blame me later. Ha. In a while, the Hailstone treasure will be mine." The corner of Huang Xiaolong's mouth raised in a faint satirical smile. Signing a life and death contract and gambling contract was exactly what he wished for. Can't blame me? As you've said, you cannot blame me either. In a split second, Xiang Mingji's figure flickered. Before Huang Xiaolong could react, his fist howled through the air, too fast for Huang Xiaolong to follow. Alarmed, Huang Xiaolong's arm punched out by reflex. Boom! A mighty booming blast reverberated in the air. Powerful shockwaves spread out from the stage. Their fists' collision actually caused the sturdy rising dragon arena stage to shake. Amidst everyone's startlement, Huang Xiaolong's figure was seen making an arch in the air, then crashing with a devastating thud on another side of the stage. An abnormal silence ensued, broken by Xiang Mingji's manic and unbridled laughter, causing his whole body to shake. The faces of everyone on the Azure Dragon Institute viewing stand were overcome with joy. Wang Na was quick to ridicule. "One move? Hee, I didn't expect my earlier prediction to come true so fast. Huang Xiaolong is but a one-move opponent. Of course, the winner is Xiang Mingji." Feng Yang, Lu Yun, Bao Xinrui, and some others were looking grim. On the rising dragon arena stage, Xiang Mingji stood tall with his fingers interlocked behind his back like he was peering down on a lower existence as he looked toward the spot where Huang Xiaolong crashed, still laughing madly. "Huang Xiaolong, is this your true strength? I've already said early on, you Black Warrior Institute inner disciples lot are nothing but trash. All of you. Is that so?" Suddenly, an icy voice cut through Xiang Mingji's laughter. Xiang Mingji was disconcerted as he watched Huang Xiaolong slowly standing up, swinging his arms a little, even leisurely patting off the dust on his body. "You're all right?" Xiang Mingji laughter stifled. but the look in his eyes sharpened. "I've disappointed you." Huang Xiaolong shrugged his shoulders. "If this much strength is all you have, you really won't be able to inflict any harm to me." After entering Fifth Order God Realm, there were very few things on the same level that could wound Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique. Then, Huang Xiaolong fully released his aura that had been restrained all this time, pressing down on the arena. Compared to Huang Xiaolong's tempestuous momentum, the momentum of a late Fourth Order God Realm that Jiang Bai showed earlier resembled a simple gust of summer breeze. "What? This is early Fifth Order God Realm." "No, it's peak early Fifth Order God Realm." "How is it possible? How can it be peak early Fifth Order God Realm? Didn't the rumors say that Huang Xiaolong was just a Second Order God Realm 5 years ago? How did he break through to Fifth Order God Realm in 5 years?" When Huang Xiaolong exposed his strength, the entire arena was stupefied due to shock, startled, and filled with incomprehensible disbelief. Wang Na's dainty lips were agape in astonishment. That expression of hers was akin to finding her lower part penetrated by something as thick as a thigh. The whole arena was boiling. A little over 8 years ago, Huang Xiaolong had just entered the Black Warrior Institute. At that time, he wasn't even a half-step God Realm. This matter was no secret, practically everyone in the Black Tortoise Galaxy knew of it, but now he was already a peak early Fifth Order God Realm. Some family disciples nearly lost control, staining themselves from overexcitement. Only the word miracle could explain this cultivation speed. Feng Yang, who was just looking somber moments earlier after Huang Xiaolong was sent flying by one punch from Xiang Mingji, now jumped to his feet, repeatedly crying, "Good! Good! Good!" as he beamed from ear to ear. As for what was good or how good it went unexplained. Lu Yun was rendered speechless by his master's obvious excited face. A High God Realm master, the exalted Black Warrior Institute's principal, was truly capable of rendering anyone speechless with his current behavior. This was the first time Lu Yun was exposed to this side of his master. If he remembered correctly, he wasn't even half as happy when he was selected as the Black Warrior Institute principal. But Lu Yun himself was just as thrilled. Looking at the stage, this junior apprentice brother of his had once again awed everyone. Now, he finally understood exactly what the term monstrous talent meant. When Huang Xiaolong's momentum rose to the peak, his robe was blasted into fragments, revealing his firm, chiseled muscles. Not wasting a second, he immediately soul transformed, integrating with the black and blue twin dragon martial spirits. The twin dragon heads appeared like a tattoo on his back, exuding vast dragon might. Xiang Mingji's face was black as a pot's bottom right now. Huang Xiaolong actually broke through to Fifth Order God Realm, and on top of that, reaching peak early Fifth Order God Realm. Just like everyone else in the arena, he too was shocked, feeling a strong sense of disbelief. His own talent was peerless, unparalleled. There only existed those who were envious of him, but now he actually felt jealousy surfacing in his heart toward Huang Xiaolong. Together with strong jealousy was deranged killing intent. Huang Xiaolong absolutely must die. Xiang Mingji's eyes were cold and venomous as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, you have exceeded my expectations indeed, but even if you advance to Fifth Order God Realm, so what? You still have to die all the same." Finishing his words, Xiang Mingji's momentum erupted in full force. Late Fifth Order God Realm. The crowd was once again surprised by the surging aura that Xiang Mingji released. But they were merely surprised, unlike the astonishment and disbelief they felt at Huang Xiaolong's progress. After all, the news of Xiang Mingji breaking through to Fifth Order God Realm a few years ago was already a known fact. Moreover, Xiang Mingji's cultivation time was more than double that of Huang Xiaolong's. Despite being considered a great, talented genius compared to Huang Xiaolong, his brilliance didn't seem much. Seeing Xiang Mingji's real strength, Huang Xiaolong laughed instead. "Xiang Mingji, this is your real strength? I'm honestly disappointed. During the auction 5 years ago, you were early Fifth Order God Realm. In 5 years, you merely advanced to late Fifth Order God Realm." Huang Xiaolong even shook his head in lament at the end. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely disappointed. He had assumed that Xiang Mingji would have broken through to 6th Order God Realm at the very least. If Xiang Mingji did advance until 6th Order God Realm like he assumed, he'd be a much bigger headache. But now, a late 5th Order God Realm Xiang Mingji posed no great problem for the current Huang Xiaolong with his improved True Dragon physique. Hearing Huang Xiaolong say that he was disappointed after displaying his strength, that genuine look of disappointment pushed Xiang Mingji over the line of being enraged. Huang Xiaolong, killing you is as easy as turning my palm, Xiang Mingji roared in anger. However, just as his voice stopped, a shadow flickered, and Huang Xiaolong was already right in front of him. A monstrous energy, fierce and violent, was suddenly directed at Xiang Mingji. Startled by the sudden attack, Xiang Mingji was still able to react, and he was about to attack when a piercing pain came from his chest. In the next moment, he was knocked flying without any power to resist, slamming down hard on the sturdy stage. The stage and the ground both quaked noticeably. Su. The spectating crowd made a hissing noise of pain that sounded similar to little children pissing upon waking from their sleep. Those from the Azure Dragon Institute felt their hearts sink. Huang Xiaolong slowly approached Xiang Mingji, his voice cold and calm. That was payback for your punch just now. As Huang Xiaolong got closer, Xiang Mingji's body suddenly exuded a powerful aura, growing stronger by the second as it continued to expand. Next, the crowd saw various lightning streaks shoot out from his body, enveloping him, then covering the stage, still expanding outwards. The lightning's power of destruction caused the audience's hair to stand on ends. Xiang Mingji slowly stood up, his scarlet red eyes fixed on the figure opposite him. Huang Xiaolong, you asked for it. I'm going to let you die, destroyed under numerous lightning strikes until not even the bones are left. He extended his arms to his sides. Then Xiang Mingji floated up to the sky. The higher he got, the more violent and numerous the ribbons of lightning dancing around him became. More and more divine lightning appeared. The great life and death vanquishing divine lightning, boundless divine lightning, 5 elements divine lightning, fire metal divine lightning, sacred light divine lightning, Yin Yang Star Divine Lightning, Star Monarch Divine Lightning, Blessed Heaven Divine Lightning. Myriad of divine lightning streaks shrouded the enormous rising dragon arena. This is the 9 Palace Divine of Lightning technique, the most powerful ancient lightning cultivation technique. Such frightening destruction power, this Xiang Mingji most likely cultivated it to the 6th stage. Exclamations of shock and surprise could be heard all around. Up on the stage, Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed solemnly. Extreme lighting destruction physique? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's voice sounded in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Extreme lighting destruction physique? Huang Xiaolong failed to make head or tail at Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's words. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai nodded, explaining, "There's no mistake about it. Ranked 6th among the 3,000 unique physiques, the extreme lightning destruction physique." Huang Xiaolong was a tiny bit surprised. He didn't think that Xiang Mingji would possess one of the 3,000 unique physiques, moreover one that ranked so highly at 6th place. This was the strongest unique physique he had come across so far. Although your true dragon physique is ranked 4th, solely judging from attack power, his extreme lightning destruction physique does not lose to your true dragon physique by much, because he can summon the various types of lighting between heaven and earth to attack. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai added, but his extreme lightning destruction physique has yet to reach major completion. Thus it has one weakness. Others might not know, but I do. What is it? Huang Xiaolong's eyes brightened. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's tone turned sly and wicked as he chuckled. His little birdie. Little birdie? Huang Xiaolong's eyes furtively swept over Xiang Mingji's lower part, looking a little odd. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's wicked chuckle sounded again. Burst his little birdie, and in a short time his extreme lightning destruction physique won't be able to gather and summon divine lighting. Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless. Since this was the only method, Xiang Mingji, don't blame me. Xiang Mingji, who was accumulating lightning power to summon more divine lightning, inexplicably felt a cold shiver down his back. His thighs tightened slightly by reflex. World-destroying divine lightning. He let out an angry roar, taking the initiative to attack. Following his arm's movement, the destructive divine lighting enveloping the rising dragon arena stage streaked toward Huang Xiaolong, as if it found an outlet to vent. Faster than this lighting was Huang Xiaolong, disappearing in a flicker. Streaks of wrathful divine lighting bombarded the spot where Huang Xiaolong stood moments ago, causing the entire stage to shake. This time, alarming crack lines appeared on the stage, causing the spectators' hearts to palpitate from the scene. When Huang Xiaolong appeared again, he had shortened the distance between him and Xiang Mingji. Flower of the other shore. Two strange-looking flower buds appeared above out of nowhere, vanishing just as mysteriously barely a second later. Wary, Xiang Mingji swiftly waved his hands, forming a lightning barrier protecting his whole body formed from the numerous lighting streaks around him. The vanished flowers of the other shore reappeared, hitting right on the lighting barrier. The lightning barrier quivered vigorously from the impact, but it managed to hold on. Huang Xiaolong did not intend to shatter the barrier at all with that move, hence, the blades of Azura were already sending out a second attack. Wind Blade Volations, the 9th move of the Azura sword skill. In an instant, countless wind blades banged against the lightning barrier wave after wave, each wave stronger than the previous one, like the rising great tide. In the end, the lighting barrier was shattered. By this time, another pool of lightning had gathered above, but just as Xiang Mingji wanted to move the lighting to bombard Huang Xiaolong a second time, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a shadow flicker. In the next second, a pain he had never experienced before came from his lower body. Even his face was twisted from the pain, his mouth opened wide. He seemed to hear the sound of eggs cracking amplified in his ears. Incapacitated, Xiang Mingji's plummeted down from high altitude. The crowd watched Xiang Mingji in bewilderment, for he was clutching his groin in a curled-up position even as he crashed. The various expressions flashing past his face were indescribable with words, other than anger. Below, the crowd unconsciously squeezed their thighs. The turn of events took place too quickly. No one imagined the end result would be like this. Feng Yang's sonorous voice filled the arena once more. "Good!" burst his little birdie with one kick. "This move is ruthless, powerful. I like it." The various forces masters were speechless, shaking their heads even as they burst out into laughter. On the Azure Dragon Institute viewing stand, rage was boiling over. Huang Xiaolong walked over to Xiang Mingji, not betraying any thoughts on his face. He didn't expect Xiang Mingji's extreme lightning destruction physique to be so easily broken. Then again, since it was broken, then the end result was set. Before Huang Xiaolong could land the final blow to completely cripple Xiang Mingji, then killing him once and for all, a sharp, cold voice rang out, "Stop!" Looking over, the one who spoke was none other than the Azure Dragon Institute Vice Principal. "Vice Principal Jia Xiangtian, do you want to disregard the rules?" Huang Xiaolong retorted in aversion. After hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, the Azure Dragon Vice Principal gave a hearty laugh. "Rules? Our Azure Dragon Institute's words are the rules. Huang Xiaolong, if I allow you to kill Xiang Mingji, would you even dare to kill?" His voice was thick with irony. A ruthless light glinted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and his foot was already stomping down on Xiang Mingji, swift and merciless. If his foot struck, Xiang Mingji's head would be crushed without a doubt. Insolent, courting death. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong still dared to attack, Jia Xiangtian bellowed with fury. His figure had already leaped out, aiming a lethal punch at Huang Xiaolong. In an instant, the earth groaned and fissured and the sky darkened, issuing thunderous rumbles. Space rifts appeared, growing bigger, and the chaotic space force rushed in like a vengeful storm. The crowd was aghast. Was this the strength of a high god realm master? Before Jia Xiangtian's attack even arrived, the entire rising dragon arena was shaking violently, as if it was going to crumble in the next moment. Presumptuous! At this time, a reprimanding voice boomed, jarring everyone's minds with a buzzing noise. A figure appeared right in front of Jia Xiangtian a split second later. "Fuck off for this old man." A dim black fist imprint howled through the air, casting a shadow over the sky while carrying a momentum that surpassed Jia Xiangtian by a few degrees. A rumble resounded in the sky above, and Jia Xiangtian's figure staggered, but was still forced down to the ground, leaving more than a dozen deep footprints on the floor in order to defuse the collision impact before steadying his posture. The Black Warrior Institute principal Feng Yang descended gracefully on the rising dragon arena. Clearly, the person who blocked Jia Xiangtian just now was none other than Feng Yang. With the terrifying collision of energy from the two great High God Realm Masters' exchange spreading out, Huang Xiaolong could only give up on Xiang Mingji temporarily, retreating to safety in a flicker. At the same time, a bright Buddhism luminance shrouded his body, negating the shockwaves coming at him. Even so, Huang Xiaolong still felt a numbing pain all over as he retreated as far and as fast as he could. If it weren't for his true dragon physique, he'd have been injured quite gravely just from the shockwaves blasting out. On the other hand, Xiang Mingji was much less fortunate. His weakened body rolled and tossed around. At some point, blood started flowing from his head. In a few short rolls and tosses, he finally fell over the edge of the rising dragon arena. Jia Xiangtian was glowering viciously, both furious and apprehensive, for Feng Yang's strength had exceeded his estimation. Feng Yang coldly looked at the other side. The words of your Azure Dragon Institute are the rules? In my Black Warrior Institute, your Azure Dragon Institute's words are farts. Farts. This triggered a string of laughter from the spectating crowd. The ones present were mostly superforces and families with roots in the Black Tortoise Galaxy, and had always been dissatisfied with the Azure Dragon Institute's overboard arrogance. Fine. Jia Xiangtian's eyes were spitting fire. Feng Yang, I hope you won't ever step inside the Azure Dragon Galaxy. This was a blatant threat. Feng Yang laughed obnoxiously at Jia Xiangtian's face. This old man goes wherever he pleases. Can a soft egg like you even block my way? What? If you're not satisfied, I can spar with you now. Let's see if you're a soft egg or not. Soft egg. Jia Xiangtian's fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. But in the end, he still repressed the killing intent and fury in his heart. Feng Yang, today's matter, I will remember. We're leaving. He turned around, arriving beside Xiang Mingji in a flash, and left in a streak of light, bringing Xiang Mingji with him. The remaining people from the Azure Dragon Institute quickly chased up. Compared to their lofty arrival, their leaving postures painted an embarrassing picture. A soft egg can never harden up. Watching the awkward leaving backs of Jia Xiangtian and his group, Feng Yang's irrepressible laughter rang out once more, clearly traveling into the leaving Azure Dragon Institute people's ears. Jia Xiangtian nearly gave in to his impulse of turning around and having a life-and-death battle with Feng Yang, but he still reined himself with much effort. Shortly after, the Azure Dragon Institute group disappeared from view. Feng Yang didn't have the intention of stopping them from the beginning. The many masters of various forces remaining in the arena sighed silently in their hearts at the Azure Dragon Institute's end. In the end, in this term's Black Warrior Institute Inner Disciples Assessment, Huang Xiaolong won first place, contrary to general expectation. Huang Xiaolong's display of talent and strength not only stunned the Institute's upper echelon, it also stunned the various forces of the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Everyone present believed that it wouldn't take long before the entire Black Tortoise Galaxy's superforces and first-rank forces would come to know what took place today. No doubt, the Azure Dragon Institute, White Tiger Institute, and also the Vermilion Bird Institute had taken notice of this Black Warrior Institute's disciple named Huang Xiaolong. When Huang Xiaolong went to receive his first-place reward, Feng Yang personally handed out the reward to his youngest disciple, ceaselessly patting his shoulder, crying good without end. The appreciation and happiness in Feng Yang's eyes were all contained in that singular word. This disciple had once again given him a great surprise. Initially, his highest expectation toward Huang Xiaolong was winning over Jiang Bai. He hardly dared to imagine that even the Azure Dragon Institute Xiang Mingji's little birdie would be wounded from his disciple's kick. In the end, before everyone dispersed, Feng Yang laughed as he encouraged Huang Xiaolong, saying that he needn't be polite the next time he came across anyone from the Azure Dragon Institute. He could go ahead and burst all their little birdies with a kick. Huang Xiaolong, as well as the Black Warrior Institute's masters, sweated profusely at his permission. After the top 10 rewards were given, the masters belonging to various forces bid their farewells, leaving the Rising Dragon Arena with lingering astonishment still pounding in their hearts. Feng Yang was in an awfully good mood, and he decided to hold a last-minute celebration banquet in his manor to celebrate his disciple Huang Xiaolong's glorious victory. During the banquet, Grand Elder Bao Xinrui and Chan Yu time and again raised their cups, toasting to Feng Yang and Huang Xiaolong. The banquet went on until late into the night before dispersing. Lu Yun, Chen Yang, Qi Wen, and Huang Xiaolong also excused themselves from their master and left, each of them returning to their own courtyards. Huang Xiaolong made his way back to his yard number 1 on the Misty Rain mountain range. In the privacy of his own yard, Huang Xiaolong took out the 5-colored energy-gathering divine banner, innumerable fortune kasaya, and the rest of the 25 ancient heaven-defying treasures. Dense spiritual energy instantly filled every corner of the yard, as Buddha luminance lit up the surroundings. Every pore on Huang Xiaolong's body opened, as if he was bathing inside a spiritual pool of the divine world. An indescribably comfortable feeling spread through him. Looking at the 5-colored energy-gathering divine banner, innumerable fortune kasaya, and the other 23 ancient treasures laid out before him, an irresistible laughter gurgled up from Huang Xiaolong's throat. He didn't expect to reap such a great harvest from the inner disciple's assessment. In the future, after employing this 5-colored energy-gathering divine banner, his Huang family would be able to enhance their cultivation at an even faster rate. Huang Xiaolong believed that his parents would be able to advance to peak half-saint realm very soon. Combined with the divine grade spirit pellets that he would refine for them, it would greatly increase their chances of stepping into the saint realm. Perhaps, in less than 10 years' time, this wish could be realized. Once his parents broke through to saint realm, their longevity would exceed 1,000 years. This time, that Xiang Mingji will definitely vomit blood. Huang Xiaolong smirked. What a pity, though, that he wasn't able to off him on the spot. Then again, Huang Xiaolong was aware that killing Xiang Mingji in public was close to impossible. After all, he was the Azure Dragon Institute principal's personal disciple. Huang Xiaolong put away the 5-colored energy-gathering divine banner, innumerable fortune kasaya, and all the other treasures. He chose not to cultivate at this time. Instead, he sat on in a meditative posture on the cold bed, swallowed a hailstone divine pellet, and adjusted his breathing. By the time Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. Exiting his yard, he headed toward the Supreme Harmony Hall. This time, winning first place in the Inner Disciples assessment, coupled with his cultivation breakthrough to 5th Order God Realm, he was eligible to be promoted to an elite disciple. Going to the Supreme Harmony Hall was merely to complete the official procedures as well as collect his robe and new identity token. Having a Black Warrior Institute's elite disciple status, it would bring much convenience to him, such as buying a residence in the Black Warrior City, such as having an entire peak solely belonging to him in the Black Warrior Institute, his very own cultivation dwelling. By the time Huang Xiaolong reached the Supreme Harmony Hall, there were already many disciples in the vicinity, both outer disciples and inner disciples. Noticing Huang Xiaolong's figure walking in, the disciples in the Great Hall were up in a furor. It's senior brother Huang Xiaolong. Senior brother Huang Xiaolong. Many outer and inner disciples greeted Huang Xiaolong with excited faces. Reverence and adoration could be seen shining in their feverish eyes. Huang Xiaolong nodded as he was greeted, wearing a faint smile on his face as he continued moving to the side hall counter to collect his elite disciple robe and identity token. Coincidentally, when he entered the side hall, he ran into Zhang Bai, Li Dufeng, and their group of followers. It seems like Zhang Bai also came for the same purpose, to collect his elite disciple robe and identity token. When Zhang Bai, Li Dufeng, and his group saw Huang Xiaolong, their expressions tightened. All the arrogance they showed in the past was nowhere to be seen. Each of them voluntarily lowered their heads and retreated to the side, giving way to Huang Xiaolong to enter first. When he was passing by Zhang Bai's side, Huang Xiaolong halted, looking at Zhang Bai with mirth in his eyes as he asked, "Have your injuries healed?" Jiang Bai's face muscles twitched at Huang Xiaolong's caring question. That slap he was served yesterday was by no means light. Landing straight on his face, it felt like his brain was jarred and his eyeballs shifted left to right, completely unable to tell which way was north, south, east, or west. Yet, recalling the scene that day, Jiang Bai had no anger at all, even smiling flatteringly at Huang Xiaolong. They are already healed. Many thanks to senior brother Huang for showing mercy that day. His bow was so low that it seemed like there was a great mountain placed on his back, his forehead almost touching the floor. Even that Xiang Mingji had his little birdie burst from Huang Xiaolong's kick. Would he even dare to have any dissatisfaction toward Huang Xiaolong? Huang Xiaolong nodded. That's good then. His attention then moved to Li Dufeng. Just a look and Li Dufeng's legs were already shaking, his knees knocking against each other. Flustered, Li Dufeng fell to his knees. Senior brother Huang, please spare me. I beg you. I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Please don't kick my little birdie. No, I mean, don't kill me. Incoherent sentences spouting, his pale lips face ashen with fear. This Li Dufeng had been strutting around by relying on Jiang Bai, arrogant to the extreme. Moments ago, Huang Xiaolong indeed wanted to make him suffer a little. However, watching him like this, he lost all interest. Ignoring the rest, Huang Xiaolong stepped inside the side hall. Inside the side hall, the elder in charge was more than welcoming and amiable, personally helping Huang Xiaolong exchange his elite disciple robe and identity token, then politely escorting Huang Xiaolong out. When he came out, Jiang Bai and the rest were still standing at the side of the entrance, not daring to enter, while Li Dufeng was still kneeling on the floor. Only after he was sure that Huang Xiaolong had left the Supreme Harmony Hall did Li Dufeng get up slowly, feeling that he had just survived an ordeal as he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Not long after Huang Xiaolong returned to his yard, eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun and third apprentice sister Qi Wen called him. With a wide smile on his face, Lu Yun said, I've been thinking that in these 1 or 2 days you will definitely need to choose a peak as your own cultivation dwelling. You have the hailstone treasure, thus aren't lacking in any spirit stones or elixirs. But opening a cultivation cave not only requires spirit stones and elixirs. There are also formations, spiritual pool, etc. that are needed. I have a flagon of 9 yang holy water here. It's useless keeping it by my side, so I brought it over for you. Lu Yun took out a jade flagon that resembled a gourd. Third apprentice sister Qi Wen also took out 10 long swords, explaining, these 10 long swords are items refined by ancient gods, called 10 killing swords. They can be used to arrange a 10 killing formation. Junior apprentice brother can lay it out in your new place. Huang Xiaolong received both items to peruse. Opening the jade flagon, he saw that inside it was another space containing a spiritual lake of several li radius. The spiritual lake's surface was heavy with spiritual energy, whereas the lake's bottom seemed to be hiding 9 suns. 9 glows fractured to the water surfaces, soft and tempting. This was the 9 yang holy water. 9 yang holy water was one of the top-grade water types in the universe, extremely rare. Even scouring most auctions houses, it might still be difficult to find this level of holy water. With this 9 yang holy water, he'd be able to nurture those spiritual elixirs and flowers above 100,000 years, and even higher, on his own peak. Moreover, those 10 killing swords were forged from the divine world's iron, exuding a chilling killing intent. Using them to lay a formation around his dwelling, its defense was sure to be impregnable. Huang Xiaolong received both of them excitedly. I thank eldest senior apprentice brother and third apprentice sister, but I cannot take the Nyeyang holy water and 10 killing swords without giving anything back in return. He took out 2003 Revolution's golden pills as he said this, giving each of them 1,000 pills. Seeing that it was the 3 Revolution's golden pills, Lu Yun and Qi Wen were dumbstruck. Joy floated to their faces a second later. Neither of them pretended to be polite with Huang Xiaolong, accepting the pills happily. Lu Yun laughed. Looks like it is I, this senior apprentice brother, that took advantage of you. With the help of these 1003 Revolution's golden pills, my strength can be enhanced by a lot. Third apprentice sister Qi Wen also smiled. If we knew there was such a good deal here, both of us would have come last night. All three laughed joyously. Junior apprentice brother, after the battle yesterday, your reputation has even shadowed this eldest apprentice brother of yours. Lu Yun laughed. I say, in another 100 years, your name will probably ring louder than our master's. This wasn't just Lu Yun touting. Currently, Huang Xiaolong's name not only spread to the Azure Dragon Galaxy, it even spread to the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird galaxies. Every corner had people talking, people gasping in astonishment, and sighing in amazement. Of course, there was much jealousy flying around too. Qi Wen's laughed. Now our little junior apprentice brother is the idol revered by many large forces' disciples. I say he will probably be the idol of the 4 big galaxies in 100 years. Indeed, many family disciples, prominent or otherwise, were diligently cultivating with Huang Xiaolong as their goal. Especially the young women, declaring that they won't marry anyone but our junior apprentice brother. Lu Yun teased. Huang Xiaolong was actually embarrassed by this, smiling awkwardly. Eldest senior apprentice brother, third apprentice sister, please don't make fun of me. Both seniors couldn't stop grinning. Now that junior apprentice brother was promoted to the ranks of elite disciples, there are a few characters that you must be wary of, the great 5 elite disciples of the elites. Lu Yun turned serious. The inner disciples have the great 10, and the elite disciples have the great 5 elites, Jiang Yu, Long Juanzi, Gudu Jiu, Pan Haiqing, and Wang Xiaomei. He paused slightly and continued, all great 5 elites are very strong. All of them are peak late 6th order god realm. Jiang Yu is that old witch's personal disciple. Long Juanzi is an odd case. Gudu Jiu is from the Gudu family, and Pan Haiqing is an insidious character. Lastly, Wang Xiaomei is a Wang family disciple. Wang Biaoyuan is her younger brother. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered as he listened. Qi Wen added, if junior apprentice brother wants to open a cultivation dwelling, according to our guess, Jiang Yu, Gudu Jiu, and Wang Xiaomei will definitely send people over to cause trouble. Therefore, you must be extra careful. Matters involving elite disciples, us both and master will not interfere. I understand. Huang Xiaolong smiled, not taking things to heart. Many thanks to eldest apprentice brother and third apprentice sister's reminder. Both of them knew from Huang Xiaolong's expression that he didn't take their words to heart. They shook their heads inwardly, but neither said more on the topic. Staying a while longer, they bid farewell and returned to their respective dwellings. The next morning, Huang Xiaolong exited yard number 1, flying toward the Black Warrior Institute's Red Flood Mountain Range. Although the elite disciples were allowed to pick their own peaks and open their own dwelling, it did not include choosing any place their hearts desired. It was limited within the range of the Red Flood Mountain Range. The Red Flood Mountain Range spanned over a large land area, consisting of 500,000 to 600,000 peaks, both big and small, whereas the number of elite disciples was only a little more than 2,000 or so. Therefore, empty peaks were in abundance. The Red Flood Mountain Range was a long way from the Misty Rain Mountain Range. At Huang Xiaolong's current speed of 5th order god realm, he flew for 2 days straight before arriving at the Red Flood Mountain Range. Legend has it, this Red Flood Mountain Range was the place where the first Black Warrior Institute principle cultivated. Naturally, it was only a legend. After hundreds and thousands of years had passed, the truth or falsity of things became hard to distinguish. But it was a fact that the spiritual energy shrouding the Red Flood Mountain Range was rich and abundant. Looking into the horizon before him, Huang Xiaolong could see from afar that the top of the Red Flood Mountain Range was blanketed by a layer of thin fog, spiritual clouds that only appeared when spiritual energy was concentrated to a certain extent. Huang Xiaolong flickered, entering the mountain range, and began selecting the peak he wanted to for his cultivation cave. Some peaks were already taken by other elite disciples. There were also peaks with overgrown weeds and thick bushes. In between these were peaks with faint wisps of spiritual energy. The better ones had thriving vegetation and flowing water. Despite all these peaks being part of the Red Flood Mountain Range, there were vast differences between them. A good piece of land was nurtured by natural spiritual energy rising deep from the earth itself. The longer it was nurtured, the richer and more abundant its spiritual energy will be, which directly affects the quality of his cultivation cave. Huang Xiaolong flew past peaks after peaks, checking them all with his eye of hell, selecting carefully. Opening his first cultivation cave naturally couldn't be done sloppily. 2 hours later, Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in surprise as he quickened his speed toward a peak located to the south from where he was. Moments later, he stopped in the air above the peak of a great mountain. This mountain beneath him was approximately 8,000 li in radius, with natural spiritual energy seeping out from the land. Moreover, the land's spiritual energy was formed long ago. All the way up to the peak, lush green trees and colorful flowers grew on the land. There was even a waterfall as a water source. In short, it was the ideal feng shui spot for opening a cultivation cave. Huang Xiaolong's eyes grew increasingly bright the more he looked. This is the spot, Huang Xiaolong decided. The blades of Azura appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hands, slashing out to the front. Numerous blade lights fell like raindrops. The weeds, grass, and flowers flew up, turning into dust. In a few breaths' time, a plot of land several hundred li in radius at the mid-mountain area had been cleared by Huang Xiaolong. He decided to open his cultivation cave in that place. The natural rocky waterfall would be right in front of the cultivation cave, with a mountain at its back. With a little effort, this would become an ideal cultivation spot. On top of that, adding the 5-colored divine banner that he won from Xianxia, he would definitely be able to increase the spiritual energy in this peak to exceed any other peaks in this Red Flood mountain range by 100 times over. However, just as Huang Xiaolong took out the Hailstone Holy Cauldron from the Hailstone Treasure Vault, planning to use the Divine World Iron inside the vault to refine his cultivation cave, a lone elite disciple was seen flying in his direction from afar. That elite disciple saw Huang Xiaolong's actions and was slightly stunned. He then approached Huang Xiaolong wearing an odd expression on his face, as he observed him. Brother has just been promoted to an elite disciple? Seeing the other side's expression, Huang Xiaolong immediately knew that this elite disciple had no idea who he was. Although most of the higher echelon of the Black Warrior Institute recognized him, it didn't mean that all Black Warrior Institute disciples did as well. Therefore, it was absolutely normal for some outer disciples, inner disciples, and elite disciples to not know who he was. Yes, Huang Xiaolong nodded. No wonder brother doesn't know, that elite disciple said. This peak belongs to the All Dragons League. Huang Xiaolong's brows wrinkled in confusion. All Dragons League? The elite disciple opposite Huang Xiaolong was staring at him like he just crawled out of a stone somewhere. Brother doesn't know about the All Dragons League? The All Dragons League is a society created by senior brother Jiang Yu. The majority of elite disciples are members of the All Dragons League, and senior brother Jiang Yu is the league leader. Not only this mountain peak, even the surrounding 20 peaks all belong to the All Dragons League. As the elite disciple spoke, he pointed toward the surrounding area comprising over 20 mountain peaks. Those peaks were quite similar to the one Huang Xiaolong had chosen for himself, with vibrant spiritual energy and a picturesque scenery. A deep frown appeared on Huang Xiaolong's forehead. That Jiang Yu actually dared to create a personal society within the institute. Don't the higher echelons interfere in this? That elite disciple shook his head in a wry smile. Jiang Yu is Vice Institute Principal's personal disciple. Who dares to interfere? Moreover, the Black Warrior Institute has no rule that forbids one from doing so. These 20 peaks were delimited by Jiang Yu, hence no elite disciple would dare to open their cultivation cave here. A dozen years ago, there was also a newly promoted elite disciple that didn't know this rule, chose a peak here, and opened his cultivation cave. Do you want to take a guess what his ending was? That disciple's had both of his arms broken, then thrown into the poisonous snake pit, enduring the torture of millions of snake bites for 1 whole month. The elite disciple shivered involuntarily as he described it. Brother, I advise you to leave quickly before those people from the All Dragons League arrives. At that time, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Huang Xiaolong grinned nonchalantly, showing he didn't care. Instead, he asked, May I know brother's name? Yang Feiyue. That elite disciple replied, then urged Huang Xiaolong even more anxiously. Brother, leave quickly. Those people from the All Dragons League are here. Why aren't you leaving? Once they catch you, they will really break your arms and toss you into the poison snake pit. They don't give a damn which family you belong to. Huang Xiaolong slightly craned his neck, spotting more than a dozen silhouettes flying over in the distance. It seems like these guys were the said All Dragons League members. Shortly after, the group of people had reached the place where Huang Xiaolong was. Yang Feiyue's face tightened seeing the newcomers' faces. Amongst the dozen people, the person leading at the front was one of the All Dragons League's deacons, Chen Gaoming, a peak late 5th Order God Realm Master. The others with him weren't weak either and were considered to be strong even amongst the elite disciples, each of them possessing 5th Order God Realm strength or close to that. Upon his arrival, Chen Gaoming shot a glance at the several hundred li of cleared land on the mountain below. He then turned to look at Huang Xiaolong with a menacing grin. "Brat, you're a newly promoted elite disciple, am I right? It has been a long time since anyone dared to open their cultivation cave in a peak that senior brother Jiang Yu delineated. You sure have some big dog guts." Behind him, the group of elite disciples also showed some nasty smiles. Senior brother Chen Gaoming, he didn't know that the mountain peak was taken by senior brother Jiang Yu, considering that he's new and ignorant of the rules. Yang Feiyue chose his words with deliberate care, trying to plead for Huang Xiaolong. "Yang Feiyue, roll to the side for me." Chen Gaoming raised his head, barking. "Do you want me to throw you into the snake pit as well?" Yang Feiyue trembled. His larynx moved visibly as if he wanted to say more. Still, no further words were said as he retreated to the side. But he did not leave. Chen Gaoming's attention returned to Huang Xiaolong, a cruel light in his eyes. "Brat, are you going to break your own 2 hands, or do you want us to do it? If you do it yourself, you'll get half a month in the snake pit. But if you make us do it, then be prepared to spend 1 whole month in the snake pit." Huang Xiaolong wore an aloof expression. "If you lot break your own arms, then you can scram. If you make me do it, not only will I break your arms, I'll even break your 3rd leg." Everyone was stupefied for a second. Then the All Dragons League members turned vicious. "Punk, you're seeking death." One of the All Dragon League members leaped out, aiming a killing punch at Huang Xiaolong. Peril fist. Great force rolled from the fist, proving the elite disciple's strength. An early 5th Order God Realm Master. Huang Xiaolong didn't even look at the attacker, casually raising an arm and countering with a fist. That All Dragons League elite disciple snickered loudly seeing that a newly promoted elite disciple actually dared to confront his attack head-on. Ignorant thing that doesn't know what death is. Between the resounding wild laughter of that All Dragons League elite disciple, 2 fists met in a powerful collision. Almost instantly, that All Dragons League elite disciple's face twisted with horror, and in the next second a series of bone-breaking noises sounded as the flesh on that disciple's hand was pulverized into mincemeat. His white bones could be seen shattering and ricocheting inch by inch. Then his entire person was blasted off into the distance like a falling meteor. Boom! Violent tremors traveled through the ground, rupturing the boulders and land. For a second, Chen Gaoming and his group of All Dragons League members were dazed on the spot. One of the All Dragons League members rubbed his eyes, confirming that there was nothing wrong with them and everything he saw was sharp and clear. Then what happened just now was all real. A little further in the back, Yang Feiyue's eyeballs were already protruding out of their sockets watching this shocking scene. The surrounding atmosphere came to a strange standstill. Some time passed before the All Dragons League disciples reacted. Chen Gaoming looked especially incensed. "Little brat, you actually dared to raise a hand at a disciple of our All Dragons League?" Huang Xiaolong nearly chortled out loud. "All Dragons League disciple? Isn't this the Black Warrior Institute? Give me a reason why I wouldn't dare." Gradually, a bloodthirsty aura began to seep into Huang Xiaolong's voice. Seeing his reaction made Chen Gaoming and the All Dragons League members angrier still. "Unforgivable punk, initially, this matter would have been settled by breaking your arms and tossing you into the snake pit for a month. But now, however, you're getting your 4 limbs broken and 100 years in the snake pit." The cruel light in Chen Gaoming's eyes flickered brightly as he yelled, "I want you to hover between life and death inside the snake pit." So you understand the meaning of hell on earth. Although the higher echelons of the Black Warrior Institute held the stance of not interfering in conflicts amongst disciples, the disciples would still think thrice before going too far. Most of all, they couldn't easily kill any disciples of the same institute, especially an elite disciple like Huang Xiaolong. In the usual fights and scuffles, the higher echelons would close one eye, letting things slide. However, it was a different circumstance if the loss of life was involved. Moreover, having their arms and legs broken, Qi sealed, and subsequently thrown into the snake pit to experience endless suffering. This treatment was many times more painful than directly killing them. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong's voice frosty in retort. His figure blurred, appearing beside Chen Gaoming in the next instant. Chen Gaoming was startled, swiftly swinging both of his fists in attack. Raging storm fist of fury. The sky darkened and the wind howled. Thunder and lightning rumbled and flashed, and hot flames roared. The Raging Storm Fist of Fury was a profound battle technique of the Black Warrior Institute, extreme yang in attribute and hardline in nature. Upon cultivating it to major completion, one punch would influence the wind, thunder, and fire elements in the surroundings to attack the enemy. However, only elite disciples and above were allowed to learn a technique of this level of profoundness. Indifferent like always, Huang Xiaolong reciprocated with his two fists as well. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's action, a brutal light glinted in Chen Gaoming's eyes, a mad grin on his face. Little punk, let's see how strong a newly promoted elite disciple like you can get. In general, most newly promoted elite disciples' strength would be around 4th Order God Realm. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong defeating the earlier 5th Order God Realm All Dragons League disciple was enough to shock them. Then again, Chen Gaoming refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong could be a peak late 5th Order God Realm Master. Bang! Yet, Chen Gaoming's expression quickly showed otherwise. Just like that All Dragons League disciple before him, the flesh on both of his arms exploded, pieces of shattered bones shot out in all directions. Feeling like a great giant boulder slammed against him, Chen Gaoming's upper body penetrated into the soil below, leaving only half his ass jutted out in the air. Chen Gaoming's posture was too comical, rendering the astounded Yang Feiyue spurting out a laughter. However, the rest of the All Dragons League disciples weren't in the mood to laugh at all. Their faces showed deep fear, looking at Huang Xiaolong as if they were looking at the devil. This fellow was really someone who had just been promoted to an elite disciple? Burying a peak late 5th Order God Realm Chen Gaoming into the ground with a single punch. This level of strength, although it couldn't compare to the Great 5 elite disciples, it could definitely rank within the top 8 among the elite disciples. They believed that many early 6th Order God Realm elite disciples wouldn't be able to send Chen Gaoming flying with one punch. You actually offended us All Dragons League disciples. You're dead for sure. An All Dragons League disciple put on an act of false bravado while inwardly being shocked and terrified, yelling with indignance at Huang Xiaolong. Ever since Jiang Yu established the All Dragons League, there had never been a disciple who dared to offend them. This was the first time. Huang Xiaolong sneered. Then I should first break all of your dog legs first. Before the last note fell, Huang Xiaolong had already disappeared from sight, moving like a swift tempest, revolving around these All Dragons League disciples. With every turn he made, there would be an All Dragons League disciple letting out a tragic scream, hair-raising like animals being slaughtered. Soon after, these elite disciples were slammed down to the ground one by one, their two legs broken and their hands clutching their groin. Ever since Huang Xiaolong burst Xiang Mingji's little birdie with a kick, he noticed that this trick felt exhilarating every time it was executed. Fuck off! Huang Xiaolong coldly snorted. Scram back and tell Jiang Yu that if any All Dragons League disciples dare to come here again, I'll burst their little birdie with one kick. Huang Xiaolong's voice was like a cry from hell that was filled with thick and cold killing intent, sending a chilling shiver down the All Dragons League disciples' spines. Too frightened to care about their cracked eggs, the group of All Dragons League disciples fled as fast as they could in a sorry state. Of course, before they made off, they did not forget to carry along Chen Gaoming. Watching Chen Gaoming fleeing in disgrace while the other All Dragons League disciples fled in disarray, It wasn't until their figures vanished from sight that Yang Feiyue came to his senses. But his heart was far from calm. The scenes he had just witnessed moments ago were too shocking. Looking at Huang Xiaolong again, there was shock and respect in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong smiled at him. You weren't bad just now. Though Yang Feiyue did not step up to help, he did caution Huang Xiaolong and did not run away. Just these 2 points were already rare. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's praise, Yang Feiyue felt overly flattered. He took a few hasty steps forward while nodding his head. It's something given, nothing to it. I didn't expect brother to actually be so strong. It is I who have been worried unnecessarily. Huang Xiaolong casually waved his hand. Unconcerned. It's them that were too weak. Despite that Chen Gaoming being a peak late 5th order god realm, his strength was truly much worse than Xiang Mingji's. Although he was only a late 5th order god realm, Xiang Mingji possessed the extreme lightning destruction physique, improving his attack power, enabling him to kill even an early 6th order god realm. Hearing Huang Xiaolong say that it was Chen Gaoming who was too weak, Yang Feiyue felt his face twitching. It's you who's too much of a freak. Yang Feiyue muttered in his heart. Of course, this was the most he could do. Brother, this time Chen Gaoming and those people might be gone. But it doesn't mean the All Dragons League will let this matter slide. Yang Feiyue continued. Who knows, in the next second, it might even be an All Dragons League enforcer knocking on your doors. It's still better if you can avoid them. Huang Xiaolong merely smiled. That would be best. I can practice the ultimate move of bursting little birdies with one kick. Yang Feiyue was rendered totally speechless. In this kind of situation, this brother in front of him was still in the mood for jokes. Regardless how Yang Feiyue tried to persuade Huang Xiaolong, it was futile. Huang Xiaolong continued what he was doing earlier before, taking out all the iron and ores and putting them into the hailstone cauldron, beginning to refine his cultivation cave palace. At this time, the miserable fleeing Chen Gaoming and the group of All Dragons League disciples made it back to their headquarters, the All Dragons League Peak. Inside the Great Hall of the All Dragons League's peak, all 6 All Dragons League's big shot enforcers were seated. Seeing the sorry state of Chen Gaoming's group, all of them were greatly enraged. What happened? Who was the one who injured you all? A man, burly and rough in appearance, resembling an enormous iron hill just like his name, Jin Taizhan, roared in fury. Jin Taizhan, one of the All Dragons League's 6 main enforcers, was violent and short-tempered, a character that made other elite disciples ashen just by hearing his name. It's a newly promoted elite disciple, Chen Gaoming answered while enduring the throbbing pain in his body. It was probably the pain that caused the pitch of his voice to sound skewed. What? A newly promoted elite disciple? Are you guys sure? Jin Taizhan, as well as the other 5 enforcers, looked genuinely shocked. Their earlier anger slightly diminished. He should be a newly promoted elite disciple. Chen Gaoming hesitated briefly before adding, if he was an old disciple, I'd have recognized him. Moreover, he doesn't seem to know that 20 mountain peaks were delineated by our All Dragons League. Even as we're speaking now, he's opening his cultivation cave in one of the 20 peaks. That's right, 6 enforcers. There's no limit to that brat's arrogance. We went to stop that brat, telling him that those 20 peaks belong to our All Dragons League, but he didn't even spare us a glance. Totally not putting our All Dragons Leagues in his eyes. One of the returned All Dragons League disciples' voice faltered in hesitation. He also said, what else did he say? Jin Taizhan barked with impatience. He even said that he'll burst our league leader's little birdie with a kick. That All Dragons League disciple stammered nervously. Absurd. He's really seeking death. Jin Tieshan's palm heavily slapped down, pulverizing the chair beside him into dust. The sole female amongst the 6 enforcers, Deng Xian, giggled coquettishly, burst other people's little birdie with one kick. Moreover, a newly promoted elite disciple. It seems like he must be that person. Another member of the 6 enforcers, resembling a fair-looking scholar, Lin Tong, slightly wrinkled his elegant brows, asking, you know who he is? Deng Xian secretly rolled her eyes. You bunch do nothing all day but lock yourselves in closed-door practice, rarely taking a step out of your own cultivation cave. It's no wonder that none of you know. Yesterday, during our Black Warrior Institute Inner Disciples assessment, that Huang Xiaolong burst Xiang Mingji's little birdie with one kick. Now, that Huang Xiaolong's name is known throughout the entire galaxy. Huang Xiaolong. Everyone was flabbergasted, especially Chun Gaoming and those disciples that fled back in a sorry state. You're saying he's the personal disciple that the Black Warrior Institute principal received several years ago? The same Huang Xiaolong? Another enforcer, Song Lung, asked doubtfully. He had been in death seclusion for the last several years and was unclear of the current situation outside. However, he was aware that their Black Warrior Institute principal Feng Yang took in a personal disciple a few years back. But at that time, wasn't it said that Huang Xiaolong wasn't even a half-step god realm? How was it possible that he was promoted to the ranks of elite disciples within a few years' time? To the extent that Chun Gaoming wasn't his opponent. That's not possible, right? That personal disciple that the Black Warrior Institute principal received a few years back, Huang Xiaolong. Not even a decade has passed his strength. How can it be? Enforcer Han Feiyu exclaimed with certainty, and disbelief were written all over his face. All the other 5 of the 6 enforcers from Jitaizhan to Lin Tong, Zhang Lang and the rest clearly portrayed their doubt about what Deng Xian claimed. Deng Xian heavily sighed. Forget about you guys. Even I don't believe it. It isn't only us here that don't believe it. Not a single person belonging to the Black Tortoise Galaxy's top forces believes it. But this is the truth. Yesterday, right on the Rising Dragon Arena, in front of many forces masters, Huang Xiaolong defeated that Xiang Mingji. You all know who Xiang Mingji is, right? He's the Azure Dragon Institute principal's personal disciple, lauded as the Azure Dragon Institute's #1 talent, a late 5th Order God realm. On top of that, he had reached the 6th stage of the 9 Palace of Divine Lightning technique, yet he was still defeated by Huang Xiaolong. Inwardly, Jin Taizhan, Lin Tong, Sang Lang, and the others were truly shocked. Yet, despite Deng Xian's repeated emphasis that this was the truth, there were still remnants of disbelief in these enforcers' eyes. The Azure Dragon Institute principal's personal disciples Xiang Mingji, who cultivated the 9 Palace of Divine Lightning technique until the 6th stage, lost to Huang Xiaolong. How long had that Huang Xiaolong been cultivating? 40 years? No, impossible. That Huang Xiaolong has barely been cultivating for 40 years. How can he be such a monster? Jin Taizhan shook his head in vehement denial as he spoke. Deng Xian sneered. There are many impossible things in this world. That Huang Xiaolong also got his hands on the Hailstone treasure. What? The Hailstone treasure. The treasure from the ancient Hailstone holy sect. Jin Taizhan, Ling Tong, Sang Lung, and the other 2 enforcers' eyes widened with burning greed. Deng Xian nodded. You heard me right. That ancient Hailstone holy sect's treasure vault. Yesterday during the Inner Disciples assessment, when that Xiang Mingji challenged Huang Xiaolong, each of them took out stakes for their side gamble. Xiang Mingji took out 25 amazing ancient treasures, staking them against Huang Xiaolong's Hailstone treasure. This is already a known fact among the galaxy's top forces. Jin Taizhan suddenly jumped to his feet. Come. We're heading over there immediately. That Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was able to improve so fast. It definitely had to be due to the Hailstone treasure in his hands. If they were able to get their hands on that treasure, their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds just like Huang Xiaolong. Wait! Deng Xian cried out to stop him. Jin Tieshan's brows scrunched up in dissatisfaction, staring sternly at Deng Xian. What is the meaning of this? Deng Xian sneered coldly. A pig brain can never change. That Huang Xiaolong is the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple. Do you dare run over to snatch his Hailstone treasure in broad daylight? If that method would work, all the Grand Elders and Elders would have already made their move. Would that big treasure still be sitting there waiting for you to act? Jin Tieshan's initial indignant expression wavered. But he understood that what Deng Xian said was correct and stabs at the heart of the matter. If he dared to go over and snatch the treasure from Huang Xiaolong, he'd probably end up dying without an intact corpse. Huang Xiaolong was the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple after all. What was the identity of their institute principal? He was the strongest person in the entire Black Tortoise galaxy. Even their league leader Jiang Yu's master, Vice Principal Wang Na, had never been able to gain an advantage over Feng Yang. What do we do then? Don't say we're just going to forget about it, Jin Taizhan shouted. Deng Xian flashed a bone-chilling smile. Of course we won't forget it just like that after he injured our All Dragons League's people. We cannot snatch the hailstone treasure from Huang Xiaolong's hands, but after injuring our people he should compensate us, right? If not, we can only break his arms and burst his little birdie. At that time, even the Black Warrior Institute principal won't say anything, since it was his personal disciple that had injured our people in the first place. Wonderful! Jin Taizhan laughed happily. It is still Beauty Deng Xian that's more brilliant. What are we waiting for? Let's go over now. Go! Should we report this matter to the league leader first? Lin Tong hesitated. Deng Xian issued a charming sound of laughter. The league leader is in death seclusion. It's better not to disturb him. Moreover, as strong as that Huang Xiaolong may be, could he fight against our entire All Dragons League? According to my estimation, his current attack power is only comparable to a 6th-order god realm. Any one of us All Dragons League's 6 enforcer could take care of him with ease. Hence, under Deng Xian, Ling, Tong and the rest's lead, all the top masters of the All Dragons League departed grandly toward Huang Xiaolong. The All Dragons League, moving out in full force, immediately alerted the other elite disciples. While Deng Xian and the other 5 enforcers were leading over a large group of masters, Huang Xiaolong's hands were waving in the air, controlling his immortal essence fire to melt iron and ores from the divine world. According to the chant taught by Dragon Emperor Ao Tai, he began to give shape to his future cultivation cave. Watching from the side, Yang Feiyue was shaking with astonishment when he saw that Huang Xiaolong's flames could actually melt iron and ores from the divine world. Only high god realm masters were able to melt iron and ores from the divine world by employing the god flame inside their body, whereas Huang Xiaolong, a mid-level god realm master, could actually do so as well. In Yang Feiyue's eyes, every common law of the universe seemed to not apply to Huang Xiaolong. If the news that a mid-level god realm was able to melt the divine world's iron and ores were to leak out, what kind of shock would that cause? Huang Xiaolong did not bother with Yang Feiyue's burning stare as he continued to move his hands, forming symbols in the air one after another and sending them into the pool of melted metal inside the hailstone holy cauldron. A short while later, a hazy green light shone from the hailstone holy cauldron, spreading over 100 miles radius. A clear, ringing sound came from the cauldron as a palace flew out from inside it. Floating in the air, the palace building shone with a dazzling golden light while exuding a wave of strong energy, indirectly forcing Yang Feiyue to retreat in a fluster. Huang Xiaolong's right hand lightly slapped down and the palace spun wobbly in the air before floating down to the ground, exactly in the middle of the several hundred li land that he had cleared earlier, at the Golden Dragon Peak's mid-level. Looking at the palace, Huang Xiaolong was happy with the result. But he planned to shift the entire Huang family into the Black Warrior Institute, which was why a single palace wasn't enough. At least a dozen or so would suffice. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. In order to enable the elite disciples to focus on their cultivation, the Black Warrior Institute's higher echelons allowed elite disciples to bring in servants with them, to take care of the cultivation caves and so on. Of course, these servants had to go through a strict inspection process before they were approved. With this rule in place, Huang Xiaolong could have the entire Huang family brought over to his Golden Dragon Peak. Although his family might be relatively safe residing in the Black Warrior City, the Black Warrior Institute was even more impenetrable. As a result of his bet with Xiang Mingji during the Inner Disciples assessment, the news about him possessing the Hailstone treasure had leaked out. No doubt, there would be many who were willing to take a risk in the face of such wealth, and these people would not think twice about using the Huang family to threaten him. This was just in case, even if there was only 1 in 10,000th of a chance. Only by having his family in the Golden Dragon Mountain would he feel assured. With a wave of his hand, Huang Xiaolong shifted another pile of divine world iron and ores from the hailstone treasure, channeling his immortal essence fire to continue refining the second palace. Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid that the matter of his immortal essence fire being leaked out. In fact, he was hoping to borrow this Yang Feiyue's mouth to spread it out, knowing that his immortal essence fire could even melt iron and ores from the divine world. Those who were trying to covet his hailstone treasure would need to think twice if they could withstand the burn from his immortal essence fire. Half an hour later, when Huang Xiaolong was just done refining the second palace, letting it fall beside the first one, loud wind noises were heard on the horizon, coming in his direction. All Dragons League's 6 enforcers. The shaking in Yang Feiyue's voice was unmistakable. The All Dragons League's 6 enforcers, each of them was absolutely elite amongst the elite disciples, existences that made other elite disciples go pale at the mention of their names. Never did he imagine that the 6 enforcers would join up and appear all together this time. Huang Xiaolong frowned at the disturbance. Turning over his shoulder to look, a large group of elite disciples entered his sight, flying in his direction at high speed. A large group of over 300 people. Judging from this parade, most likely the whole of all Dragons League disciples were here. Well, this way suited Huang Xiaolong, he might as well resolve them at once, lest they come to disturb again. The corner of Huang Xiaolong's lips curved up in an alluring villainous smile. All Dragons League's 6 enforcer? It seems like once he settled this group, there wouldn't be any more people that would run here looking for trouble without first opening their eyes. Huang Xiaolong put away the hailstone holy cauldron and stood there, waiting for the group to arrive with his hands at his back. About 7 to 8 breaths of time later, the horde of all Dragons League disciples advance halted 100 meters away from Huang Xiaolong. The 6 people at the frontmost facing Huang Xiaolong were the All Dragons League's 6 enforcers. Jin Taizhan was the first to step forward. So, you're Huang Xiaolong? Huang Xiaolong, relying on your identity as the Institute Principal's personal disciple, you acted with unreasonable tyranny, snatching our All Dragons League's Cultivation Cave Mountain Peak. You even attacked and wounded our All Dragons League's disciples. Do you admit your crime? Jin Tieshan's voice was like his stature. A shout was enough to send ripples through the air. Some distance away, Yang Feiyue was staring with great shock at Huang Xiaolong's figure. This black-haired young man was actually the Institute Principal's personal disciple, Huang Xiaolong. Hearing Jin Tieshan's words, Huang Xiaolong nearly sent spittle flying from laughter. Jin Taizhan was enraged at Huang Xiaolong's response. Huang Xiaolong, what are you laughing at? Huang Xiaolong's laughter finally stopped. His eyes swept over Jin Taizhan and the 5 other enforcers. I snatched your All Dragons League disciples' cultivation peak? Do you All Dragons League think that just because you pointed a finger at a mountain and said that it's yours, it truly belongs to your All Dragons League? You All Dragons League sure have big guts. Excessively trying to monopolize mountains, ignoring the Black Warrior Institute's rules? Do you know your crimes? According to the Black Warrior Institute's rules, each elite disciple was only allowed to pick one mountain peak as their cultivation cave. Yet this bunch of All Dragons League delimited whichever peaks with good spiritual energy that took their fancy. This rampant behavior was a clear cut of occupying forcibly. Jin Taizhan was boiling inside. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to turn the tables on him, asking instead if he knew his crime. At this point, Deng Xian interrupted with a cold laugh. Huang Xiaolong, we will not waste precious time here arguing with you. At the end of the day, you wounded our All Dragons League's people, and thus should give us some compensation. I'm not asking for a lot, as long as you give us 10,003 revolutions golden pills, 10 billion Xuanwu coins, and obediently leave this place, choosing another mountain to open your cultivation cave. We will no longer pursue this matter. 10,003 revolutions golden pills. 10 billion Xuanwu coins. Huang Xiaolong laughed out loud instead of getting angry, looking at the opposite side with a derisive sneer. Did you get hit by a pig? Is that why you've gone stupid? Huang Xiaolong pointed at his head. Deng Xian's expression turned ugly. A murderous gleam flitted in her eyes. I'm giving you one last chance. Obediently take out 10,003 revolutions golden pills and 10 billion Xuanwu coins. Don't think that just because you're the Institute Principal's personal disciple, I won't dare to break your 2 arms. And also burst your little birdie. Huang Xiaolong snickered coldly. I'm also giving you lot a last chance. Hand over all your spatial rings, then break your own arms, you can scram after that. But you need to break your legs too. A finger pointed at Deng Xian. Courting death. Deng Xian was truly angered. A fierce light glinted in her eyes as her aura surged up at a crazy speed. Energy fluctuations rolled and waved as her entire body turned a scarlet red. This was one of the Black Warrior Institute's profound techniques, the Scarlet Copper Tactic. Upon reaching major completion, the practitioner's body would turn entirely scarlet copper, indestructible due to its horrifying defense. Most of all, it could burn almost everything. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong transformed to his Azura physique. The wings of demon extended at his back. At the same time, he summoned both the black and blue twin martial spirits and soul transformed. Flaming Scarlet Fist. Deng Xian yelled. At the same time, both her fists pounded at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong made his move at this time, disappearing into the void on the spot. Yet, he suddenly reappeared several meters in front of Deng Xian, both of his palms slamming at her chest without mercy. His palm strikes landed accurately on her two-pointed peaks. Huang Xiaolong did not hold back with this attack. A muffled boom resounded in the air, and everyone present seemed to hear a clear, crisp noise of something bursting under Huang Xiaolong's palms. Subsequently, the All Dragons League members saw their sole female enforcer Deng Xian's bosom exploding, and she was mercilessly sent tumbling back in the air. Just like Chun Gaoming before her, her upper body, head included, were buried into the earth. As coincidence would have it, her landing spot was right beside the hole left behind by Chun Gaoming. Also, in the similar posture, Deng Xian's big, well-rounded derriere were jutted out in the air. Shocked, the whole scene was frozen in shock. As one of All Dragons League's 6 enforcers, Deng Xian was a mid-6th Order God Realm Master Yet she too was defeated with one move? Everyone's attention turned toward Huang Xiaolong's pair of hands, realizing that his hands weren't incinerated after coming in contact with Deng Xian's scarlet copper body. In fact, they were fair like jade, clearly not harmed in the slightest. While these members of the All Dragons League were still dazed in shock, Huang Xiaolong's silhouette flickered a second time. With a backflip, a punch came swinging toward Jin Taizhan. Jin Taizhan was startled to his senses, letting out a big roar as the size of his already enormous body grew even bigger, pouncing onto Huang Xiaolong. But his attack fell on empty space as Huang Xiaolong seemed to vanish from the spot. In the next instant, a piercing pain from his chest caused his face to distort as he was sent flying away. Lin Tong, Sang Lung, and the others quickly regained their wits, jointly launching a heavy assault on Huang Xiaolong. Yet, once again, Huang Xiaolong disappeared from their view. A brief few breaths of time later, more than a dozen All Dragons League disciples were tossed into the air. The brutal high-speed battle continued, or more accurately, the strange battle. After every few breaths of time, there would be several All Dragons League disciples struck flying into the air by Huang Xiaolong. Consecutive tragic screams were heard as they were either staked into the ground or had both of their arms broken. Watching everything from a safe distance, shock seemed permanently stamped onto Yang Feiyue's face. He could barely capture the blurred shadows of Huang Xiaolong's afterimages, failing to fathom Huang Xiaolong's attacks. Yang Feiyue merely knew that the number of All Dragons League's disciples surrounding Huang Xiaolong was rapidly reducing. The All Dragons League's 6 enforcers had led no lesser than 300 of their strong followers. But in a short half an hour, the numbers had been reduced by half. 1 hour later, only Lin Tong and Sang Lung remained standing. From early on, energy fluctuations from the battle here had attracted many elite disciples over. Arriving at a scene where more than 300 All Dragons League disciples were either planted into the ground or curled up clutching their groins, caused a shiver to run through these elite disciples at the shocking sight. Slightly recovering, each of them quickly made inquiries about Huang Xiaolong's identity. Similarly, Lin Tong and the others were just as flabbergasted. They were unresigned, their emotions a mix of fear, denial, as well as regret. Huang Xiaolong's strength actually reached such an extent. They had relaxedly thought that any one of them, the All Dragons League's 6 enforcers, would be able to suppress Huang Xiaolong just by lifting a finger. But, to their dismay, everything had gone awry from what they had imagined. Even with the 6 of them joining efforts, adding 300 of All Dragons League's strongest disciples, they still met with a disastrous defeat. Was Huang Xiaolong really such a monster? Judging from Huang Xiaolong's current display of strength, it was comparable to the Great Five of the elite disciples. Even if he might be slightly lacking, it was almost a negligible difference. Huang Xiaolong, as long as you let us leave and chose another mountain peak to open your cultivation cave, our All Dragons League will not pursue this matter further. Lin Tong yelled anxiously. Those 10,003 revolutions golden pills and 10 billion Xuanwu coins, we don't want them anymore. That's right. Sang Lung quickly followed up. Otherwise, the enmity between you and our All Dragons League will never end till one of us is annihilated. Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly. It seems like these two people still couldn't see the situation clearly. He too was too lazy to be bothered with more words. 1,000 arms suddenly bloomed from his back, punching out in accordance with his 2 fists. The 9th move of the Dragon God in the clouds. Tens of thousands of divine dragons flew out, exuding a vast majestic dragon might as their roars reverberated through the heavens. Both Lin Tong and Sang Lung were taken aback, staring at the myriad divine dragons. Their feet staggered backwards in panic while their hands sent out messy attacks in feeble attempts to defend. However, in front of Huang Xiaolong's godly shumi art coupled with the 9th move of the Dragon God, regardless of how intense the 2 of them retaliated or dodged, they felt just as powerless. In the blink of an eye, both Lin Tong and Sang Lung were drowned by the attack, unseen. In the eyes of those elite disciples spectating in the distance, the 2 peak mid-6th order God realm, Lin Tong and Sang Lung, were no different than the bunch of All Dragons League disciples below them, slamming heavily down the ground. The earth shook vigorously in protest as another 2 deep human-shaped pits emerged. Every single All Dragons League disciple present was dealt with. In a quick flicker, Huang Xiaolong appeared above the 2 human-shaped pits that were Lin Tong and Sang Lung, stomping his foot down through the void. Immediately, 2 tragic howls rang out from having their arms broken under Huang Xiaolong's foot. Go back and tell Jiangyu, the 20 peaks around my golden dragon peak, I want them all. His gaze grew icy looking at the 2. If he isn't happy about it, tell him to come look for me himself. The 20-odd peaks around my golden dragon peak, I want them all. Yang Feiyue and the surrounding elite disciples stared dumbstruck at Huang Xiaolong. No one had ever dared to snatch food from the mouth of the All Dragons League. But not only did Huang Xiaolong want the golden dragon peak, he even wanted the 20-odd peaks surrounding it. Domineering. Powerful. These were the immediate words that came to the crowd's mind. Now scram. With a kick, a strong wind from Huang Xiaolong's leg rolled Lin Tong, Sang Lung, and the rest of the All Dragons League's disciple off his golden dragon peak. Even though Ling Tong, Sang Lung, and the rest were fuming with anger and hatred, no one dared to utter a word, fleeing away disheveled and embarrassed until not a single All Dragons League disciple remained in the vicinity. Watching Ling Tong, Sang Lung, and others running away in a sorry state, Huang Xiaolong coldly snorted. He trusted that after this little episode, there wouldn't be other elite disciples that would come looking for trouble at his doorstep, such as the likes of Gudu Jiu, Long Juanzi, Wang Xiaomei, and Pan Haiqing. As for that Jiang Yu, whether he'd be angered or otherwise wasn't something he cared about. Turning around, Huang Xiaolong once again took out the Hailstone Holy Cauldron, beginning to refine his 3rd palace residence. The Hailstone Treasure Vault contained large quantities of Divine World's iron and ores. Not to mention 100 similar palaces, it could satisfy Huang Xiaolong's requirements even if he wanted to refine 200 palaces. It didn't take long for the news about the battle between Huang Xiaolong and the All Dragons League to spread throughout the ranks of elite disciples. No doubt, as the Black Warrior Institute's vice principal, Wang Na also received a report on the matter. This Huang Xiaolong is really arrogant without limit. causing trouble no matter where he goes. A cold glint flashed across Huang Na's eyes. But Huang Xiaolong's strength once again surpassed my estimation. He still kept some strength hidden in the fight with Xiang Mingji yesterday. Sitting in the lower subordinate seat, Grand Elder Lu Yu frowned deeply as he stated, "If we allow this person to grow further, I'm afraid he will affect our plan 200 years later." "Exactly. This child must die." Another Grand Elder, Qi Bowen, declared with a hard iciness to his tone. The Black Warrior Institute had no less than 40 Grand Elders, and half of them supported Huang Na, which was also the main reason why she dared to oppose Fengyang so openly. "Don't worry, he won't live till that time," Huang Na sneered. "But, even if he can live till that time, he won't be able to affect our plans. I heard that the kid's body contains a kind of fire that can even melt the divine world's iron and ores," Lu Yun somberly said. Huang Na shook her head, not caring much about it. "It's nothing. It's not like he really possesses the strength of a high god realm master. Us wanting to kill him is as easy as killing a stray dog. However, Fengyang, that old monster, is still sitting in the official position. Therefore we cannot touch Huang Xiaolong using conventional means and can only make our moves in the dark. In fact, we don't need to do anything. The Azure Dragon Institute hates his guts more than us. They wish to see Huang Xiaolong dead more than us. However, that hailstone treasure, we must not let others snatch it before us." 1 day had passed since the All Dragons League commotion. Huang Xiaolong finally finished refining his 81st palace residence. 8199 palaces, portraying the Bagua's numeric palace of 9 halls. 81 palaces organized structurally at the middle point of the Golden Dragon Peak, connected to each other to form an octagon-shaped cluster of palaces. Using these 81 palaces, Huang Xiaolong laid out a palace of 9 halls Bagua trigrams formation. This was one of the ancient times divine-level formations, consisting of defensive, attack, and illusion formations in one body. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong refined these 81 palaces using iron and ores from the divine world, greatly increasing their defense capacity, comparable to the headquarters of some super forces and families. Huang Xiaolong didn't have real deep knowledge toward formations, but with Dragon Emperor Ao Tai, a formation expert by his side, laying out this palace of 9 halls Bagua trigrams formation was no problem at all. In the several hundred li area cleared by Huang Xiaolong at the middle point of the mountain, the 81 palaces merely took up about 8/10. This left 2/10 of land empty, on which he planned to plant some spiritual grass, flowers, and trees. When all of these were done, Huang Xiaolong took out the 10 killing swords given by his third apprentice sister Qi and used the secret method taught by Dragon Emperor Ao Tai to incorporate them into the Golden Dragon Peak. If someone tried to attack the Golden Dragon Peak, the 10 killing swords 10 killing formation would activate on its own, exterminating the enemies at the door. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong used a few thousand pieces of flame yang jade to build a large jade lakebed at the center of the 81 palaces. The air above the flame yang jade lakebed was inscribed with an ancient formation called 9 Dragons Locking Yang Formation. Then he took out the 9 yang holy water that his eldest senior apprentice brother gave him, pouring out all the 9 yang holy water within the gourd out into the flame yang jade lakebed. With the ancient 9 Dragons Locking Yang Formation laid above the jade lakebed, he need not worry about the 9 yang holy water spirituality leaking out or dissipating. With this 9 yang holy water, the spiritual trees and herbs that he was planting inside the Palace of 9 Halls would have double their normal medicinal efficiency. A cultivator's physical attributes would gradually improve by consuming these spiritual flowers, grass, and the fruits from these trees, starting from their internal organs. The 9 yang holy water's presence inside the Palace of 9 Halls Bagua trigrams formation would also bring about myriads of benefits just by cultivating within. According to Huang Xiaolong's estimation, such a huge 9 yang holy water lake would last for at least 100 years. When its efficiency diminished, he would search for more holy water or even a spring. At last, Huang Xiaolong took out the 5-colored divine banner, also integrating it into the Golden Dragon Peak using a secret method, flicking 100 divine grade spirit stones into the spiritual energy gathering formation inscribed on the banner. Immediately, the purest spiritual energy from the deep void rumbled and rolled, gathering toward the Golden Dragon Peak. The surrounding spiritual energy became 100 times richer. Extremely dense spiritual energy accumulated in the sky above the Golden Dragon Peak, turning into pillows of spiritual clouds. Bathing under this rich spiritual energy, the entire Golden Dragon Peak's common grass and flowers actually grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, an enchanting tapestry of swaying jadeite green. If the current environment persisted, these common shrubs and trees could grow into several hundred years old spiritual grass and trees in merely a decade. 100 years later, they could evolve into spiritual herbs aged several thousand years. Although several thousand years old spiritual grass, flowers, and trees weren't that rare, then again, how big was the whole Golden Dragon Peak? The Golden Dragon Mountain had a radius of 8,000 li and a height of 5 to 600 zhang. From top to bottom, it would be a mountain filled with several thousand years old spiritual trees, flowers, and grass on every inch. How much would it be worth? It would be inestimable. Observing the rich spiritual energy around his Golden Dragon Mountain, as it continued to form pillows of spiritual clouds, he nodded his head with satisfaction. He was sure that after bringing his parents over, they could advance to peak half-step Saint Realm in the shortest time. As an afterthought, Huang Xiaolong took out a piece of sacred-grade Immortal Spirit Stone and buried it deep down into the Golden Dragon Peak with a flick of his finger. Natural spiritual energy already existed deep down inside the Golden Dragon Mountain. The moment that piece of sacred-grade Immortal Spirit Stone entered the ground, it immediately accelerated the generation of the underground natural spiritual energy, causing it to spread further out and grow stronger. The whole Golden Dragon Peak's spiritual energy increased by another level. TSK, you kid really showed a generous hand. 100 divine grade spirit stones, 1 sacred grade immortal spirit stone, 5 colored divine banner, and 9 yang holy water. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai clucked his tongue in amazement watching Huang Xiaolong throwing treasure after treasure onto the Golden Dragon Peak. Even your master's cultivation cave isn't as luxurious as your Golden Dragon Peak. Huang Xiaolong sheepishly chuckled. Wait till I break through to High God Realm. I'll resolve the restrictions placed on you. At that time, we'll work together to lay out an even better cultivation cave. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai also chuckled. That's not a bad idea. His voice paused briefly before continuing. Still, that 5-colored divine banner's spirit stones consumption is too large. Those 100 divine grade spirit stones that you supplied will only last 10 years or so. Although 100 divine grade spirit stones were used to activate the spiritual energy gathering formation on the banner, enhancing the spiritual energy around the Golden Dragon Peak many times over, it was still a great cost that would merely last 10 years. 100 divine grade spirit stones for a mere decade, even a wealthy super force like the Black Warrior Institute wouldn't be willing to spend so much. Huang Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. Inside the Hailstone Treasure Vault, there are more than 500 divine grade spirit stones left. It's enough to sustain it for 50 years. We'll think about the things after when they're finished. To Huang Xiaolong, the most crucial matter was to help his parents improve their strength in the shortest time possible. It didn't matter how many divine grade spirit stones were consumed. Furthermore, what he had was money, an inexhaustible amount of money. Even without the Hailstone treasure, he himself could condense limitless amounts of spirit stones. 50 years later, he would think of a method to procure some divine grade spirit stones. When he recalled the matter of condensing spirit stones, Huang Xiaolong suddenly had a thought. Ever since he obtained the Hailstone treasure, several years had passed since he last tried condensing spirit stones. Wondering what grade of spirit stones he could condense now that he was a peak early 5th Order God Realm Master, a suction force formed from Huang Xiaolong's palm. Spiritual energy spiraled like a vortex tunnel that gathered in Huang Xiaolong's palm, condensing into a spirit stone. Mid-heaven grade spirit stone. Huang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled, delighted as he held the mid-heaven grade spirit stone that was close to high heaven grade spirit stone. In the past, when Huang Xiaolong was still a 2nd Order and 3rd Order God Realm, he could only condense grade 1 spirit stones, but now it was finally upgraded to heaven grade spirit stones. The value of a heaven grade spirit stone was more than a dozen times higher than a grade 1 spirit stone. Still, he was quick to note that his speed was slower when condensing a heaven-grade spirit stone compared to a grade 1 spirit stone. He used to be able to condense 5 grade 1 spirit stones in one go, whereas now, the quantity was reduced down to a single heaven-grade spirit stone. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the amount of spiritual energy required to form a heaven-grade spirit stone was too great, causing him to only be able to condense one piece each time. Based on his current speed, he should be able to condense approximately 50,000 heaven-grade spirit stones in a day. If taken out for auction, 50,000 heaven-grade spirit stones could fetch around 600 million. 600 million in a day, about 20 billion in a month, and 200 billion a year. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai exclaimed, "You're a bottomless hailstone treasure yourself." Huang Xiaolong grinned. He turned around and left after activating the Palace of Nine Halls Bagua Trigrams formation, going off to bring his parents and the others to his Golden Dragon Peak. Soon after passing through the transmission array, Huang Xiaolong reached the Luotong residence in the Black Warrior City. However, he immediately noticed that the atmosphere inside the residence was somewhat depressed, even a little dreary. Only now did Huang Xiaolong find out that even though not even 2 days had passed since the inner disciple's assessment ended until now, the Luotong residence had suffered more than 10 attacks. Fortunately, there were the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger, strong-arm waterfire apes, and the other demonic beasts' protection. Prior to this, Huang Xiaolong made a request to his eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun to have the Black Warrior City Guards pay extra attention to the safety around the Luotong residence. Despite so, the Luotong residence still suffered a heavy loss, both injured and deaths. From the over 300 Saint Realm subordinates that Huang Xiaolong brought over from the martial spirit world, more than 60 had died. Could be counted as a small blessing that his parents and siblings, nephew Guxiaofan, Xiaputi, Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, Blessed Buddha Emperor, Duanren Emperor, and some others were safe. Anger blazed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He turned around, asking Zhao Shu, "Did you find out which families sent them?" Zhao Shu shook his head. Black Warrior Institute disciples from the Black Warrior City and Cloud Sea Mainland's enforcer teams have been investigating to no avail. Huang Xiaolong's eyes gleamed with sharpness. Although the investigation bore no results, the probability of it being the Jiang family was the highest. Other than the Jiang family, there were also the Gudu family and Wang family. In fact, most of the super forces may have had a hand in it. As for those first and second rank forces, they didn't yet have the courage to ignore the Black Warrior City or the Cloud Sea Mainland's rules, risking everything. As tempting as the Hailstone treasure itself was, one needed to be alive to actually enjoy it after all. Without delay, Huang Xiaolong told his parents and ordered everyone else to pack up their things and follow him to the Golden Dragon Peak. When the Huang family, Blessed Buddha Emperor, Duanren Emperor, and everyone else reached the Golden Dragon Peak, all of them were struck dumb and speechless at the horrifying amount of spiritual energy and the Palace of Nine Halls Bagua Trigrams formation. Toward this Golden Dragon Peak that was filled with scenery resembling a blessed immortal land, the majestic corners of the 81 palaces, Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the rest couldn't be happier. His sister Huang Min was the first to rush in after seeing the 81 palaces, cheering like a young maiden. Following that, everyone cheerfully went to pick the residence they liked, with the Huang family choosing the centermost palace, the one closest to the Ninyang Holy Water Jade Lake. In each of the 81 palaces there were more than 10 independent courtyards, and apart from that there was also an alchemy room, a main hall, and so on. Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, Blessed Buddha Emperor Shurfantian, Duanren Emperor, the Gua family ancestor Xiaputi, and a few others collectively picked the same palace structure, right beside the Huang family. At the current point of time, Huang Xiaolong's subordinates numbered at 268, hence, only 20 or so palaces were occupied, while the rest were left empty. As for the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger, strong arms waterfire apes, and the rest of the horde of demonic beasts, they were left to roam outside the Palace of Nine Halls Bagua Trigrams formation's main entrance. After settling the Huang family, Huang Xiaolong left the Palace of Nine Halls. But just as he was passing through the main entrance, his footsteps halted. A moment later, he took out the blades of Azura, clearing the area in front of the main door. Then he brought out the Hailstone Holy Cauldron once more, as well as several hundred pieces of divine world iron and ores, refining them into pavement covering the front area of the main entrance. Using the divine world's iron and ores to lay the pavement, this kind of extravagant behavior, probably only Huang Xiaolong could do something like this. When this was done, Huang Xiaolong took out the spiritual trees, spiritual grass, and spiritual flowers from the hailstone treasure, giving them to his subordinates so they could plant them around the Palace of 9 Halls' empty areas. Huang Xiaolong also moved the nameless fire tree inside the Shumi Temple to the Palace of 9 Halls, planting it not far away from the Ninyang Holy Water Lake. He discovered this nameless fire tree long ago when he was exploring the outer area of Eminent Holiness' ancient dwelling, close to an extremely cold spring. So many years had passed since then. It had grown over a dozen zhang in height, with thick foliage and bark glittering like fiery red like crystal. At night, the entire tree was a blazing red, as if it was on fire. Even Dragon Emperor Ao Tai didn't know the origins of this fire tree. He merely speculated that it most probably was a tree from the divine world. 2 days quickly came and went. In these 2 days, Huang Xiaolong spent the day with parents, guiding their cultivation among other things, and when night arrived, he would consume some 3 revolutions golden pills, concentrating on his own cultivation. What baffled Huang Xiaolong was that Zhang Yu of the All Dragons League actually did not run over to his Golden Dragon Peak looking for trouble. Could that brat just swallow his anger down to his stomach? On the 3rd day after the Huang family moved in, Yang Feiyue and several other elite disciples arrived at the Golden Dragon Peak to pay Huang Xiaolong a visit. Needless to say, paying a visit was only a surface excuse for their fawning. When Yang Feiyue and the 5 other elite disciples he came over with saw the dense spiritual energy circling the Golden Dragon Peak and the beautifully connected palace of the 9 Halls Bagua Trigrams formation, they couldn't contain the amazement from showing on their faces. From Yang Feiyue and his group, Huang Xiaolong found out that Zhang Yu was actually in death seclusion, cultivating an ancient cultivation technique called life and death reincarnation cycle. Life and death reincarnation cycle? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai frowned when he heard this, speaking to Huang Xiaolong. This cultivation technique is truly a sinister one. Little Huang brat, you need to watch out for Zhang Yu. Huang Xiaolong was initially stunned at Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's reminder, but he nodded solemnly, noting the matter down in his heart. If it could make Dragon Emperor Ao Tai say so, this cultivation technique probably wasn't weak. It was several hours later when Yang Feiyue and his group bid farewell and left Huang Xiaolong's Golden Dragon Peak. Watching the 6 people's departing figures, a light glimmered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. According to the information garnered from them, the next time Zhang Yu emerged from his death seclusion, where he was cultivating the life and death reincarnation cycle, he most likely will have broken through to the 7th Order God Realm. If that Zhang Yu really came out of his death seclusion after breaking into 7th Order God Realm, that did spell a small trouble for Huang Xiaolong. Of course, it was just a small little problem. Huang Xiaolong's current strength was comparable to a peak late 6th Order God Realm. There was a certain gap before a 7th Order God Realm master, but even so, it wouldn't be that easy and smooth breaking past the barrier to the 7th Order God Realm that Zhang Yu could just waltz through it. 7th Order God Realm was the second crucial dividing line. In 10,000 peak late 6th Order God Realm masters, it was hard to have one successfully cross the line. If that Zhang Yu could be the one with the highest probability in 10,000, it would only be a matter of a few years. Moreover, in a few years, Huang Xiaolong's strength wouldn't be standing still at peak early 5th Order God Realm either. Well, it's time to go collect my winnings. Shortly after Yang Feiyue's group of 6 left, Huang Xiaolong took out a receipt. This gambling receipt was the one for the 20 billion bet that Huang Xiaolong placed before the inner disciples' assessment in the gambling house jointly opened by the Zhang family, Wang family, and Gudu family. 20 billion, calculated according to the paying odds, it would be slightly over 300 billion. It has been 4 days since the inner disciples' assessment ended. Those people must be anxious from waiting. Huang Xiaolong sneered. Because of the 20 billion bet he placed, the masters of all 3 families were surely just waiting for him to appear to claim his winnings. Of course, if it was a person with little background, they really wouldn't be able to collect the winnings from the Zhang, Wang, and Gudu families. However, he was Huang Xiaolong. After informing his parents, Huang Xiaolong left the Golden Dragon Peak, heading toward his master Feng Yang's manor. With his master Feng Yang appearing together with him, could the Jiang, Wang, and Gudu families play ignorant? As Huang Xiaolong made his way toward his master's place, inside the Black Warrior City, Jiang Wu Huang, Wang Dingyi, and Gudu Yi were gathered at one point, sipping on some spiritual tea. 3 days have passed. That brat who placed the 20 billion bet has yet to come and collect his winnings. Wang Dingyi asked solemnly as he placed his cup down. Jiang Wu Huang laughed. Brother Wang is worrying in vain. If that brat really dares to show up to collect his winnings, he might not be able to return alive. Gudu Yi was also laughing. I say, that brat doesn't look like he dares to show up. Knowing his own limit, he understands that life is more than money. Actually, I was looking forward to that brat appearing since he placed a 20 billion bet on Huang Xiaolong's win. Could he have known Huang Xiaolong, that brat, in advance? I would like to keep him around for some questioning. Jiang Wu Huang laughed. What Brother Gudu said is exactly right. I too am very curious where that brat got the guts to place 20 billion on Huang Xiaolong's win. Wang Dingyi wasn't feeling as lifted as the other two. The Huang family has been moved by Huang Xiaolong into the Black Warrior Institute. It looks like our plan to use the Huang family to blackmail Huang Xiaolong for the Hailstone treasure is no longer possible. Gudu Yi waved his hand leisurely. There will always be other opportunities. That Huang family cannot hide inside the Black Warrior Institute forever, and even if they do, Huang Xiaolong can't. Capturing Huang Xiaolong directly is just the same. But what's the deal with that horde of 25 fifth-order God Realm demonic beasts at the Huang family's side? Jiang Wu Wang's brows were scrunched together talking about this. Could that Huang Xiaolong be a beast tamer? Even so, he couldn't have tamed 25 fifth-order God Realm demonic beasts all at once, right? We all know that with each beast a beast tamer subjugates, the burden on their spiritual force would greatly increase. As good as his talent, his spiritual force, and his skills in beasts taming are, he should only be able to tame 3 demonic beasts on the same level. Gudu Yi nodded, agreeing with Jiang Wu Huang. That Huang Xiaolong is indeed overly talented. Whatever we deemed impossible seems to happen to him. According to my speculation, the chances that he's a beast tamer are very low. More like he cultivated in some ancient technique that enable him to control demonic beasts. On top of that, his controlling method seems to be much stronger and more absolute than any other beast tamers. Wang Dingyi's voice grew heavy. If we could get this kind of cultivation technique, our 3 family strength would definitely surpass the Black Warrior Institute, even the Azure Dragon Institute. At this time, Huang Xiaolong had arrived at his master's manor and was meeting with Feng Yang. The moment Feng Yang saw Huang Xiaolong, he pointed a finger at his youngest disciple with a wide smile on his face, half scolding. You kid really cannot let me be at peace. I've already heard it. More than half of the All Dragons League disciples had their little birdies kicked by you. Huang Xiaolong smiled innocently. Wasn't Master the one who taught me? Feng Yang nearly spurted the tea in his mouth as black lines shadow his forehead. What I taught you is to use this method to teach those Azure Dragon Institute's people. I didn't tell you to use it on our own Black Warrior Institute disciples. Huang Xiaolong chortled awkwardly. Same. Feng Yang shook his head helplessly, before moving on to another subject. The matter about the attacks on your family. I have ordered people to investigate it. The Jiang family made a move, and other than them, there were also the Wang and Gudu families, as well as the Azure Dragon Institute. Murder exploded in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. As expected, it was the Jiang family. Jiang family, Wang family, Gudu family, and the Azure Dragon Institute. There will be a day when I will personally annihilate all of you by the roots. In the future, be more vigilant when moving around outside. Feng Yang reminded, if there's nothing important, it's better to not leave the Black Warrior Institute in the near future. Yes, Master, Huang Xiaolong answered, but he did not really put the matter to heart. With a High God Realm Master like Dragon Emperor Ao Tai at his side, there was nothing worth worrying about. As long as the ones that appeared weren't some super powerful old monster. Master, I actually came here because I have a small problem that I to trouble you with. Huang Xiaolong started to broach the purpose of his visit. Feng Yang laughed. I already guessed that you kids sure didn't come here because you're concerned about me. Speak. What is it? Huang Xiaolong took out the gambling receipt saying, before the inner disciples assessment, I went to the gambling house opened by the three families, Zhang family, Wang family, and Gudu family, and placed a 20 billion bet. Feng Yang took over the gambling receipt. After perusing the content for a moment, he broke out in a gleeful laughter. I have to say, you kid is really insidious. The odds are higher than 10. That's over 300 billion. Fudge. Over 300 billion. If I knew earlier, I'd have placed several tens of billions myself, earning myself some allowance money to spend. Your master is so damn poor right now. That was over 300 billion. Even for him, as the Black Warrior Institute's principal, it was a grand sum. Of course, he had already understood the purpose of his youngest disciple's visit. Come, master will accompany you. Feng Yang jumped to his feet in excitement. He already couldn't wait to see Zhang Wang's vomit blood expression. The master and disciple duo left the hall, heading toward the Black Warrior City. On the way, Feng Yang joked, I've never imagined that as the Black Warrior Institute principal, there would be a day where I accompanied my disciple to someone's place to collect a debt. Huang Xiaolong broke into a sweat at his master's sudden statement. Both of them arrived in Black Warrior City shortly and headed straight to the gambling house jointly run by the three families. This is the place? Feng Yang asked as he stood in front of the main entrance. Judging from the traffic, the number of people coming and going from the gambling house had greatly reduced these few days, but it was still lively. Huang Xiaolong affirmed respectfully. Following that, both men stepped inside. In charge of the counter were still the same three female disciples that Huang Xiaolong had seen last time. Huang Xiaolong walked up to the counter. This brother, how may we be of service? The one who spoke was the Zhang family female disciple, her vixen eyes staring fixedly on Huang Xiaolong's handsome face unblinkingly. Be of service? Words with double innuendo. Standing at the side, Feng Yang was stifling his mirth. Because Huang Xiaolong altered his facial features when he came to place the bet several days ago, none of the three women recognized Huang Xiaolong now. Ignoring the stench coming from the Zhang family female disciple, he took out the gambling receipt and stated, several days ago, I placed a 20 billion bet here. I've come to collect my winnings. 20 billion bet. Instantly, the noisy hall quieted down as the present crowd turned toward the counter. Some disciples of the Zhang family, Wang family, and Gudu family gradually closed in on Huang Xiaolong in a circle, surrounding Huang Xiaolong and Feng Yang in the middle. All three female disciples behind the counter were stunned. Fleeting panic flickered in their eyes. They, of course, remember this 20 billion bet. Ever since they knew that Huang Xiaolong won the inner disciples assessment, the Zhang, Wang, and Gudu families had been waiting for this person to appear. They didn't expect this person to finally show up today. It didn't take long for the same three elders of the Zhang family, Wang family, and Gudu family that helped Huang Xiaolong process his gambling bet to appear at the counter. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, the three of them showed slight confusion in their eyes. Huang Xiaolong knew what they were confused about. He was here with a different face. After his brief confusion passed, the Zhang family elder narrowed his eyes at Huang Xiaolong and Feng Yang, sneering, no one has ever placed a 20 billion bet in our gambling house. Little punk, you must have eaten quite the leopard guts, actually daring to forge a 20 billion gambling receipt, looking to cause trouble in our gambling house. Men, come, break these two people's hands and legs, then lock them up for the patriarch's interrogation. The three of them didn't even look at Huang Xiaolong's gambling receipt, declaring that Huang Xiaolong forged a gambling receipt and came here to cause trouble. Not only did they refuse to acknowledge it, they even wanted to have Huang Xiaolong beaten up. A cold sneer spread on Huang Xiaolong's face hearing that. Just when the surrounding Zhang, Wang, and Gudu family guards and disciples were about to attack, all of them were suddenly knocked flying back. Some were thrown against the wall, some crashed onto the floor, and some broke the staircase. Huang Xiaolong knew that his master acted. Feng Yang's cold gaze fell onto the Zhang family, Wang family, and Gudu family elders. I'm giving you a chance. Go call Zhang Wuhuang. Wang Dingyi, and Goodiyi to roll out here now. The three elders' faces were stretched taut. The Jiang family elder widened his eyes in anger. A finger pointed at Huang Xiaolong and Feng Yang both, shouting, "You guys forged a gambling receipt, coming here to make trouble, yet you still dare to wound our people. Punk! Your actions are literally seeking death." Seeking death. Even at this point, they were adamant in claiming that Huang Xiaolong falsified a gambling receipt, slandering him, claiming that he had the intention to make trouble. The temperature in Feng Yang's gaze dropped a few degrees lower. With a flip of his palm, the Jiang, Wang, and Gudu family's elders were sent flying into the air, then slammed down heavily. Sprawled on the floor, the three elders' bodies twitched without control while white foam frothed out from their mouths. Their eyes rolled back as if they were suffering an episode of epilepsy. Although the three elders weren't weak, being Seventh-Order God Realm Masters, in front of the Black Warrior Institute Principal Feng Yang, hailed as the strongest person in the Black Tortoise Galaxy, the three families' elders were no different than newborn babies, incapable of putting up even an ounce of resistance. All of a sudden, a piercing foul stench assaulted Huang Xiaolong's senses. Tracing the source, he saw that the three female disciples manning the counter were shaking, fear paralyzing their delicate faces, and a dark wet patch on the lower part of their dresses. In a residence not far from the gambling house, a few streets away, Jiang Wuhuang, Wang Dingyi, and Goodiyi were still sipping spiritual tea in a leisurely manner. Jiang Wuhuang smacked his lips after taking a mouthful, contentment obvious on his face. "This immortal tea produced by the heavenly mountain is really soothing." Goodiyi smiled in agreement. "It's a pity that the quantity is just too little, just enough for us old men." Wang Dingyi was also savoring the fragrant spiritual tea. A smile emerged on his face. "Then again, only us few old men can afford to drink it. If anyone could drink this tea, then it wouldn't taste as good." Jiang Wuhuang chuckled. "Brother Wang is wise." While the three were enjoying their tea, a Jiang family elder ran in flustered, his face ashen with fear. "Patriarch, it's bad. That kid hired a master and came over to collect his winnings." Jiang Wuhuang, Wang Dingyi, and Goodiyi were fully enjoying their spiritual tea. Being interrupted severely soured their mood. "Which kid?" Jiang Wuhuang failed to connect the matter for a second. "It's that 20 billion kid." Not daring to conceal the matter, the Jiang family elder blurted in a strained voice. 20 billion. The three old men were instantly jolted to their senses. Hired a master? Jiang Wuhuang's eyes narrowed to cold thin slits. "How many people does the other side have?" "Only two." The Jiang family elder hesitated. "Only two people?" Jiang Wuhuang and the other two people's tensed faces relaxed immediately, while Jiang Wuhuang himself burst out laughing. "I thought the kid brought over a large army of 10,000 equipped with horses and spears." "Good. I've been feeling a little bored here. Let's go over and see if the two experts that the kid brought have 3 heads and 6 arms." He then looked at Wang Dingyi and Goodiyi, inquiring, "What about these 2 patriarchs?" Wang Dingyi chuckled softly. "I shall join you to relieve my boredom a little." Goodiyi chimed in, "I hope those 2 people won't piss their pants after seeing the 3 of us making this trip personally." All 3 men's laugh echoed in the air as they each stood up, heading toward the gambling house. Following behind the 3 patriarchs were masters from each family, moving at a leisurely pace as they chatted and laughed the entire way to the gambling house. Even so, it didn't take them long to arrive at the gambling house. Seeing that many of their 3 families' guards and disciples laid injured all around the gambling house entrance, a sharp gleam flickered across the 3 patriarchs' eyes. Just when Jiang Wuhuang, Wang Dingyi, and Goodiyi stormed inside the gambling house with a face full of wrath, they were momentarily stumped. At this point, both Huang Xiaolong and Feng Yang had their backs toward the main entrance. Thus the 3 patriarchs only saw their backs, yet it was enough to give them a sense of familiarity. Even so, they failed to grasp why it was so. In the next moment, the Black Warrior Institute Principal Feng Yang and Huang Xiaolong turned around. When Feng Yang's face was clearly facing them, Jiang Wuhuang, Wang Dingyi, and Goodiyi shuddered inwardly, crying out in unison before they could stop themselves. "Black Warrior Institute Principal, Hearing the loud exclamation of their own family patriarchs, the three families' masters who were trailing from behind with fierce momentum into the gambling house felt their legs grow weak at the knees, their bodies leaning backward. The Black Warrior Institute principal Feng Yang's cold gaze swept over the three patriarchs. A cold satirical tone could be detected in his voice. The three patriarchs have such lofty airs. Jiang Wuhuang, Wang Dingyi, and Gudu Ye's expressions were as ugly as they could be. Feng Yang, don't think we're afraid of you. Jiang Wuhuang was quick to compose himself, speaking with extreme sullenness. Both of you, master and disciple, came over to raise trouble at our gambling house, injuring our three families' guards, disciples, and even elders. I will file a complaint to the Cloud Sea mainland's enforcers, demanding an explanation. Feng Yang laughed aloud. Truly, the characters of the disciples and slaves reflect on the kind of patriarch they have. Us master and disciple came to cause trouble? I say, little Jiang punk, what do you eat that makes your farts stink so badly? Enough. I'm not that idle to spend the whole day here listening to you farting away. A few days earlier, my disciple placed a bet of 20 billion at your place here. And today, I have come to collect the money. Little Jiang punk. Farting. Jiang Wuhuang's face turned red and purple at those words. Amidst their anger, Jiang Wuhuang, Wang Dingyi, and Gudu Yi still had spare time to look in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Several days ago, I was in disguise, Huang Xiaolong nonchalantly admitted. Just when Jiang Wuhuang wanted to speak again, Feng Yang brusquely interjected. You lot shouldn't even think of weaseling out of it. In the Black Tortoise Galaxy, there has yet to be anyone who dared to do so in front of me. I'll give you 1 hour, if I do not see 340 billion in front of me in 1 hour's time. Don't blame me if I dismantle all your three family shops, residences, and gambling houses in the Cloud Sea mainland. All three patriarchs were hollering with boundless wrath in their hearts. This was a blatant threat flung right at their faces. However, based on their understanding of the Black Warrior Institute principle, he never went back on his words. Not to mention, as the strongest person in the Black Tortoise Galaxy, Feng Yang had this power and strength. Even if the ancestors of their three families combined their efforts, they still wouldn't have 100% confidence to defeat the strongest person of the Black Tortoise Galaxy, Feng Yang. In the end, the three patriarchs could only repress and swallow their raging fury, striving to have 340 billion placed in front of Feng Yang and Huang Xiaolong within 1 hour's time. Looking at the neatly organized 340 billion Xuanwu coins in front of him, Feng Yang flashed a radiant smile. Next time, if there's such a good deal, remember to tell me. I can place a few billion bets and win some small change to spend. Jiang Wuhuang, Wang Dingyi, and Gudu Ye's faces twitched, blood almost flowing in reverse inside their heart capillaries, making them feel like they were about to vomit blood. Feng Yang patted his youngest disciple's shoulder, laughing as he said, 340 billion seems a bit little. You should have bet 40 billion that time. 40 billion. That would bring Huang Xiaolong's winnings to 680 billion. Listening at the side, the three patriarchs' eyes turned scarlet, battling the strong impulse of committing murder on the spot. Feng Yang ignored the three people's murderous gazes, still laughing vibrantly as he stood up and walked toward the exit with Huang Xiaolong. While Feng Yang was crossing the door's threshold, he suddenly stopped and turned halfway around, looking at the three patriarchs. This gambling house of yours violated the Black Warrior City's rules, injuring innocents. I'll order the Black Warrior City disciples to come to seal the building. I'm giving face to your old men, so I won't detain you lot. Seal the building. The volcano of fury that Jiang Wuhuang, Wang Dingyi, and Gudu Yi had barely suppressed completely erupted. Even so, they could only watch the master and disciple, Feng Yang and Huang Xiaolong, leave with fire spitting from their eyes. Feng Yang, that old monster, is too much. After the two people's figures disappeared from view, Jiang Wuhuang roared at the top of his lungs, akin to a wounded fierce beast. Wait till the next God-ranking list battle. We'll pay you back with interest. The killing intent in Wang Dingyi's eyes exploded. Whereas the master and disciple duo did not immediately return to the Black Warrior Institute after that. Instead, They chose a big restaurant in the Black Warrior City, preparing to have several jugs of good wine. It was half a day later when the two of them headed back to the Black Warrior Institute. Returning to the Golden Dragon Peak, Huang Xiaolong spent the rest of the day with his family before entering closed-door practice in order to advance to mid-fifth order God Realm. In the previous closed-door practice, Huang Xiaolong had refined 7 divine dragon beast cores. He decided to refine the remaining 6 beast cores this time. However, he consciously opted to first refine the 4 beast cores from the Hailstone Treasure Vault, leaving the 2 true Dragon King's beast cores for the end. Time flowed by and soon, for months had passed. After refining the first High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast Core, he finally broke through to mid-fifth order God Realm. Even so, Huang Xiaolong did not exit his seclusion, using 1 year's time as he continued to refine the other 3 Divine Dragon Beast Cores from the Hailstone Treasure. Yet, the one thing that depressed Huang Xiaolong was that even after refining the 3 High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast Cores, it only brought him that much closer to stepping into peak mid-fifth order God Realm, falling greatly from Huang Xiaolong's expectations. How long has it been since you kid broke through to 5th order God Realm? Now you're already a peak mid-5th order God Realm, almost at the late stage of 5th order. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai was a little speechless as he lectured. Spare some thoughts to other God Realm Masters' cultivation speed. Compared to you, they're literally tortoises. No, not tortoises, they're earthworms. In the end, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's voice sounded dramatic. Huang Xiaolong blanked for a moment after hearing this. Other God Realm Masters' cultivation speed? Generally speaking, which God Realm Master didn't accumulate for 100 years or so before attempting a breakthrough? For some, breaking through from early 5th order God Realm to peak late 5th order God Realm took 1 to 2,000 years. Even those highly talented Superforces geniuses spent more than a decade in accumulation to advance from early 5th order God Realm to mid-5th order God Realm. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaolong felt more balanced. Hence, he was no longer in a hurry to refine the 2 true Dragon King's beast cores. Exiting the Shumi Temple, the fragrance of spiritual fruits and flowers within the 9 halls Bagua formation lifted Huang Xiaolong's spirit. In the past year, Huang Xiaolong's 200 over Saint Realm subordinates had planted the remaining 2/10 of empty land with spiritual trees and flowers. These spiritual trees and flowers were all taken out from the Hailstone Treasure Vault, with the youngest of these plants and trees being in the 100,000 years range. Taking a slow stroll around the Palace of 9 Halls, looking at these colorful flowers and spiritual trees, a pleasant feeling filled Huang Xiaolong's heart. As he walked without a specific direction, he arrived at the main entrance, where sounds of cheerful laughter were heard. Looking toward the source, he saw his father, Huang Peng, younger brother, Huang Xiaohai, and his nephew, Guxiaofan Xiaputi, and a few others playing under the rocky waterfall pool in front, whereas his mother, Su Yan, younger sister, Huang Min, Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and the rest were cheering them on at the side. Watching this heartwarming scene, a warm feeling spread over Huang Xiaolong's heart as he quickened his steps, walking toward them. Hearing sounds of footsteps coming in their direction, everyone turned their heads to look. Sovereign! Both Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu quickly stepped forward in salute. Xiaolong! Big brother! His mother and younger sister also walked over to greet him. Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded at them as he reached the waterfall pool. With the relentless insistence from his brother, nephew, and Xiaputi, Huang Xiaolong could only admit defeat, revealing his chiseled muscles as he took off the top of his robes and entered the pool to play with them. After spending half an hour in the water, the group finally went up at noon. Since it was rare for Huang Xiaolong to come out in the middle of his seclusion, everyone suggested having a barbecue at night and free-flowing wine. Reluctant to dampen everyone's high spirit, Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. Hence, everyone swiftly worked together, dividing tasks among themselves. Some went to catch fish in the pool, while others were sent to the mountains to hunt for spiritual beasts. By evening, 20 big barbecue bonfires were burning brightly. Everyone surrounded the bonfires with fragrant roast meat, grilled fish, and aromatic wine wafting in the air. It was an excellent merrymaking atmosphere. As the night progressed, Huang Xiaolong asked his parents about the Golden Dragon Peak situation during the time he was in seclusion. Nothing much happened on the Golden Dragon Peak in the past year. Occasionally, Yang Feiyue and a group of elite disciples would come over to visit, whereas the All Dragons League's people would avoid the Golden Dragon Peak from far away. The people that Pan Haiqing sent over returned without a fuss after knowing that Huang Xiaolong had entered seclusion. Pan Haiqing. This Pan Haiqing was one of the great five of the elite disciples. His strength was said to be no less than the All Dragons League's Zhang Yu. However, he remembered that eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun once said that this person was extremely sly and ruthless. They had never crossed paths. What purpose did he have in coming over to invite him? That person Pan Haiqing sent over. Did he mention the reason why Pan Haiqing invited me over? That person did not say anything much. He merely said to inform Sovereign once Sovereign is out from seclusion. That's all. Zhao Shu said, shaking his head. Huang Xiaolong nodded, but he didn't really put the matter to heart. Needless to say, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be making the trip over to Pan's Tiger Peak. Moreover, according to his eldest senior apprentice brother's words, it was best not to associate with this person. Underneath the enchanting moonlit sky, the night breeze caressed the skin. The bonfire barbecue party lasted until the next morning before everyone was willing to disperse. Huang Xiaolong spent 3 days with his parents, accompanying them and guiding their cultivation. Cultivating for more than a year on the Golden Dragon Peak, the Huang family's strength had improved significantly. His younger brother Huang Xiaohai, his sister Huang Min, and nephew Guo were already peak half-step Saint Realm. His parents, Huang Peng and Su Yan, were both 9th Order Xiantian Realm. As for Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, Blessed Buddha Emperor, and Duanren Emperor, their strengths had advanced by 1 order. 3 days later, Huang Xiaolong re-entered seclusion, beginning to refine the 2 true Dragon King's beast cores. These 2 beast cores contained at least several times more demonic essence energy within each beast core than 11 High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast cores from the Hailstone treasure. Hence, Huang Xiaolong used half a year's time to fully refine 1 beast core. When Huang Xiaolong had completely refined one of the beast cores, he finally advanced to late 5th Order God Realm from mid-5th Order God Realm. Afterwards, he continued to refine the 2nd beast core. After approximately 3 years' time, Huang Xiaolong finally finished refining the last High God Realm beast core, reaching peak late 5th Order God Realm. He was infinitely close to breaking through to 6th Order God Realm. Not breaking that thin line separating him from 6th Order God Realm still depressed Huang Xiaolong somewhat. Fortunately, there were still 50,003 Revolutions golden pills inside the Hailstone treasure vault. By the time he finished refining these as well, he probably wouldn't need much longer to step into 6th Order God Realm. With a plan in mind, Huang Xiaolong exited the Shumi Temple. I wonder how father and mother's cultivation is progressing. Huang Xiaolong thought as his feet carried him to his parents' courtyard. Huang Xiaolong was very happy after seeing his parents, for both of them had reached half-step Saint Realm. Only that thin fine line kept them from breaking into the Saint Realm. Once they did, their lifespan would greatly increase to over 1,000 years. Other than the good news from his parents' side, Huang Xiaohai, Huang Min, Guo Xiaofan, and his brother-in-law Guo Fan had all advanced to peak half-step God Realm. Looks like I have to start refining some divine spirit pellets that would aid father and mother in their breakthrough. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Otherwise, for his parents to take that last step into Saint Realm only relying on themselves would be hard, just like his brother Huang Xiaohai and sister Huang Min. It had been several years since they had reached half-step God Realm, yet were still unable to step over that thin line. Huang Xiaolong asked Dragon Emperor Ao Tai if he knew of any medicinal pellets that could aid a person in breaking through to Saint Realm. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai hesitated. There are many medicinal pellets that can help a person break through to Saint Realm, but there is a difference between mild and strong effects. The best option would be the Rising Sea Ascending Moon Divine Pellet. Consuming it would increase one's chances to break through to Saint Realm as high as 80%. However, there is only one person who knows how to concoct this Rising Sea Ascending Moon Divine Pellet. 80%. Hearing Dragon Emperor Ao Tai say that this Rising Sea Ascending Moon Divine Pellet could actually increase his parents' chances of breaking into the Saint Realm by 80%. His eyes immediately lit up. This was a genuine heaven-defying godly pill 80%. Meaning to say, as long as he could get his hands on this rising sea ascending moon divine pellet and let his parents consume it and cultivate, there would be no problem for them to break through to Saint Realm. However, the latter part of Dragon Emperor Aotai's words made Huang Xiaolong frown. Only one person knew how to refine this pill? Who is that person? Huang Xiaolong asked. He's the ascending moon old man, Dragon Emperor Aotai answered. That time when I was set to take the Black Warrior Institute Disciple Selection Assessment, the ascending moon old man's name was already well known. He's one of the galaxy's top alchemists, but so many years have passed. I don't know if he's still alive. Huang Xiaolong smiled bitterly. The possibility of that was too remote. So many thousands of years had passed, it was really hard to say if that ascending moon old man was still living. Dragon Emperor Aotai had been sealed inside the Dragon Pearl for 50 to 60,000 years. Even if that ascending moon old man was still alive, he'd most likely have ascended to the divine world long ago. Still, even if the ascending moon old man is no longer around, there should be his successor, Dragon Emperor Aotai solemnly said. Huang Xiaolong's dimmed eyes brightened once more. You know where the ascending moon old man's cultivation cave is located? Dragon Emperor Aotai nodded. The ascending moon old man used to cultivate in the wintry North World. Wintry North World. Huang Xiaolong was as surprised as he sounded. Wasn't that where Shi Xiaofei followed her master, crazy Lady Yang Yi, to cultivate? What a coincidence. Dragon Emperor Aotai laughed at Huang Xiaolong's reaction. Coincidentally, your woman is cultivating in the wintry North World. Since you've already broken through to peak late 5th Order God Realm, and taking that step into the 6th Order won't happen in a year or two, why don't you take this chance to go have a look and visit your woman as well? Huang Xiaolong nodded. However, hearing your woman, in every sentence from the old dragon's mouth filled Huang Xiaolong's forehead with black lines. Yet, when Shi Xiaofei's delicate face appeared in his mind, a touch of gentleness could be detected in his eyes. Xiaofei's moon summoning rhyme should have progressed to the later parts of the first stage. Huang Xiaolong estimated to himself. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 years had passed since the day Shi Xiaofei left for the wintry North World to cultivate. At that time, crazy Lady Yang Yi had mentioned that with Shi Xiaofei's talent, it wouldn't take her more than 30 years to cultivate the moon summoning rhyme until the 3rd stage. After she reached the 3rd stage, her pure luminance enlightened Buddha physique would be awakened. When Huang Xiaolong was speaking to his parents about wanting to make a trip to the wintry North World, telling them that he would be away from the Golden Dragon Peak for a period of time, Zhao Shu entered to report that there was someone named Li Ming is outside, wanting to pay a visit. Li Ming. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. Although he rarely ventured out of the Golden Dragon Peak, he was still quite informed about the elite disciples residing around the Red Flood Mountain range from Yang Feiyue and his group. Among the Great 5 elite disciples other than Long Juanzi, the rest had formed their own organizations like Jiang Yu did with the All Dragons League. Gudu Zhou established the Angels Corp, Wang Xiaomei started the Great Thousand Doctrine, and last but not least Pan Haiqing had the Pan Tiger Society. This Li Ming was the Pan Tiger Society's second-in-command, Pan Haiqing's left and right-hand man, possessing a strength only marginally weaker than Pan Haiqing himself, a late 6th Order God Realm, infinitely close to advancing to peak late 6th Order God Realm. Invite him in. Huang Xiaolong pondered slightly before saying to Zhao Shu. Yes, Sovereign. Zhao Shu respectfully complied and backed out. Shortly after, he returned, leading a brawny young man that exuded a sharp and violent aura from head to toe. Following behind Zhao Shu, Li Ming's gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong just as Huang Xiaolong was seizing him up. An invisible energy wave began to spread outward as their gazes collided. A cold gleam flickered in the depths of Li Ming's eyes. Holding the gaze no more than a split second, both men shifted their gazes away while Li Ming uncouthly slumped himself into a chair. Huang Xiaolong, our society chief wants to see you. Come with me to the Pan's Tiger Peak now. Lofty and condescending. As expected, he was someone sent by Pan Haiqing. Hearing the clear, commanding tone coming out from the other side, a menacing curve raised the corners of Huang Xiaolong's lips. And if I don't go? A nasty chuckle sounded from Li Ming. Huang Xiaolong, I admit that your strength is not bad, that even those trash like Lin Tong, Xianxia, and the others from all Dragons League aren't your opponents. However, my advice is you do better to follow me to the Pan's Tiger Peak. A person that our society chief wants to see. No one has dared to refuse a second time. Before this, Pan Haiqing had sent someone over once to invite Huang Xiaolong. Finishing his well-intentioned words, the sharp, violent aura from his body erupted. Based on his identity, even the other 4 of the Great 5 elite disciples would interact politely with him, but this Huang Xiaolong actually sent a peak half-god realm slave to invite him in. He had never been so despised. Exactly at this time, a silhouette flickered, accompanied by a whelming energy sweeping at him. Li Ming was greatly alarmed, slightly panicking. He was about to leap back in order to dodge, but he was already sent flying into the air. Together with the chair he was sitting on, they were sent flying quite a distance away. A few breaths later, a muffled boom was heard. Li Ming's mouth opened, spewing large mouthfuls of blood as he clutched at his chest. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, there was anger as well as fear in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong scoffed after glancing at the blood-red handprint on Li Ming's chest, taking slow steps toward him. Huang Xiaolong, you're shameless. Actually using a sneak attack. Li Ming wobbled as he tried to stand on his feet, a quivering finger pointing at Huang Xiaolong's face in anger. His eyes turned red with fury. Huang Xiaolong snickered. Sneak attack. He disappeared in a flicker again, reappearing right in front of Li Ming with his right hand raised up, and pa! A resounding slap connected with Li Ming's face. Li Ming was sent flying a second time. Landing on the ground, he rolled all the way to the hall doors. Do I even need to sneak attack to deal with you? Huang Xiaolong scoffed as he strode toward Li Ming. Li Ming felt a fiery pain in his right cheek. Although he didn't know what the right side of his face looked like now, he was dead sure that it was swollen. Amidst his fear, other negative emotions surged up in Li Ming's heart. Humiliation, wrath, and crazy killing intent that pierced the sky. No one had the guts to treat him this way. Never ever. Huang Xiaolong, I'm going to kill you. Li Ming stood up with mad scarlet eyes as his momentum rushed up in crazy speed. Heaven Central's great law, mighty god palm. Li Ming hollered as he lunged toward Huang Xiaolong with both palms facing out. Golden palm imprints shot out, shattering the space, tilting heaven and earth, lighting up the entire hall with a blinding light. Huang Xiaolong was coldly indifferent. 1,000 arms fanned out at his back and his 2 hands met Li Ming's attack head-on. Golden light exploded in the air, obscuring everything. A second later, Li Ming was sent flying out from the main hall doors, all the way until he was out from the 9 halls Bagua formation, stuck to the ground like a dead dog. Poof! Li Ming was coughing up blood again and again. The light in his eyes dimmed, filled with fear and apprehension facing Huang Xiaolong. No, this cannot be. Cannot be. He was a late 6th Order God Realm that was close to advancing to peak late 6th Order God Realm. Even facing any one of the Great 5 elite disciples, he wouldn't lose so uglily, so thoroughly. Huang Xiaolong was but a 5th Order God Realm, recently promoted to the ranks of elite disciples. Huang Xiaolong had already stopped in front of him, watching him with cold indifference as he lifted his foot and kicked down. Frigid azure chi seeped into Li Ming's body through Huang Xiaolong's foot, together with the sounds of breaking bones and Li Ming's blood-curdling scream. To me, you're no different from the All Dragons League's Lin Tong, Xianxia, or any of those trash, Huang Xiaolong said icily. Huang Xiaolong, you will regret this. Li Ming spat out with his feeble voice. Burning hatred could be seen from his eyes. Is that so? Another kick went down. Another tragic wail escaped Li Ming's throat. Scram back and tell your master that if he wants to see me, he should come himself. Huang Xiaolong sent Li Ming flying out with another kick. Get lost now. Li Ming wailed in pain as his body shot out several li after suffering another kick from Huang Xiaolong. Following that, his body rolled all the way down to the Golden Dragon Peak's foothills. Huang Xiaolong issued a cold snort as he watched Li Ming rolling all the way down to the bottom of the mountain before turning around and returning to the palace, no longer sparing the guest another thought. Inside, he once again brought up the subject of his trip to the wintry North World to his parents. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong reminded the Huang family not to leave the Golden Dragon Peak while he was away, and wait for his return to deal with the troubles. With the 10 Killing Swords formation, the Palace of 9 Halls Bagua Trigrams formation, as well as the pack of demonic beasts, the Golden Dragon Peak was an impregnable fortress. Even without him there, he needn't worry about their safety. Huang Xiaolong also tasked Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu with some matters before departing under the Huang family members' gazes. Leaving the Golden Dragon Peak, Huang Xiaolong headed straight to the transmission array on the North Star Square. Not long after Huang Xiaolong departed from the Golden Dragon Peak, Li Ming, who fainted from rolling all the way down from mid-mountain height, gradually regained his conscience. Acute pain coursed through his body as if every bone in his body was broken by Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, I swear I'll definitely kill you. Recalling the previous humiliating scenes, Li Ming's eyes suffused with an icy killing intent. Animosity hollered like a violent storm in his heart. Enduring the severe pain, it was an enormous effort for Li Ming to stand on his feet, wobbling and stumbling as he flew back to the Pan's Tiger Peak. Several times on the journey, he nearly plummeted to the ground from midair. Inside the Pan's Tiger Peak Great Hall, Pan Haiqing's expression was especially gloomy, looking at the person standing before him in a torn, dirty robe, with a mud-stained face and a glaring red palm print on his chest. Smeared bloodstains were still obvious on Li Ming's face. Li Ming spoke through gritted teeth. Chief, that Huang Xiaolong is preposterous. He's flaunting his Institute principal's personal disciple identity, not putting us in his eyes. I invited him with proper courtesy, yet that Huang Xiaolong dared to say that if Chief wants to see him, you are to go over there personally. Moreover, it would depend on his mood whether he would see you or not. I was enraged hearing him disrespect Chief, and uttered a sentence to reprimand him. But who knew he'd be so shameless as to make a sneak attack on me, wounding me to this extent? A dark, cruel light gleamed in Pan Haiqing's pupils. That Huang Xiaolong really said that? It is so. Hatred shone in Li Ming's eyes, adding, if it wasn't because I managed to escape in time, my Qi would have been shattered, and my meridians crippled, maybe even killed. He also said, what great 5 elite disciples, in his eyes, they amount to nothing. A murderous light seeped into Pan Haiqing's eyes. His hands slowly clenched into fists with green veins popping up underneath the skin. Is that Huang Xiaolong still on the Golden Dragon Peak? Li Ming replied, no, on the way back here. I heard other Pan-Tiger Society disciples mention that Huang Xiaolong has left the Golden Dragon Peak and is heading toward the North Star Square's transmission array, seemingly leaving the Black Warrior Institute. A scheming little grin emerged on Pan Haiqing's face. If it's like that, we'll send him a big gift. Li Ming was baffled. Big gift? Pan Haiqing sneered coldly. The Jiang family, Vice Principal Wang Na, and those people from the Azure Dragon Institute are just waiting for him to leave the Black Warrior Institute. Let's go. Come with me to Vice Principal Wang Na's manor. I believe she'll be delighted receiving this piece of news. She won't skimp out on our benefits. He stood up as he was saying that. It's just a pity that we're unable to kill him personally. Li Ming muttered, not concealing the hate whirling in his eyes. Walking out of the Great Hall, Pan Haiqing said offhandedly, once that Huang Xiaolong is dead, the Huang family's fate will be up to you to decide. At that time, you can play to your heart's content. Li Ming's pupils darkened. Yes, Chief is right. Today's humiliation will be returned 1,000-fold on the Huang family. Both men left the Pan's Tiger Peak, speeding off toward Vice Principal Wang Na's manor. Wang Na's eyes shone brightly when she heard the news, generously praising, both of you have done very well. 2 spatial rings hovered in front of Pan Haiqing and Li Ming with a casual wave of her hand. This is to reward you too. Seeing the inside of the spatial rings, which were filled with numerous elixirs and Xuanwu coins, both Pan Haiqing and Li Ming were delighted, thanking Wang Na profusely. Wang Na nodded, accepting the 2 disciples' gratitude without qualms, and excused them away before turning to Grand Elder Luyu at her side, saying, Inform the Azure Dragon Institute about Huang Xiaolong leaving the Black Warrior Institute. Remember to tell them we want half of the Hailstone treasure, and also the ancient treasures on Huang Xiaolong, such as the innumerable fortune Xianxia. We want 15 items. Lu Yong complied, getting to his feet. Then he flew away at rapid speed. On another side, after arriving at the North Star Square, Huang Xiaolong was transported to the Black Warrior City via the transmission array. Once out, he did not dally around, taking several consecutive transmission arrays until he reached northern side of the galaxy in a place called Tonggu World. Due to the lack of transmission arrays in the wintry North World, Huang Xiaolong could only be transported to the closest transmission array in the Tonggu World. From there on, he needed to rely on himself to reach the wintry North World by flying. Despite the so-called close distance between the Tonggu World and wintry North World, based on Huang Xiaolong's current flying speed, it would take him at least a month to reach his destination. The vast, boundless, and empty space, where anything seemed remote from everything else, gave a sense of tranquility from its deep silence. Huang Xiaolong's silhouette glided through the dark, boundless space like a flickering bright star. Spreading out his spiritual sense to the limit, he continuously absorbed the scarce lightning force hidden within the deep void. This lightning force is really good stuff. Feeling the effect after a while, Huang Xiaolong couldn't resist commenting. If it weren't for the High God Advancement Tournament 200 years later, I would really consider cultivating in this vast space for several hundred years, absorbing this lightning force. This lightning force could purify and strengthen his soul, but his most pressing concern was to improve his strength and cultivation. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai spoke, "The stronger your soul is, the smoother your breakthrough to High God realm will be. By putting all your effort and focus on increasing your strength and cultivation like you do now, it indirectly becomes a hindrance to your future breakthrough, greatly increasing its difficulty." Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. Advancing to High God realm is connected to one's soul? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai nodded, explaining, "Yes, the stronger your soul is, the easier it is for you to form your godhead. The stronger and purer your soul is, the stronger the godhead you'll be able to form would be. A godhead is the fundamental existence of a god. The better your foundation is, the higher you can reach. I've never told you this in the past because your realm was still too low. There was no point in letting you know too much. But now you're already a peak late 5th order god realm. It's time you pay attention to these points." Huang Xiaolong was shocked by this revelation. It had never crossed his mind that the soul's clarity would play such a crucial part in advancing to the High God realm. But why didn't his master Fengyang mention anything about this to him either? Perhaps, like Dragon Emperor Ao Tai, he also thought that his realm was too low and that he temporarily needn't know this? Huang Xiaolong's mood turned sulky thinking about this. "Old dragon, then how is the strength and clarity of my soul?" Huang Xiaolong urged. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai hesitated slightly. "Because you cultivated in the ancient puppetry art and soul mandate, your soul is far stronger than most same order masters, but it is a million miles away from reaching the level of a High God realm master. As for the clarity of your soul, that's even further away from being ideal." The more Huang Xiaolong heard, the deeper the furrows on his brows became. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai continued, "Still, you need not dwell too much on this. Wait until you're a 10th order god realm and won the first place in the High God Advancement Tournament." Huang Xiaolong nodded. He continued to fly in space for another 2 days. "These gentlemen had been following me for so long. Are you planning to keep following?" Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept around him, yawning as he spoke. The atmosphere around him seemed to have grown heavier for a few breaths' time. Then a bright light flashed as 3 people appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong. People of Azure Dragon Institute. Seeing the 3 newcomers, Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. Among the 3 people, 2 of them were clad in the Azure Dragon Institute's elder robes, while the third one, standing in front of the 2, was wearing the Azure Dragon Institute's Grand Elder robe. Huang Xiaolong recognized this person. He was one of the 6 people he met inside the Hailstone treasure space. Li Qingming scrutinized Huang Xiaolong with a devious smile. "Not bad, brat, to be able to tell that we're tailing behind you. No wonder even Xiang Mingji lost to you. You managed to escape the last time in the Hailstone treasure space. Let's see if you still can run away this time. I have no time to dribble nonsense with you. Immediately hand over the hailstone treasure, the innumerable fortune Xianxia, and all those treasures you cheated off Xiang Mingji, and I can leave you a full corpse. Of course, as the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple, I can let you die more comfortably. Li Qingming wasn't worried at all about Huang Xiaolong escaping. Although the young man in front of him wasn't weak, before a 10th Order God Realm Master like him, that meager strength was inadequate in his eyes. A big smile flashed across Huang Xiaolong's calm face. Are you so sure you can kill me? Li Qingming had a faint scathing smile on his face as he shook his head. Although I still can't figure out how you managed to escape from that hailstone treasure space back then. This time I've locked the surrounding space with a god-restricting golden silk thread rope. There's no way in hell you can escape. At the end of his words, Li Qingming waved his hands, as if to prove his words, and golden lights glimmered, revealing long golden lines of silk thread enveloping the space around them like a large steel cage. This god-restricting golden silk thread rope is an ancient treasure I stumbled upon by accident. There's an ancient divine formation called God-restricting soul lock array inscribed on it, completely locking and separating a radius of 10 li from the outside space. No matter how tragically you scream, no one outside of this space will know what is happening. Not even High God Realm Masters can detect any abnormality outside of 100 li. Li Qingming's aura grew more bloodthirsty as he stared at Huang Xiaolong, adding another sentence in ridicule. Of course, if you can kill me, you can leave this space. Huang Xiaolong ignored the blatant ridicule in Li Qingming's eyes, but looked interestedly at the so-called god-restricting golden silk thread rope with shining eyes, praising out loud. This is indeed a great tool for aiding robbery and murder. With this rope, one can even kill without fearing any repercussions on the Cloud Sea mainland. Li Qingming burst out laughing madly hearing what Huang Xiaolong said. Brat, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. You have already been forced to the end of the road, but you are still trying to act brave. His eyes strayed toward the golden dragon pearl runic symbol on Huang Xiaolong's forehead. That golden symbol on your forehead should be some kind of ancient treasure, right? You used this ancient treasure last time inside the hailstone treasure space to block Zhao Lufei's attack, which gave you the opportunity to run. However, I guess that relying on your current strength, you can at most use its power no more than a couple of times. Li Qingming's eyes become increasingly feverish with greed, his eyes staring at the golden symbol on Huang Xiaolong's forehead. Just a few years ago, this Huang Xiaolong was just a second-order god realm, yet he could already borrow the power from this golden rune symbol to withstand a 10th-order god realm's attack. If he could get it, wouldn't he be invincible below the high god realm? Little brat, have you thought it over? One of the Azure Dragon Institute elders behind Li Qingming stared at Huang Xiaolong with lofty disdain. Your first choice? Obediently hand over the hailstone treasure as well as all the treasures on you, and we'll leave you an intact corpse. The second choice would be us acting, but you will die miserably. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. There's a third, and that is, I kill all of you and everything on you lot will be mine. Li Qingming and the two elders were all briefly stunned for a second before their unrestrained laughter resounded. It was at this time that all three men caught a blinding light flickering from the golden runic symbol on Huang Xiaolong's forehead. In the next second, the entire locked space was filled with majestic dragon might. Before this boundless and majestic dragon might, their breaths were stifled, nearly stopping altogether. So did their laughter. Their eyes dilated with fear, and blood drained from their faces as if they saw the most terrifying existence. High God Realm Divine Dragon Master, Li Qingming stammered, staring straight at the thousands of feet coiling dragon hovering behind Huang Xiaolong. The divine dragon was none other than Dragon Emperor Ao Tai. Previously, in the Hailstone treasure space, he did not have a full confidence that he would be able to kill all 6 people, but now, merely killing one Li Qingming, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai had this much confidence. As for the 2 Azure Dragon Institute elders, both were of no consequence. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's small lake-sized eyes glanced condescendingly at Li Qingming's group of 3. Staring at his own reflection in Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's cold and murderous eyes, Li Qingming was jolted back to his senses, and his first thought was, run, run. The further the better, as fast as he could. All of a sudden, a beam of bright light soared from Li Qingming's body, transforming into individual talisman symbols that combined to form a barrier oddly resembling a tortoise shell, fully wrapping Li Qingming within. Golden cicada shell-shedding art? Dragon Emperor Aotai exclaimed, slightly surprised seeing Li Qingming's form. This golden cicada shell-shedding art was quite a clever escaping method. Activating this method allowed a person to hide their body and aura completely. It was even capable of preventing the enemy's spiritual sense and god force from locking onto them. But then Dragon Emperor Aotai's lips curled back in a cold smile. If it were other general high god realm masters, they really might let Li Qingming escape with this method. Unfortunately, Li Qingming's opponent was him. Dragon Emperor Aotai stretched his jaw wide, letting out a thunderous dragon roar. It was akin to tens of thousands of dragons roaring, almost like crossing time and space, originating in an era long gone. It created numerous horrifying swirling hurricanes, blasting through the surrounding space. Li Qingming, who had just successfully concealed himself, was severely jolted out of the void. His bloodied body was filled with savage cuts and wounds from the sound waves blasting through the void. The two Azure Dragon Elders fared far worse, being directly blasted into pieces, turning into a rain of blood. The void storm lasted for a long time before dissipating, together with the echoes of dragon roars. Li Qingming laid on the enclosed space's floor, gasping weakly, but his fearful eyes were fixed on Dragon Emperor Aotai. He did not imagine that Dragon Emperor Aotai would be so powerful. Huang Xiaolong walked up, coming to a stop in front of Li Qingming with a cold sneer on his face. Who informed you? Li Qingming understood that Huang Xiaolong was referring to him leaving the Black Warrior Institute, but he snorted, Huang Xiaolong, the Azure Dragon Institute will not spare you if you dare to kill me. You better think this through carefully. The coldness in Huang Xiaolong's eyes deepened. His foot crushed down on Li Qingming's chest, and sounds of bones popping and shattering sounded together with Li Qingming's scream of pain. I think I have thought it through very carefully. Huang Xiaolong's ridiculing expression was glaringly obvious. But it seems you haven't thought it through. Li Qingming glowered at Huang Xiaolong with ferocious eyes, hatred and rage surging in his heart, erupting like a wrathful volcano. Huang Xiaolong, don't assume that just because you have a high god realm divine dragon guarding over you, our Azure Dragon Institute won't be able to kill you. When that time comes, your death will be 100 times more tragic than mine. Huang Xiaolong's expression was less than lukewarm at Li Qingming's threat. Whether I will die tragically or not, I don't know. But I know that at this moment you'll die tragically. Huang Xiaolong opened his palm, revealing his vibrant immortal essence fire. Before Li Qingming's baffled gaze, Huang Xiaolong sent the fire landing softly on Li Qingming's body with a wave. Watching this, Li Qingming issued a disdainful snort. This Huang Xiaolong was actually ignorant to this kind of level. Didn't he know that a mid-level God Realm Modder's God Flame couldn't kill a high-level God Realm Master? However, before he could make a sound, his eyes abruptly widened in great horror. In the next moment, a soul-wrenching scream came from his throat. The immortal essence fire that landed on his body had begun to devour him. It was slowly traveling upward, beginning with his fingers. Then it traveled to his arms, chest, and lower body. No matter how he struggled, rolled, and turned his body, Li Qingming was unable to extricate himself from the fire, nor was he able to extinguish the horrifying flames. Huang Xiaolong did not let him die immediately. Instead, he controlled the fire, letting it devour Li Qingming's body bit by bit, so that Li Qingming could watch his own body being devoured inch by inch, dying as he screamed in excruciating pain. It lasted more than an hour. In the end, Li Qingming's existence was completely erased from the world under the immortal essence fire. Huang Xiaolong collected the god-restricting golden silk thread rope and the 3 people's spatial rings, putting them away in the Azura ring. Let's go. There are people heading this way, and one of them is very powerful. Suddenly, Dragon Emperor Aotai's grim voice sounded as he flew back into the dragon pearl space in Huang Xiaolong's forehead. Huang Xiaolong blanked for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Taking out his mulberry sword, he flew away at breakneck speed. Not long after Huang Xiaolong left the place, 5 silhouettes arrived at high speed. When these 5 people stopped, demonic energy visible to the naked eye emerged in their proximity. Upon their arrival, all 5 men made quick observations of the surroundings. Then, under the command of a middle-aged man clad in golden brocade robe, all 5 flew in the direction Huang Xiaolong had left earlier. The 5 pursued more than 10,000 li before stopping on an uninhabited planet. The eyes of the middle-aged man were sharp like an eagle as his gaze swept over the surrounding, ordering the other 4. Separate and search, that brat cannot run far. Yes, great king. The other 4 respectfully complied. Each picked a direction and sped off. Whereas the golden brocade-robed middle-aged man himself blurred into a flicker, appearing on a tall peak on the planet. As his feet landed, the ground sunk slightly, and then, with the mountain peak under his feet as the center, the mountains within 100,000 li radius erupted like volcanoes. Scorching magma glowing like fiery ember red shot out from deep underground like geysers. Logically, that brat shouldn't be able to avoid my soul-lock oculus. Golden brocade-robed middle-aged man muttered to himself as a light glimmered in his eyes. On top of that, how did those 3 people from the Azure Dragon Institute go missing? Not long after, the 4 people who left earlier returned, each of them shaking their heads, revealing the result of their pursuit. None of them managed to find any clues about Huang Xiaolong's whereabouts. This made the golden brocade-robed man's expression turned grim. He led the 4 people, making another attempt to locate Huang Xiaolong, but to no avail. Only then did the group of 5 give up and left. Shortly after the 5 men left, on the spot where the golden brocade-robed man stood earlier on the mountain peak, Huang Xiaolong's silhouette emerged. What a scary demonic qi and whelming pressure! Huang Xiaolong exclaimed with a look of lingering apprehension on his face. If it weren't for the godly Mt. Shumi and Dragon Emperor Ao Tai helping to hide all of his aura, in front of this golden brocade-robed middle-aged man, he had 0 chances of hiding. That golden brocade-robed man is definitely a high god realm master of the demonic beasts faction. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai too breathed in relief seeing that the 5 men had left. Moreover, I estimate that his strength, amongst the 4 galaxies' top demonic beast clan masters, could definitely enter the top 5. Even if he isn't your master's opponent, his strength is only slightly weaker. Huang Xiaolong nodded. In the 4 galaxies, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird, although the human race forces were powerful, the demonic beast clans were by no means weaker. Being able to enter the top 5 among the demonic beast clans in all 4 galaxies, one could imagine that man's terrifying strength. However, without the shackles that bind me to the Dragon Pearl, I wouldn't be afraid of that golden brocade-robed man. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai declared confidently. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Let's not discuss this now, let's first get away from here. Who knows if that demonic beast king will suddenly backtrack here. Even as he said that, Huang Xiaolong had already taken out his mulberry sword, flying off at high speed. Huang Xiaolong was accurate with his prediction. In less than half an hour after Huang Xiaolong sped off on his sword, the golden brocade-robed man returned with his 4 subordinates. As for Huang Xiaolong, he kept a steady flying speed after leaving the uninhabited planet, continuing to absorb the lightning force hidden in the deep void as he flew. When his energy depleted, he would choose an uninhabited planet to rest, consuming the 3 revolutions golden pills to cultivate. 1 month later, Huang Xiaolong's strength, which had reached peak late 5th order god realm, once again improved, bringing him closer to his breakthrough to 6th order god realm. On top of that, 1 month of absorbing the lightning force had helped his soul become more limpid than before. Previously, if Huang Xiaolong's soul resembled a grayish-white paper, now, most of the grayness was washed away, cleansed, revealing the white brightness underneath. But according to Dragon Emperor Ao Tai, this method of using the hidden lightning force in the deep void like a baptism to purify his soul would require at least 100 years to reach an optimum state. At that point, he would have a 70% chance of success in forming his godhead after reaching 10th order god realm. 100 years and only a 70% chance? Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows rose to his forehead at Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's explanation. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai harumphed at Huang Xiaolong's doubt. If not for your true dragon physique enabling you to absorb the lightning force hidden within the deep void, purifying your soul, forget 100 years, you'd be hard-pressed to touch a 70% chance even if you were given 10,000 years. You think it's so easy to form a godhead? If it were so, High God Realm Masters would be overcrowding the galaxies everywhere. Just like that eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun of your, he had at least 10,000 years of cultivation, right? If he forcefully makes a breakthrough attempt at this stage, his success rate would not even be half. Huang Xiaolong was stupefied. What? Cat got your tongue? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai taunted. Still, your condition may not necessarily take 100 years. If you can find some naturally born lightning treasure, there would be a chance of reducing it down to a dozen years or so. Then again, achieving complete soul purity can only form an average godhead. Huang Xiaolong ate another piece of shock pie. Then what level of soul purity does one need to be considered high level? Wait, godheads have different ranks too. A lazy laugh came from Dragon Emperor Ao Tai before he continued. When you awoke your martial spirits at age 7, martial spirits were also divided into strong and weak, a total of 14 grades. No? Just the same, godheads have their own distinctions and levels from rank 1 to rank 10. Above rank 10, there are even king rank and emperor rank. Above the emperor rank is the supreme deity godhead. The supreme deity godhead is the strongest of all, also known as the Lord of Godheads. Under the heavens, each individual that was able to form a Lord of Godheads were all lauded monstrous geniuses with astonishing growth, a hegemony existence spanning across worlds. However, as far as I know, there has never been anyone from the Black Tortoise Galaxy able to form a Lord of Godheads. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cold air. Not a single person in tens of thousands of years? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai nodded. That's right, not only the Black Tortoise Galaxy, even the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird galaxies don't have anyone who succeeded in forming that level of godhead in numerous thousands of years. A completely limpid soul, in general, could form a rank 4 or 5 godhead, which would be average. If it is a rank 7 godhead, that is considered a high-rank godhead. In all 4 galaxies, the number of people who could form a godhead above rank 7 is very little. The probability is 1 or 2 in 100. Huang Xiaolong could barely retain his calm hearing this. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's tone suddenly turned complacent. My original body is a 5-clawed golden dragon. Cultivating in the ancient dragon clan's supreme techniques, the godhead I formed that year was known as the Heavenly Dragon Godhead, a rank 7 godhead that borders the 8th rank, capable of forming a rank 7 godhead infinitely close to rank 8. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai indeed had the capital to feel proud. When I formed my godhead, my soul's clarity was like a jewel radiating reflections of white light. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai described. With your true dragon physique, you have a very high chance of forming a rank 10 godhead. Huang Xiaolong's brows were tightly scrunched. Only rank 10? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai was genuinely rendered speechless by Huang Xiaolong. What do you mean, only rank 10? You think forming a rank 10 godhead is an easy achievement? In the 4 galaxies, the highest ranking godhead ever formed was only rank 9, and that's the first Black Warrior Institute principle. Saying that you're able to form a rank 10 godhead is already tagging you as the freak genius amongst monstrous geniuses. Huang Xiaolong made a sheepish grin. Oh, so the highest ranking godhead formed in the 4 galaxies was only rank 9 ah. You're taking a rank 10 godhead too lightly. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai said. A person's talent determines the extent of clarity that one's soul can achieve. For some, regardless of how many innate lightning treasures they consume to purify their souls, it would never achieve a state where their clarity rivals a clear jewel. Therefore, they would never be able to form a high-rank godhead. So, it's like that. Huang Xiaolong was hit with a sudden realization. Just moments ago, he was still thinking that if the clarity of one's soul determines the rank of godhead one can form, then he only needed to search for innate lightning element treasures to help him purify his soul. But now it seems like merely continuously purifying the soul was no panacea, since the extent of a person's soul clarity was limited by their innate talent. Then again, your true dragon physique evolves continuously. Who knows, the godhead you will form might not be a mere rank 10. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai added, there's a slim chance you could form a king rank godhead, or even an emperor rank. King rank? Emperor rank? Huang Xiaolong mumbled under his breath. Even so, neither the king rank nor the emperor rank were his goal. Steely determination flickered in his eyes. Supreme deity rank. He had a vague feeling that with his continuous evolving true dragon physique, he should be able to form a supreme deity rank godhead. The lord of all godheads. 2 days passed. Huang Xiaolong, who had been flying on his sword the entire time, finally stopped, looking the large world's surface up ahead in front of him. It was hovering in the dark, boundless space, emitting a white luminance like snow reflecting sunlight. This was the wintry North World. The outer space of the wintry North World was shrouded with a layer of gaseous white fog, condensed from the cold air. Merely stopping for a brief second, Huang Xiaolong soon broke through the layer of vigor qi and gaseous white fog, entering the wintry North World's atmosphere. Observing the new surrounding, only boundless snowfields entered Huang Xiaolong's sight in any direction. The sky was dotted with drifting white snowflakes. However, the wintry North World's snow was different from the snow on the hailstone mainland. The snowflakes on the hailstone mainland were large and more frigid than mere cold, whereas the snowflakes here in the wintry North World gave a soft, gentle feeling, a comfortable, cool feeling that wasn't cold. Flying in the sky, Huang Xiaolong did not circulate his god battle qi to block the falling snow off his body. In fact, he allowed the snowflakes to fall on him naturally, quite enjoying the feeling, white and pure, adding a romantic air to the landscape, like the kingdoms in fairy tales. This hazy white landscape filled one's senses with a different kind of beauty. Inevitably, Shi Xiaofei's exquisite and alluring face emerged in Huang Xiaolong's mind. I wonder if Xiaofei is doing well. Thinking that he was about to see Shi Xiaofei again, Huang Xiaolong's heartbeat quickened. According to his speed using sword flight, he would arrive at the wintry North World's land of New Moon in 2 days' time. Huang Xiaolong planned to first meet Shi Xiaofei, and after that he would make inquiries about the ascending moon old man. As Huang Xiaolong continued to get closer to the land of the new moon in the wintry North World on his wooden sword, there were 2 young men making their way toward the same destination. From their attire, these 2 men seemed to have a master-servant relationship. Young lord, although that Shi Xiaofei is beautiful, she doesn't know what's good for herself. Chun Yun said to his family's young lord Zhang Han. With young lord's identity, she actually refused to meet with young lord 3 times. If she weren't that Yang Yi's personal disciple, she wouldn't even be qualified to wash young lord's feet. Zhang Han snorted coldly. This young lord has never failed to get a woman I've taken interest in, a woman like Shi Xiaofei. This young lord has seen his fair share, cold on the surface but nothing but a slutty wench on the inside. However, it's more meaningful taming this kind of woman. Once this young lord tamed her, I'll just kick her away when I'm bored. Chun Yun smiled flatteringly. Kicking her away is too much of a waste. When young lord is bored of her, could young lord reward her to this small one? Zhang Han gave a loud cackle. Don't worry. There will definitely be your share of the benefits. The 2 men laughed even louder. 1 hour later, the 2 men arrived at a residence within the land of New Moon. After being announced, both men strode into the residence and were seated in the main hall. Almost immediately, a maid entered to serve them top-quality tea, politely requesting them to kindly wait for a while as she disappeared to inform Shi Xiaofei. But the maid returned soon, informing the 2 men that Shi Xiaofei was in seclusion and that it wasn't convenient to receive any guests at this time, politely requesting them to return. Zhang Han's expression became turbid like muddy water. Green veins popped up on his hand holding the teacup. With a minuscule tightening of his fingers, the teacup shattered into pieces. Despite his earlier words claiming that it was only meaningful taming this kind of women, as the son of the Zhang family's patriarch, once, twice, thrice being rejected, not only him, any regular person would be angered. A mere Saint Realm cultivation level woman dared to ignore him time and again? Those lowly maids that served him daily, the lowest of them was still peak half-step god realm. Fine, since Miss Xiaofei is busy due to cultivating, we shall come again in another 2 days. In the end, Zhang Han managed to repress the anger in his ear, saying each word with deliberate slowness before standing to leave. The two men left the residence without another word. Young lord, that Xiaofei is really going too far. On the way back, Chun Yun angrily complained. What bullshit that she's in seclusion and it's inconvenient to meet guests. That's obviously just an excuse. That stuck-up woman. If it were me, I'd storm inside and drag her out, play her to death on the spot. Zhang Han sneered. Storm inside and drag her out? Do you have the guts? Chun Yun's reply choked in his throat. However, Zhang Han's expression wasn't any better. There's that crazy Lady Yang Yi behind her. Even the ancestor must give her some face. A quick sharp glint flickered in his eyes. But I don't believe Xiaofei that wench can hide forever inside the residence. Once she comes out. A wicked chuckle came from Zhang Han. We'll come again 2 days later. With that, the master and servants' figures disappeared in the midst of drifting snow. Half a day later, on another side, Huang Xiaolong flew out from the endless snowfields, arriving at a large city. However, Huang Xiaolong did not enter the city, merely flying over it at high altitude. Looking down from above, the buildings within the city were beautiful. Most of them were sculpted out from ice. People could be seen moving about. It was prosperous and lively. If I remember correctly, this should be the wintry North World's Wuxia city. Dragon Emperor Aotai's voice sounded. Wuxia City is one of the biggest cities in the wintry North World. You've been to Wuxia City before? Huang Xiaolong was surprised. A reminiscence expression appeared on Dragon Emperor Aotai's face. Yes, but that year, I had just broken through to God Realm. I was here with several others Black Warrior Institute inner disciples. There was a slight pause before Dragon Emperor Aotai continued. This Wuxia city is controlled by the Zhang family. In fact, 90% of the several thousand cities in the wintry cold north is governed by the Zhang family. Other than the wintry north world surface, the Zhang family is also influential in over 200 world surfaces in the proximity of the wintry north world. Huang Xiaolong already knew the Zhang family that Dragon Emperor Aotai referred to. It was none other than one of the 23 Black Tortoise Galaxy's superfamilies. Then again, among the 23 superforces, the Zhang family stood at the bottom rung of the pyramid. The difference was too great compared to other superforces like the Jiang and Zhu families. Still, being able to be rounded up as one of the Black Tortoise Galaxy's 23 superforces, they were still a formidable force. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the land of New Moon. After making some inquiries, he reached the residence where Xiaofei was residing in. However, after entering the main hall, Huang Xiaolong noticed there were 2 young men seated inside. The Zhang family's disciples? Huang Xiaolong was surprised as he noted these young men's robes. Punk, you're here for Xiaofei? The instant Huang Xiaolong sat down, Zhang Han, who was seated opposite him, coldly questioned, fixing an even colder stare at Huang Xiaolong. I'm kindly advising you to scram now. Huang Xiaolong sat down without missing a beat, moving his arms to loosen his shoulders as he picked up the tea brought in by a maid. After taking a slow sip, Huang Xiaolong asked, And if I don't scram? Not going to scram? Chun Yun seated next to Zhang Han interjected with contempt. Let me enlighten you. Xiaofei is a woman that our young lord has taken an interest in. In the last 2 months, any male that came calling upon Xiaofei had their legs broken by our young lord and then thrown out. Our young lord is kind enough to give you a chance and let you scram by yourself. You should treasure this chance. Huang Xiaolong placed down his cup, speaking slowly. Now, I'm giving you 2 a chance. Roll out of here on your own, and remember, it is roll out. Otherwise, I also wouldn't mind breaking your legs before tossing you out. Zhang Han blanked for a second before bursting into a frenzied laughter. Even Chen Yun was in a fit of loud cackles. When he finally stopped, he was looking at Huang Xiaolong no differently from looking at a dead person. flashing Huang Xiaolong a sympathetic smile as he said, "Punk, now not only will your legs be broken before getting tossed out, every bone and meridian in your body will be broken as well." Huang Xiaolong suddenly made his move at this point. His figure disappeared in a flicker, emerging right in front of Chen Yun. The sympathetic smile on Chen Yun's face vanished in an instant as his eyes widened in shock. His reflex reaction kicked in, prompting Chen Yun to swing both his hands out, attacking Huang Xiaolong. 8 extreme star collapsing fist. Both of Chen Yun's fists punched out, sending energy waves rippling in the air akin to starlight exploding in the night sky, exuding a whelming momentum. Huang Xiaolong watched his actions with contempt. Raising both hands, he directly gripped the opponent's fists with ease. The surrounding space immediately returned to its previous calm. The glittering starlight vanished without a trace. Chen Yun was flabbergasted as he stared wide-eyed at Huang Xiaolong's hands firmly pinning his own 2 fists in midair. A high-pitched shriek escaped his mouth. "You!" However, the rest of his words turned into a blood-curdling scream when Huang Xiaolong roughly twisted both of Chen Yun's arms into a shape resembling crisp. Then, Huang Xiaolong executed a swift hard kick right at Chen Yun's stomach, sending him flying out the main hall. Chen Yun's body crashed heavily outside the main hall, shaking the floor structure with a heavy dull thud, feeling like all his internal organs were shattered by Huang Xiaolong's kick. Blood gurgled up his throat again and again. Red blood mixed with a greenish substance splattered all over the ground. Everything happened too abruptly. Only after Huang Xiaolong sent Chen Yun flying with a kick did Zhang Han finally regain his wits, jumping to his feet with an ugly grim expression. "You actually dare to wound my Zhang family's people?" Zhang Han's face was warped as he glowered at Huang Xiaolong, not disguising the killing intent in his eyes at all. "Little punk, you probably don't know, we're from the Zhang family." Although Huang Xiaolong displayed formidable strength in his attack earlier, there was no fear in Zhang Han's eyes. But, just as his sentence ended, Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of him, his palm enlarging in Zhang Han's pupils as it slapped down on him. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong still dared to attack him even after knowing that he was a disciple of the Zhang family, Zhang Han roared in fury, "Wintry North Prison Heaven Slaughtering Fist." Zhang Han's fist howled through the air, bringing with it a frigid winter cold that enveloped the earth. Purplish streams of terrifying cold qi could be seen flowing around his fist. Affected by the frigid qi from his fist, the entire main hall seemed frozen in an instant. Huang Xiaolong watched the other side with an aloof expression, totally ignoring the incoming attack. His palm continued to slap down on Zhang Han. This one slap had enough force to make Zhang Han's head snap the other way. Lowering his eyes to look, Zhang Han saw his own, but where his little birdie was supposed to be. Huang Xiaolong's slap actually made his head snap all the way back to his butt. Yet, Huang Xiaolong did not stop there. He locked Zhang Han's arms, and starting from his shoulders, he crushed down, shattering every inch of bones in his 2 arms before kicking him out in the door's direction. Zhang Hang slammed heavily on the ground right next to Chen Yun. The frigid qi circulating in the main hall immediately receded. "Yo, you're actually all right?" Zhang Han had shock, anger, and disbelief written all over his face staring at Huang Xiaolong. He was dead sure that his Wintry North Prison Heaven Slaughtering Fist had struck Huang Xiaolong. Moreover, there were clear fist imprints on Huang Xiaolong's robe. The God Battle Qi inside Huang Xiaolong's body circulated, shaking off the small cluster of purple icicles on his chest. This Wintry North Prison Heaven Slaughtering Fist technique is indeed powerful. Too bad your strength is too weak. Chun Yu was a second-order god realm, and although Zhang Han's strength was higher, it was still only at fourth-order god realm. To Huang Xiaolong, there was no difference between the two. "It doesn't matter who you are. You'll definitely pay for this." Zhang Han fiercely glared at Huang Xiaolong, not concealing the killing intent spewing from his eyes. "In this wintry north world, no one can escape after injuring my Zhang family's people." Huang Xiaolong approached in silence, and when he reached Zhang Han, he raised a foot and stepped on his face, exerting force and squashing it into the ground. Indistinguishable noises sounded as dirt and stones filled Zhang Han's mouth. "Scram or I'll kill you." Huang Xiaolong's icy voice rang in the two men's ears. "Don't ever let me see the two of you again. Otherwise you'll die without an intact corpse." Zhang Han and Qin Yun paled noticeably. They scrambled to their feet, fleeing with their tails between their legs. Both of them strongly believed that if they didn't leave immediately, the young man would really kill them. Watching the two sorry figures fleeing away awkwardly, Huang Xiaolong harumphed coldly before walking back to the main hall. As for whether the Zhang family masters would come for payback was inconsequential. Inwardly, he was looking forward to the arrival of the Zhang family. He didn't mind turning the wintry north world upside down. He would let those people who had designs on his hailstone treasure understand that he was not some popular steam bun from a corner shop that they were capable of eating. Xiaolong. Not long after Huang Xiaolong returned to the main hall, he saw Shi Xiaofei dashing out from the inner hall, her exquisite delicate face shining with unspoken happiness. Huang Xiaolong too felt great joy seeing Shi Xiaofei again. He had just stood up from the chair, but Shi Xiaofei crossed the space between them in a few quick steps, tightly embracing him. The maid at the side was dumbstruck agape. In her eyes, their Miss Shi Xiaofei was an ice beauty. Numerous family disciples came calling for her in the last few years, but they had never seen their Miss Shi Xiaofei smile at any of them, much less take the initiative to embrace them, which crossed the boundary of propriety. Deeply inhaling the natural scent that drilled into his nose, Huang Xiaolong circled his arms around Shi Xiaofei's slim supple waist, smiling wryly at her. "There's someone watching." Only then did Shi Xiaofei realize her gaffe, and a bright burning blush colored her cheeks as she quickly sent her maid away. After the maid left, Huang Xiaolong's hand reached out, gently brushing the strands of hair from Shi Xiaofei's forehead, asking, "Were you able to adapt to the life here in the wintry north world?" Shi Xiaofei lightly nods her head. "Master is very good to me. I very much like the snow here in the wintry north world. In fact, the wintry north world is beautiful, especially this land of new moon. The moon is especially mesmerizing during every rising and receding tide." Huang Xiaolong smiled, teasing in his voice. "Then, did you miss me?" A mischievous light flickered in Shi Xiaofei's spirited eyes, questioning demurely in return, "What about you?" Huang Xiaolong was dazed for a second, chuckling as he replied, "I missed you more than I miss drinking." Hearing this, sweetness poured out, filling Shi Xiaofei's heart. She knew that other than cultivating, Huang Xiaolong's favorite pastime was wine. He pulled Shi Xiaofei deeper into his embrace. "How is the progress of your moon summoning rhyme?" "Late first stage, close to peak late first stage. I think in another 3 years, I can begin the second stage." Shi Xiaofei answered softly. "But to break through to the third stage, at least another 20 years or so are needed." She raised her face toward Huang Xiaolong, worry shadowing her expression. "I heard that Zhang family's Zhang Han was here and you gave him a beating?" He knew what Shi Xiaofei was worried about, and spoke to quell her worries. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Have you forgotten whose personal disciple I am?" Still, Shi Xiaofei was less than reassured. That Zhang Han never lets go of a grudge. He definitely won't let the matter end like this. "Although you are the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple, this is wintry north world. It's better to be more careful." Huang Xiaolong smiled faintly, not wanting to continue discussing the matter, thus changing the subject. "Where's your master?" Shi Xiaofei was surprised. "You want to see my master?" "Yes. I have some matters I'd like to ask her," Huang Xiaolong said. Though Dragon Emperor Ao Tai knew that the ascending moon old man used to cultivate in the wintry north world, he had no idea where his cultivation cave was located. Perhaps Shi Xiaofei's master might have some clues. "Master is meeting with a guest. I'll bring you over to her now," Shi Xiaofei lovingly answered. "A guest?" Huang Xiaolong found that surprising. Shi Xiaofei nodded. "Yes, it seems to be someone from the Vermilion Bird Galaxy. But what that person's identity is exactly, I don't know." Vermilion Bird Galaxy. That information was another surprise for Huang Xiaolong. There were actually people traveling over 100,000 li to wintry north world to visit Shi Xiaofei's master, Yang Yi. This undoubtedly roused Huang Xiaolong's curiosity. With doubt in his mind, Huang Xiaolong followed Shi Xiaofei to Crazy Lady Yang Yi's cultivation courtyard. When the two of them reached the hall, Crazy Lady Yang Yi was sitting on the host's seat, and further down was a young man clad in white brocade robes, with elegant good looks, exuding a high-status noble aura. However, what drew Huang Xiaolong's attention was the fire phoenix emblem on that young man's chest. Someone from the Vermilion Bird Institute? Huang Xiaolong deduced. Moreover, it was a Grand Elder from the Vermilion Bird Institute. The Vermilion Institute Grand Elder robe was precisely this white brocade robe. In the short time these thoughts ran through Huang Xiaolong's mind, he and Shi Xiaofei already arrived in front of Yang Yi, paying their respects. Seeing that it was Huang Xiaolong, despite her surprise, there was a faint smile on her face. Xiaofei has been missing you every day these few years, but I didn't expect your strength to have grown to this extent in just a few years. Hearing her master's words, a crimson blush crept up Shi Xiaofei's cheeks. Huang Xiaolong grinned. Many thanks for Senior Yang Yi's praise. After Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei both took a seat, Yang Yi said to Shi Xiaofei, "Xiaofei, come greet your senior brother He." Yang Yi said, indicating the Vermilion Bird Institute young man. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. Senior brother He? Shi Xiaofei was slow to react. She had never heard anything about her master having received other disciples before. Noticing her confusion, Yang Yi explained, I and the Vermilion Bird Institute's principal are apprentice brother-sister. And this is He Fifan, your senior apprentice Uncle Chio's eldest disciple. This piece of news like a thunderclap to Huang Xiaolong. Yang Yi was actually the Vermilion Bird Institute principal's junior apprentice sister. Clearly, Shi Xiaofei also wasn't aware that her master had such an apprenticeship relationship with the Vermilion Bird Institute principal, and it showed on her face. It took her a moment before regaining her manners, greeting the young man as her master instructed. He Fifan slightly nodded, and cordially returned Shi Xiaofei's greeting. Although He Fifan concealed it well, it did not escape Huang Xiaolong's keen eyes. When looking at Shi Xiaofei, there was disdain, condescension, doubt, as well as fervid desire in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong inwardly sneered. He understood that He Fifan's disdain was because Shi Xiaofei was just a meager Saint Realm cultivator. His doubt was because he couldn't understand why Yang Yi would take someone of this level to be her personal disciple. Yet, he was also taken with Shi Xiaofei. She was a beauty, hence the fervid desire. After Yang Yi introduced Huang Xiaolong, He Fifan was obviously astonished, and at the same time, a fleeting sharp glint flickered in his eyes. So, this brother is actually the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple, Huang Xiaolong. He Fifan showed an elegant smile as he continued. Brother Huang Xiaolong's name has been spreading far and wide after defeating the Azure Dragon Institute's Xiangmingji. On many occasions, I've heard disciples of the Vermilion Bird Institute discuss Brother Huang Xiaolong's monstrous talent. Huang Xiaolong merely gave a perfunctory lukewarm reply. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent attitude toward him triggered another flicker of killing intent in He Fifan's eyes. However, he concealed it well enough that neither Yang Yi nor Shi Xiaofei noticed any misgivings. Since I have delivered Master's message, Senior Apprentice Aunt Yang Yi, I shall take my leave now. He Fifan stood up at one point, respectfully saluting Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded. She too stood up, personally sending He Fifan out the door. Only after He Fifan left did Yang Yi return to the main hall with Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei. Master, senior brother, came to look for your four? Shi Xiaofei couldn't contain her curiosity. Yang Yi did not conceal the matter. Your senior apprentice Uncle Chio invited me over to the Vermilion Bird Institute, saying there's something he wants to discuss with me. Master wants to go to the Vermilion Bird Institute? Shi Xiaofei was surprised. Yang Yi nodded. But this matter is not urgent. Wait till your moon summoning rhyme reach the third stage. I can leave at that time. Hearing this, Shi Xiaofei relaxed, whereas Huang Xiaolong felt that the purpose of the Vermilion Institute principal inviting Yang Yi over was probably not so simple. However, since Yang Yi did not mention it in detail, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't step over the line to inquire. Still, Huang Xiaolong had remembered that He Fifan He didn't miss the killing intent in the other's eyes. He had to guard against this person if they were to meet again later. As for why this He-Fifen would want to kill him, he was probably jealous of his monstrous talent. After the news of his monstrous talent spread even further, the number of people wanting to kill him would only increase. Then again, the Black Warrior Institute's relationship with the Vermilion Bird Institute had never been good. Among the 4 institutes, their Black Warrior Institute was on better terms with the White Tiger Institute, while the Azure Dragon Institute was closer to the Vermilion Bird Institute. Not forgetting that competition had always existed between the 4 institutes. A while later, Huang Xiaolong finally broached the purpose of his trip to Yangyi. "You're looking for Ascending Moon, old man?" Yangyi looked at Huang Xiaolong in amazement. Huang Xiaolong nodded, saying, "My parents and some others have reached peak half-step Saint Realm in their cultivation. I heard that if one consumes the Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellet, it could increase one's chances of breaking into the Saint Realm by 80%. And only Ascending Moon old man knows how to refine it." Yang Yi's brows wrinkled into a tiny frown. "So, it's like this. I do know where the Ascending Moon old man's cultivation cave is, but that old monster's temperament has always been strange. More than 10,000 years ago, a large number of disciples from some top forces came to request him to help refine some pills, but they were instead refined into pills by him. In the last 30,000 years, people no longer dared to come requesting him for pills anymore. Even the Zhang family's ancestor would take a detour if he ever came across that old man." Huang Xiaolong was both shocked and delighted at the same time. Delighted because the Ascending Moon old man was still around instead of having ascended to the divine world, and shocked due to his extremely strange behavior, actually refining the people who came to request for pills into pills themselves. Shi Xiaofei became worried and anxious hearing what her master said. "Xiaolong, that Ascending Moon old man's temperament is so strange. I think it's better not to go and ask for pills from him. There are still many other kinds of pellets that can help people break through to Saint Realm." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Although there were other choices other than the Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellet, their effectiveness was too low, barely passing 30%. Since he had already come this far, regardless of how strange the Ascending Moon old man was, he had to go and try. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong had already decided, Yang Yi reminded solemnly, "Then I will bring you over to that old monster's place personally. For my sake, he probably won't make things too difficult for you." Joy spread over Huang Xiaolong's face and quickly thanked Yang Yi. Yang Yi joked playfully, "If that old monster really gives you some Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellets, then you can give me another sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone as thanks." Huang Xiaolong laughed good-naturedly. Naturally. Hence, Yang Yi led Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei toward the Ascending Moon old man's cultivation cave. In fact, it wasn't very far from the land of New Moon where they were. Barely a day later, the 3 of them arrived at the Ascending Moon old man's cultivation cave. The Ascending Moon old man's cultivation cave was right next to a volcano's crater. One must admit, this old monster's taste was really unique. However, before they could approach any closer, their path was blocked by the Ascending Moon old man's medicine boy, who lectured with a snobbish demeanor. "Our ancestor is in the midst of pill concoction right now. The ancestor said that no matter who it is, he's not seeing anyone. Quickly scram. Otherwise, if you disturb our ancestor's refining process, even dying 100 times cannot pay for your crime." A tiny frown appeared on Huang Xiaolong's forehead as he looked at the medicine boy's snobbish demeanor. There was obvious disdain in his eyes as his mouth spouted harsh words. But just as he was about to say something, from the corner of his eye, he caught crazy Lady Yang Yi raising her palm, flying across the medicine boy's face. That slap directly sent the medicine boy flying into the air, teeth spurting out from his mouth in midair, falling over the edge of the volcano crater and disappearing from view. Shi Xiaofei was flabbergasted, while Huang Xiaolong secretly sweated bricks, thinking that this master of Shi Xiaofei was 100 times more brutal than him. In the next moment, Shi Xiaofei and Huang Xiaolong began to worry. Despite fully deserving that slap, he was still the Ascending Moon old man's medicine boy. With that Ascending Moon old man's odd temperament, would he, The space in front of them suddenly rippled vigorously, and an old man with a large disheveled mass of hair appeared. He was wearing an old robe, torn and littered with burn marks here and there. His eyes were bloodshot red, giving others an inexplicable pressure. A sense of danger seemed to close in on Huang Xiaolong. This withered, skinny old man resembling a beggar that gave Huang Xiaolong immense sense of danger was the Ascending Moon Old Man. While the worry in Shi Xiaofei and Huang Xiaolong's hearts rose high as the sky, that skinny and withered Ascending Moon Old Man's face suddenly blossomed into a radiant smile as he looked at Yang Yi, speaking in the softest voice. "Little Yang Yang, you finally came to see me. Little Yang Yang." Both Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei's jaws nearly dropped to the floor as a violent shiver traveled down their spines. At this time, Yang Yi's voice sounded, "Old monster, you think I'd come here willingly?" She then briefly spoke of Huang Xiaolong's purpose of wanting the rising tide Ascending Moon Divine pellet to the old man. After he finished listening to Yang Yi, the Ascending Moon Old Man scrutinized Huang Xiaolong from top to bottom. An eerie sweet smile emerged on the old man's face seconds later. "Little brat, seeing that little Yang Yang is willing to bring you here personally, I can give you the rising tide Ascending Moon Divine pellets." Huang Xiaolong was surprised and happy, but he knew that there was a latter part to the old man's sentence. It was impossible for this old man to give those divine pellets to him so easily. "May I know what request Senior has?" Huang Xiaolong repressed his joy, asking in a clear, steady voice. Ascending Moon Old Man nodded with a faint smile, satisfied with Huang Xiaolong's performance so far. "Not bad. Not bad. A discerning brat. Let's do it like this. In the past, I had this unwritten rule that anyone who comes requesting for medicinal pellets can pick any bottle of from my collection as long as they can refine a sacred-grade divine pellet." Yang Yi and Shi Xiaofei's expressions tightened. "Old monster!" Yang Yi shouted angrily. "You're deliberately making things difficult for Huang Xiaolong, who doesn't know that one of the conditions for refining a sacred-grade divine pellet is a high God Realm Master's God Flame. Huang Xiaolong is but a God Realm cultivator. How could he possibly refine a sacred-grade divine pellet?" Shi Xiaofei also said something, backing her master. Ascending Old Man ignored Yang Yi's boiling anger. The little eerie sweet smile was still on his face. "Little Yang Yang, you cannot blame me in this matter. This is a rule set by my master and also the rule of the Thousand Worlds sect. I cannot change it as I like. Thousand Worlds sect?" Everyone looked at the Ascending Moon Old Man. The Ascending Old Man straightened his face. "Correct, the Thousand Worlds sect. My Thousand Worlds sect was a prominent sect during the ancient times, renowned for its alchemy. However, the Thousand Worlds sect's disciples rarely reveal their identities to the outside world. Hence, very little people know about the existence of the Thousand Worlds sect." "Then, Senior Ascending Moon, how many disciples does your Thousand Worlds sect have? Are you the Thousand Worlds sect's chief?" Huang Xiaolong asked out of curiosity. At Huang Xiaolong's question, the Ascending Moon Old Man looked awkward for a moment, acting shilly-shilly as he hesitated many times over before finally saying, "Due to the strict requirement of the Thousand Worlds sect taking in disciples, we do not have that many disciples." "Not many disciples?" 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on Ascending Moon Old Man. "Currently, I'm the Thousand Worlds sect's only disciple." As if he was extremely uncomfortable by the 3 intense stares directed at him, the Ascending Moon Old Man muttered the truth. All 3 guests were dumbfounded. One sect, one man. Watching the expressions around him, the Ascending Moon Old Man fumed with anger, mostly out of embarrassment. "What kind of expression is that on your faces? Didn't I already say to you all, our Thousand Worlds sect has very strict requirements for taking in disciples? You think we'll accept any stray cats and dogs knocking on our door? Let me tell you, countless Superforce's talented disciples wanted to enroll in our Thousand Worlds sect. But it was our Thousand Worlds sect that refused them." Huang Xiaolong was embarrassed for the old man's behalf in his heart. "I agree, Senior Ascending Moon," Huang Xiaolong said after thinking it through. "But if I succeed in refining a sacred-grade divine pill, I don't want a bottle of Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine pellets. I want the formula. One bottle would, at most, contain 20 to 30 Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine pellets. It may not necessarily be enough to help his parents and the others break into the Saint Realm, but with the formula itself, Huang Xiaolong could refine as many rising tide ascending moon divine pellet as he wanted. Fine, as long as you kid can really refine a sacred grade divine pellet, I will give you the rising tide ascending moon divine pellets formula. Out of Huang Xiaolong's expectation, Ascending Moon Old Man agreed to his request straightforwardly, without any hesitation. Huang Xiaolong wasn't the only one surprised. Yang Yi and Shi Xiaofei listening at the side were the same. Having the pill formula meant that Huang Xiaolong could create numerous Saint Realm experts, allowing all the family's disciples who had reached peak half-step Saint Realm to break into the Saint Realm without any hindrance. This rising tide ascending moon divine pellets formula was, without exaggeration, a priceless treasure. Yet, the Ascending Moon Old Man agreed to Huang Xiaolong's request without so much as a blink. Looking at the eerie smile on the Ascending Moon Old Man's face, an inexplicable shiver shot through Huang Xiaolong's heart, but he failed to figure out what scheme this old man could be plotting. The four people changed the venue to a square. In front of the Ascending Moon Old Man, Yang Yi and Shi Xiaofei, Huang Xiaolong took out the Hailstone Holy Cauldron. The Hailstone Holy Cauldron. The Ascending Moon Old Man's eyes lit up seeing the cauldron that Huang Xiaolong took out. As a top alchemist, he naturally recognized this ancient holy cauldron. Moreover, other than refining pills, the Ascending Moon Old Man had another hobby: collecting various divine cauldrons. After taking the Hailstone Holy Cauldron, Huang Xiaolong then took out hundreds of herbs and elixirs from the Hailstone treasure. As Huang Xiaolong did so, the Ascending Moon Old Man's eyes once again became feverish, staring the ingredients. Huang Xiaolong's hands began to move. The hundreds of herbs and elixirs flew up to the air in a long line resembling a divine dragon, hovering in the air. Then, beginning from the dragon's head, the hundreds of ingredients began flying into the Hailstone Holy Cauldron. This is the ancient dragon clan's transfiguring hand of the dragon? The Ascending Moon Old Man was shocked. In alchemy, hand techniques were essential, and the ancient dragon clan's transfiguring hand of the dragon definitely ranked in the top 10. Furthermore, the Ascending Moon Old Man did not expect Huang Xiaolong would know this technique. Ignoring the repeated gasps coming from the Ascending Moon Old Man, Huang Xiaolong focused on sending the divine dragon formed of herbs and elixirs into the Hailstone Holy Cauldron, and then golden-colored flames appeared on both of Huang Xiaolong's palms. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's golden flames, the Ascending Moon Old Man's eyes narrowed all of a sudden, veiling the burning gaze he was staring at Huang Xiaolong with, as if he had just found a peerless treasure. With his eyesight, he could tell at a glance that this nameless golden flame was not weaker than a high god realm master's god flame. At this point in time, he finally believed that Huang Xiaolong would be able to refine a sacred grade divine pellet. A god realm cultivator refining a sacred grade divine pellet. Master, I finally found it. Finally found it. Ascending Moon Old Man exclaimed under his breath to himself. Yang Yi and Shi Xiaofei did, however, notice the excited expression on the Ascending Moon Old Man's face as he rambled on incoherently to himself. The pair of master-disciple was puzzled and confused, not understanding why the Ascending Moon Old Man would expose such excitement and feverish eyes while watching Huang Xiaolong. If Huang Xiaolong was truly able to refine a sacred grade divine pellet, then the Ascending Moon Old Man was required to give him the Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellets formula. To the old man, this shouldn't be something worth getting excited and thrilled about, right? While Yang Yi and Shi Xiaofei were trying to disentangle their confusion, the immortal essence fire in Huang Xiaolong's palms separated into 9 fire dragons, weaving around the Hailstone Holy Cauldron in a specific rhythm. 9 dragons rising to the heavens? Ascending Moon Old Man's eyes sparkled as he continued to observe. Huang Xiaolong had given him quite a few surprises today. The 9 dragons rising to the heavens was another ancient dragon clan's top-grade pill refining technique, but it required the person to have a high level of control toward the flame. Otherwise, they would not be able to separate their flame into 9 fire dragon, being even less able to control all 9 fire dragons to refine the ingredients inside the cauldron. In fact, many of the galaxy's alchemists of the current times would find it difficult to perform this. Both Yang Yi and Shi Xiaofei grew quiet as they watched the 9 fire dragons circling up and down around the hailstone holy cauldron, mesmerized by the scene. Though Yang Yi was a high god realm master, her skills in alchemy could only be considered passable. Alchemy was similar to cultivation in a way, for it was dependent on a person's talent. Not every high god realm master could be a top-level alchemist at the same time. Although Yang Yi herself wasn't skilled in alchemy, she could see that Huang Xiaolong had achieved great control over his manipulation of fire. Whereas Shi Xiaofei was merely enjoying the scene, she had never seen anyone refine pills before, and definitely not someone that looked so good while doing it. If Huang Xiaolong were to know what Shi Xiaofei was thinking, he would probably smile wryly. Although he could control the 9 fire dragons to refine the ingredients inside the hailstone holy cauldron, it was a taxing effort. If he lost focus even for a brief second, the 9 fire dragons might collide with each other, scorching all the hundreds of herb ingredients inside the cauldron, rendering them a waste. The 9 fire dragons circulated around the hailstone holy cauldron for over an hour before a pleasing melodious sound rang from the inside of the cauldron. This is the sound prior to pill forming? Ascending Moon Old Man's eyes shone brightly. Only medicinal pellets with a high degree of purity would emit such melodious sounds prior to pill condensation. From inside the holy cauldron, the melodious sound grew increasingly louder, a clear sign that the pill refinement was close to success. All of a sudden, Huang Xiaolong's hands that had been controlling the 9 fire dragons stopped. Instead, they pushed forward as if generating waves through the air, sending vibrant waves of immortal essence fire to wash over the hailstone holy cauldron. This is the 100 waves overlapping hands? Even Ascending Moon Old Man did not even realize his heart rate rose. The 100 waves overlapping hands technique was even more difficult than the previous transfiguring hand of the dragon and 9 dragons rising to the heavens. This technique required the person to transform his own flame into 100 layers of waves. Moreover, each wave linked to the subsequent wave. They were continuous and couldn't be disconnected until 100 layers were achieved, requiring an even higher sophistication in flame control than the 9 dragons rising to the heavens. After completing the 100 waves overlapping hands technique, Huang Xiaolong's fingers formed a seal, using his immortal essence fire to form palm-sized talisman symbol that contained a pentagon diagram within. This is the fire law formation? The Ascending Moon Old Man's heart experienced wave after waves of shock. Forming a fire law formation using one's own fire was harder than the 100 waves overlapping hands technique. Go! Huang Xiaolong issued a short bellow, and the fire law formation between his hands flew forward, entering the hailstone holy cauldron. In the next second, a clear chime rang in the air. As the cauldron cover opened, pills of shining golden color flew out. These are Spring-Autumn 100 Life Divine Pellets? This time it was Yang Yi who exclaimed in astonishment. This Spring-Autumn 100 Life Divine Pill was a legendary sacred grade divine pellet. And the reason why Yang Yi was able to recognize this sacred grade divine pellet was because she had consumed one in the past. This Spring-Autumn 100 Life Divine Pellet, as its name implied, would be able to heal one's wounds within an hour's time, no matter how grave the injuries were, fully heal, even if it was a gravely wounded high god realm master. Right? They are indeed the Spring-Autumn 100 Life Divine Pellets. Moreover, these are top-grade pellets. The Ascending Moon Old Man chimed in, a beaming smile on his face as he stared at Huang Xiaolong with sparkly eyes. Huang Xiaolong retrieved the Hailstone Holy Cauldron and calmed his surging god battle chi before turning to face the Ascending Moon Old Man, saying, Senior Ascending Moon, since this junior has successfully refined a sacred grade divine pellet, that rising right ascending moon divine pellet formula, can you give it to this junior now? The Ascending Moon Old Man's lips curled back as a booming laughter came from him for a long time, to the extent where Huang Xiaolong, Yang Yi, and Shi Xiaofei thought the old man was going to renege on his word. The Ascending Moon Old Man then said to Huang Xiaolong, Little brat, kneel and pay respect to master. Huh, what? Kneel and pay respect to master. All 3 people present almost stumbled, falling to the ground. What did this have got to do with that? Regaining his composure, Huang Xiaolong looked strangely at the Ascending Moon Old Man. At this point, Huang Xiaolong inwardly suspected that this old man did not have a strange temperament. Instead, he was totally mental. Huang Xiaolong's expression angered the old man. "Little brat, what kind of look is that in your eyes? Don't you know what respecting master and loving the young means? How can you use this kind of gaze to look at your master?" Huang Xiaolong, Yang Yi, and Shi Xiaofei were sweating profusely in their hearts. Now it elevated straight to master. The ascending moon old man continued to work himself up. "Little brat, think about it. How many disciples of super forces and families have begged to enter our Thousand Worlds sect but we refused? This is your fortuitous encounter, the universe's biggest dogshit luck. This is your great blessing. Do you realize it?" Ascending moon old man had an expression as blaming iron not turning into steel as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. Fuming that Huang Xiaolong didn't recognize a good thing placed in front of him. Yang Yi and Shi Xiaofei's expressions turned even stranger watching the ascending moon old man. Fortuitous encounter. Dogshit luck. Great fortune. Huang Xiaolong watched as the old man's finger got increasingly close to his nose. A wry smile emerged in his heart. At this point, the fuming ascending moon old man suddenly stopped, replaced with an amiable, sweet smiling face. "Brat, didn't you want the rising tide ascending moon divine pellets formula? As long as you take apprenticeship under me, I'll pass the Thousand Worlds sect's chief position to you. Wouldn't that formula be yours then?" Huang Xiaolong was stupefied. Like this also works? The ascending moon old man continued to throw more alluring baits. At that time, not only the rising tide ascending moon divine pellets formula, all the pill formulas that the Thousand Worlds sect owns will belong to you. Do you know about the swallowing sky starquake divine pill? This pill can increase the chances of peak half-step God Realm Masters breaking into the God Realm by 50%. Increase by 50%. Huang Xiaolong, Yang Yi, and Shi Xiaofei's eyes were twinkling like the stars. The ascending moon old man chuckled. "Only I can refine this swallowing sky starquake divine pill. And only I have the pill formula. Of course, if you join my Thousand Worlds sect, taking over the chief position, this pill formula will also be yours. Old monster. I'm sure you don't know. Huang Xiaolong is the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple." Yang Yi interjected at this point. The ascending moon old man froze for a second before looking at Huang Xiaolong again. "So, you're Feng Yang, that little kid's personal disciple." Hearing the old man refer to his master as that little kid, black lines shadowed Huang Xiaolong's forehead. However, considering this old man's seniority, he indeed qualified to call Feng Yang a little kid. Perhaps, in the entire Black Tortoise galaxy, this ascending moon old man possessed the highest seniority, even though super forces and families' ancestors would have to lower themselves, using the term junior to refer to themselves in front of him. Think about it. Which super forces disciples don't have more than one master in their life? The ascending moon old man's voice was even softer, directing his next question to Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, to my knowledge, up until now, you have no less than 4 masters, right?" Yang Yi did not speak, but judging from the expression on her face, she was acquiescing. The ascending moon old man once again turned back to Huang Xiaolong. "Your master, that Feng Yang kid, has as many as 3 masters, so you're not betraying your master at all even if you become my disciple." Huang Xiaolong wavered. Just like what the ascending moon old man said, which super forces disciples didn't have a few masters. Going into an apprenticeship relationship with the ascending moon old man did not mean he was betraying his other masters. However, this matter happened too abruptly, turning Huang Xiaolong dizzy and unable to accept the logic in a short time. "This, Senior Ascending Moon, it's like this matter is a little sudden to me. I'd like to return to the Black Warrior Institute and meet with my master before deciding." Huang Xiaolong pondered for some time and finally said, "But, about that rising tide ascending moon pill formula?" Before Huang Xiaolong could finish, the ascending moon old man was already clamoring in dissatisfaction. "What? See your master? You're going to become my disciple. What are you going to see your master for? Aren't I your master? Don't tell me Feng Yang that kid dares to have any comments. What rising tide ascending moon pill formula? You ungrateful person, disrespecting your master. already not putting this master in your eyes. Yet you still have the face to ask for the rising tide ascending moon pill formula? The ascending moon old man's spittle flew in all directions as words shot out from his mouth, seemingly endless, rendering his 3 audience members flabbergasted. Huang Xiaolong's mouth was agape, thinking that this ascending moon old man's tempo was really hard to follow. He was still talking nicely just moments ago, but in the blink of an eye, his mood changed faster than the weather. He was berated by the old man to the point where no tears would come even if he cried. Ironically, he could do nothing to this withered old man. He couldn't win against the old man in a fight, and he definitely couldn't win in arguing. Senior Ascending Moon, can you be a little bit reasonable? Huang Xiaolong had a helpless bitter smile on his face. You agreed earlier that if I could refine a sacred grade divine pellet, you would give me the pill formula for the rising tide ascending moon divine pellet. What? You say I'm being unreasonable? Ascending moon old man resembled a mouse that got its tail stepped on, jumping high up into the air. A finger that was shaking with anger pointed at Huang Xiaolong. You unfilial disciple, how dare you say that about your master me? Who said I won't give you the pill formula? Who? I said that if you become my disciple, that rising tide ascending moon formula is yours. Huang Xiaolong was close to drowning in his own sweat. Thus he chose to shut up obediently. However, watching the ascending moon old man jumping up and down, fuming with anger, spraying spittle all over, Xianxia suddenly burst out laughing, feeling that this ascending moon old man was actually very cute. Even with the old man's odd temperament, it leaned more unlovable. Hearing laughter behind him, the ascending moon old man looked over his shoulder at a laughing Xianxia, asking, Little doll, what are you laughing at? Xianxia giggled, replying carefully while observing the old man's face. I think Senior is very lovable. Huang Xiaolong was completely speechless at the side. He had never seen someone so shamelessly thick-faced. It seems like the longer one lived, the thicker their face became. At this time, all 4 people heard a weak groan. Turning in the direction of the sound, they saw the medicine boy that was sent flying by Yang Yi over the volcano crater slowly climbing back up the crater mouth. The medicine boy's body was black all over with soot, with big and small holes on his robes, so numerous that one could even see his birdie. A very small little birdie. The medicine boy hastened as fast as he could to the ascending old man's side, one finger pointing to Yang Yi, Huang Xiaolong and Xianxia, whining pitifully. Ancestor, you must help me get justice. These 3 people were too wanton, attacking me the moment they arrived, not putting you in their eyes at all. Huang Xiaolong frowned upon hearing the medicine boy's accusation. However, the ascending moon old man made an abrupt turn toward the medicine boy, his backhand connecting with the medicine boy's cheek, sending the medicine boy flying once again, falling over the volcano crater. Spicy till your mom cries. I've been waiting bitterly for a personal disciple to appear. How dare you slave talk bad about my disciple in front of me? Ascending moon old man puffed with anger. The other 3 people were once again shocked speechless. They didn't hear anything about Huang Xiaolong agreeing to worship the ascending moon old man as master. The old man quickly turned back to Huang Xiaolong, comforting, Little disciple, fear not. Just tell master if anyone that dares to talk bad about you. This master will uphold justice for you. Huang Xiaolong's throat moved. Rhinous bitterness mingled with helplessness. How about this? Since you need to return to the Black Warrior Institute, master will accompany you on this trip back. Ascending moon old man then said, Senior wants to go to the Black Warrior Institute with me? Huang Xiaolong was stunned. The ascending moon old man's lips curled back into a smile. See, you're so happy that you can't think straight. Not even that Zhang family ancestor receives this kind of treatment. A reminiscent expression floated to the old man's face for a brief moment. It has been a long time since I've met up with some old friends. This time going out, I should go visit them. Huang Xiaolong didn't know what to say. He was powerless to stop the ascending moon old man from following him back to the Black Warrior Institute. However, according to this old man's odd temperament, he probably couldn't help attracting some trouble upon arriving in the Black Warrior Institute. Forget it, he would take things step by step as they come. Huang Xiaolong comforted himself. However, after coming all the way to the wintry North World and reuniting with Shi Xiaofei, Huang Xiaolong decided to stay for a few days before returning to the Black Warrior Institute. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's plan, Ascending Moon Old Man flashed a brilliant smile. "Brat, your eyesight is not bad. I'm very satisfied with this disciple-in-law you picked." He took out a bottle of pills and said to Shi Xiaofei, "Master has nothing much to give you. This is a bottle of snow jade pills, made from 1,000 kinds of cold element herbs that I collected. It will help greatly in your cultivation." Shi Xiaofei was stunned. Her eyes looked over to Yang Yi, then to Huang Xiaolong. Seeing that neither of them objected, her hand received the bottle with a pink tinge on her cheeks. Then, the three people left the Ascending Moon Old Man's cultivation cave, going back to the land of New Moon with the old man tagging along, claiming as Huang Xiaolong is his disciple. Where the disciple goes, of course, the master follows. No one could win over this old man with his twisted logic, including Huang Xiaolong. Back in Yang Yi's residence, Shi Xiaofei suggested to Huang Xiaolong that they should go to the nearby city for a stroll since they were free. Since she came here, she had never gone out to any of the cities. Huang Xiaolong, of course, agreed. But what gave Huang Xiaolong a headache was the fact that the Ascending Moon Old Man also wanted to go with them for a stroll. Although Huang Xiaolong was extremely reluctant to drag along a supersized light bulb, he had no other choice but to bring the old man as well. Little more than an hour later, Huang Xiaolong, Shi Xiaofei, and the Ascending Moon Old Man appeared in the city closest to the land of New Moon, Winter Moon City. At this time, inside a grand mansion on the south side of Winter Moon City, Zhang Han was listening to his subordinates report, saying that Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei had appeared in Winter Moon City. A grim, hideous laughter rang in the mansion. "Little punk, in a little while, I'll have you kneeling in front of me and lick a tyrant boar's backside in front of Shi Xiaofei." All of Zhang Han's subordinates shuddered inwardly after listening to his evil plan. Imagining that horrible scene, they couldn't stop swallowing their saliva nervously, shuddering. Forced to perform that kind of deed in front of the woman they love, this was a humiliation worse than death. "Young lord, other than Shi Xiaofei and that man, there's a skinny, withered old man that looks like a beggar with them. Should we investigate that old man's identity?" Chun Yun thought cautiously, reminding Zhang Han. But Zhang Han merely waved his hand in an offhand manner. "No need, just an old beggar. Go. Have all the Zhang family's mid-level and high-level God Realm Masters assemble here. Immediately, this instant. Also, send someone to go capture a tyrant boar and bring it over. One with the biggest backside." "Yes, young lord." Chun Yun and the rest answered in unison, then retreated to their own task. In the shortest time, all of the Zhang family's mid- and high-level God Realm Masters had assembled in front of Zhang Han. If it was a common Zhang family disciple, they would undoubtedly lack the authority to have all mid- and high-level God Realm Masters within a city gathered in such a short time. However, Zhang Han was the current Zhang family patriarch's son. He was a person holding the Zhang family patriarch's token. Therefore, it wasn't strange that he could direct the masters under the Zhang family. Zhang Han's gaze swept over the 20-something mid- and high-level God Realm Masters and nodded his head. He was very satisfied, especially when he looked to the side, where an extra-large tyrant boar with an even larger backside was tethered. "Not bad, this tyrant boar is not bad. That little punk is at the epic Cloud Street right now, correct?" "It is so, young lord. Come to epic Cloud Street with me. Also, make sure someone is tailing that kid. Don't let him escape." Zhang Han ordered as he led the group of Zhang family masters to the street where Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 was at. On the epic Cloud Street, Shi Xiaofei was holding Huang Xiaolong's hand as she happily visited one shop after another. Women like shopping, this was their innate nature, and Shi Xiaofei was no different. Shi Xiaofei bought everything she liked. Thankfully, there was a thing called spatial ring, otherwise, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to carry everything with his 2 hands. Watching the pile of things inside the Azura ring grow bigger, Huang Xiaolong could only smile wryly. What truly made Huang Xiaolong speechless was that the old man was another shopaholic, throwing any good stuff he spotted into his own spatial ring without scruples. leaving Huang Xiaolong to pick up the bill. The Ascending Moon Old Man shamelessly claimed that the Thousand World sect would belong to Huang Xiaolong in the future, and the Rising Tide Ascending Moon pill formula, Swallowing Sky Starquake Divine pill formula, and the other pill formulas would all be Huang Xiaolong's. Therefore, as a disciple paying for his master's purchases, it was something completely natural. After half a day of shopping, the three stopped as they were passing by a restaurant by the name of Lar Wine Shop. Sniffing at the captivating wine aroma floating out from the wine shop, the Ascending Moon Old Man pulled Huang Xiaolong in with determination. Judging from his reaction, the old man was also a winebug like Huang Xiaolong. Shortly after making their order, the waiter was already bringing the wine and dishes to their table. Yet, at this moment, a noisy ruckus, as well as tremors in the ground, caused Huang Xiaolong to look outside, where Zhang Han and his group were rushing toward the restaurant entrance riding on enormous beast mounts. Spotting Zhang Han, Huang Xiaolong's eyebrow slightly rose up. It seems like this Zhang Han did not put the warning he gave him last time in his heart. Then again, it was normal for someone with Zhang Han's identity and status to seek revenge. Unfortunately, Zhang Han's opponent this time was him. Thinking of this, the corner of Huang Xiaolong's mouth curved up in a devious cold sneer. Outside the restaurant's entrance, Zhang Han did not dismount. He directly crashed into the restaurant riding on his beast mount, destroying the restaurant entrance. The customers yelled and shrieked in alarm while fleeing to safety. Watching this scene, Zhang Han laughed wildly. "You punk, we meet again." Zhang Han stopped laughing, glaring at Huang Xiaolong with eyes spewing huge volumes of killing intent. "If you hold up in the land of New Moon, with that old woman Yang Yi around, I'd still be scrupulous, but who knew that you and this sure Xiaofei slut dare to step into Winter Moon City? Just wait and see how I play you to death later." He turned back toward the group of Zhang family masters. "Bring over the tyrant boar." One of the Zhang family masters complied respectfully and brought over the tyrant boar they prepared earlier. Huang Xiaolong was puzzled. What was this kid planning, bringing over a tyrant boar? Noticing Huang Xiaolong's confusion, Zhang Han delightedly pointed at the large-sized tyrant boar. His face then turned grim. "Punk, this tyrant boar was specially prepared for you. I ordered my Zhang family masters to pick it with care. What do you think? This tyrant boars but is big enough, isn't it? In a little while, I'll make you kneel down right in front of me, in front of Sure Xiaofei that slut, and lick this tyrant boars but clean." The other customers hiding on the sides shivered, as goosebumps surfaced on their skin after hearing Zhang Han's plan. "Your mother? Isn't this too forceful?" This kind of punishment was really too brutal, more horrifying than what they had seen or heard so far. They would rather die themselves than go through this. The Ascending Moon Old Man had just raised his wine cup, greedily taking a large gulp when he happened to hear this, causing him to spit out the mouthful of wine. Coincidentally, the direction he sprayed was right on Zhang Han's face. The grim smile on Zhang Han's face froze. His hands slowly reached up to wipe away the liquid that trickled into his mouth, leaving a strange taste. A little pungent, a little salty, and a little stinky. Zhang Han turned to the Ascending Moon Old Man blankly, his gaze falling on the old man's rows of yellow teeth. "Kill that damn old dog for me." After a brief moment of silence, Zhang Han roared with every fiber in his body, pointing a finger at the Ascending Moon Old Man. That crazed look in Zhang Han's eyes left no doubt that he wanted to tear the old man into shreds with his own hand. One of the Zhang family's God Realm masters stepped forward and complied. He then leaped out, aiming both fists at the Ascending Moon Old Man. Bright lights flickered and fiery flames rose sky-high, the Zhang family's metallic flames fist. Just when the terrified customers braced themselves, thinking that the beggar-like old man would die under that one fist, the old man stood up fiercely. His palm swung out in a quick slap while roaring in anger. "Sissy fudge! This old man rarely comes out for a breath of air and a little wine. But even at this time there are people coming to disturb me." Pa! A resounding slap connected. The Seventh Order God Realm Master let out a shrill scream as his body was knocked back up into the air, flying far away and disappearing from everyone's sight. The entire restaurant was pin-drop silent. Only the snorting sound through the tyrant boar's snout could be heard. A long time later, Zhang Han and the group of Zhang family masters recovered from their shock of seeing the seventh-order god realm slapped away. But their expressions were solemn this time, looking at the beggar old man. Sending a seventh-order god realm out of sight with a single slap, what kind of strength was this? At the very least, he should be a ninth-order god realm. Not even an eighth-order god realm was capable of this. This messy-haired, withered old man with the appearance of a beggar was actually a ninth-order god realm master. Zhang Han and the group of Zhang family masters with him found it hard to accept this. However, after regaining his wits, Zhang Han looked at the ascending moon old man and said, "Old man, you dare to injure my Zhang family's elder? You're seeking death. No one can save you today. Grand Elder Zhihong, kill this old man." Zhang Han ordered one of the high-level god realm masters behind him. Zhang Zhihong, the only Zhang family grand elder in the group, was a 10th-order god realm master. Zhang Zhihong nodded, stepping forward as he observed the ascending moon old man. "How may I address you?" With his eyesight, he could tell this old man wasn't simple. Thus he wasn't in a hurry to make his move. Suddenly, the ascending moon old man chuckled mischievously. His palm struck out. "Sissy fudge, you want to know who I am? Go back and ask Baldi Zhang. You're not qualified to know this old man's name." Baldi Zhang. This was the ascending moon old man's nickname for the Zhang family ancestor. The ascending old man gave him this nickname because the Zhang family ancestor's scalp was as barren as a desert. At this moment, that Zhang family's grand elder Zhang Zhihong was instantly angered watching the ascending moon old man's palm striking at him. This old man actually dared to ignore him, unqualified to know his name. Boundless great sea. Zhang Zhihong hollered, powerful energy fluctuations bursting out from his body as his momentum peaked, turning into black tides that sent palpitations through one's heart. When the Zhang family masters saw the black tides, everyone swiftly retreated in panic. However, the ascending moon old man's palm did not even pause. Pa! A crisp smack sounded, dispersing the layers of black tides into nothing. Before the unbelieving gazes of the Zhang family masters and the terrified customers, Grand Elder Zhang Zhihong was sent flying with a mere slap just like the previous Zhang family elder before him. Grand Elder Zhang Zhihong landed more than a dozen li away, crashing right into a pig pen. The entire restaurant once again fell into a prolonged silence. When Zhang Han looked at the ascending moon old man this time, he suddenly felt a chill running down his body, shivering involuntarily. The Zhang family masters' faces were ashen. Previously, when the old man sent a 7th-order god realm master flying, they thought that this old man was a 9th-order god realm, but now the old man sent a 10th-order god realm master flying with a mere slap. Was this old man still a 9th-order god realm? Only those whose strength was infinitely close to high god realm could do that. The ascending moon old man retrieved his palm, grinning at Huang Xiaolong. "How was it, little disciple? Your master's invincible pala slap strength is not bad, right?" Huang Xiaolong was speechless. "Invincible pala slap? I'm invincible throughout heaven and earth. Sissy fudge?" This seemed to be the old man's catchphrase. Still, Huang Xiaolong had to admit that so-called invincible pala slap was quite powerful. At this time, Zhang Han roared at the group of Zhang family masters. "Your mother? What are you doing still standing here for? Roll. Return with me." Witnessing the old man's strength, he realized that it would be impossible to make Huang Xiaolong have intimate contact with the tyrant boar he brought over today. But just when Zhang Han and the group of Zhang family masters were about to leave, the ascending moon old man snorted, "Return? Who allowed you to leave? Did this old man give you permission to leave?" Zhang Han and everyone else stiffened in the middle of their actions. Zhang Han spun around in anger, giving a deathly glare at the ascending moon old man as he put up a brave facade. "Old man, don't think we're afraid of you. I'm the Zhang family's young lord. The Zhang family's Zhang Dongbi is my father. This is the wintry north world. If I lose even a hair on my body, my Zhang family will annihilate your entire clan." A sharp, cold gleam suddenly flickered in the ascending moon old man's eyes as he laughed. A laugh that sent cold chills piercing through Zhang Han's heart. In the blink of an eye, the ascending moon old man's palm struck out. This slap resulted in Zhang Han tumbling off his mount, spitting out a mouthful of teeth as he fell. Little brat, even if your family's Baldi Zhang comes today, he won't be able to save you. The ascending moon old man's eyes narrowed with menace, looking at Zhang Han, speaking with deliberate slowness. Didn't you want my little disciple to get on his knees in front of my little disciple-in-law, cleaning that tyrant boar's backside? Hee. Now you have to lick till that tyrant boar's backside until I'm satisfied watching. Zhang Han's face turned as white as paper. Fear dilated his pupils even as he roared at the Zhang family masters. Go kill that old man for me. The Zhang family masters' hearts missed a beat at his command. This was an old man that sent their Zhang family grand elder, Zhang Jihong, flying with a simple slap. Them going up was akin to an old gentleman taking arsenic on his birthday, rushing headlong toward death. But, while the Zhang family masters hesitated, the ascending moon old man acted. Raising his palm once again, he gave another slap, but this time it slammed down heavily. In the Zhang family masters' frightened vision, countless black palms cast a shadow over their heads like a thunderstorm, falling down on them like an avalanche. Without a shred of resistance, all of them were slammed deep into the earth beneath the restaurant. Watching the ending of his Zhang family masters, Zhang Han let out a sharp shriek. His eyes widened with fear as he scrambled to flee. But before he could take the first step, ascending moon old man knocked Zhang Han back into the restaurant with one slap, landing with his face right on the tyrant boar's big butt. Startled and frightened, the tyrant boar's butt quivered, spurting a large volume of smelly stuff straight onto Zhang Han's face. Zhang Han wiped the things squirted on his face with a blank expression. Then, his whole body trembled, shouting hysterically, I'm going to kill you! Throwing all caution to the wind, Zhang Han lunged at the ascending moon old man. However, before Zhang Han could even get close to him, he was slapped away by the old man, his face swollen until it became unrecognizable. Shi Xiaofei closed her eyes, unable to continue watching the scene as she quickly pulled Huang Xiaolong to leave. Seeing that Shi Xiaofei and Huang Xiaolong were leaving, the ascending moon old man followed them reluctantly. Zhang Han climbed up from the floor, glowering at the three people's leaving backs. His heart roared with terrifying killing intent. As the Zhang family's young lord, when had he ever been treated this way, suffering such humiliation? All of you deserve death. Damn to hell. I want them all dead. Slaughter all of them. Otherwise, my name is not Zhang Han. Zhang Han's eyes were bloodshot, both fists tightly clenched as he hollered at the sky. A short while later, more Zhang family masters arrived at the restaurant. The first one to arrive was a guard captain that Zhang Han beheaded to vent his anger. Several hours later, Zhang Han made it back to the Zhang family's main manor. Respected father, you must avenge me. Zhang Han knelt on his knees before his father, the Zhang family's patriarch Zhang Dongbi. He briefly recounted what happened and pleaded. That shameless pair and that old dog absolutely didn't put our Zhang family in their eyes. This is blatantly slapping our Zhang family's face. A thick murderous aura seeped out of Zhang Dongbi's body. Their Zhang family's young lord was demeaned to this level. Regardless who the other party was, they had to pay for this with their lives. Even if that Shi Xiaofei was Yang Yi's personal disciple, she too must die. I'm going to report this to the ancestor. Zhang Dongbi rose to his feet. A murderous aura surged around him. He had no confidence in being that Yang Yi's opponent. Therefore he needed to request the ancestor's help. One moment later, Zhang Dongbi appeared inside a mysterious space, standing straight in front of the Zhang family ancestor, Zhang Fei. Listening to Zhang Dongbi's description of the old man, Zhang Fei's brow rose to his forehead in suspicion, his voice solemn. That old man's identity, have you investigated it? Zhang Dongbi was dazed for a second, failing to understand why their ancestor wasn't asking about Yang Yi instead. But that old man. After all, Yang Yi was a persona on the god ranking list. Time is a little short. I have yet to find out that old man's identity. Oh right, according to Honor, when he asked for that old man's name, that old man said to return and ask Baldi Zhang. that they weren't qualified to know who he is. Zhang Dongbi suddenly thought of this. That old man really said that? Zhang Fei's expression tightened, asking for confirmation. Daring to call him Baldy Zhang, as far as he knew, there was only one person. Noticing the strange expression on his ancestor's face, Zhang Dongbi felt that something wasn't right. At that moment, Zhang Dongbi's gaze suddenly fell on Zhang Fei's barren head that barely had a strand of hair, and froze. Could the Baldy Zhang in that old man's mouth be? Sensing Zhang Dongbi's dazed gaze on his bald head, anger inexplicably rose in Zhang Fei's heart, sending Zhang Dongbi flying out with a merciless kick. A breath or two later, Zhang Dongbi climbed up from the floor, once again standing in front of the ancestor with his head lowered to his chest, not daring to look at Zhang Fei's bald head again. Zhang Fei did not speak for a time. The look on this face seemed as if he was remembering something from the past, a painful memory with intermingling flashes of hate and anger, which erupted into an intense killing aura. But everything calmed down in the end. Zhang Dongbi was perplexed, as he keenly sensed the volatile changes in their ancestor. You're not mistaken. That old man is the ascending moon old man. Zhang Fei slowly breathed out the words in a heavy mood. Zhang Dongbi's heart shuddered. He guessed right. The ascending moon old man. Ancestor, that ascending moon old man is really that powerful? Zhang Dongbi doubted. Zhang Fei shook his head. You don't understand. To him, the ascending moon old man wasn't so simple that the word powerful could explain it. The number of people he was wary of in the Black Tortoise Galaxy was less than 10, and this ascending moon old man was the person he was most apprehensive of. Bury this matter. Speak no more of it. Zhang Fei solemnly ordered. Pass down my order. Avoid them in the future. Zhang Dongbi was unwilling to let the matter end this way. How could he? Ancestor, that ascending moon old man isn't even on the god ranking list. Why do we need to be afraid of him? Zhang Dongbi couldn't hold himself back from blurting out his thoughts. Hearing these words, Zhang Fei turned to look at Zhang Dongbi. Then a harsh mocking snicker sounded from him. That is because the ascending moon old man hasn't bothered to participate in the god ranking list battle for the last 5 terms. Otherwise, do you think that Azure Dragon Institute principal could sit so comfortably in the first place? Would it be Feng Yang's turn for the title of Black Tortoise Galaxy's strongest person? Zhang Dongbi was greatly shocked. That so-called ascending moon old man actually hadn't taken part in the god ranking list battle for 5 terms. 1 term was equal to 10,000 years, 5 terms, 50,000 years. Zhang Fei added another sentence. 60,000 years ago, the ascending moon old man already stood at the top of the god ranking list. A shiver ran down Zhang Dongbi's back as he sucked in a cold breath of air, stupefied. Top of the god ranking list, 60,000 years ago. Zhang Fei's ridiculing tone deepened. Even one like the Azure Dragon Institute principal is afraid of an old monster like the ascending moon old man. Do you feel you're better? Unafraid? To tell you the truth, my father actually wanted me to join the ascending moon old man's sect. This was another big news to Zhang Dongbi. It was just that. Zhang Fei shook his head. That old man said that I'm not even qualified to be an outer disciple. Zhang Dongbi's mind blanked. But this makes me extremely curious. So many thousands of years have passed. Who is this young man that he had finally selected as his personal disciple? To have caught that old man's interest. Zhang Fei lamented. Have you found out who that black-haired young man is? Zhang Dongbi's throat went dry. Not yet. We only know that Shi Xiaofei is very close to that black-haired young man. More like lovers. Moreover, he seems to know crazy Lady Yang Yi as well. Zhang Fei grew more grim. Go investigate clearly. Also, the matter with honor ends here. Those who have seen what happened in the restaurant, silence all of them. Forbid the elders and family disciples from speaking of this. Those who violate this will get the death penalty for betrayal. Yes, ancestor. Zhang Dongbi's face tightened. Go! Zhang Fei waved his hand, sending Zhang Dongbi away. Back in the Zhang family's manor. Seeing his father return, Zhang Han hastened to his father's side, asking, Respected father, what did the honorable ancestor say? Zhang Dongbi opened his mouth several times, his expression grim. This matter ends here. In the future, you must not go provoking those 3 people any further. If you see them, avoid them as far as you can. The elders and family disciples are forbidden from speaking of this matter. Otherwise, they will be punished the same as traitors following family's law. This is the ancestors' order. Zhang Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Ends here. End? Just like this. Moreover, he was to avoid those 3 people far away. Respected father, our Zhang family is one of 23 super forces. Do we need to be afraid of that crazy woman Yang Yi? Zhang Han roared out his heart's unwillingness. Zhang Dongbi's palm flew across his son's face, sending Zhang Han reeling round and round. Get your ass to the back mountain yourself. You are confined for 100 years. Zhang Dongbi reprimanded sternly. Zhang Han clutched his swollen face, tears swirling in his eyes, as he bit on his trembling lips before turning around hatefully. Punk! Old man, this matter will not end here. Every time Zhang Han thought of the humiliation in the restaurant, the killing intent in his heart surged endlessly. At this time, Huang Xiaolong, Shi Xiaofei, and the Ascending Moon Old Man were at Yang Yi's residence, where Huang Xiaolong stayed for 3 days. 3 days later, Huang Xiaolong left the wintry North World, returning to the Black Warrior Institute. As for the Ascending Moon Old Man, he naturally followed Huang Xiaolong, leaving the wintry North World. In all honesty, having a High God Realm Master wanting to receive one as a personal disciple, adding the inheritance and chief position of an ancient alchemy sect was definitely something to be happy about, but Huang Xiaolong was unable to feel any joy. On the entire journey, the old man chattered non-stop. To Huang Xiaolong, the Ascending Moon Old Man wasn't a twittering bird, but a whole flock of twittering birds. From the Tonggu world to the wintry North World, Huang Xiaolong used 1 month's time on his trip, whereas on the way back, the time it took was doubled. Despite the old man chattering non-stop like a twittering bird for 2 months, Huang Xiaolong did gain some benefits from it. The Tao of Alchemy, and the Breaking God pellet that the old man had treasured for several thousand years, which he gave to Huang Xiaolong. According to the Ascending Moon Old Man, this was the sole pellet left in all 4 galaxies, a top sacred grade divine pellet. Consuming it would give numerous benefits to the cultivator. Exactly how many benefits, Huang Xiaolong had no idea, but after he consumed the pellet, it pushed his initial cultivation of peak late 5th Order God Realm to early 6th Order God Realm. Also due to this, Huang Xiaolong felt that this old man wasn't as troublesome as before. Using the transmission array from the Tonggu world back to the Cloud Seal mainland, Huang Xiaolong breathed in relief when he stepped out. He was finally back. Back in the Black Warrior City, Huang Xiaolong arranged for the Ascending Moon Old Man to stay in the Luotong residence, which had been empty ever since Huang Xiaolong moved the Huang family to the Golden Dragon Peak. Surveying the environment of the Luotong residence, the Ascending Moon Old Man nodded and smiled, satisfied. Little disciple, not bad being able to buy such a big residence in the Black Warrior City. Looks like you're quite loaded. His eyes sparkled as they watched Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong instantly felt like he was stripped naked and seen through. Go now, tell Fengyang, that boy, that I'm waiting for him here. Wait till he arrives. I'll talk to him about taking you as a disciple. Ascending Moon Old Man's tone suddenly changed, waving Huang Xiaolong away with his hand. Huang Xiaolong literally ran out from there as if he was given a pardon. Watching Huang Xiaolong run away with such speed, the old man's face split into a wide grin. This brat. 2 months of getting along with Huang Xiaolong on the way over, he was even more satisfied with Huang Xiaolong. Therefore, no one could stop him from receiving this disciple. While Huang Xiaolong was hurrying back to the Black Warrior Institute, a mighty boom thundered on one of the All Dragons League's mountain peaks in the Red Flood mountain range. Then, a silhouette was seen flying up to the sky, laughing exuberantly. I, Jiangyu, have finally broken through to 7th Order God Realm. The All Dragons League's 6 enforcers, Lin Tong, Sanglung, Deng Xian, and the rest all rushed out of the main hall when they heard the voice. Each of them wore a happy expression on their faces seeing their league leader coming out of seclusion. Their league leader really broke through to 7th Order God Realm. They had waited for this day for far, far too long. Congratulations for advancing to 7th Order God Realm. League Leader. Lin Tong, Sanglong, Deng Xian, Jin Taizhan, and the rest who rushed out of the main hall saluted, lauding words of congratulations in a sonorous voice. A joyous laughter came from Zhang Yu, nodding his head. Raising his right hand, he simply pointed a finger to his front. Not the slightest energy fluctuations could be detected, but before Lin Tong and everyone else's eyes, the large hill in front of them crumbled like a sandcastle without warning. This frightened and amazed Lin Tong and the All Dragons League members. Now that League Leader has broken through to 7th Order God Realm, he's the #1 among the elite disciples. That's right, even if Huang Xiaolong, Gudu Jiu, Pan Haiqing, Wang Xiaomei, and Long Juanzi, these 5 people jointly attacked, they still wouldn't be League Leader's opponents. Deng Xian and several others moved up, fawning all over Zhang Yu. Huang Xiaolong. At this name, Zhang Yu's interest was piqued. In recent years, most of his time was spent in seclusion. Thus, this was the first time he was hearing Huang Xiaolong's name. Lin Tong and everyone present immediately reported everything they know about Huang Xiaolong to Zhang Yu, each of them adding a sentence here and there. Zhang Yu listened, from Huang Xiaolong winning the first place in the disciple selection assessment to being received as the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple, and his eyes narrowed. When it reached the part of the outer disciples assessment, hearing that Huang Xiaolong defeated a late 2nd Order God Realm Wang Baowen, once again snatching the first place, he was shocked within. Moreover, during the inner disciples assessment, the fact that Huang Xiaolong actually won over Xiang Mingji from the Azure Dragon Institute raised his shock to extreme astonishment. But, when Lin Tong and the rest reached the point where Huang Xiaolong was promoted to an elite disciple, snatching the Golden Dragon Peak upon his arrival at the Red Flood Mountain Range, injuring the members of their All Dragons League and even declaring in public that he would be taking all the 20-odd mountains around it, Zhang Yu's expression was turbid like muddy water. A sharp glint gathered in Zhang Yu's eyes. League Leader, because you were in death seclusion, we dared not disturb you this entire time. Jin Tieshan's foghorn voice rang out. League Leader, now that you've broken through to 7th Order God Realm, you must help us vent this injustice. That Huang Xiaolong, just because he's a little bit stronger than us and also the Institute Principal's personal disciple, he did not put our All Dragons League in his eyes at all. Now Gudu Jiu, Pan Haiqing, and the others are laughing behind our backs, that several hundreds of our All Dragons League brothers are afraid of Huang Xiaolong, this one person. Lin Tong, Deng Xian, and the others also clamored incessantly, their anger rising at the mention of Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Yu raised his hand, calming everyone down. Come, all of you. Accompany me to the Golden Dragon Peak. Killing intent poured out from Zhang Yu's body. Yes, League Leader. But I heard that Huang Xiaolong went out a few months ago. He's not at the Golden Dragon Peak. Jin Taizhan said. At the moment, there's only his family and a bunch of Saint Realm subordinates left there. A sinister grin flashed across Zhang Yu's face. If it's like that, we'll collect some interests first. When Huang Xiaolong, that punk, comes back, I'll play well with him at that time. Go to the Golden Dragon Peak. Zhang Yu made a gesture, lowering his right hand. He then led a large group of people toward the Golden Dragon Peak. Inside Pan's Tiger Peak, Pan Haiqing sat on the throne seat, but there was a surprised expression on his face at the moment. Looking at Li Ming. What did you say? That Zhang Yu broke through to 7th Order God Realm? Li Ming nodded with a somber expression. Yes, we didn't expect that Zhang Yu to really succeeded, breaking into 7th Order God Realm. According to rumors, Zhang Yu had a fortuitous encounter during the last trial. At this moment, he's leading the All Dragons League to the Golden Dragon Peak. Pan Haiqing's eyes narrowed. Any news of Huang Xiaolong? From some of the subordinates' reports, Huang Xiaolong has just appeared in the Black Warrior City. Li Ming said, his brows scrunched into a tiny frown. Last time he left the institute, we informed Vice Principal Wang Na. Could it be that Vice Principal Wang Na, the Zhang family, and even the Azure Dragon Institute did not make a move? If not, how could that punk still be alive? Pan Haiqing sneered. We need not bother with this matter any further. Now that Zhang Yu has broken through to 7th Order God Realm, we just need to sit back and enjoy a good show. It would be best if Zhang Yu cripples Huang Xiaolong in anger. Of course, the news of Zhang Yu's shocking breakthrough also reached Gudu Zhou and the rest. Just like Pan Haiqing, everyone decided to sit and watch the fire from across the river. Several hours later, the All Dragons League led by Zhang Yu arrived at the Golden Dragon Peak. Seeing the swirling spiritual clouds formed from rich and abundant spiritual energy above the Golden Dragon Peak, Zhang Yu was astonished. He didn't imagine that after Huang Xiaolong's arrangements around the peak, its spiritual energy could reach such a high level. But his astonishment was quickly replaced by glee, for after today, this Golden Dragon Peak would belong to him. His gaze lowered toward the 81 palaces of the Palace of 9 Halls Bagua Trigrams formation, his eyes shining with splendor as he broke out in a loud laugh. Good, really not bad. This Golden Dragon Peak, I'll be taking it. All of you will cultivate here in this Golden Dragon Peak with me. Hearing this, the All Dragons League disciples cheered. People inside the Golden Dragon Peak, listen up. I'm the All Dragons League's leader, Zhang Yu. Roll out here, you lot. Get out from the Golden Dragon Peak. Get on your knees in front of me and plead for your lives. Maybe I can consider sparing you. Zhang Yu added battle chi to his voice. If you force me to act, after I break this Golden Dragon Peak's defensive formation, I'll make you wish for a quick death. Although the rules stated that they were forbidden to kill disciples of the Institute, these people were just slaves brought in by Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Yu had no qualms about killing them. Inside the 9 Palace Bagua formation, Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the others were flustered and agitated hearing Zhang Yu's words. Longer is not here, what should we do? Su Yan was extremely worried. Nothing will happen, don't worry. Xiaolong had said before, this Golden Dragon Peak's defense is impregnable as long as we do not go out ourselves. We'll be safe here. Huang Peng's voice was filled with an air of authority. Despite his words, Huang Peng was just as anxious and worried as everyone else. Was this Golden Dragon Peak really as impregnable as his son said? Outside the Golden Dragon Peak, Zhang Yu waited for a while, yet seeing that there was neither movement nor reply, the killing intent in his eyes deepened. Since this is your answer, then this leader will make it rain blood. Zhang Yu's grew colder. Allow me to move my muscles. He flew high up as his voice rippled in the air. I'll let you experience the terrifying power of a 7th Order God realm. As he slowly raised his hands, 2 golden lights accumulated on his palms at rapid speed. Golden Yang Reincarnation Palm. Palm imprints shattered the surrounding space, descending down on the Golden Dragon Peak like 2 falling suns. The All Dragons League members watching behind Zhang Yu felt a painful sensation, like needles prickling their eyes. Just when the 2 palm imprints were about to land, a palpitating killing intent flooded out from the Golden Dragon Peak. 10 piercing sword lights shot out from the Golden Dragon Peak, forming a large sword formation that blocked Zhang Yu's Golden Yang Reincarnation Palm. A resounding dang rippled through the air, and in the next second, the Golden Yang Reincarnation Palms were destroyed. 10 swords hummed and released sword chi, enveloping the whole Golden Dragon Peak. This is an ancient formation, the 10 killing swords? Jin Taizhan and the others with him were astounded. Zhang Yu had an ugly expression on his face watching his attack being repelled. 10 killing swords. Huang Xiaolong actually obtained the 10 killing swords. The ancient god of slaughter's 10 killing sword. So what? Zhang Yu's killing intent rose even higher, sneering. Today, nobody can stop me from breaking this Golden Dragon Peak. His momentum rose crazily, soaring skyward, bathed inside an aureate light. Under Zhang Yu's stalwart oppression, the surrounding All Dragons League members retreated in awe and apprehension. Golden Yang Reincarnation. Reincarnation of heaven and earth. Law of reincarnation. The look in Zhang Yu's eyes grew colder, throwing out one powerful attack after another, slamming them against the Golden Dragon Peak's defense formation. Blinding golden light lit up the entire mountain. Watching this scene, The All Dragons League members had the illusion that the world they were in was pulled into the reincarnation cycle under Zhang Yu's golden yang reincarnation palm. Time and space distorted. Rumble, like a torrent of exploding thunders. Booming explosions resounded in the air, shaking the great earth. The resounding explosions stopped, taking with them the blinding lights. As the All Dragons League members peered from afar, they saw that the defense barrier around Golden Dragon Peak formed from countless sword chi rays had vanished, whereas the 10 killing swords dimmed, losing most of their brilliance as they returned to the Golden Dragon Peak. Finally, the formation broke. The All Dragons League members cheered loudly after seeing this. League leaders' might is peerless. Lin Tong, Deng Xian, and the rest approached with big smiles on their faces. Zhang Yu waved his hand but did not speak as he secretly repressed the volatile qi and blood churning inside his body. If it weren't because of his breakthrough to 7th Order God Realm, and that fortuitous encounter that enabled him to cultivate this reincarnation cultivation technique, he would be hard-pressed to break this defensive formation. Even so, after exerting all his efforts in the earlier consecutive attacks, the shockwaves sent back by the 10 killing swords had caused him some light injuries. After repressing his volatile qi, Zhang Yu signaled the All Dragons League members with a wave of his hand. His icy voice sounded in their ears. Enter the Golden Dragon Peak. Slaughter the whole Huang family. This, leader, if we kill the Huang family now, it wouldn't be good when Huang Xiaolong returns, right? Sang Lung spoke cautiously. Zhang Yu sneered. I've already given them a chance to live just now. If they had chosen to roll out here and beg on their knees, I might have spared their lives. But now all of them must die. This is a warning to all elite disciples. Those who dare to ignore my orders, the consequence is death. Sang Lung and the rest dared not utter another word. When Huang Xiaolong returns, it will naturally be up to me to deal with him. Zhang Yu snorted cold. What are you lot afraid of? Go. Clean up the Huang family now. Yes, League leader. The All Dragons League members complied with sonorous voices, rushing madly into the Golden Dragon Peak. However, just as these people rushed into the 9 Halls Bagua formation, a dazzling golden beam of light shot toward the sky, followed by an overwhelming force surging up from the land below. The Palace of 9 Halls seemed to come alive as shadow replicas of all 81 palaces flew to the air, spinning rapidly, resembling a Bagua trigram. Every member of the All Dragons League who came in contact with the light was sent back flying. In an instant, the air shook with tragic screams. Sang Lang, Lin Tong, Deng Xian, and the others were startled, but each of them reacted quickly to defend themselves. Even so, they were repelled back more than several hundred li, leaving them pale and panting. Zhang Yu was stunned. Then his pupils constricted. These 81 palaces could actually form a formation and attack. What kind of formation was this? Its power actually surpassed the 10 killing swords formation. At the same time, his expression grew ugly. Leader, see. How about we? Sang Lung and the rest returned to Zhang Yu's side, traces of fear still noticeable of them. A group of good-for-nothing. Scram to the side. Zhang Yu snapped. I'll do it myself. No one dared to utter a sound, quickly retreating to the back, making room for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu once again gathered his god battle chi. From the outside, he looked like a golden shining statue as the golden lights around him formed various ancient runes, rotating around Zhang Yu's body. Reincarnation of endless lifetimes. His arms quivered as if supporting a great burden while both of his palms slowly pushed forward. As if everything was swallowed by this light of reincarnation, space froze and time slowed, experiencing 10,000 lifetimes of reincarnation as the reincarnation palm imprints landed on their target. At the same time, the 9 Halls Bagua formation also burst out with dazzling lights, spinning increasingly faster, sending wave after wave of energy fluctuations clashing with the reincarnation palm imprints. Crisp, clear sounds of collision reverberated in the air, each wave threatening to shatter the eardrums of everyone present. With every clash, Zhang Yu's face turned a shade paler, and nearing the end, his feet staggered in retreat time and again. It was a long time later when the last collision dissipated. Warm liquid gurgled up Zhang Yu's throat. Failing to suppress its flow, it spurted out from his mouth. League leader. The All Dragons League's 6 enforcers were terrified, arriving at Zhang Yu's side in a flicker, whereas Zhang Yu glowered with fear and ire at the Palace of Nine Halls. In the collision just now, the shadow of the Nine Halls Bagua formation had turned weak and vague, but now it had already condensed again. Leader, we? Deng Xian asked carefully. Zhang Yu's expressions wavered. In the end, he issued a solemn order. Let us return. Return? The 6 enforcers were shocked at Zhang Yu's decision, but no one objected. Inside the Nine Halls Bagua formation, Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the rest breathed in great relief as they watched the All Dragons League leave. The joy of having survived a catastrophe hit each and every one of them. But in the next moment, Zhao Shu's face tightened as he remembered something. Not good, family head. Duan Ren, that little monkey, the Elf Queen, the 9 Dragons Temple Master, and several others went out to the spiritual pool peak yesterday. They have yet to return until now. If they run into that group of people, then... Everyone paled slightly, anxiety gnawing at them once again. If Duan Ren's group really ran into the All Dragons League, the result. At the same time, Zhang Yu led the All Dragons League members back the way they came. Heavy silence shrouded the group. Their league leader, Zhang Yu, broke through 7th Order God Realm, leading everyone to attack the Golden Dragon Peak in high morale. But who would have thought that they would be returning without harvest? The Golden Dragon Peak was far stronger than they ever imagined. This trip had truly swept their All Dragons League's face away, swept it all the way into the drain. As the All Dragons League disciples made their way back in low spirits, a group consisting of a dozen people was flying in their direction. All of a sudden, one of the All Dragons League disciples shouted, "It's the Golden Dragon Peak's people!" Zhang Yu, Zhang Deng Xian, Jin Taizhan, and the others suddenly looked up. Flying right toward them were the Duanren Emperor, Elf Queen, the 9 Dragons Temple Master, the Xia family ancestor, the Gua family ancestor, and a few others who were on their way back from the spiritual pool peak. Hearing the loud shout, Duanren Emperor's group looked over. Seeing that the All Dragons League disciples were out in full force, their expressions became ashen. Just when they prepared to flee, the All Dragons League disciples had them surrounded in a tight encirclement. Staring at Duanren Emperor and those surrounded, a sinister grin spread over Zhang Yu's face, his eyes shining with undisguised killing intent. "Leader, are we detaining them?" Sang Lung inquired. Zhang Yu sneered. "There's no need for so much trouble, just a few Golden Dragon Peak slaves. Even if I kill them, what can Huang Xiaolong do to me?" Finished saying this, his hand made a gripping gesture in the air. The Duanren Emperor didn't even manage a scream as his body exploded and disappeared in the wind. Dead. For 7th Order God Realm Master, killing a Saint Realm Cultivator was easier than squashing an ant. The Elf Queen screamed in fear. "Kill us and Lord Beast God will not spare you." Zhang Yu howled with mad laughter. "You mean Huang Xiaolong? What bullshit Lord Beast God? In my eyes, he's nothing but dog of a god. You all are nothing but lowly slaves. Killing you lot means nothing. It's even better if that Huang Xiaolong dares to come to my All Dragons Peak." Palm strike shattered the Elf Queen. The Xia family's ancestor and the rest didn't even have the power to resist. They were killed by the All Dragons League disciples one by one. Go. Head back to the All Dragons Peak. Although they failed to conquer the Golden Dragon Peak, killing some Golden Dragon Peak slaves made Zhang Yu feel somewhat better. Shortly after, Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the others received news that the Duanren Emperor, Elf Queen, the Xia family's ancestor, the Gua family's ancestor, and the rest were killed by the All Dragons League disciples. When Xia Puti heard this news, grief and anger filled him, shouting, "I'll kill them all!" Those around him swiftly held him down, as Huang Peng persuaded, "Xia family kid, you're just going to die in vain if you rush over there now. Wait for Xiaolong to come back. We'll plan what to do then." Under collective persuasion, Xia Puti and a few others gradually calmed down. In truth, they knew in their hearts that with their current level of strength, forget seeking revenge, they would not even last until they saw Zhang Yu's face. Any one of the All Dragons League's disciples could easily end their lives. On another side, Huang Xiaolong had just returned to the Black Warrior Institute through the Black Warrior City transmission array. Stepping out from the North Star Square's transmission array, he took a deep breath of spiritually rich air. He had been away for several months, and now that he was back, he wondered how things were on the Golden Dragon Peak. Since the matter of apprenticeship with the old man wasn't urgent in Huang Xiaolong's opinion, he decided to first make a trip back to the Golden Dragon Peak. Jumping onto his sword, Huang Xiaolong sped toward the Golden Dragon Peak. Not knowing why, the closer Huang Xiaolong got to the Golden Dragon Peak, the stronger the unease in his heart grew. Maybe it's because I'm about to see my family again, Huang Xiaolong tried to comfort himself. Several hours later, Huang Xiaolong entered the range of the Red Flood Mountain Range. The faraway Golden Dragon Peak was already within sight. Flying on the mulberry sword, Huang Xiaolong alighted at mid-mountain. In the next moment, his brows locked in a deep frown, for he sensed that the spiritual energy around the Golden Dragon Peak was slightly chaotic. Moreover, usually by this time, there would be people coming out to welcome him. What happened? The eye of hell on Huang Xiaolong's forehead opened, immediately detecting the radiance on the 10 killing swords, which had dimmed significantly. There was trouble. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank, rushing into the Palace of 9 Halls in a few large strides. When he reached the main hall, he noticed that everyone was gathered there with a grave expression on their faces, especially his parents. Big brother, Xiaolong, sovereign. Seeing it was Huang Xiaolong who returned, their faces brightened. A ray of hope lit in their eyes. What happened? Huang Xiaolong nodded at his parents and asked. Before anyone could speak, Xiaputi suddenly stood up and walked up to Huang Xiaolong. Then, both his knees hit the floor in front of Huang Xiaolong. Deep grief could be heard from Xiaputi's hoarse voice. My brother, you must help me avenge my ancestor. Huang Xiaolong quickly pulled Xiaputi up from the floor. Subsequently, Huang Peng and Su Yan recounted all that happened to Huang Xiaolong. Hearing that Zhang Yu led the All Dragons League disciples out in full force to attack the Golden Dragon Peak, blatantly giving the order to kill every single person inside. Not to mention Zhang Yu wanting to take the Golden Dragon Peak for himself, monstrous killing intent erupted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. If it weren't for the 81 palaces that he refined, if it weren't for the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger, strong-arm waterfire apes, and the rest of the demonic beasts guarding the 9 Halls Bagua Trigrams formation, Zhang Yu would have broken the defense formation much easier. At that time, his parents and everyone else would have die, die, die. Huang Xiaolong exuded frigid aura, his gaze chillingly cold. That Zhang Yu thought that just because he was that old witch Wang Na's personal disciple and the son of the Zhang family's patriarch, he really wouldn't dare to kill him. All of you stay inside the Golden Dragon Peak. I'll make a trip to the All Dragons Peak. Huang Xiaolong stood up abruptly and said to everyone. Without waiting for a reply, he had already walked out from the main hall. Summoning the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger, he leaped up onto its back and flew off. This? Huang Peng was stumped. He wanted to call out, but Huang Xiaolong's silhouette was already far away. Riding on the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger, Huang Xiaolong headed straight to the All Dragons Peak. Halt! Close to the All Dragons Peak, Huang Xiaolong's path was blocked by several All Dragons League disciples. Just as they were about to reprimand the trespasser, their gazes fell on Huang Xiaolong's face, scaring them so much that their hearts started beating violently. Huang Xiaolong. The several disciples quivered. Not even looking at these people, Huang Xiaolong merely waved his hand and knocked them all into the air, embedding them into the cliff wall in the distance. Huang Xiaolong then accelerated toward the All Dragons Peak on the 9-tailed bright radiance tiger. However, before he reached the All Dragons Peak, several figures flew out at high speed. All of them were All Dragons Peak disciples. The commotion from the first group of disciples being slapped away by Huang Xiaolong had alerted the surrounding disciples. Who dares to trespass into the All Dragons League's territory? Seeking death. Don't you know this is our All Dragons League's restricted area? An arrogant bark sounded. But as this disciple and his companions got closer to the trespasser, getting a clear look of his face, even their asses tightened in tension. Many amongst them were previous victims of Huang Xiaolong's kick. Huang Xiaolong. Jin Taizhan made an effort to suppress the apprehension squeezing his heart, putting on a cold sneer. So, it's you. I didn't expect you to show up so fast. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I shall lead you to our league leader. Don't bother. Huang Xiaolong's cold hard voice punctuated his refusal. Jin Taizhan was baffled. Don't bother? For a second there, he failed to comprehend the underlying meaning of Huang Xiaolong's refusal. In a split second, Huang Xiaolong leaped off the nine-tailed bright radiance tiger's back, appearing right in front of Jin Taizhan. Jin Taizhan was caught off guard as Huang Xiaolong's speed had more than doubled compared to the last time they met. Jin Taizhan had barely raised his arm to counter when a piercing pain came from his chest. An overbearing force sent him flying back, crashing heavily to the ground. Huang Xiaolong's silhouette flickered non-stop. Every time he moved, there would be an All-Dragons League disciple that was sent flying into the air. Although Huang Xiaolong did not kill them, his attacks were many times more heavy-handed. Consecutive large human-shaped pits appeared on the ground, taking turns with the number of beautiful postures of half-inserted humans in the cliff wall, forming a unique art piece. It didn't take long before the dozen people who came with Jin Taizhan were dealt with. Huang Xiaolong leaped onto the nine-tailed bright radiance tiger's back. In the air, the nine-tailed bright radiance tiger hovered above the human-shaped pit belonging to Jin Taizhan, peering down coldly into the pit. From today onwards, all of the All-Dragons League disciples are to scram out of the Red Flood mountain range. Otherwise, I'll burst everyone I see. With that, Huang Xiaolong lightly patted the nine-tailed radiance tiger and sped off. The nine-tailed bright radiance tiger growled in response. Its powerful muscular front leg stepped forward, not forgetting to add another kick to Jin Tieshan's body. Although a god realm's lower part could regrow despite suffering grave injury, the excruciating pain they felt every time it burst penetrated deep into the bone. Leaving that warning, Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered with these people as he continued heading to the All-Dragon's Peak. As he approached the All-Dragon's Peak, amidst the thick clouds and mist, rich spiritual energy was akin to dust and sand obscuring the peak. Huang Xiaolong snorted, flying up with a tap of his foot on the nine-tailed bright radiance tiger. High up in the air, 1,000 arms emerged from his back. The 15th move of the dragon god, unrivaled myriad dragons. 15 divine dragons flew out from each of the arms, roaring, destroying. A tide of dragons crashing onto the All-Dragons Peak. Bright dazzling lights exploded on the All-Dragons Peak as layers of defense formations were triggered. Booming explosions reverberated endlessly on the mountain peak. Then, a clear glass shattering sound rang out. The many layers of defense formation crumbled, revealing an unobscured All-Dragons Peak before Huang Xiaolong. At this point, several figures flew out from the All-Dragons League main hall at breakneck speed, followed by several hundreds of people. Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Lung exclaimed seeing who it was. So, you're Huang Xiaolong? Jiang Yu scrutinized Huang Xiaolong in a lofty manner, filled with mocking ridicule. You want to avenge those slaves? You're pretty good looking. Last time, you burst quite a few of our All-Dragons League brothers' stuff. But this time I will let them take turns, kicking until that part of yours is forever gone. Jiang Yu laughed at the end of his sentence. A mad, arrogant, complacent, vibrant laughter. The surrounding All-Dragons League disciples also joined in, laughing without restraint. Their eyes flickered red with bloodlust, imagining how they would line up after their league leader was done with Huang Xiaolong, kicking Huang Xiaolong's birdie one by one until it burst, until it was destroyed. Their eyes shone with a manic light. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the group of excited All-Dragons League disciples. Sensing the brutality and eagerness in their eyes, he sneered coldly. Is that so? In a quick flicker, he was already in front of Jiang Yu. 1,000 arms had already fanned out from his back. Azura sword skill. Great void divine fist. Earthen Buddha palm. God-binding palm. The 15th move of the dragon god. Azura demon claw. Huang Xiaolong's 1,000 arms displayed all the battle skills he had ever learned. In an instant, the whole sky was filled with sword lights, shadows of fist imprints, countless palms striking down as Buddha luminance cut a path through the thick clouds in the high air. Numerous divine dragons swam out like a tidal wave, weaving between the dark Azura demon claws that cast a grim darkness over the mountain peak. The arrogant smile on Jiang Yu's face froze, staring stupidly at the sky filled with sword lights, fist imprints, palm imprints, Buddha luminance, divine dragons, wailing demons, being replaced by apprehension and panic. Previously, Jiang Yu thought that the 6 enforcers under him had exaggerated Huang Xiaolong's strength, as he was but someone who was promoted to an elite disciple. Strong as he may be, in Jiang Yu's eyes it still wasn't worth much, especially after he himself had broken through to 7th Order God Realm. As he saw it, as long as he dared to come, subduing Huang Xiaolong was merely a matter of moving his pinky. But now? Golden Yang Reincarnation. Heaven and Earth Reincarnation. Law of Reincarnation. Reincarnation of endless lifetimes. Jiang Yu reacted half a second later, roaring at the top of his lungs as his god battle chi circulated violently around the surface of his body, displaying his reincarnation-based cultivation technique. He was about to go all out. That was his only option. Facing Huang Xiaolong's torrent of attacks, a strong sense of crisis gripped Jiang Yu's heart. A blinding golden light exploded from Jiang Yu's body, transforming into an ancient diagram as he slapped both his palms out. Every inch of space that came in contact with the golden light became distorted, overlapping, ever-changing. Entering the territory of the golden light, the sword lights dissipated as if they were transferred to another time and space. Even the Buddha luminance from the earthen Buddha palm dimmed, whereas the consecutive divine dragons looked as if they rushed into a black hole, reducing in number just like the Azura demons. Then again, the sword lights, Buddha statues, divine dragons, and demons were just too great in number. Under their assault, the light of reincarnation burst into nothingness, akin to a balloon that was overfed, louder than a thunderclap. In the overwhelming collision of these two opposing forces, Jiang Yu's robe exploded into pieces, exposing his bare body as the shockwave sent him reeling backward until he crashed into a peak several li in the distance before sliding down. To Tsang, Lin Tong, and the others' astonishment, Jiang Yu's fair naked body showed sword gashes, and above them were palm prints, fist prints, and even claw marks overlapping each other. That appearance could easily confound a person into thinking that more than 100 masters abused him at the same time. When Jiang Yu reached the bottom of the cliff wall, his lower part banged into odd protruded sharp stone, causing a tragic shrill scream to shake the air. League leader, Zhang, and everyone else were jarred to their senses by Jiang Yu's scream, each of them trying to rush to their leader's side as fast as possible. However, Huang Xiaolong was faster than them. In a flicker, he was already standing in front of Jiang Yu with one foot raised, stomping down hard at his chest, toward the position of the Qi. A loud boom rang and Jiang Yu's whole body was embedded into the stone wall. It did not end there, however. A suction force came from Huang Xiaolong's palm, lifting Jiang Yu out of the pit. Another kick sent Jiang Yu crashing into the All Dragons League disciples that were rushing to his side, knocking these disciples flying left and right. Still, Huang Xiaolong had no intention of stopping. In the blink of an eye, he weaved through the disarrayed All Dragons League members, reaching Jiang Yu's front, landing another kick. Jiang Yu's body shot into the distance before slumping weakly to the side. In that instant, all noise and sound disappeared, silence buzzing in their ears. The All Dragons League's disciples were rooted in place, fear creeping into their eyes as they stared at Huang Xiaolong. In that moment, no one dared to move an inch to check on Jiang Yu, nor did anyone try to stop Huang Xiaolong. The scene before them had caused their minds to completely blank out. Was that figure sprawled unconscious on the ground really their league leader who had advanced into 7th Order God Realm? Wasn't their league leader supposed to be the strongest person, the #1 expert amongst all elite disciples after his breakthrough? How could Huang Xiaolong's strength be this tyrannical? Even more than the last time they saw him, he was already a sixth-order god realm. Sixth-order god realm. Furthermore, defeating a seventh-order god realm at a realm lower. Once again riding on the nine-tailed bright radiance tiger, Huang Xiaolong looked down at the big human-shaped pit that Zhang Yu was in from midair. Zhang Yu slowly climbed out from the pit, his eyes scarlet and bloodthirsty. Yet he was laughing with a grisly expression. Huang Xiaolong, kill me if you've got the guts. Come on. Kill me. Quickly come kill me. As long as Huang Xiaolong killed him, he would be accompanying him in death. He was already a seventh-order god realm elite disciple, equivalent to an elder of the Black Warrior Institute. If Huang Xiaolong really killed him, even the Institute principal Fengyang would be powerless to protect him. Following the long-established rule of the Black Warrior Institute, the murderer of a Black Warrior Institute elder would be killed without mercy. Kill you? Huang Xiaolong sneered with disdain. He indeed had a strong desire to kill Zhang Yu when he heard about Duanren Emperor, the Elf Queen, Xie family's ancestor, and the others' deaths at the hands of the All Dragons League. But now Huang Xiaolong had calmed down. Dying like this was too easy for Zhang Yu. Huang Xiaolong wanted him to live wishing for death every day. The corner of Huang Xiaolong's lips curved up in a devious smile. A hand lightly patted the nine-tailed bright radiance tiger under him. Receiving a signal from Huang Xiaolong, the nine-tailed bright radiance tiger lifted its thick left front paw, slamming down, executing a beautiful move of tiger paw crushing bird eggs. Zhang Yu's blood-curdling scream shook the hearts of every All Dragons League disciple. Still, this wasn't enough. The nine-tailed bright radiance tiger lifted its right paw that was just as thick and powerful, executing the same move. Just like this, left leg, right leg, left leg, right leg. The ground trembled with each action, followed by tragic wails. After a while, the surrounding All Dragons League disciples finally regained their senses, dashing up to stop Huang Xiaolong. But all of them were sent flying with a slap from Huang Xiaolong. Some time passed before the nine-tailed bright radiance tiger finally stopped. Zhang Yu seemed to be hanging by a thread, feebly pulling in air. Yet the look in his eyes was like he wanted nothing more than tear Huang Xiaolong apart and swallow him into his stomach. Earlier, Huang Xiaolong had shattered his qi. Therefore he was powerless right now in front of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, as long as I don't die, there'll be a day when I'll kill you. Kill everyone on the Golden Dragon Peak? Everyone. Zhang Yu gnashed his teeth with each word. His voice sounded like a devil from the deepest of the netherworld. Is that so? But you will never have this chance, Huang Xiaolong said with the same cold expression. Then, his palms stretched, slapping on the crown of Zhang Yu's head, covered with a layer of immortal essence fire that drilled into Zhang Yu's soul, eroding it little by little. Zhang Yu twisted and rolled on the ground, clutching at his head, hysterically screaming in pain. A short moment later, Huang Xiaolong retrieved his palm indifferently as he watched Zhang Yu still flipping on the ground. With his soul damaged, Zhang Yu would be no different from an idiot in the future. Not even a High God Realm Master could fix this. From today onward, the All Dragons League disciples are to scram out of the Red Flood Mountain Range. Otherwise your ending will be the same as Zhang Yu's. Leaving that sentence, Huang Xiaolong left with the nine-tailed bright radiance tiger. The All Dragons League disciples watched Huang Xiaolong leave, moving further away. Yet no one dared to throw themselves at spear point trying to stop him. Sang Lung, Lin Tong, and a few other disciples struggled to their feet from the ground and went to Zhang Yu's side. Facing a Zhang Yu with badly mangled and bloodied lower body, a cold chill ran down their spines, their faces ashen. It was as if the sky had fallen down on them. Zhang Yu was Vice Principal Wang Na's personal disciple, her most doted-on disciple. Moreover, Zhang Yu was also the current Zhang family patriarch's son. They already knew by looking at Zhang Yu that Huang Xiaolong had severely damaged his soul, something that not even a High God Realm Master could cure. Hence, Zhang Yu turning into an idiot was already an irreversible hard fact. Imagining Vice Principal Wang Na's violent outburst and her methods after being informed of this matter, Sang Lang and the surrounding disciples shuddered at the thought. Although Huang Xiaolong was the main culprit for turning Zhang Yu into an idiot, Who could guarantee their safety before Vice Principal Wang Na's wrath? Several hours later, inside Wang Na's Wuhuang Peak's Great Hall, Wang Na was filled with despondent grief looking at the young man in front of her. He had saliva drooling out from his mouth, an unfocused gaze, and a random burst of silly laughter. Jiang Yu had completely turned into an idiot. A horrifying whirl of energy gathered around Wang Na, growing increasingly violent and expanding. A monstrous killing intent pierced the sky from the center of the energy storm. Huang Xiaolong. The name was spoken through gritted teeth, low and malevolent, which then turned into a manic laughter. Song Long, Lin Tong, Deng Xian, and the present All Dragons League disciples waiting at the side of the great hall lowered their heads even further, holding in their breaths. Wang Na's scary laughter suddenly died as the back of her palm struck out towards several All Dragons League disciples. Miserable screams rang in the great hall. In the next moment, right before Tsang Lung, Lin Tong, and the others' eyes, those disciples' bodies tumbled to the floor, grotesque red and green liquids staining the ground. After a last jerk, their bodies no longer moved. Dead. The All Dragons League disciples felt their bodies freeze from an inexplicable chill. Their faces turned pale and bloodless. Wang Na spun around to look at them. That look was enough to terrify the All Dragons League disciples, causing them to retreat in fear. All of you have seen it with your own eyes. They were gravely injured by Huang Xiaolong and died. Am I right? Wang Na's icy voice sounded in their ears. Gravely injured by Huang Xiaolong and died. The remaining All Dragons League disciples blanked for a second, but they reacted quickly, incessantly nodding their heads as if fearing that they weren't answering fast enough. All of us saw it with our own eyes. They died from grave injuries caused by Huang Xiaolong. All of them were well aware that the current Vice Principal Wang Na's reason was corroded by her anger and killing intent. What she wanted was merely an excuse to kill Huang Xiaolong. Now, this excuse existed. Now, all of you will follow me to the Golden Dragon Peak. Sharp killing intent flitted in Wang Na's eyes. With a wave of her hand, Song Lung, Lin Tong, and the rest merely felt as if heaven and earth had flipped over. Their sights blurred out of focus. When they could see clearly again, they noticed that they had already arrived at the Golden Dragon Peak. Was this the famous High God Realm Master's ability, the Great Spatial Shift? Those All Dragons League disciples that were brought over were struck dumb with amazement. Looking at the Golden Dragon Peak in front of her, Wang Na didn't speak. Her palm struck out in attack, direct and swift, instantly activating the 10 Killing Swords formation. The 9 Halls Bagua formation lit up in brilliant golden light. Shadow images of 81 palaces shot into the air, spinning rapidly. However, before Wang Na's strength, the 10 Killing Swords formation was no different from withered grass. All 10 swords rebounded, losing their sharpness and light. Even the 9 Halls Bagua formation broke apart. Its golden brilliance shattered into fragments and disappeared. Inside the Palace of 9 Halls, the 2 strong-arm waterfire apes and the other demonic beasts powering the 9 Halls Bagua formation were heavily knocked back from the backlash, blood gushing out uncontrollably from their mouths and bodies. It was a ghastly and harrowing sight. This was the real power of a High God Realm Master. Inside the 9 halls, after being subjected to overwhelming force past their limits, the Huang family members fainted into oblivion. But, at this moment, a golden streak shot out from the main hall into the sky. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was enshrouded in a golden light. His black and blue twin dragon martial spirits circled around him. His eyes were scarily bloodshot, chilling and ferocious. Oh, actually didn't die? Wang Na raised an eyebrow. It never occurred to her that she would fail to kill Huang Xiaolong with that palm strike earlier. Very quickly, a cruel smile radiated from Wang Na's face. All the better that you're still alive. Dying like that is too easy for you. You little punk. You violated the Black Warrior Institute's rules by killing more than a dozen of the Institute's elite disciples. Her palm waved at this point. A dozen of elite disciples' body floated in the air in front of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong suddenly grinned cynically, when in truth, the violence in his heart reached a new peak. Wang Na sneered. Adhering to the Black Warrior Institute's rules. I'm now executing you for your crime. Punk, that old master of yours has entered death's seclusion. It won't be possible for him to come running to your rescue at this point in time. But you can beg me. Beg that I give you a quick, comfortable death. Wang Na giggled sweetly, seemingly happy at her own idea. Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows rose to his forehead. Arriving at this point, he was left with no other option but expose Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's existence. It never crossed Huang Xiaolong's mind that Wang Na would be reckless enough to kill a dozen elite disciples and shift the blame onto his head. She was using this as the ultimate excuse to execute him publicly, positioning herself as just and righteous at the same time. No doubt, turning Jiang Yu into an idiot snapped the last shred of Wang Na's reason. How about it? Have you considered it well? Wang Na sneered. So, get on your knees and beg. I can let you die more comfortably. Sadly, your parents and the rest won't get the same privilege. I will make sure they live a life worse than death, torturing them for a good decade or two before letting them die tragically. Nearing the end of her words, Wang Na's face was twisted with rage. Huang Xiaolong's expression grew icier by the second. If I don't die today, there will be a day when you shall have the same fate as your disciple, being turned into an idiot. On top of that, I'll throw you into the demonic beast clan's prostitute den. The demonic beast clan's prostitute den was an infamous spot in the Black Tortoise Galaxy, where many demonic beast experts visited for flesh entertainment. One could already imagine Wang Na's fate if she was thrown inside. Wang Na was momentarily stunned. Then a shrill shriek shook the air. Go to hell then! Her arm raised. A slender finger lightly tapped to her front, sending out a myriad of gray piercing sword lights, casting over the earth like a heavenly net raining down on Huang Xiaolong. The space and airflow in the path of the gray sword lights seemed to be frozen in place. To Huang Xiaolong's horror, his movements became sluggish like he was caught in a sinking marsh, unable to move, restricted. Huang Xiaolong was about to let out Dragon Emperor Ao Tai when someone's voice sounded all of a sudden. Sissy fudges? Who dares to harm my disciple? A multicolored hand imprint emerged from the void, catching all of Wang Na's torrent of gray sword lights with a mere grasp. Caught inside the enormous palm, those gray sword lights bent at odd angles as they struggled violently to free themselves. Alas, all the gray sword lights shattered and dispersed the moment the multicolored palm slightly tightened. The All Dragons League disciples were dumbfounded witnessing this, including Wang Na herself. A light flickered in the air as a skinny, withered old man that looked more like a beggar appeared in front of everyone. Hee, little disciple. Your master arrived just in time, right? Ascending Moon old man's face split into a grin as he turned over to look at Huang Xiaolong. How is it? Were you injured anywhere? Huang Xiaolong was immediately speechless facing this old man. Just in time? He almost disconnected. But what really shocked Huang Xiaolong was the fact that the Ascending Moon old man actually executed a great spatial shift from the Cloud Sea mainland to the Black Warrior Institute. Although he knew that High God Realm Masters were capable of teleportation, it was limited from one location to another on the same world surface. As for teleporting between different world surface, Huang Xiaolong had never heard of anyone capable of doing this before. But what did the old man just say? Sissy fudges. Who dares to harm my disciple? Black lines shadowed Huang Xiaolong's forehead. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before all super forces and first-rank forces in the Black Tortoise Galaxy found out that the Ascending Moon old man wanted to take him in as a personal disciple. Initially, Huang Xiaolong did not plan to announce this matter even if he did agree to the apprenticeship, even less having everyone in the galaxy know about it. The ceremony could be conducted in the simplest way possible, but now, it seems like it was no longer possible to keep this matter private. Huang Xiaolong, you actually dared to sneak in a High God Realm Master into the Black Warrior Institute and ambush this principal? At this time, Wang Na's shrill shout sounded, a triumphant smirk on her face as she pointed at Huang Xiaolong. You traitor! You're dead for sure! Wang Na laughed excitedly. Originally, she planned to use the excuse of Huang Xiaolong killing elite disciples to kill him, but now Huang Xiaolong actually dared to sneak in a High God Realm Master into the Black Warrior Institute. On top of that, the old man actually attacked her, According to the Black Warrior Institute's rules, this kind of behavior was seen as traitorous, punishable by death. Now, she needn't waste energy and effort looking for a plausible excuse to kill Huang Xiaolong. The Ascending Moon old man raised an eyebrow staring at the obnoxiously laughing Wang Na. Then his eyes narrowed into two thin slits, a wily grin spread over his face. I say, little doxy, this old man finds your words unpleasant to the ears. What do you mean by sneak into the Black Warrior Institute? Furthermore, if I'm right, the Institute principal is Feng Yang, that little kid. Since when are you the Black Warrior Institute principal? You're quite brave titling yourself as Institute principal. At the mention of this, the Ascending Moon old man looked over to Huang Xiaolong. Little disciple, I ask you, self-claiming to be the Institute principal, what is the punishment for this according to the Institute rules? Huang Xiaolong glanced coldly in Wang Na's direction. Punished according to the crime of betrayal, death. Wang Na laughed even harder. Her breasts jiggled like ripples on the water surface, as if Huang Xiaolong's words were the funniest joke she had ever heard. Old man, you're trying to say that you teleported from another world's surface to this place? I have never heard of anybody that could do that. The Ascending Moon old man was unconcerned whether Wang Na believed him or not. His attention was more focused on the vigorous jiggles of Wang Na's voluptuous breasts. Grinning sheepishly, little girl, you wouldn't have stuffed some things into that place, right? Hee. Not bad. It's just that I don't know if it feels as good as it looks. Old man, do you want to die? Wang Na hollered in anger, leaping out at the same time. With the release of bright gray sword lights from her body, a long gray sword appeared in her hand. The moment the long gray sword appeared, the space and airflow within 10,000 li radius became turbulent. The aura of death soared into the sky. All the Grand Elders, as well as all the elite disciples in the Red Flood Mountain range were alerted. God's law, alternating life and death, Wang Na bellowed, slashing with the long gray sword in her hand. In that instant, the space in the entire Red Flood Mountain range groaned. Almost immediately, Huang Xiaolong, Sanglong, and the rest saw the long gray sword shooting out two horrifying sources of energy. One of them was green, and caused the vitality of life to bloom in abundance wherever it passed, while the other stream of energy was gray in color, causing a despondent death aura to fill the air. Affected by these two energies, the trees, shrubs, and flowers on the mountains grew at a rapid pace. Blooming flowers, bearing fruits, then withering and losing vitality just as fast. Grow, wither, then grow again. Life, death, alternating. Huang Xiaolong was wide-eyed, astounded. These are two of the many gods' laws. At this time, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's voice sounded in Huang Xiaolong's mind. You will understand when you break through to the High God realm. In the meantime, the Ascending Moon old man was still wearing that sheepish grin on his face even as he looked at the two powerful energies aimed at him, totally disregarding the opponent. Seeing this, Wang Na was even more enraged. Her killing intent rose sharply. Die! 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 Even Feng Yang would be gravely injured facing her God's Law attack. Therefore she refused to believe that this unknown old man would be still fine later. Wang Na strongly believed that not even the Azure Dragon Institute principal was capable of this feat. Finally, the two whelming stream of energy reached a distance of 10 meters from the ascending old man. But, in the next moment a shocking scene took place. The two powerful energy streams halted in midair, as if there was an invisible energy wall blocking their path. A loud chuckle came from the old man, who simply raised his hand and lightly pointed with a finger, causing the two powerful stream of energy to burst like bubbles. Wang Na's stature trembled, wobbling several steps back while dumbly shaking her head in disbelief. And no, not possible, not possible. How can this be? Next, the Ascending Moon old man lifted his foot and took one step. In an instant, he was standing in front of Wang Na, his hand striking out direct and simple. Wang Na was jolted to her senses. The long gray sword in her hand once again thrust toward the Ascending Moon old man in an attempt to counter his palm strike. However, in the eyes of Zhanglang, Lin Tong, and the other Black Warriors Institute elite disciples, The old man's palm struck squarely on their vice principal Wang Na's chest, and her long gray sword flew out of her hand. She herself was slammed backward, embedded into the mountain at her back. The long gray sword plummeted from high altitude, inserted into the opposite mountain peak. A loud explosion shook the entire mountain, rocks and boulders crumbling down. All the elite disciples were stupefied. Wang Na was the Black Warrior Institute's second strongest person, yet she was defeated in one move. One move. This old man? Who was he exactly? How could this be possible? Even the Azure Dragon Institute principal couldn't defeat Vice Principal Wang Na in just one move. The Ascending Moon old man's chuckle sounded again as he sniffed at his palm. Quite a nice smell. The feel is not bad either. I didn't expect the little doxy's 2 meat buns to be so bouncy. Really out of my expectations, ah. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly sweating buckets. Only now did he realize that other than thick-faced, this old man was also shameless and pretty licentious. The Ascending Moon old man turned toward Huang Xiaolong, saying, "Little disciple, you don't believe master? Why don't you go touch and test for yourself? See whether I'm telling the truth or not." Huang Xiaolong staggered, nearly tumbled down from the air. "Don't worry, I won't tell that little wife of yours." Ascending Moon old man gave Huang Xiaolong a guarantee you can trust me look. Huang Xiaolong felt like crying while fighting a strong impulse to strangle the old man to death. What was all this nonsense the old man was spouting? When Wang Na, who had just extracted herself out from the mountain, heard all of the Ascending Moon old man's words, her eyes became wide as plates glowering at him in anger. Killing intent erupted in her eyes, looking as if she would chop the Ascending Moon old man into 1,000,000 pieces in that instant. Other than the current Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Wuhuang, this was the second person who dared to touch her breasts, moreover without permission. But, recalling the frightening prowess this old man showed earlier, regardless of how much she wanted to kill him, she dared not attempt another attack. Angered as she was, Wang Na's mind was searching her memory for the top masters on the god-ranking list. But to her dismay, she had no recollection of this old man at all. By this time, sounds of whistling wind could be heard from many different directions as the Black Warrior Institute's masters, who rushed over, arrived in the Red Flood mountain range. Yet, the Ascending Moon old man acted as if he did not hear these sounds at all, grinning as he looked at Wang Na. "Little doxy, staring at this old man like this. Could it be because you've fallen in love after this old man touched you once? Although this old man admits to be extremely handsome, we're moving a little too fast." Hearing the old man spouting more shameless words, Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless for the umpteenth time. His understanding of the old man's thick-faced had been refreshed once again. Extremely handsome, Huang Xiaolong looked at the old man's outward appearance. With Huang Xiaolong's eyesight, he really couldn't tell which part of this old man was extremely handsome. Wang Na's reaction was even more dramatic. Her chest heaved up and down. A finger pointed at the Ascending Moon old man, but no words came out. As the Black Warrior Institute's vice principal and a high god realm master, when had she ever been insulted this way? Murder swirled in her eyes like a hurricane, but still she repressed it with much effort. She had to endure until the Black Warrior Institute's masters arrived. Finally, Wang Na heard the sounds she had been waiting for. They were closing in, revealing one silhouette after another. The first ones to arrive were the other 2 Black Warrior Institute's vice principals, Su Haodong and Li Jichuan. When both of them arrived, the first thing they did was survey the surrounding situation. When their glances fell on the Ascending Moon old man, both of them were inwardly shocked. This beggar-like, smiling, skinny old man gave them a dangerous feeling. But when they finally noticed the sorry state Wang Na was in, with her scarlet eyes spewing fire, as well as the glaring red handprint on her breasts, Su Haodong and Li Jichuan were genuinely dumbfounded. "Vice Principal Wang, what happened here?" Su Haodong inquired. Wang Na pointed at the Ascending Moon old man and Huang Xiaolong, almost screaming in a shrill voice. "It's good that you're all here. This Huang Xiaolong actually dared to sneak in a high god realm master into our Black Warrior Institute. They even ambushed me just now. Both of you cooperate with me to capture this old man and Huang Xiaolong. That traitor. Up until this point, Wang Na still insisted that Huang Xiaolong had sneaked the old man into the Black Warrior Institute. In fact, not only Wang Na, given any other High God Realm Master, they wouldn't believe that teleportation from one world surface to another was possible. Su Haodong and Li Jichuan exchanged a look. They were hesitant to follow Wang Na's plan. Then, the ascending moon old man, who had been grinning all this time, suddenly turned frosty looking at Wang Na. Little Doxy. Don't think that just because you're a woman I'll always be lenient. If you dare to slander my little disciple one more time, I'll strip you naked. Everyone was flabbergasted. Wang Na's lips quivered with anger. You! Another 10 or so whistling sounds were heard as the Black Warrior Institute's Grand Elders arrived at the scene. Seeing this group of Grand Elders, Wang Na's earlier apprehension eased. Her eyes seemed to glow with red bloodlust staring at the ascending moon old man and Huang Xiaolong. All Black Warrior Institute Grand Elders, hear my order. Huang Xiaolong sneaked an outsider High God Realm Master into our institute, insidiously plotting to assassinate all of our disciples, elders, and Grand Elders. Now, I order all of you, activate the Black Warrior Killing Formation. Kill the enemy and traitor Huang Xiaolong. The Black Warrior Killing Formation was an ancient killing formation laid out by generations of Black Warrior Institute High God Realm Masters, covering the whole Black Warrior Institute. It could only be activated by the cooperation of several Grand Elders. After the formation was activated, even a High God Realm Master would be hard-pressed to escape out of the Black Warrior Institute. The newly arrived Grand Elders were stunned by Wang Na's order. What are you all standing dazed over there for? Wang Na hollered. Quickly activate the Black Warrior Killing Formation. Kill that old man. Kill that traitor Huang Xiaolong. You lot dare to defy my order. As she said this, a bright light flashed and an order token appeared in her hand. The front of the token was inscribed with the divine beast Black Tortoise. But there was a slight difference with the Black Tortoise emblem on the Institute disciples' robes. Whereas on the back of the token was a mysterious diagram, similar to an ancient talisman symbol, yet also resembling an ancient weapon. This was the Black Warrior token, one of the only two in the Black Warrior Institute. One was in the Institute Principal Feng Yang's hand, and the other one was in Wang Na's hand. Su Haodong and Li Jichuan were also the Black Warrior Institute's vice principals, but neither of them was qualified to possess the Black Warrior token, for Wang Na also had another identity, being the last-term Institute principal's personal disciple. Seeing the Black Warrior token in Wang Na's hand, the Grand Elders dared not disobey her orders. When the group of Grand Elders was about to activate the Black Warrior Killing Formation as per Wang Na's order, the ascending moon old man's expression grew extremely cold watching Wang Na, issuing an audible cold snort through his nose. His figure blurred into a flicker, arriving in front of Wang Na. His quick hands reached out, tearing off a piece of cloth from Wang Na's chest. Wang Na was greatly startled. She wanted to teleport away to dodge the attack, only to discover that the surrounding space felt like a cage cast using the divine world's iron ores. She couldn't teleport. What is happening? Just as this doubtful thought emerged in her mind, right at that instant, her chest was grasped by the ascending moon old man. Before the Black Warrior Institute Grand Elders, and disciples' eyes, the ascending moon old man pulled hard. Z. The sound of cloth tearing sounded louder than usual. Wang Na felt a slight cold around her chest. Her voluptuous twin jade peaks were bared to the world. Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. Xianglong and the All Dragons League disciples were dumbfounded. Su Haodong and Li Jichuan were dumbfounded. The Black Warrior Institute Grand Elders were dumbfounded, as were the elders. Looking at the proudly erect, silky smooth, white and tender view, some All Dragons League disciples, elders, even Grand Elders swallowed by reflex. Little Doxy, didn't I warn you earlier that if you dare to slander my little disciple one more time, I'll strip you naked? It seems like you really didn't take this old man's words to heart. The ascending moon old man's voice was ice cold, but his eyes made a quick sweep over Wang Na's chest. Really not bad. No wonder you're so arrogant. Huang Xiaolong don't know what to think anymore. Was a person's arrogance related to the size of their chest? Wang Na lowered her head. looking at her own chest. Her gaze was unfocused for a second before raising her head once more. Her expression was distorted, shrieking her heart out, "I'll kill you!" She flew high into the air, the gray light around her piercing the sky. Death aura rumbled, forming countless gray clouds, casting a shadow over the land. God's law, death's hell. Her eyes completely turned gray, akin to a death god from hell. It was unknown when that long gray sword returned to Wang Na's hand. She made a sudden slash down at the ascending moon old man and Huang Xiaolong. The death aura rushed out like a tsunami, spreading out and forming a hellish land of death. All the Grand Elders, and the All Dragons League disciples scrambled back in fear, including Su Haodong and Li Jichuan. But the ascending moon old man merely chuckled, watching the great waves of death aura. This trick is still not too bad. Then, he did something that made Huang Xiaolong and everyone else stupefied. The ascending moon old man actually opened his mouth, inhaling all the death aura into his body. After that was done, the old man even patted his belly. "Sissy fudge, I'm so full. I won't need to eat for 2 years." Watching this nearly sent the Grand Elders and Elders to their coffins out of shock. Both Su Haodong and Li Jichuan paled watching the ascending moon old man. They both knew full well how scary Wang Na's God's law of death was. Just by coming in contact with the death aura, even the both of them, without quick treatment, they'd be turned into dried corpses within a day's time. Those peak 10th Order God Realm Masters would instantly turn into corpses. Yet, the old man in front of them actually swallowed it. And he was still all right. Where exactly did this odd monster climb out from? The ascending moon old man didn't bother with the gazes directed his way. He turned to look at Wang Na, splitting a grin. But, looking at that smiling face, Wang Na felt a cold chill spreading throughout her body. For the first time, terror gripped at Wang Na's heart. This old man in front of her was completely beyond her scope of understanding. The ascending moon old man reverted to his sheepish grinning face. "Little Doxy, this old man planned to spare you initially, but it seems like if this old man doesn't strip you naked, it'll be hard to compensate the trouble my little disciple went through." Huang Xiaolong exposed a bitter wry smile at the back. This old man went and tore other people's clothes, yet dragged him into the water as well? Putting that aside, it was obvious that Wang Na continuously prosecuting him with the intention to kill had irked the old man, giving rise to the old man's killing intent toward Wang Na. Then again, they were within the Black Warrior Institute's grounds, and Wang Na was the vice principal of the Black Warrior Institute. Powerful as the ascending moon old man was, he was still a bit concerned about murdering their institute vice principal in public. However, there was no such concern about merely tearing off a piece of clothing. Wang Na turned pale with fear, but just as she moved to flee, a silhouette flickered in front of her. The ascending moon old man's hand was already gripping the edge of her pants. Next came an action that made all the Black Warrior Institute maters' hearts miss a bear. Just like before, a simple pull. "Zila!" The sound of cloth tearing rang clear in everyone's ears, and Wang Na instantly felt a breeze on her lower body. The masters gathered around widened their eyes. They were a little dazed with their mouths agape, yet the quickened breathing was unmistakable. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over, catching the sight of milky white slender thighs, the flat navel, and the black forest further down the navel, not to mention the alluring curves around her back. Several All Dragons League disciples didn't even notice that saliva was trickling out from their open mouths, a small tent raised at their pants crotch. "Ah!" Wang Na's high-pitched scream was seemingly powerful enough to shatter space. The churning killing intent had taken over her heart and reason. Her eyes had turned crimson red as she hollered, her voice hoarse. "Activate the Black Warrior killing formation now! Kill them! Kill them!" Death aura burst out from her body like a death god emerging from the deepest pits of hell. The Black Warrior Institute Grand Elders finally regained their wits. "Stop for me!" Suddenly, an authoritative voice reverberated, sounding like a clap of thunder that caused people's eardrums to buzz for a long time. Turning toward the source of the voice, several figures were seen flying toward them at high speed. "Greetings, Institute Principal. Seeing the face of the person, the grand elders, and disciples were shocked even as they quickly saluted. One of the new arrivals was none other than the Black Warrior Institute principal, Fengyang. There were also Huang Xiaolong's eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun, second apprentice brother Chen Yang, third apprentice sister Qi Wen, grand elder Chen Yu, Bao Xinrui, and several others. Fengyang didn't heed the greetings coming from all around. Instead, he hastily flew until he arrived in front of the ascending moon old man, greeting him in most respectful manner. Fengyang pays his respects to senior ascending moon. The surrounding members of the Black Warrior Institute watched dazedly as their institute principal Fengyang paid respects to the old man as a junior. Shock and disbelief were written all over their faces. Based on their Black Warrior Institute principal status and strength, he was someone who stood at the same level as those Superforce's ancestor-level personas. Yet, the same Fengyang was now respectfully referring to that beggar old man as senior. Who was this terrifying old man? Senior Ascending Moon? The other two vice principals, Su Haodong and Li Jichuan, were baffled. Then, a thought simultaneously flashed in their minds. Could this old man be? Thinking of the possibility, their eyes widened in shock. When they were still little Xiantian realm cultivators, they had already heard numerous legendary stories about this old man. They could still remember that whenever the elders of their families mentioned this old man, their faces would reveal expressions full of reverence and awe. Silently guessing who this old man might possibly be, both Su Haodong and Li Jichuan shuddered to their cores. It seemed like Wang Na guessed the old man's identity as well, as her small face turned bloodlessly pale. The violent killing intent in her heart was extinguished by a rain colder than ice. Watching the respectful Fengyang before him, the ascending moon old man seemed to be very happy, laughing vibrantly as he said, "I say, Fengyang Boya, this old man didn't expect that after several tens of thousands of years of not meeting, you can still remember this old man. Not bad. Not bad. It shows that you're respecting the elders and loving the young. You still have this old man in your heart." Everyone had a strange expression on their faces at this. Huang Xiaolong literally rolled his eyes. What did this have to do with respecting the elders and loving the young? This old man was really skillful in connecting everything with respecting the elders and loving the young. Fengyang stiffened, giving an awkward bitter smile. More than 10,000 had passed. But this senior ascending moon's temperament was still the same. Senior ascending moon. May I ask which of our institute's disciples have offended you? You being here? Fengyang's eyes swept the surrounding, inquiring cautiously. The ascending moon old man waved his hand, saying, "In truth, it is not that big a deal. It's just that this little doxy here was bent on killing my little disciple, and I teleported here from the Cloud Sea mainland. But this little doxy insisted that my little disciple sneaked me in, slandering him as a traitor. Hence, this old man accompanied him here to play for a while." The ascending moon old man pointed at Wang Na and Huang Xiaolong as he spoke. Fengyang was stunned hearing the ascending moon old man calling Huang Xiaolong his little disciple. Forget it. Forget it. For the sake of her master ancestor, who had once tried to woo me in the past, I won't hold this little doxy's mistake against her. Then he added, "You also know that this old man is most magnanimous." Huang Xiaolong, as well as the surrounding people, felt inwardly embarrassed on behalf of the old man. Most magnanimous? He already stripped people fully off their clothes. What magnanimity was there to speak of? However, due to this short interlude, Wang Na had calmed down, took a new set of clothes from her spatial ring and dressed up. Still, an occasional glimmer of sharpness could still be detected from her eyes as she exerted much effort to suppress the raging hatred and killing intent within her. "Thank you, Senior Ascending Moon." Fengyang smiled wryly. But, Xiaolong he? Ascending Moon old man suddenly threw an arm over Fengyang's shoulder in a chummy manner, a sheepish smile on his face. "I was about to talk about this matter with you. You also know my 1,000-world sex requirements for selecting disciples are very strict. They need to be able to refine a sacred-grade divine pellet while still in the god realm, but for many thousands of years I couldn't find such a genius talent, which was why I have been staying in this lower realm instead of ascending to the divine world. Huang Xiaolong was able to refine a sacred-grade divine pellet. Therefore I, this old man, want to take Huang Xiaolong as my disciple to inherit my thousand-world sect's chief position. Little Fengyang Boya, you don't have any objections, right? Those who had been listening in were shocked. Huang Xiaolong was capable of refining a sacred-grade divine pellet. Wasn't it said that only High God Realm Masters could do that? At the same time, they were astonished that this thousand-world sect's condition of receiving disciples was so harsh. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. He finally knew why the thousand-world sect only had the ascending moon old man, only one person, requiring someone below High God Realm to refine sacred-grade divine pellets. This was something that was almost impossible. If it weren't for his immortal essence fire, he wouldn't have been able to do it either. At the side, Su Haodong and Li Jichuan, who had guessed the ascending moon old man's identity correctly, were feeling envious that he had chosen to take Huang Xiaolong in as a disciple. Others might not understand what the Thousand Worlds sect represented, but they knew very well. Hearing what the ascending moon old man said, Fengyang laughed in relief. So, it's like this. Senior Ascending Moon wants to receive Xiaolong as disciple. That is his blessings. Why would this junior have any opinion? In fact, this junior is extremely delighted. His youngest disciple actually caught the interest of the Ascending Moon old man. Fengyang was sincerely happy for Huang Xiaolong. Of course, there were 100 benefits and no downside if the Black Warrior Institute was able to establish a good connection with the Ascending Moon old man. When the Ascending Moon old man heard Fengyang's reply, he patted Fengyang's shoulder passionately. Excellent. This old man already knows that you're a person who respects elders and love the young. Then, this matter is decided. The apprenticeship ceremony will take place tomorrow. Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth but did not speak. Nobody asked for his opinion. The matter of the Ascending Moon old man taking Huang Xiaolong as his personal disciple was set in stone in this manner. As for the rest, Wang Na included, they dispersed in their own way. Staying true to his words, the Ascending Moon old man no longer pursued the matter with Wang Na, allowing her to leave without making things difficult. But Huang Xiaolong was extremely doubtful towards the sentence, for the sake of her master ancestor, who had once tried to woo me in the past. Judging from the beggar appearance of this old man, was there a woman who would woo him? When things were settled, Huang Xiaolong invited the Ascending Moon old man and his master Fengyang into the Nine Halls Bagua Formation Palace. During Wang Na's initial attack on the Golden Dragon Peak, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai used his innate dragon chi to reduce the impact on the Golden Dragon Peak. Therefore the Huang family members merely fainted, without suffering any injuries. Instead, it was the pack of demonic beasts that were in critical condition, but after some quick treatment, most of them had stabilized. In the main hall, the Ascending Moon old man and Fengyang discussed plans and details regarding the apprenticeship ceremony. According to the old man, the apprenticeship ceremony need not be grand. A simple one would do. As for the location, they had selected this Golden Dragon Peak. When the details were decided, Fengyang issued an order to all Black Warrior Institute's Grand Elders to be present at the Golden Dragon Peak the next day as witnesses to the ceremony. That day, Fengyang stayed at the Golden Dragon Peak. Due to the matter of Wang Na's attack on the Golden Dragon Peak, both the Ascending Moon old man and Fengyang worked together, laying out a new defense formation on the Golden Dragon Peak. With both top High God Realm Masters' handiwork, the defense formation on the Golden Dragon Peak had more than doubled in strength. Observing the end result of the two people's work, even Dragon Emperor Ao Tai couldn't resist uttering a few words of praise. While the Ascending Moon old man and Fengyang were busy with laying down a new defense formation, the news that Wang Na attacked the Golden Dragon Peak with the aim of killing Huang Xiaolong, but was hindered by a mysterious old man who stripped her off her clothes spread faster than a hurricane throughout the whole Black Warrior Institute. Have you heard? They say that Vice Principal Wang Na's breasts are super huge, perky to boot, and her lower part, a thick black bush. Her skin is no different than the softest silk, tender and smooth. TSK, what a pity I wasn't at the scene at that time. If I could have taken a glance, it would have been worth it even if I lost a few hundred years of life. A High God Realm Master's voluptuous breasts, black forest, and rotund, but I really have never experienced it before. Rumors say that Zhang Yu is actually Vice Principal Wang Na's and the Zhang family patriarch Zhang Wuhuang's illegitimate son. I'm so jealous of the Zhang family patriarch. He could actually embrace a woman like Vice Principal Wang Na and battle her as he liked. That's what you call enjoyment. You're not Zhang Wuhuang. What are you getting all excited here on your own for? The news spread faster and grew increasingly exaggerated in the craziest direction. It grew so much that in the end, various versions could be heard. One version included Wang Na being stripped naked and was done by the mysterious old man on the spot until she cries for mercy. At last, seeing her pitiful state, the mysterious old man let her go. Very soon, the news reached the higher echelons of the Black Tortoise Galaxy's super forces. Each of them reacted differently to the news. Needless to say, most of them took pleasure in others' misery. As for anger, there was probably only Zhang Wuhuang. On the night he heard the news, Zhang Wuhuang slaughtered all the maids and slaves in his courtyard in anger. Despite that, the Zhang family adopted a silent stance on the matter. On the other hand, other super forces and families that heard the news were quick to investigate the background of this ascending moon old man. This was someone who dared to strip Wang Na's clothes in public, not to mention the respectful demeanor that Institute Principal Feng Yang had shown, to the point of placing himself in the junior position. Where did this ascending moon old man climb out from? They had never heard of this person before in the past. Finally, when these higher echelons found out from their ancestors that this ascending moon old man had actually been the #1 person on the God ranking list 60,000 years ago, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Top of the God ranking list 60,000 years ago. Then, 60,000 years later, what realm had his strength reached? After finding out about the ascending moon old man's identity, there was another piece of news. The ascending moon old man wanted to take Huang Xiaolong as his personal disciple. When this news hit the super forces, those who had been coveting Huang Xiaolong's hailstone treasure immediately nipped this thought at the bud. They dared to risk Institute Principal Feng Yang's anger, but they couldn't guarantee that they could survive the ascending moon old man's wrath. Night gradually came and the mesmerizing moon hung high in the velvet sky. Beneath the silvery moonlight, the golden dragon peak appeared ethereal, like a mirage in the desert. Huang Xiaolong stood in the yard with his hands behind his back. He knew that after today's events spread out, those who had designs on his hailstone treasure would greatly reduce. Then again, this wasn't absolute. Strong lone masters had nothing holding them back. There was still Wang Na, that old witch. She definitely wouldn't stop here. In fact, what happened today only deepened her hatred and killing intent. Even at this very moment she was probably wishing she could devour his flesh and drink his blood. Thinking of his initial purpose of going to the wintry north world, Huang Xiaolong felt a little embarrassed. He had wanted to request pills from the ascending moon old man. Instead it ended up being the old man wanting to receive him as a disciple. After knowing the harsh requirement of the Thousand Worlds sect in accepting disciples, Huang Xiaolong understood why the old man was so adamant in the beginning. If the ascending moon old man missed this chance, who knows when he would be able to find another person that could refine sacred grade divine pellets below the high god realm. There was a chance he never would, for the limit of a high god realm master's lifespan was 300,000 years. On average, it was no more than 150,000 years. Although Huang Xiaolong had no idea how long the ascending moon old man had lived until now, he guessed that it shouldn't be less than 100,000 years. A while later, Huang Xiaolong strode out from his courtyard, heading toward the courtyard arranged for the ascending moon old man. Huang Xiaolong's purpose was none other than the rising tide ascending moon divine pellet. When Huang Xiaolong saw the old man, he directly stated his purpose. The ascending moon old man pointed a finger at Huang Xiaolong, a big smile on his face. "You kid, I already guessed you didn't come here to thank this old man." The old man and Feng Yang were busy the entire day, laying out a new defense formation around the Golden Peak. His old set of bones was close to crumbling from exhaustion. Huang Xiaolong revealed an embarrassed smile knowing what the old man was talking about. "Thanking you after taking the rising tide ascending moon divine pellet is the same. I say, old man, don't tell me you're reluctant to part with a mere bottle of pills." Hearing Huang Xiaolong calling him old man, The Ascending Moon old man fumed. His face became red and his eyes were bulging. I say, kid, what are you saying? You must call me Big Master? Do you understand? Do you know what respecting the elders and loving the young is? Do you even know the basic etiquette of being someone's disciple? Ascending Moon old man went on with more than a dozen do you know. Huang Xiaolong was speechless. Big Master? Following the order, Fengyang should be his Big Master, whereas this Ascending Moon old man could only be considered Second Master. Strictly speaking, the Azura's Gates Renhua Kuang was his first real master, and this old man could only be Little Three. Thinking of the term Little Three, the corner of Huang Xiaolong's mouth curved into a faint smile. Seeing Huang Xiaolong smiling instead of lowering his head and admitting his mistake, the Ascending Moon old man was riled into a new sequence of do you know. In the end, the old man still gave Huang Xiaolong a bottle of Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellets. After all, the matter of the apprenticeship was set. Whether it was sooner or later, he still needed to give them. Just as he said before, the chief position of the Thousand Worlds sect would belong to Huang Xiaolong in the end. However, the Ascending Moon old man did not refine too many Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellets. In fact, he only had one bottle. Thus, after taking the bottle of pills, Huang Xiaolong decided to first let his parents and several others, including Xie, consume them. He would later refine them for Fei Ho, Hao Yin, and the rest. What really surprised Huang Xiaolong was the fact that the effect of the Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellet could truly be described as miraculous. After consuming and refining 2 of them, his parents and several others broke through to Saint Realm on the same night, whereas his bro Xie merely took 1 to successfully break through. Initially, Huang Xiaolong was still worried if 1 bottle was sufficient. He didn't expect to have some leftover, which were given to Fei Ho, Hao Yin, and the Huang family guards that had been following loyally by his parents' side for so many years. Thus, those on the Golden Dragon Peak who were stuck in the Xiantian realm all advanced into the Saint Realm. Watching his parents and the others finally breaking through to Saint Realm, his eyes were a little red from joy. Breaking into the Saint Realm meant that his parents' lifespan would exceed 1,000 years. At the very least, within 1,000 years, Huang Xiaolong needn't feel anxious about the issue of his parents' limited lifespan anymore. The time Huang Xiaolong spent with his parents wasn't much, as well as the time he spent accompanying them. What he could do was try his utmost to increase everyone's cultivation so they could live longer. The sun was shining gloriously the next day as it rose on the horizon. Bathed under the bright rays of the sun, the Golden Dragon Peak appeared elusive. When the sky brightened entirely, the whole Golden Dragon Peak was a hive of activity. Despite the Ascending Moon old man saying he wanted to hold a simple apprenticeship ceremony, the people on the Golden Dragon Peak dared not do a careless and sloppy work. The entire 9 Halls Palace was colorfully decorated, brimming with excitement and joy. More than 200 Saint Realm subordinates worked together, from preparing the meat to picking spiritual fruits and serving wine. Not many guests were invited, only the Black Warrior Institute's Grand Elders and above, no more than 60 people. No doubt, Huang Xiaolong's senior apprentice brothers, Lu Yun and Xiangyang, and third apprentice sister Qi Wan were present as well. But Huang Xiaolong didn't expect that old witch Wang Na to come. Huang Xiaolong originally wanted to tell the old witch Wang Na to roll back where she came from, but his master Fengyang and the Ascending Moon old man assented to her presence. Thus he could only go along with both his master's decision. Upon arrival, most of the Black Warrior Institute Grand Elders were flashing beaming smiles at Huang Xiaolong, enthusiastically congratulating him. Huang Xiaolong ordered his subordinates to receive the congratulatory gifts, but it goes without saying that half of these Grand Elders belonged to Wang Na's faction. They were congratulating him on the surface, but who know what evil curses they were throwing at him in their hearts. The apprenticeship ceremony began exactly at noon. It goes without saying that no one dared to raise the slightest ripple of trouble. Hence the ceremony progressed smoothly. The Ascending Moon old man was smiling from ear to ear the entire time, and on this rare occasion he actually put on a presentable brocade robe. Unfortunately, the robe was bright red in color, rendering Huang Xiaolong speechless. When Huang Xiaolong respectfully offered the Ascending Moon old man a cup of tea, greeting him as master, The ascending moon old man's face split into a wide laugh. Good, good, good disciple, Master has been waiting for this day for more than 10,000 years. It is finally here. Today, Master is happy, very happy, extremely happy. The hall echoed with ascending moon old man's exuberant laughter. The present Black Warrior Institute Grand Elders all wore a smiling expression as they nodded enthusiastically in agreement, starting another wave of congratulations. When the laughter subsided, the ascending moon old man solemnly took out a small wooden box, saying, "Master has nothing much to give you, but Master has kept this little treasure for 60,000 years. Today it is yours." With that said, he passed the box to Huang Xiaolong. As for what was inside the little box, the ascending moon old man did not mention. Neither did he open the box in front of everyone. Watching this, the present Grand Elder's eyes flickered with curiosity, secretly trying to guess what the little box contained, including Wang Na. However, the box had a layer of restrictions placed on it by the ascending moon old man. Thus, even using some secret method, none of them were able to probe the inside. Huang Xiaolong received the little box with both hands, thanking his master and putting it away into his azure ring, deciding to see what was inside later that night. With the rituals of the apprenticeship ceremony finished, the banquet began. The Golden Dragon Peak was filled with cheers and laughter. Wine cups clinked endlessly into the night, permeating the air with wine fragrance. From the beginning, Wang Na had only shown calm composure, as if she had completely forgotten what took place yesterday. But Huang Xiaolong knew that this old witch didn't forget it at all. Instead, it was carved deep into her bones. The banquet lasted well into the night. Then the Black Warrior Institute Grand Elders, Vice Principals Su Haodong, Li Jichuan, and Old Witch Wang Na took their leave accordingly. Later, his master Feng Yang and senior apprentice brothers and sister also left. After a full day of bustle, the Golden Dragon Peak finally calmed down. Back in his own courtyard, Huang Xiaolong took out the little wooden box the ascending moon old man gave him during the day. Even he was extremely curious what was stored inside the box. According to the method the ascending moon old man taught him, Huang Xiaolong undid the restrictions around the wooden box and opened it. Looking at the item inside, Huang Xiaolong blanked for a second. Placed inside was a five-cornered stone, looking somewhat like a demonic beast core, yet it also looked like a gem at the same time, something that bore no energy fluctuations. This old man couldn't be giving him a piece of stone, right? While Huang Xiaolong was still in a blank, Dragon Emperor Aotai's thrilled voice shook in his mind. This is a godhead. Godhead. Huang Xiaolong was astounded, staring at the stone in his hands with disbelief. This thing was the legendary godhead. There's no way I'm wrong. That's definitely a godhead, Dragon Emperor Aotai confirmed, still sounding very excited. It absolutely is. No mistake about it. Kid, this is a peerless treasure, The ascending moon old man is really generous, giving you such a treasure. Huang Xiaolong's eyes also lit up. If this was really a godhead as Dragon Emperor Aotai said, then it really was a peerless treasure, far exceeding the true Dragon King's demonic beast cores. The true Dragon King's demonic beast cores merely contained demonic essence energy, but this godhead was vastly different. It contained a high god realm master's god force as well as their god's law. Lately, Huang Xiaolong had been racking his brain trying to figure out where to find another batch of high god realm divine dragon beast cores to increase his strength. Who would have expected the ascending moon old man to be giving him a godhead? Now, he was already a 6th order god realm. With every small order he advanced, he needed to refine a large number of high god realm divine dragon beast cores. But perhaps even after refining 200 of them, he still wouldn't be able to step into 7th order god realm. But now, with a godhead in his hand, Huang Xiaolong did not doubt that he would be able to break through to 7th order god realm. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Huang Xiaolong asked, "Old dragon, can you tell what rank this godhead is?" Dragon Emperor Aotai too regained his composure slightly, releasing a strand of his spiritual sense to probe around the stone before replying solemnly. This should be a rank 5 godhead. Before dying, the owner of this godhead was probably a late 1st order high god. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Rank 5? Then it was a mid-level godhead, slightly higher than Huang Xiaolong's expectation. At first, Huang Xiaolong thought that it was a rank 1, rank 2, or rank 3 godhead. Huang Xiaolong returned the godhead into the wooden box with a heavy expression and exited his courtyard, heading toward Ascending Moon Old Man's courtyard. The moment he entered, the Ascending Moon Old Man was smiling sheepishly at him. "My little disciple, have you seen Master's little treasure? Do you know what that thing is?" The expression on the old man's face was overly triumphant. Huang Xiaolong felt a little speechless looking at the old man's complacent expression. Initially, he came over to thank this master, but now, looking at that face, he felt that this old man was asking for a beating. But it was as if the Ascending Moon Old Man did not notice the expression of wanting to beat someone into a pulp on Huang Xiaolong's face. With a complacent smile still on his face, he said, "Forget it. Better let this old man tell you. That is a godhead. An irreplaceable, priceless treasure. A godhead. You know what a godhead is, right? This godhead is something I got through bitter effort, experiencing perilous dangers, and I have been reluctant to use it." Then Ascending Moon Old Man recounted the numerous hardships he went through in order to get this godhead. This recount of glorious feats lasted close to 15 minutes. Even after that, the Ascending Moon Old Man looked like this wasn't enough and started telling Huang Xiaolong how precious and valuable the godhead was. This lasted for another 15 minutes. All in all, only after half an hour did the old man stop. Huang Xiaolong sat quietly the entire time like an old monk in deep meditation, without the slightest movement, asleep yet awake. After the Ascending Moon Old Man stopped, making sure he did not miss any important points, he finally cleared his throat and said, "Brat, didn't you want the Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellet formula? Now, Master will pass it to you. Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellet formula." Huang Xiaolong, who sat like a pious old monk in meditation, shook slightly as his eyes brightened. The Ascending Moon Old Man smiled, satisfied at Huang Xiaolong's reaction. "Brat, listen well. This old man will only recite it 3 times. If you cannot remember it, you only have yourself to blame." Then the Ascending Moon Old Man began listing out more than 300 ingredients needed for refining the Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellet. The age requirements of each material were also mentioned in detail. At the same time, the old man emphasized the 13 crucial main ingredients needed. If any one of these 13 ingredients were missing, even if the refining was successful, it would be a useless pill. Other than these 13 main ingredients, the Ascending Moon Old Man also mentioned which ingredients could be substituted, what they could be substituted with, and how they would affect the efficiency of the Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellet. This first lesson went on for 3 hours. When the Ascending Moon Old Man finished, he picked up the cup of tea on the side table, taking a sip to moisten his throat. Then, he smiled at Huang Xiaolong. "Now, recite the over 300 ingredients in the Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellet formula. Let me see how much you've managed to remember." Huang Xiaolong began, neither hurried nor rushed. Bright spiritual mushroom, fragrant white leaf thistle, soulstone pit, spirit break wood, 99 heart connecting leaf. When Huang Xiaolong listed over 100 ingredients without a single error, the Ascending Moon Old Man's leisurely demeanor gradually diminished, turning from daze to shock. A person's memory capacity and comprehensive ability were congenital aspects that were difficult to alter. It definitely wasn't something that improved together with strength, which was why the Ascending Moon Old Man was shocked by Huang Xiaolong's memory capacity. The Ascending Moon Old Man felt that his own memory was excellent, however, asking him to list over 300 ingredients again after a single time hearing them was still something difficult. While the Ascending Moon Old Man was still caught in his shock, Huang Xiaolong's voice did not stop reciting the ingredient list. When Huang Xiaolong had named nearly 200 ingredients without any mistake, the Ascending Moon Old Man was shocked agape, and upon reaching 300 ingredients, one could stuff a small apple into the old man's mouth. A long time after Huang Xiaolong finished naming all the ingredients correctly, the Ascending Moon Old Man still did not react. "Old man, I didn't make a mistake, right?" Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong made a loud dry cough, asking out loud, Only then did the ascending moon old man recover from his daze, his eyes burning bright staring at Huang Xiaolong, flashing his trademark sheepish grin. No mistake, no mistake, brat. I didn't expect your memory to be so good. Although it's still slightly lacking compared to me, it's still not bad. His face split into a wide grin saying this. Huang Xiaolong rolled his eyes, but he already experienced how thick this old man's face could be and decided not to be led astray. He then began reciting the 13 main ingredients as well as the ingredients that could be substituted, their substitution, and their effects one by one. By the time Huang Xiaolong was done, the ascending moon old man was staring at Huang Xiaolong with a feverish gaze, as if he was the ultimate treasure. If he didn't know that the old man didn't have a special hobby, he would have run out of the yard long ago. A moment later, the ascending moon old man got serious, taking out a pill furnace, explaining to Huang Xiaolong. This is our 1,000 Worlds Sex 1,000 Worlds furnace, placed second amongst the 4 galaxies' top divine furnaces. Later, when I pass the chief position to you, this 1,000 Worlds furnace will belong to you. Since you've already memorized the Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellet formula, I'm going to demonstrate the refining process to you once, and explain to you the steps and things you need to pay attention to. Following that, the ascending moon old man took out the necessary ingredients from his spatial ring one by one. Every time he took one out, he would explain to Huang Xiaolong the medicinal properties and its related effects. When the 300+ ingredients were all prepared, the ascending moon old man began refining the Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellet, continuing his explanation to Huang Xiaolong as his hands moved. He explained which ingredient must be added into the pill furnace first, when to place the ingredients, which ingredients should be added to together, and the ones that required initial refinement before they could be added into the pill furnace together with the rest. The ascending moon old man's explanation was very detailed, even reminding Huang Xiaolong when to pay attention to the flame control. Huang Xiaolong listened attentively, and at the same time, he inwardly admired the ascending moon old man's pill refining skill, even as the old man explained every step to him. Someone who didn't possess top skills and experience wouldn't be able to do this. The number probably didn't exceed 3 people in all 4 galaxies. Some time later, the ascending moon old man finished refining the pills successfully. The Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellets exuded a glossy shine, emitting an alluring fragrance that could be smelled from several li away. They were the finest quality among divine-grade medicinal pellets. Another great wave of admiration emerged in Huang Xiaolong's heart. The ascending moon old man used a common hand technique to refine this batch of ingredients while explaining each step in detail to him. Yet, under such circumstances, the old man was still able to refine top-grade pellets. One could only feel admiration for the old man. Next, under the ascending moon old man's observation, Huang Xiaolong took out another set of ingredients and began refining the Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellet. The ascending moon old man continued to be astonished observing Huang Xiaolong. The brat's control over the flames was extremely skillful, not to mention the fact that his refining speed was on the faster side. Not taking long, Huang Xiaolong was finished, successfully refining the pills. Looking at the round Rising Tide Ascending Moon Divine Pellets emitting a soft glow, the old man's heart was shaking inside. In his lifetime, he had seen more than his fair share of lauded monstrous geniuses, yet he had never seen someone succeeding on their first attempt at refining a divine pellet, moreover, producing top-grade ones on the first try. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong copied what he did using a common hand technique. Once the ascending moon old man's astonishment subsided, elation set in. Patting Huang Xiaolong's shoulder with exaggerated force, he said, "Good brat, your big master. I, indeed, was not mistaken in taking you as disciple. Fudge. The responsibility of expanding our 1,000 World Sex glory is up to you in the future. Old man, can you not hit so hard? If you hit any more, my bones are going to break." Huang Xiaolong grimaced. The ascending moon old man retrieved his hand, the laughter on his face not diminishing in the slightest. "At first, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to compete in the coming Alchemist Grandmaster competition, but now, this old man can rest assured. At that time, you must definitely win back the first place for our 1,000 Worlds sect." Alchemist Grandmaster competition? Huang Xiaolong was confused. The Ascending Moon old man nodded, saying, "That's right, the Alchemist Grandmaster Competition. This competition is jointly held by the four galaxies' super forces, a grand event for the four galaxies that is held once every 3,000 years. But Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "I'm not interested in this so-called Alchemist Grandmaster Competition." It was the truth. Huang Xiaolong's interest in alchemy had always been tepid. To the current him, increasing his strength was the most important matter in order to prepare for the next High God Advancement Tournament. Winning the first place in the High God Advancement Tournament was Huang Xiaolong's goal. The Ascending Moon old man didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to directly say he wasn't interested. The old man was stunned for a moment before flaring up in anger. "What did you say? All you know is fart. What do you mean not interested? It is already worth a lifetime's honor being able to participate in the Alchemist Grandmaster Competition. Not to mention winning the first place. That's an Alchemist Grandmaster's most glorious moment. Glory, do you understand? Do you understand at all?" The Ascending Moon old man was staring at Huang Xiaolong like a clump of iron that couldn't turn into steel. For someone obsessed with alchemy like the Ascending Moon old man, someone who spent most of his life on refining pills, an alchemy competition organized jointly by the four galaxies was extremely important. Winning the first place in a competition of this scale was an alchemist's highest honor and glory. Yet, Huang Xiaolong actually said that he had no interest. One could imagine how angry the Ascending Moon old man was. Huang Xiaolong did not expect the Ascending Moon old man to have such a big reaction. He was feeling a little helpless, however. He had learned not to interject when the old man was in this mode. It was best let the old man vent. Otherwise, once Huang Xiaolong spoke, it would trigger the old man even more. Close to a quarter of an hour later, the Ascending Moon old man finally stopped. Staring at Huang Xiaolong, who appeared like an old monk in deep meditation, the old man's face suddenly split into a wide grin. "Brat, I'll have you know that the reward for each term's Alchemist Grandmaster competition is extremely attractive. The first place winner will receive 3,000 exalted divinity pellets. This is the current number 1 sacred grade divine pill in all four galaxies, and other than 3,000 exalted divinity pellets, there is also a sacred grade divine furnace, 3,000 top sacred grade spirit stones, and 3,000 kinds of herbs and elixirs aged 1 million and above." Huang Xiaolong was stunned. The first place winner of this Alchemist Grandmaster competition would actually receive 3,000 exalted divinity pellets. Wasn't this amount a bit too shocking? It was said that consuming 1 exalted divinity pellet could significantly increase one's strength, remold their physical body, as well as purify their soul. According to rumors, if there was a sufficient amount of exalted divinity pellets, it could even greatly increases a 10th order God realm master's possibility of advancing to the High God realm. This was also the reason why the exalted divinity pellet was ranked first among the other sacred grade divine pellets in the four galaxies. Other than 3,000 exalted divinity pellets, there was also sacred grade divine furnace, 3,000 top sacred grade spirit stones, and those 3,000 herbs surpassing 1,000,000 years in age. Each reward item was astounding on its own. Incorporating the 5-colored divine banner into the Golden Dragon Peak required Huang Xiaolong to supply it with 100 sacred grade spirit stones every 10 years. In 50 years, Huang Xiaolong's supply of sacred grade spirit stones would have deteriorated to nothing. Therefore, those 3,000 sacred grade spirit stones were quite important to Huang Xiaolong as well. Noticing the slight changes in Huang Xiaolong's expression, the Ascending Moon old man knew that his little disciple was tempted. Laughingly, he added, "How is it, brat, are you interested now? I also heard that, other than the rewards I mentioned, this term's competition rewards may even include a godhead." "What? A godhead?" Huang Xiaolong was shocked. Were the people behind this Alchemist Grandmaster competition mad? Actually taking out a godhead as a reward? Although these rewards couldn't compare to the rewards of the High God Advancement Tournament, it was still shocking. Huang Xiaolong clearly understood how precious a godhead was. The Ascending Moon old man was very satisfied with Huang Xiaolong's shocked reaction at this moment. "There's no mistake, a godhead. Moreover, it is most likely a rank 6 godhead, just a tiny bit better than the one I gave you." Huang Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cold air. It was actually a rank 6 godhead. The Ascending Moon old man continued, In this world, do you know what people are the richest? Let me tell you, it's none other than alchemist grandmasters. That is the reason why the rewards for the competition are so generous. It's actually very common. Every term competition's rewards are prepared by the Alchemist Grandmaster Association. Alchemist Grandmaster Association? Huang Xiaolong repeated the name. Due to his lack of interest toward alchemy, he rarely paid any attention to matters related to it. This was the first time he heard about the Alchemist Grandmaster Association. When the Ascending Moon Old Man heard that Huang Xiaolong had never heard of the Alchemist Grandmaster Association, his anger erupted, roaring at the top of his lungs. You have never heard of the Alchemist Grandmaster Association? How can Feng Yang, that boy, become someone's master? In the future, never tell anyone that you are this Ascending Moon Old Man's disciple. Huang Xiaolong's lips flattened. It was you, old man, who wanted to take me as your personal disciple no matter what. Then again, after worshipping the Black Warrior Institute principal Feng Yang as master, he didn't really teach Huang Xiaolong much. But Huang Xiaolong knew that it wasn't because Feng Yang was unwilling to teach. It was he himself that chose to cultivate according to his own method. And in fact, Huang Xiaolong's method of cultivation helped increase his strength faster. It seems like I need to make more trips to Master's place in the future, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Initially, agreeing to worship Feng Yang as his master was because Huang Xiaolong wanted to borrow Feng Yang's reputation as a layer of protection. He had never thought of wanting Feng Yang to guide his cultivation. After the Ascending Moon Old Man vented his anger, he began explaining matters related to the Alchemist Grandmaster Association to Huang Xiaolong, as well as the alchemy competition. Only now did Huang Xiaolong learn something about the Alchemist Grandmaster Association. Within the galaxy, anyone that could refine a sacred-grade divine pellet was qualified to join the Alchemist Grandmaster Association, but the alchemists within the association were divided by ranks. The lowest being Novice Alchemist, Intermediary Alchemist, followed by Alchemist Master, then Alchemist Grandmaster, and above that were the special rank Alchemist Grandmasters. What Huang Xiaolong did not expect was the fact that this Ascending Moon Old Man was actually the Alchemist Grandmaster Association's only special rank Alchemist Grandmaster. Special rank. Mentioning his own special rank Alchemist Grandmaster status, the Ascending Moon Old Man was akin to a proud peacock spreading its feathers. See, your big master is powerful, right? Haha, it's not that this old man is trying to brag. But when it comes to alchemy in the 4 galaxies, if this old man said he's second, no one would dare to claim they're number 1. Huang Xiaolong curled his lips. Old man, if you participate, you can definitely win the first place. Why don't you compete? Huang Xiaolong asked. The Ascending Moon Old Man fumed. You think I don't want to participate? But 60,000 years ago, I participated for 1 term and won the first place. The Alchemist Grandmaster Association has a rule. Those who have participated and won any of the top 3 spots are not allowed to participate in future competitions. Huang Xiaolong finally understood, but then again it made sense. If the Ascending Moon Old Man participated in every term, wouldn't every term's winner be only him? Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong asked about the deadline for the Alchemist Grandmaster competition. Knowing it was 25 years later, Huang Xiaolong breathed out in relief. Having 25 years' time to prepare and the Ascending Moon Old Man's guidance, Huang Xiaolong still had some confidence of winning the first place. By the time he returned to his own yard from the Ascending Moon Old Man's place, it was already deep into the night. Huang Xiaolong entered the godly Mtishumi and took out the godhead that the old man gave him, feeling excited. With this rank 5 godhead, before taking part in the Alchemist Grandmaster competition, he should be able to break through to 7th Order God Realm. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the Shumi Temple, he began circulating the Azura tactics to refine the God Force and God's Law contained inside the Godhead. Almost immediately, Huang Xiaolong felt a vast, pure, yet gentle high-quality source of energy enter his body, from his Qi Si to his meridians, moving on to his Soul Si and other parts of his flesh. Is this God Force? A comfortable feeling spread to every part of Huang Xiaolong's body. The Treasure Dragon protective shield art circulated, while droplets of energy derived from God Force were devoured at a frightening speed by Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong noticed that his true dragon physique, being tempered by God Force, was becoming stronger at a rate visible to the naked eye. Whether it was strength or defense, both were improving at rapid speed. Simultaneously, both the God Battle Qi within his Qi Si, as well as his Soul Si, were experiencing great changes. His God Battle Qi became increasingly purer, while his Soul Si expanded, emitting a brilliant golden glow. The time and space law threads within Huang Xiaolong's Soul Si slowly integrated with the God's law flowing out from the rank 5 Godhead, transforming, evolving, becoming denser and thicker. Their surface seemed to be coated with a layer of golden light, emitting a penetrating radiance that increased the force of Huang Xiaolong's attacks. Moreover, after integrating with the God's law, when Huang Xiaolong would be attempting to break through to High God realm in the future, the transformation process of his time and space law into God's law would be much easier and smoother. The space inside a Godhead was akin to an independent small world that held an ocean of abundant God force, stretching as far as the eye could see. In one night, Huang Xiaolong had absorbed and refined more than 1,000 drops of God force. Watching Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed, even Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's jaw dropped to the floor in wonder. This speed was truly horrifying, for not even a high God realm master could refine 1,000 drops of God force in a single night, which meant that Huang Xiaolong's current cultivation speed was even faster than an average high God realm master. For any other 6th order God realm cultivator, refining 1 drop of God force would take them 10 days to half a month. Soon, 2 months passed. In these 2 months, during the day, the ascending moon old man would teach Huang Xiaolong pill concoction, whereas at night, Huang Xiaolong would cultivate, absorbing God force as well as God's law from the Godhead. After 2 months of guidance under the special rank Alchemist Grandmaster, the ascending moon old man, Huang Xiaolong's alchemy skill improved by leaps and bounds to the point where even a special rank Alchemist Grandmaster like the ascending moon old man couldn't resist praising him once or twice. On top of that, absorbing God force and God's law every night helped enhance Huang Xiaolong's cultivation and strength at a shocking speed. Also, in these 2 months, the Black Warrior Institute principal Feng Yang made frequent visits to the Golden Dragon Peak, guiding Huang Xiaolong together with the ascending moon old man. With Feng Yang's strength, traveling from his place to the Golden Dragon Peak was a matter of a few seconds with a simple greater space shift. On this day, Huang Xiaolong had just exited the old man's courtyard and was on his way back to his own residence when he passed by Xiapudi's yard. His feet stopped briefly before making his way inside. Xiapudi was sitting in the yard, finding solace in wine. He was so lost in thought by something troublesome that he didn't even notice Huang Xiaolong's presence. "What are you thinking about?" Huang Xiaolong spoke, a faint warm smile on his face. Only then did Xiapudi recover from his thoughts. Seeing Huang Xiaolong, a rarely seen smile spread over his face. "You're here." Huang Xiaolong took a seat as Xiapudi filled a cup for him. Huang Xiaolong smiled. "This cup is too small, not even enough for a mouthful. We'll use something bigger." He took out 2 jugs of good wine from his spatial ring as he said that. Without another word, the 2 men each grabbed one of the jugs and gulped down a large mouthful. "It has been a long time since I've actually enjoyed a drink." Xiapudi let out a laugh. "Right, it has been some time." Huang Xiaolong lamented in agreement. When they were still in the martial spirit world, this was how they drank whenever they met. Huang Xiaolong could still remember the time when the both of them drank Sapidity wine during their stay in the Duanren Institute. The Sapidity wine house sold a limited number of wine jugs daily. Once, they brought all the remaining Sapidity wine for the day, creating a conflict with the Guo brothers. Huang Xiaolong and Xiapudi weren't brothers by blood, but their relationship was no different than that of real brothers. After a few rounds, Huang Xiaolong solemnly said, "I'm sorry." Xiapudi was dazed for a moment before realizing that Huang Xiaolong was referring to his Xia ancestor. Shaking his head, Xiapudi said, "It is me that should be apologizing. When my ancestor and the rest were killed by the All Dragons League, it created trouble for you. Also, without you, who knows when I would have broken through to Saint Realm." Huang Xiaolong sighed heavily in his heart. Despite his master Fengyang having Lin Tong, Canglang, and the All Dragons League enforcers and disciples locked up in the Black Warrior Institute's dungeon, Nothing could be done about Wang Na, that old witch, even though she attacked the Golden Dragon Peak last time. As for that Jiang Yu, since he had already turned into an idiot, Feng Yang's hands were bound from levying further punishment on him. Come, drink up. Huang Xiaolong clinked his jug against Xie Pudi's, gulping down the fiery liquid down his throat. Both men drank to their heart's content. Still, Huang Xiaolong could see there was something on Xie Pudi's mind. Thus he asked, "Are you still thinking about your ancestors' matter?" Xie Pudi shook his head. No. His words paused slightly here before continuing. Do you still remember when I mentioned that there is a woman I like? I remember you said that the other side's lowest requirement is that you must break through to God realm before agreeing to associate with you seriously. Huang Xiaolong said. He remembered this matter clearly because it was Xie Pudi's matter. Xie Pudi nodded, but there was hesitation in his voice. She asked to meet me 10 days later in Black Warrior City. Huang Xiaolong thought for a moment, asking, "You want me to accompany you? It's just that I don't want to disturb your practice, so I—" Xie Pudi's voice reduced to a mumble. Huang Xiaolong laughed. What's there to disturb? It's not like we're going to the Azure Dragon Galaxy. How much time would it take? Coincidentally, spending so much time with that ascending moon old man is suffocating. I was thinking of taking a stroll around the Black Warrior City to relax a little. Huang Xiaolong had a feeling that this woman asking to meet Xie Pudi was not as simple as it seemed. Xie Pudi's face lit up hearing Huang Xiaolong promise to accompany him, and no longer refused. Both of them continued to drink the night away. Their words were spoken through wine. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong brought the matter up with the ascending moon old man, saying that he planned to go Black Warrior City. Unexpectedly, not only did the ascending moon old man not object, the old man even amiably agreed. Just as well, this old man also feels like going out for some air. I'll come with you guys. Huang Xiaolong could only smile bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect this old man would want to tag along for a short trip. Who knows what kind of trouble this old man would cause later. Then again, Huang Xiaolong was powerless to stop the old man if he wanted to follow. Thus Huang Xiaolong could only consent. Then Huang Xiaolong went and asked his parents, and they too wished to go out. After all, there was the ascending moon old man, this super bodyguard with them. Huang Xiaolong need not worry about their safety. When everything was settled, 3 days before the appointed time, a group departed from the Golden Dragon Peak, heading toward the Black Warrior City. Other than his parents, there were also his siblings, Huang Xiaohai and Huang Min, his nephew Guo Xiaofan, brother-in-law Guo Fan, the violet spirit devourer monkey Huang Xiaoyong, heaven-devouring beast Lil Tian, the blessed Buddha Emperor Shi Fantian and his empress Lin Meng, Zhao Shu, and Zhang Fu. Adding Huang Xiaolong, the ascending moon old man, and Xie Pudi, there were 15 of them in total. Because their cultivations were in the Saint Realm and above, they flew instead of riding on beast mounts. Laughter could be heard the entire way. Stepping out from the transmission array, several members of the Huang family cheered on the Black Warrior City street. Being cooped up inside the Golden Dragon Peak for the last several years had nearly bored them to tears. Come on, let's head to the Peace Spring Street. Walking in the lively streets of the Black Warrior City, Huang Min suggested in high spirits. They had stayed for a period in the Black Warrior City and thus were familiar with some parts of the city. Located at the city center, the Peace Spring Street was one of Black Warrior City's most prosperous streets, with shops offering various kinds of goods, entertainment, as well as restaurants. Undoubtedly, the shops and restaurants on the streets were some of the largest ones on the Cloud Sea mainland, and the entertainment premises were known to be of higher standards. Therefore, Peace Spring Street garnered the highest spending rate. Everyone thought it was a good suggestion and agreed. Hence, the group headed out towards the Peace Spring Street. Since Xie Pudi's meeting was scheduled for the day after, Huang Xiaolong and Xie Pudi accompanied everyone to the Peace Spring Street. As for the ascending moon old man, he was talking and laughing with everyone the entire way, portraying an impeccable image of a proper elder. Even so, he was still clad in that old and shabby robe, seemingly a little out of place with the rest. Upon arriving at the Peace Spring Street, the womenfolk began scouring the various shops. The first shop they entered was a large shop that sold various kinds of ornaments. However, These weren't the usual ornaments. The ornaments were made with rare and precious spiritual gemstones and star diamonds found in the galaxy, amongst other materials, set in or kernels. When worn on the body, they nourished the body and were said to keep evil at bay. Some of the higher-grade ornaments were even inscribed with powerful formations. When facing an enemy, the formation could be activated to block attacks. Certain precious ornaments were inscribed with attack formations, enhancing the wearer's attack power. Because most of the Huang family members were Saint Realm cultivators, Huang Xiaolong had concealed his aura, coupled with the ascending moon old man in his permanent beggar-like appearance. When they entered the shop, the workers around merely swept a quick glance over the group and looked away with disinterest. No one bothered to introduce or explain the ornament's functions to the womenfolk. Inside the shop, some big families madam perusing the displayed ornaments also showed disdain and distaste toward Huang Xiaolong's group. In their eyes, Saint Realm cultivators were no different from the lowest of slaves. I wonder which family this bunch of slaves ran out from, a splendidly garbed, middle-aged woman muttered under her breath. Despite her low voice, it reached everyone's ears inside the shop loud and clear. Huang Xiaolong and the Huang family all raised an eyebrow. At this point, the middle-aged woman was pointing at a phoenix-shaped hairpin. "Worker, how much is this phoenix hairpin?" Immediately, a shop worker hurried to her side, bearing a respectful smile. "Madame Wenting's sight is sharp as always. This phoenix hairpin had just arrived yesterday. It was made with an extremely rare stone in the galaxy, sky-dawning gem, crimson star stone, and a mix of divine world's soft irons. Not only are there 2 defense formations inscribed on this hairpin, it even has an attack formation. The selling price is 10,000 top heaven-grade spirit stones. As our shop's longtime customer, there is a special discount, only needing 9,500 spirit stones. One piece of top heaven-grade spirit stone was almost equivalent to 20,000 Xuanwu coins. 10,000 pieces were close to 200 million. Hearing the price gave that Zhou Wenting a fright. Although her status wasn't low, 200 million Xuanwu coins was an exorbitant amount for her. She gave a little smile, saying, "I'm just asking out of curiosity. I have one like that at home. It's a waste to buy the same thing twice." But it was obvious to everyone around this was just a surface excuse. As for whether she really had the same hairpin back home, the people around each have their opinion. However, the shop worker smiled amiably, agreeing. "It is so, as Madame said." Unnoticed by others, Huang Min sent a look at Huang Xiaolong. Understanding his younger sister's intention, he slightly nodded. Seeing Huang Xiaolong agree, Huang Min deliberately raised her voice, sounding drastically surprised. "Wati, this phoenix hairpin is only 10,000 top heaven-grade spirit stones? Worker, quickly wrap it up for me. I want it." The shop's atmosphere instantly fell into a pin-drop silence. Zhou Wenting suddenly burst out in a shrill laughter, her face filled with undisguised ridicule as she looked at Huang Min. "I say, little maid, do you even know what top heaven-grade spirit stones are? Top heaven-grade spirit stones are not Xuanwu coins. Listen carefully, the price is 10,000 top heaven-grade spirit stones, not 10,000 Xuanwu coins. Forget 10,000 top heaven-grade spirit stones. You probably can't even take out a single top heaven-grade spirit stone." The other wealthy madams around snickered, shaking their heads. It was clear that they too did not believe that Huang Min was capable of taking out 10,000 top heaven-grade spirit stones. In fact, they very much doubted that Huang Min and the group of slaves with her even had 10,000 Xuanwu coins on them. Huang Min flashed a satirical smile in response to their ridicule. "Just because you're poor, unable to take out that sum, doesn't mean others are like you. No money, yet putting a facade here." Huang Xiaohai, Guo Xiaofan, Huang Xiaoyong, Xia Puti, and the others clamored, backing Huang Min up. That woman annoyed them ever since they stepped into the shop. The ascending moon old man was more excited than anyone, clapping his hands while shouting "good" to cheer Huang Min on. "That's right, you poor doxy. What are you pretending here for if you're actually poor? Quickly scram if you have no money. Don't block people that want to buy things." In mere seconds, his respected elder image crumbled. Huang Xiaolong cried silent tears of bitterness watching the old man. Zhou Wenting was fuming with rage, pointing at Huang Min's group with her long fingernail. You all! Oh, I'm so mad right now. She made an abrupt turn toward the shop worker. One look and it's obvious these slaves that ran out from God knows where are here to cause trouble. Why aren't you throwing them out of here? The shop workers around hesitated for a second before moving toward Huang Xiaolong's group. After all, Zhou Wenting was a frequent patron. On top of that, they didn't believe that anyone from Huang Xiaolong's group could afford to take out 10,000 top heaven-grade spirit stones. Another obvious reason was that the backing of a group of Saint Realms was unlikely to be all that powerful. In order to not disturb our customers, please leave the shop. Someone that looked like the leader spoke to Huang Xiaolong. However, Zhou Wenting shouted, "Don't ask them to leave. Throw them out." The group of workers struggled, not knowing what to do. Watching these people, Huang Xiaolong sneered, "Leave the shop? Don't disturb your customers." With a casual wave of his hand, numerous spirit stones rained down from midair like a torrential rain, falling to the floor. The floor issued muffled thuds as large amounts of spirit stones fell on its surface, making some people begin to wonder if the floor would collapse into a large pit if this continued. A while later, the spirit stones rain finally stopped, filling the shop with rich spiritual energy, as if it was the center of a spiritual energy ocean. The family disciples and rich madams were flabbergasted staring at the pile of heaven-grade spirit stones piled high as a small hill. How many spirit stones were there in this pile? 1 million? 10 million? It did not escape their notice that this tall pile of heaven-grade spirit stones was fully composed of top-grade spirit stones. Zhou Wenting stared dumbly, as did the surrounding shop workers. Suddenly, the sounds of hasty footsteps could be heard coming from the back hall as a middle-aged supervisor appeared. Obviously, he was alerted by the loud noise of spirit stones falling to the floor. The moment he saw the pile of top heaven-grade spirit stones that looked no less than 10 million pieces, he nearly took a tumble right into it. Regardless of his years of experience in business, this scene still shocked him to the core. 10 million top heaven-grade spirit stones. How much was that in Xuanwu coins? More than 2 billion. Exerting great effort to tear his gaze away from the small hill-sized pile of spirit stones, the middle-aged man's eyes swept around the shop, finally stopping on Huang Xiaolong. He quickly scurried over to Huang Xiaolong, extremely respectful in his manner. "How may I address young master?" The frostiness on Huang Xiaolong's face did not change. "Just now, my younger sister wanted to buy that phoenix hairpin, but your workers were prepared to throw us out, assuming that we can't afford to buy it. Could it be that these 10 million top heaven-grade spirit stones are too little for that hairpin?" The shop supervisor was dazed for a minute at Huang Xiaolong's words. Then he slowly turned his neck, looking at the shop workers under his charge. Under the supervisor's gaze, the surrounding shop workers became ashen. Large beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads, involuntarily trembling. The leader was stammering in fear. Supervisor, W.E. The supervisor released a loud roar at them. "You bunch of good-for-nothing dogs, roll over here for me. Immediately apologize to this young master." Petrified by the supervisor's anger, all the shop workers scrambled to stand in front of Huang Xiaolong, falling to their knees without any hesitation, apologizing over and over again. An eyebrow rose up as he watched this group of workers. Forget it. Only after hearing Huang Xiaolong's words did the supervisor shoo the shop workers away. After the group of shop workers left, Huang Xiaolong pointed at Zhou Wenting, asking the supervisor, "Is she an elder of your shop?" No doubt, the supervisor recognized Zhou Wenting. Although he didn't know why Huang Xiaolong asked such a question, the supervisor still answered truthfully, "She is not." Huang Xiaolong snickered. "I thought she was one of your shop's elders, since she was the one who ordered your shop workers to throw us out." The supervisor blanked for a moment and hesitated. He understood the underlying meaning of Huang Xiaolong's words, but even so, Zhou Wenting was their shop's frequent patron, not to mention the fact that her status wasn't low. While the supervisor was struggling, His eyes caught sight of the pile of 10 million pieces top heaven-grade spirit stones and brightened. In the next second, he walked toward Zhuo Wenting. When Zhuo Wenting saw the supervisor walk toward her, her face paled. "Madam Wenting, if there's nothing else, kindly leave the premise for the day." The supervisor spoke courteously. But Zhuo Wenting did not care, pointing her finger at the supervisor's face. "Good. Good. You'd better remember this. I'll definitely make you pay." Throwing out that sentence, she flicked her sleeves and stormed toward the exit. When she passed by Huang Xiaolong, her gaze was filled with fury and hatred. "You bunch of dog slaves, don't think just because you've got your hands on some cultivation cave treasure, that you're so great with some money in your hands. I will make sure you understand that there are some people you cannot afford to offend even if you're wealthy." But, just as she was about to step out of the shop, whether it was by pure coincidence or otherwise, she tripped over the threshold, falling face first to the floor. Watching this, the Huang family snickered out loud. Huang Xiaolong turned around to face the Huang family. "Since everyone is so happy today, if you see anything you like, just buy it. If we don't spend these 10 million top heaven-grade spirit stones, we're not leaving. Only leave after spending 10 million top heaven-grade spirit stones." These words buzzed ceaselessly like a beehive in the surrounding family disciples and wealthy madams' minds. Zhuo Wenting had just climbed up from the ground, but as if Huang Xiaolong's words startled her greatly, her legs went weak, slumping to the ground once more. Hearing Huang Xiaolong announce that they would leave only after spending the 10 million pieces of top heaven-grade spirit stones, the supervisor bowed so low before Huang Xiaolong's group that he was barely at chest height, making people wonder if he went through strenuous exercise the night before and hurt his waist. Those rich madams around immediately began to send flirtatious looks in Huang Xiaolong, Huang Shaohai, and the other menfolk's direction. A more daring madam approached Huang Xiaolong, speaking in a coy voice. "My name is Meng Xiaojiao. May I know how to address this young master?" Huang Xiaolong did not answer, but the ascending moon old man beside him grinned sheepishly. "Little miss, I'm surnamed Xiao, name Balian." The young madam was startled, then recited the name in one breath, "Xiao Balian." The Huang family nearly burst out laughing. Huang Xiaolong hid his smile in a head shake. This old man's face was thicker than the average people. Taking a glance at the ascending moon old man's wrinkle-filled face, almost as black as charcoal, if a face this like could be called Little White Face, then this world would be filled with pretty men everywhere. With the matter settled, everyone began looking around for things they liked. After going through the front hall, inner hall, as well as the shop's special collections, they finally achieved the task Huang Xiaolong set out, spending the 10 million pieces of top heaven-grade spirit stones. What made Huang Xiaolong speechless was that the old man also chose more than 100 ornaments. According to the old man, it would be a waste not spending his disciples' money. After spending the 10 million top heaven-grade spirit stones, Huang Xiaolong led everyone out of the shop. Long after Huang Xiaolong's group had left, the supervisor gradually straightened his back with a beaming face. In his mind, he could already imagine how the upper management was going to reward him after knowing the large business today. Watching Huang Xiaolong's group in the distance, he firmly believed he had made the right choice today. As for that Zhou Wenting, whether she would bear a grudge toward him or not, he didn't mind in the slightest. Huang Xiaolong's group went on shop by shop. Piles after piles of grade 1, heaven grade, and even saint grade spirit stones were spent. To the current Huang Xiaolong, both spirit stones and Xuanwu coins were mere numbers, just a concept. What he needed now was divine grade spirit stones and above. Those grade 1, heaven grade, and even saint grade spirit stones were no different than useless garbage. When he was still a 6th order god realm, he could already condense heaven grade spirit stones, and now that he was a 7th order god realm, he was able to form saint grade spirit stones. Following this, by the time he broke through to 10th order god realm, Huang Xiaolong was confident that he would be able to condense divine grade spirit stones. After a full day of shopping, by duskfall, everyone returned to the Luotong residence. Ever since the Huang family moved to the Golden Dragon Peak, the residence had been empty most of the time. Returning this time, everyone felt a silent lament. Huang Xiaolong arranged for food to be sent over from a nearby restaurant to the Luotong residence. Sitting in the main hall, the Huang family had a joyous meal and did not disperse until the moon hung high in the night sky. The night passed without events as the sun gradually rose on the horizon. By the time Huang Xiaolong appeared in the main hall, Xiaputi was already there in a clean set of brocade robes. The cup on the table was already empty. It was clear that Xiaputi had drunk his fill from nervousness. Watching this side of Xiaputi, Huang Xiaolong felt like laughing. This kid had never been afraid of anything, yet he was so nervous now. Noticing Huang Xiaolong walking in, Xiaputi literally jumped up from his seat. "Are you all right?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Xiaputi smiled awkwardly. "I'm all right. Let's go then," Huang Xiaolong said. Both men left the Luotong residence, but before leaving, Huang Xiaolong informed his parents as well as the ascending moon old man. From the Luotong residence, they headed straight to the agreed meeting place. In this Manchin restaurant? Roughly an hour later, Huang Xiaolong asked as both of them stood at the entrance of a big restaurant. Xiaputi nodded, confirming the location. This was the place he and the other party first met. Without further delay, they stepped inside, heading up to the first floor where a private room had been reserved. After knocking on the door, a clear voice sounded from inside the room, "Please come in." The door opened and both men stepped inside. However, when Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi saw the two women sitting inside the room, both were surprised and shocked. For one of them was the woman they had a conflict with yesterday, Zhuo Wenting. When Zhuo Wenting saw Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi, her delicate face turned sullen in an instant. The murderous gaze in her eyes was cold enough to lower the room's temperature by several degrees. The beautiful young woman beside her noticed Zhuo Wenting's strange reaction, asking curiously, "Sister, are you all right?" Xiaputi felt like his brain exploded on the spot. Sister? This Zhuo Wenting was actually her sister. Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows slightly raised when he heard the younger woman call Zhuo Wenting's sister. Judging from Xiaputi's reaction, it was clear that the pretty young woman was the one he liked. But who would have thought that the woman they met at the shop yesterday would be her elder sister? Moreover, from the way she spoke, it seems like they were biological sisters. Zhuo Wenting did not answer her younger sister, Zhou Wanshan. Her eyes turned red as she glared venomously at Huang Xiaolong. "Little punk, I didn't expect my sister's eyes to be so blind to actually like someone like you." In the end, her grim face turned manic with joy. "But the reason we asked to meet you here is to tell you that our Zhuo family has already arranged for my sister to be betrothed to the Li family's young master, Li Zishui. From today onwards, don't ever try to contact my sister. Now, you can bury your feelings." As if she had found an outlet to exact revenge for yesterday's humiliation. Zhou Wenting laughed madly with elation and satisfaction. A little exaggerated, causing her breasts to jiggle around. She was convinced that the person her sister liked was Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's brows creased into furrows, turning his head to the side looking at Xiaputi. Xiaputi paled visibly at Zhuo Wenting's words. He took a deep breath as he fixed his eyes on Zhuo Wanshan. "Wanshan, is what she said true?" Zhuo Wanshan, on the other hand, was much calmer than Xiaputi. "It's true. My father agreed for me to marry the Li family's young master, Li Zishui. The wedding is in 10 days. Xiaputi's face went white, drained of blood. His body wobbled unsteadily as he shook his head in denial, mumbling, "No and no and no, not possible." In the end, his reasons frayed. Taking a stride forward, grasping Zhuo Wanshan's arm. "Why? Why?" Zhuo Wanshan's expression turned frosty, flinging Xiaputi's hand away. "Why? Because he is the Li family's young master, whereas you're merely a Xiantian realm cultivator. You broke through to the Saint realm? Regardless, even the lowest of the Li family slaves is 100 times stronger than you." Xiaputi was persistently stubborn. Refusing to believe, unwilling to believe, roaring his dissent. "No, I don't believe that you don't love me." Zhou Wanshan revealed an icy smile. "I did like you in the past, but that was because I was ignorant, deceived by your flowery speech and honeyed words. Xie, I'll tell you honestly, my father is Zhuo Kun, a descendant of the Zhuo family's main branch. Our Zhuo family is one of Black Tortoise Galaxy's first-rank prominent families. Do you really think that a meager Saint Realm like you is qualified to be matched with me? Every single word passing through Zhou Wenshan's lips was like a knife plunging at Xie heart. His breathing grew heavy, feeling difficulty in drawing the next breath. At this precise moment, Xie finally realized how naive, foolish, and ludicrous he had been. All these years he had been toiling to improve his cultivation, hoping to break through to God Realm even one day earlier, all of it for her. Yet, that very person was now standing in front of him, saying that she was ignorant in the past and was tricked by his honeyed words. Xie sorrow pushed him over the edge, going from rage one moment to hysterical laughter the next. Flowery speech and honeyed words. You say you were deceived by my flowery speech and honeyed words. Though he was laughing, hot tears were streaming down his face. Huang Xiaolong stood at the side, unsure if he should say something. In the end, he remained quiet. He knew that what Xie needed now was not comfort, but release, to reduce the pain he was feeling. Huang Xiaolong's gaze was filled with loathing and coldness looking at Zhou Wenshan. Even though he understood many a time that in various matters one could hardly run away from reality, including love. However, no matter who the other party was, they were not allowed to hurt his brothers. Zhuo Wenting was watching Huang Xiaolong, mocking with coy giggles. Little punk, weren't you very proud yesterday? Hear that, my sister has said everything loud and clear. Now you can bring your friend and scram out of here. Let me tell you frankly, the private rooms on this Manchin restaurant's first floor are not places where any stray cats and dogs can enter. So what if you have loads of money? In this world, strength is most important. You are right. Strength is most important in this world. Huang Xiaolong spoke with a biting chill to his voice. Zhou Wenting's giggle rippled in the room. I didn't expect a country bumpkin like you to be smart enough to realize that strength is the most important thing in this world. Her eyes scrutinized Huang Xiaolong up and down. Your half-step God Realm? Or peak half-step God Realm? Tell you the truth, even if you're a God Realm master, before our Zhuo family, you're less than a fart. You'll only fare worse in front of the Li family. Even after saying this much, Zhuo Wenting still didn't feel truly vented. She sneered, adding, let me tell you, any one of our Zhuo family's God Realm disciples could easily smother you to death with a spit. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed dangerously. A sharp glint flickered past in a flash. Suddenly, at this time, the door to their room was pushed open, startling everyone. Looking toward the door, a young man wearing a fine brocade robe was seen walking into the room, exuding a worldly air. Two guards followed closely behind him. Seeing the young man, Zhuo Wenting and Zhuo Wenshan both looked flustered. So, it's young Master Li. Zhuo Wenting quickly stepped forward, respectful yet flattering in her smile. You came. Zhuo Wenshan's voice was low, fingers shyly playing with the edge of her clothes. No doubt, this was the young Master Li Zishuai that Zhuo Wenshan was recently betrothed to. Li Zishuai smiled faintly. Today, I made a trip to the Zhuo family, thinking to invite Sister Wenshan to town for a walk, but later I heard from your steward that you have made a reservation here in the Manchin restaurant to meet with someone. Prompted by my curiosity, I came over to have a look, no other meaning. The entire time he was talking, he fixed a gentle and loving gaze on Zhou Wenshan. Being stared like that by Li Zishuai, Zhou Wenshan's face blushed red. Detecting no blame in his voice, she inwardly breathed a great sigh of relief. Xie watched with great pain the interaction between these two people. Their gazes and that blush on her face only deepened the wound in his heart. Zhuo Wenting made another of her coy giggles. In fact, it's nothing but two slaves and swindlers. Her finger pointed at Xie and Huang Xiaolong. Wenshan was really too innocent in the past, cheated by these two swindlers. Today we came here to demand something back from them. Li Zishuai did not expose the lame excuse. He merely smiled faintly, asking, Then, have you got your item back? Zhuo Wenting quickly answered, Yes, yes, we already did. We were just about to shoo them away when young Master Li coincidentally arrived. Li Zixuai nodded, then said, These two lowly slaves even dared to cheat Wanshan's things. Since it's like that, they cannot be let off so easily. He said to the two guards behind him, Both of you, go break their arms and legs before throwing them out. Take it as a punishment for them. As he said that, he already reached the table, languidly sitting himself down. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even spare a glance at Huang Xiaolong or Xiaputi. With his status as the young master of the Li family, looking at two lowly slaves was equivalent to soiling his eyes. However, this was just a small punishment. He would later look for an opportunity to exterminate these two. He wasn't a fool. It was obvious that both Zhuo Wenting and Zhuo Wanshan meeting these two here meant that their relationship wasn't so simple. There were actually people who dared to have an ambiguous relationship with a woman he fancied. How could he, Li Zixuai, allow that person to continue living in this world? The two Li family guards respectfully complied and made their way toward Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi. When Zhuo Wanshan heard Li Zixuai say that he wanted Xiaputi's arms and legs broken, her heart was reluctant, but she did not speak out on Xiaputi's behalf. On the other hand, Zhuo Wenting could hardly contain her delight. Wasn't this the result she wanted the most? She faced Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi with a derisive gloating expression. As far as she knew, these two Li family guards were both fourth-order God Realm masters. Just as the two guards stepped in front of Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi, a shadow flickered and the sounds of fractured bones rang out simultaneously with two tragic screams. In the next moment, the two guards were knocked back, rolling all the way until Li Zixuai's feet. Li Zixuai had just sat down, and seeing his two guards at his feet caused Li Zixuai's mind to temporarily go blank. Everything happened too fast. Even Zhuo Wenting and Zhuo Wanshan were temporarily left in a daze on the spot. What just happened? Both women were astounded as they looked at Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi. By this time, Li Zixuai already recovered from his shock. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, his gaze grew increasingly cold. It seems I have misjudged you. Who would have thought that you're actually an expert? Being able to handle both of his guards at once meant that he was a fifth-order God Realm cultivator at the very least. This level of strength was considered an upper-level master on the Cloud Sea mainland, even in the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Hearing this, Zhuo Wenting and Zhuo Wanshan looked at Huang Xiaolong wide-eyed with shock. Never had they imagined that this young man was actually so powerful. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent. Probably not an expert, but more than sufficient to deal with you. Li Zixuai was taken aback by those words, but soon, he laughed loudly, standing up from his seat. Punk, although I don't know which family you belong to, I will amuse myself with you until you're damaged, crippled, and dead. Damaged, crippled, and dead. The killing intent in Li Zixuai's eyes thickened. But, before Li Zixuai could act on his words, a silhouette flickered. Then, in the next moment, Li Zixuai felt his neck tighten. By the time he realized what was going on, Huang Xiaolong was already standing in front of him, one hand clutching at his neck. You! Li Zixuai was furious, and his fist punched toward Huang Xiaolong at lightning speed. Huang Xiaolong sneered, slamming out fist head-on. Kacha! Kacha! Sounds of shattered bones were heard, followed by Li Zixuai's piercing scream. Huang Xiaolong's punch had pulverized the bones in Li Zixuai's hand, and at the same, the frigid azura qi seeped into his body, dealing another heavy blow to Li Zixuai. Who are you? Li Zixuai began to feel pressure, surprise, and anger. Who am I? Huang Xiaolong grinned. His hand exerted pressure on Li Zixuai's neck, lifting him off the floor. Who I am, you will know very soon. But didn't you just say that you want to toy with us till we're damaged, crippled, and dead? Based on this level of strength, Li Zixuai fumed with anger. Initially, he had thought that with his sixth-order God Realm strength, it wouldn't be difficult to teach Huang Xiaolong a lesson. But who knew that Huang Xiaolong's strength greatly surpassed his assumptions? Punk, do you know who I am? Li Zixuai made an effort to open his mouth, hollering loud as he could. I'm the Li family's main descendant disciple, The Li family's patriarch Li Guangming is my eldest uncle. If you dare to hurt me, you're dead for sure. Release me this instant. Oh, Huang Xiaolong mocked. So, you're Li Guangming's nephew. I thought you were Li Guangming's son. At the end of his sentence, Huang Xiaolong aimed his fist, striking accurately at Li Zishuai's chest, sending another burst of frigid azure qi into his body. On the outside, Li Zishuai's chest caved in from Huang Xiaolong's punch. A ringing tragic scream filled the private room. You! Li Zishuai stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief, even after knowing his identity. This slave still dared to attack him. Watching Li Zishuai's expression, Huang Xiaolong snorted. So what if you're from the Li family? He even dared to waste Jiangyu, what more a mere Li Zishuai. If others leave me alone, I'll leave them alone. If others bother me, I'll absolutely make them suffer. Whereas Zhuo Wenting and Zhuo Wunshan had gone deathly pale watching this scene, shaking and shivering uncontrollably, not knowing what to do with themselves. They too found it hard to believe that Huang Xiaolong actually continued injuring Li Zishuai after finding out his identity. Who exactly was this black-haired young man in front of them? Even if he was a disciple of one of the super forces, he would still be punished once he went back. Before the terrified eyes of the two women, Huang Xiaolong struck a second punch at Li Zishuai's chest, right on the center of his ribs. Sounds of breaking bones entered their ears again. Li Zishuai let out one after another blood-curdling scream. Bastard! I'll make you pay for this. Definitely make you pay. He screamed in pain and roared in hatred. I vow to kill you. Kill you! Huang Xiaolong completely ignored these screams and shouts, slowly breaking every bone on Li Zishuai's body, crushing them into pieces before flinging him to the side like a rag doll. Li Zishuai was a sixth-order God Realm master. Tempered by his God battle qi, his bone density was comparable to a godly weapon, but against Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique, it was nothing but dregs, no different than tofu dregs. Flung to the side by Huang Xiaolong, Li Zishuai's suffering did not end. The frigid azure qi was wreaking havoc all over inside his body. The excruciating pain made him hover between life and death. Despite that, there was no fear in Li Zishuai's eyes. In fact, his killing intent toward Huang Xiaolong grew more intense. That grim expression on his face looked like he wanted to swallow Huang Xiaolong alive. Huang Xiaolong smiled coldly as he approached. Xiaolong, don't. Let's forget it. Xiaputi, who had been standing at the side, hesitated slightly before speaking up. Although his strength was lacking, Xiaputi was aware that the Li family was one of the Black Tortoise Galaxy's superfamilies. Li Zishuai suddenly screamed, Bastard! Kill me if you've got the guts. Come kill me. Huang Xiaolong smiled innocently at Xiaputi. Look, he's the one begging me to kill him. I'm not at fault. Huang Xiaolong continued to approach Li Zishuai until he stood before him. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Li Zishuai laughed with a crazed light in his eyes. Why, you're scared now? Without saying another word, Huang Xiaolong lifted a foot and stomped down hard. Zhuo Wenting and Zhuo Wunshan gave a sudden sharp shrill scream. In between, a sound resembling eggs cracking was heard. Due to the pain, Li Zishuai's body twitched and jerked. No one could hear the scream coming from his throat. He desperately wanted to clutch his lower part with his hands, but his arms were broken by Huang Xiaolong just moments ago. Huang Xiaolong mocked. Afraid? Indeed, I'm afraid of killing you, that way, things won't be as fun. Your words earlier were amuse myself until you're damaged, crippled, and dead. That's exactly what I plan to do with you. Another foot landed on Li Zishuai's lower body, punctuating Huang Xiaolong's words. Another sharp scream cut across the private room, his eyeballs bulging out of his eye sockets. Both women had lost all color from their faces. At this moment, in their eyes, Huang Xiaolong was no longer a slave or a country bumpkin. He was the devil incarnate. All of a sudden, Huang Xiaolong stopped and turned around toward the two women. You too! Come here. Zhuo Wenting and Zhuo Wunshan shuddered, eyes wide with fear. Even so, they still did as Huang Xiaolong said. May I ask what you? Zhuo Wenting braced herself to speak. wanting to ask Huang Xiaolong what he wanted from them. Huang Xiaolong cut her words. Pointing at Li Zishuai's lower part, he ordered, "Both of you go, each of you step on it one time." A full-strength, wholehearted step. Both women were ashen at the sight of Li Zishuai's lower part, shaking their heads vehemently. Huang Xiaolong sneered, "Of course, your other choice is to die." Saying this, the blades of Azura appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hands. The room's atmosphere instantly changed, like it had fallen the deepest parts of the netherworld hell. Seeing this, Xie Puti wanted to speak again, but Huang Xiaolong shook his head and gave him a reassuring look. In the end, both women inched forward, mustering their strength and stomped down as hard as they could. Li Zishuai glared at the two women with bloodshot eyes. "Let's go," Huang Xiaolong said to Xie Puti. Xie Puti sighed in his heart. He nodded at Huang Xiaolong and they left the private room. He understood the reason behind Huang Xiaolong's action. With those two kicks, it was impossible for Zhuo Wenshan to marry into the Li family now. Not only that, the Zhuo family would spend their days worrying about retaliation from the Li family. However, Xie Puti had seen through the real nature of a woman like Zhuo Wenshan. Not long after Huang Xiaolong and Xie Puti left the restaurant, footsteps thundered into the premise, causing the building to shake beneath the force. The Black Warrior Institute patrolling disciples and experts belonging to the Li family finally arrived at the scene. The door to the private room was pushed open as these people went inside. Coming upon Li Zishuai's bloodied condition, each person present sucked in a breath of cold air. Li Donghai quickly helped Li Zishuai up, swiftly stuffing a divine-grade spirit pellet into his mouth, and even infusing his own god battle chi into Li Zishuai's body to stabilize his injuries. When Li Zishuai's condition finally stabilized, Li Donghai looked over toward the Black Warrior Institute patrolling disciples, shouting furiously at them, "My Li family's young master Li Zishuai was injured in your Black Warrior city. If you Black Warrior Institute disciples cannot capture the criminal, our Li family will seek an account from the Black Warrior Institute for this matter." Li Zishuai was a descendant of their Li family's main branch, the Li family patriarch's nephew. He was one of several Li family younger generation disciples that the Li family ancestor valued the most, yet he was wounded to this degree within the walls of the Black Warrior city. The condition of his lower body was a cruel handiwork. Li Donghai, the Li family's chief steward, was enraged. Murderous aura surged intensely from his body. The Black Warrior patrolling team leader, Qi Qingguang, raised an eyebrow, but his manner was still considered polite. "Rest assured, Chief Steward Li, we will definitely capture the person responsible for this as soon as possible." With that said, he turned around and issued an order to check the entire city. Li Zishuai finally regained consciousness after Li Donghai's treatment, raving madly, "I want to kill that bastard with my own hands. I'll kill him." Suddenly, he spotted Zhuo Wenting, and Zhuo Wenshan huddled in a corner, and hatred spewed out from his eyes. "You two bitches!" He marched over, a palm striking both women across their face. The Zhuo sisters were sent flying from the force. Their cheeks immediately swelled into pig heads. Li Donghai was stumped. Wasn't young master Li Zishuai keen on that young woman Zhuo Wenshan? Even their wedding date was set. What just happened? It didn't take long for the Black Warrior patrolling team leader Qi Qingguang to find out Huang Xiaolong's identity. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Qi Qingguang was stupefied. Gradually, his brows were scrunched together into a tight frown, a bitter feeling rising in his heart. Who'd have thought that it would be this young master's handiwork? Then again, there were very few who had the guts to wound Li Zishuai to this extent. "Captain Qi, have you found the criminal?" Noticing Qi Qingguang's strange expression, Li Donghai questioned solemnly. Qi Qingguang gave a vague answer. Not yet. I'll first return to make a report. This kind of incident occurred in our Black Warrior city. I need to make a detailed report to the higher echelons." Without waiting for a reply from Li Donghai, Qi Qingguang turned around and left hastily. Li Donghai's face darkened. The look in his eyes was icy cold. It seems there was more to this matter. In the end, Li Donghai could only return to the Li mansion with Li Zishuai and report the matter to their Li family patriarch, Li Guangming. While all of this took place, Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi had long returned to the Luotong residence. At that time, the Huang family and the ascending moon old man had gone out, hence, Huang Xiaolong accompanied Xiaputi, numbing his pain in wine. Both men were quiet as they drank one jug after another until dusk, when the Huang family and the ascending moon old man returned. Only then did they stop. "Brother, thank you for today." Xiaputi spoke sincerely. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand, saying, "What's there to thank me for? If you really want to thank me, just forget that woman." Xiaputi heaved a heavy sigh. "It's already in the past. It is better like this. I can concentrate on my cultivation." Huang Xiaolong nodded. The Huang family stayed in the Black Warrior City for 2 days before returning to the Black Warrior Institute's Golden Dragon Peak. As for the Li family, as Huang Xiaolong expected, there wasn't any ruckus. As if the incident with Li Zishuai never happened, cleanly erased. The Li family's side did not mention the matter, neither did the Black Warrior Institute. Life went on as per usual. Whether that Li Zishuai was gnashing his teeth in hate toward him or otherwise, it was not something that concerned Huang Xiaolong. Soon after, the Zhua and Li family's wedding was called off. When Huang Xiaolong heard this news, he went to inform Xiaputi, who listened calmly, showing no sorrow and no joy. In recent days, he spent most of his time cultivating in his yard. This stirred a chain reaction, as everyone on the Golden Dragon Peak also worked hard in their cultivation. As time passed, the more they saw and experienced, the Huang family realized ever more clearly that a Saint Realm's strength was bottom-rung weak. Hence, each of them was striving in their cultivation with God Realm as their aim. Huang Xiaolong fell back into his previous routine, spending the day learning alchemy with the ascending moon old man, while his nights were used to refine the God Force and God's Law inside the Godhead. From time to time, the Black Warrior Institute principal Fengyang would also come over to the Golden Dragon Peak to guide Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's knowledge and skills improved drastically, not only in terms of alchemy, but also in forging and array formations. In the first year, Huang Xiaolong learned one new divine-grade pill formula every day with the ascending moon old man. In the second year, the one divine-grade pill formula a day increased to 2 a day. And in the third year, he learned 3 pill formulas on a daily basis. Huang Xiaolong's monstrous memory capacity, comprehension, and learning ability made the ascending moon old man and Fengyang go mad with envy. Until the 4th year, the ascending moon old man only needed to recite the pill formula, refining method, things to note, and Huang Xiaolong would be able to refine the divine grade pellet without a demonstration from him. During the first 3 years, there were times when Huang Xiaolong's alchemy ended up in failure, but entering his 4th year, he had never failed even once. Originally, the Black Warrior Institute did not allow outside High God Realm Masters to stay long-term within the Institute grounds, but the ascending moon old man was an exception. As the Institute principal, Fengyang had no objections, thus others dared not breathe out a single word of dissatisfaction. According to Institute principal Fengyang's words, the ascending moon old man was Huang Xiaolong's big master and could be considered as half belonging to the Black Warrior Institute. There was nothing wrong with him staying as long as he liked on the Golden Dragon Peak. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. In this decade, Huang Xiaolong had learned every pill formula the ascending moon old man knew. Not only did he learn them all, the divine grade pellets he refined were of high purity, almost comparable to the ascending moon old man himself. After spending 10 years refining the rank 5 Godheads God Force and God's Law, his cultivation strength rose to peak mid-6th order God Realm. Just half a step more and he'd be able to break through to late 6th order God Realm. Over the years, Fengyang was a frequent guest at the Golden Dragon Peak. Knowing Huang Xiaolong's shocking cultivation speed, his heart bloomed with delight, grinning from ear to ear. On this particular day, the ascending moon old man summoned Huang Xiaolong to his place, passing him a token that seemed to resemble both metal and jade, yet being neither of those. With a serious face, the old man said, "This is our 1,000 Worlds Sect's 1,000 Worlds Jade Medallion. Today, I'm passing over the chief position of the 1,000 Worlds Sect to you. I hope you can bring our 1,000 Worlds Sect to greater heights." Huang Xiaolong was stunned at first. Then he solemnly received the medallion. On the surface, The medallion had the carving of an ancient painting, and on the bottom was the old talisman symbol, Jia, representing the character world. The Ascending Moon Old Man continued, "This Thousand Worlds medallion is the key to our Thousand Worlds sex treasury. I know you don't lack money, but inside our treasury, there are still quite a number of divine-grade spirit pellets. If you have time in the future, go and have a look." Subsequently, he told Huang Xiaolong the location of the treasury and the secret method of opening it. Huang Xiaolong committed every word to memory. In the end, the Ascending Moon Old Man took out the Thousand Worlds furnace, giving it to Huang Xiaolong as well. "I have nothing else to teach you, you will have to work hard on your own," the Ascending Moon Old Man reminded. "I'll be visiting a few of my old friend tomorrow. 15 years later, before the Alchemist Grandmaster competition begins, I'll come back and bring you there." "Old man, you are leaving?" This was unexpected for Huang Xiaolong. He had been coming here daily for the last 10 years, learning alchemy every day from the old man. Suddenly hearing that the old man was leaving, he did feel reluctant and out of sorts. Seeing this, the Ascending Moon Old Man's wrinkled face split into a wide grin. "What is it, little disciple? Are you reluctant to see this old man leave?" Huang Xiaolong decisively rolled his eyes at the old man. The Ascending Moon Old Man chuckled proudly. "Actually, this old man is also very reluctant to leave you, brat, your parents, and everyone else, but every banquet must come to an end. I know you're prone to troublemaking, but I've already had a word with that Fengyang boy. If something happens to you while I'm gone, I'll peel off a layer of his skin when I come back." A surge of warmth filled Huang Xiaolong's heart. On the same day, Huang Xiaolong had everyone gathered over a bonfire party as a farewell for the Ascending Moon Old Man. It was obvious that the Ascending Moon Old Man was extremely happy during the bonfire party. Of course, according to the old man's childish behavior, many times throughout the night his little disciple Huang Xiaolong was the target of his jokes. Taking advantage of his drunkenness, the old man announced loudly that he hoped Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei would give birth to 100 little granddisciples. 100? Huang Xiaolong's pulled a bitter face. Even if he was willing, who knows if Shi Xiaofei would agree. Even then, Huang Xiaolong wasn't sure they could achieve that figure. A person wasn't a tyrant boar, able to birth more than a dozen in one go. Furthermore, to Huang Xiaolong's knowledge, the more powerful a person was, the more their reproduction rate was reduced. This was also the reason why some God Realm cultivators, and even High God Realm masters only had one child even after 10,000 years or more. God Realm and High God Realm masters' lifespans were much longer. They lived several thousand years to several tens of thousands of years. Thus they couldn't be like mortals, giving birth every few years. The night came to an end. At the break of dawn, the Ascending Moon Old Man left the Golden Dragon Peak. Before leaving, the old man did not forget to take away some of the wine that Huang Xiaolong brew. But he did not want Huang Xiaolong to send him off. With an instant great space shift, he was thousands of miles away from the Black Warrior Institute. As for where he teleported to, which world surface, Huang Xiaolong was left wondering to himself. Huang Xiaolong stood where he was for a long time even after the Ascending Moon Old Man left before walking back to his own yard. Days continued to pass as seasons changed. Just like that, another year went by. Despite knowing the several thousand pill formulas of the Thousand Worlds sect like the back of his hand, in the past 1 year, Huang Xiaolong religiously dedicated the morning of every day to alchemy. Huang Xiaolong would spend the latter part of the day cultivating his battle skills. In over a decade's time, he had started practicing the other moves of the Azura sword skill, and although he had yet to reach major completion, their attack power could not be underestimated. At night, Huang Xiaolong continued to refine the God Force and God's Law contained within the Godhead. In this 1 year, Huang Xiaolong, who was already a peak mid-6th order God Realm, finally broke into late 6th order God Realm. Having God Force from the Godhead continuously tempering Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique over the years, his originally freakish true dragon physique was now even more monstrous, causing his power and defense to reach a shocking level. To test his physique, Huang Xiaolong tried to draw blood from his finger using the mulberry sword, but his skin withstood it. Only when he exerted full force to penetrate the layer of skin did it leave a tiny wound. striking a punch at a palm-sized lump of divine world, or he could shatter it into over 100 smaller pieces. From time to time, Huang Xiaolong would visit his parents and others. In these years, Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Shaohai, Huang Min, and the other strength had increased at a shocking pace. 11 years ago, Huang Peng, Su Yan, and most of the others had just broken into the Saint Realm, and now, 11 years later, most of them had reached Third-Order Saint Realm. Though their rapid improvement was due to consuming hailstone divine pellets every day when cultivating, as well as the abundant spiritual energy gathered by the five-colored divine banner, it was still an amazing progress. As for Xieputi, he spent his days and nights cultivating inside his own yard. Hence his strength enhancement exceeded Huang Peng and the others, reaching late Third-Order Saint Realm. On this day, Huang Xiaolong was practicing his pill refining skills when his eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun and third apprentice sister Qi Wen came to visit him. Over the years, both of them had made several visits to the Golden Dragon Peak, however, worried that they might be disturbing the ascending moon old man when he was guiding Huang Xiaolong in alchemy, they would always leave after a brief stay. Huang Xiaolong was extremely happy as he welcomed them. Meeting again after a long time, it was inevitable to exchange some perfunctory greetings. While they were talking, Lu Yun suddenly asked, "Fourth junior apprentice brother, I heard from Master that Senior Ascending Moon wants you to participate in the Alchemist Grandmaster competition?" Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and admitted, "Yes. I heard from the old man that this time's Alchemist Grandmaster competition will very likely have an additional reward for the first-place winner, a godhead." Lu Yun and Qi Wen exchanged a smile. Probably only Huang Xiaolong dared to call Senior Ascending Moon old man. If any other person dared to do so, that was like lamenting they had lived for too long. "Fourth junior apprentice brother, I heard that Xiang Mingji is also participating in this Alchemist Grandmaster competition." Qi Wen spoke. "Oh, Xiang Mingji, that guy, is also participating?" Huang Xiaolong was surprised. Lu Yun nodded. "Yes. Xiang Mingji is the Azure Dragon Institute principal's personal disciple. Not only is his cultivation talent is amazing, even his alchemy talent is astonishing. From the rumors going around, it is said that his alchemy talent is by no means weaker than his cultivation talent. He also stated confidently that he will win the first place of this term's Alchemist Grandmaster competition." The corner of Huang Xiaolong's lips curved into a sly, devious smile. "Is that so? It's been some years since I last saw him. I still remember how I burst his little birdie with one kick. I think he wouldn't forget either." Qi Wen couldn't resist bursting into laughter hearing that. That year, Huang Xiaolong directed a merciless kick at Xiang Mingji's lower part before the audience during the inner disciples assessment. Qi Wen remembered that scene clearly. Lu Yun also couldn't help laughing. "I'm sure he did not forget. And he also knows that you learned alchemy from Senior Ascending Moon. This time, he let out word that he will win the Alchemist Grandmaster competition's first place. It is obvious that he's aiming to defeat you. But, other than the Azure Dragon Institute's Xiang Mingji, there's also the Vermilion Bird Institute principal's personal disciple He Fifan and the White Tiger Institute principal's personal disciple Wan Zhengxing. All of them will be participating in the competition. The latter two people are also skilled in alchemy." Huang Xiaolong nodded. He had met that Vermilion Bird Institute principal's personal disciple He Fifan once before, when he went to visit Shi Xiaofei in the land of New Moon. At that time, He Fifan was visiting Shi Xiaofei's master, Yang Yi. But Huang Xiaolong did not expect He Fifan to be participating in the competition as well. Despite having seen He Fifan only once, Huang Xiaolong did not have a good impression of him. He remembered clearly that He Fifan unknowingly exposed his killing intent at that time. That He Fifan is a peak late 10th Order God realm. In the last High God Advancement tournament, I exchanged a few moves with him. He's slightly stronger than me. Afraid that Huang Xiaolong might have a misconception about these people's strength, Lu Yun explained. As for that Wan Zhengxing, he is also a peak late 10th Order God realm with unfathomable strength. If fourth junior apprentice brother runs into them, act with caution, especially when facing that He Fifan. Huang Xiaolong nodded seriously. "Eldest apprentice brother, rest assured, I will pay attention. Is younger sister-in-law still in the land of New Moon?" Qi Wen suddenly asked. "When will we get to attend your wedding banquet?" Huang Xiaolong was dazed for a moment before smiling. Third apprentice sister is talking about me. But what about you and eldest apprentice brother? I've been waiting for a long time to drink at your banquet. The subtle relationship between Lu Yun and Qi Wen did not escape Huang Xiaolong's notice. Teased by Huang Xiaolong, a tinge of blush-colored Qi Wen's delicate face. But Lu Yun seemed a little dispirited, as if there was something difficult to talk about. Eldest apprentice brother? Is something the matter? Noticing Lu Yun's expression, Huang Xiaolong asked. Lu Yun shook his head. Nothing. Qi Wen also noticed Lu Yun's expression, and her originally blushing face lost a little glow, becoming lost in thought. Shortly after Lu Yun and Qi Wen left, Huang Xiaolong's gaze lingered on the two people's silhouettes as they left. He had a feeling that there was something troubling them, but if they weren't willing to tell him, Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a position to ask too many questions. When they left, Huang Xiaolong returned to his yard, continuing with his alchemy practice. It seems like I need to make a trip to purchase a batch of ingredients. At the end of his practice, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Although refining ingredients had been piled up high inside the hailstone treasure, they had dwindled down quickly over the years as he learned alchemy under the ascending moon old man. More importantly, Huang Xiaolong was reluctant to use those herbs above 100,000 years or those 1,000,000 years in age as practice. Thus, Huang Xiaolong decided to purchase a batch of 10,000 years to 100,000 years old ingredients tomorrow. Herbs and elixir ingredients ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 years old were most suited to refine divine grade and sacred grade pills. Though it was generally difficult to refine sacred grade divine pellets merely using 100,000 years old ingredients, Huang Xiaolong wanted to use this opportunity to improve his alchemy skills. Achieving what another alchemist couldn't, this was his aim. And Huang Xiaolong's ultimate aim was to achieve 100% success rate every time. One must know, not even the slightest error was acceptable during the Alchemist Grandmaster competition. In the afternoon, Huang Xiaolong practiced his Azura sword skills. As his cultivation increased, Huang Xiaolong had a feeling that there should be more to the Azura sword skill than those 10 moves he had. Unfortunately, he did not possess the manual for them. According to his own conjectures, the Azura sword skill was probably created by a certain high expert of the upper hell plane, which was why Huang Xiaolong planned to try looking for the latter part of the Azura sword skill in hell after the Alchemist Grandmaster competition. The night passed peacefully. When morning came, Huang Xiaolong exited the godly MT Shumi. When he was still in early 6th Order God Realm, Huang Xiaolong could refine 1,000 drops of God Force in one night, and now, at late 6th Order God Realm, the number had increased to over 3,000 drops. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed was so atrociously shocking that it rendered Dragon Emperor Ao Tai speechless, with his eyes turning green with envy. At this rate, it was hard for Huang Xiaolong's strength not to increase. Genius elite disciples belonging to super forces and families would spend 2,000 to 3,000 years of accumulation in order to reach 7th Order God Realm from 6th Order God Realm, not to mention the fact that this short span of time was only achievable with the strong support of their families' rich resources and attentive nurturing. If it were geniuses from first-rank families, the time would increase to 5,000 or 6,000 years, whereas Huang Xiaolong, estimating based on his current cultivation speed, would likely break through to 7th Order God Realm in less than 10 years' time. All in all, he climbed from early 6th Order God Realm to 7th Order God Realm in less than 2 decades. No doubt, Huang Xiaolong's shocking speed was the rank 5 Godhead's credit. Without it, regardless of his talent, it would most likely take Huang Xiaolong 70 to 80 years. After all, 7th Order God Realm was an important dividing line. Once one broke through to 7th Order God Realm, he would enter the ranks of high-level God Realm Masters. In the whole galaxy, high-level God Realm Masters were still scarce in number. After exiting the godly MT Shumi, Huang Xiaolong decidedly went into Xiaputi's yard as he was passing by, dragging out a Xiaputi that almost ground himself away cultivating, insisting that Xiaputi accompanies him out for the day. Buckling under Huang Xiaolong's insistence, Xiaputi had no choice but to follow Huang Xiaolong to the Black Warrior City. Walking out from the transmission array, Huang Xiaolong breathed in deeply the air of Black Warrior City as he patted Xiaputi on the shoulder. It has been a long time since us brothers drank together. Let's go. Us brothers will drink to our heart's content today. A short while later, They arrived at one of the biggest restaurants located in the center of the city, ordering the best wine and the best dishes, enjoying themselves. Leaving the restaurant after their fill of good wine and good food, they headed toward the city's alchemy ingredients market. The alchemy ingredients market, located on Jadeite Sky Street, was close to Peace Spring Street that the Huang family visited the last time they were in the city. The several thousand shops lining the entire stretch of Jadeite Sky Street offered various kinds of materials for alchemy. After a short walk, Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi reached the Jadeite Sky Street. For each cultivator, it was undeniable that medicinal pills were an extremely important resource. Hence, it was a given that Jadeite Sky Street was one of the busiest streets in the Black Warrior City. Every day there were countless family disciples, stewards, and elders coming here to purchase alchemy ingredients. Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi moved slowly down the street while looking around the shops before arriving at the largest and most luxurious shop on the Jadeite Sky Street, named Boundlessly Auspicious. When the two of them walked into the shop, the hall was filled with disciples, both men and women, looking at and buying alchemy ingredients. This time around, it could be said that the situation was slightly better than last time. Just as Huang Xiaolong and Xiaputi entered the hall, a shop assistant immediately approached them courteously. Huang Xiaolong did not waste time, speaking frankly to the shop assistant. Bring out all the herbs and elixirs ranging from 10,000 years to 100,000 years old. I'll take them all. Huang Xiaolong's speaking voice wasn't loud. But then again, the people present in the hall were all disciples of prominent families, possessing a certain level of strength and excellent hearing. The hall immediately fell into a silence, so much that a drop of water hitting the floor would sound unnaturally loud. The shop assistant was also staring at Huang Xiaolong with a flabbergasted expression. But, a few breaths later, nearly everybody in the hall was shaking their heads, snickering among themselves. Clearly, most of them thought that Huang Xiaolong's joke was not funny at all. However, there were certain people that took offense, ridiculing out loud, "Such gasconade! You want to buy all of boundlessly auspicious 10,000 to 100,000 years old elixirs? Kid, do you know how many Xuanwu coins that is? Can you even take out 100 billion? Not even the Superforces patriarchs were able to simply take out 1 trillion Xuanwu coins just to buy alchemy materials. They really didn't know where this kid crawled out from, actually daring to say that he wants to buy all of boundlessly auspicious 10,000 to 100,000 years old herbs and elixirs." Huang Xiaolong turned his head, spotting the person who just spoke. It was a red-haired young man. But when Huang Xiaolong noticed the young man's robe, a faint smile appeared on his face. This young man was wearing none other than the Zhua family's disciple robe. It seems like he and the Zhua family had a natural affinity for each other. In the meantime, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help taking a glance at Xiaputi. When Xiaputi also noticed the Zhua family disciple robe on that young man, his eyebrow raised up with interest. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong was keeping silent, Zhuobuji raised his voice even louder. "What? Scared now? Looking at you, forget 100 billion, you probably can't even take out a mere 10 million. You actually dared to talk big and show off here, uttering nonsense, wanting to buy off all boundlessly auspicious 10,000 to 100,000 years old elixirs. Do you even know boundlessly auspicious background? It's one of the Black Tortoise Galaxy's largest alchemy ingredients shops." The other family disciples around remained quiet, waiting to watch Huang Xiaolong be humiliated. Yet, Huang Xiaolong's expression was calm and indifferent. "Only 100 billion? I thought it would be 1 trillion. Huang Xiaolong waved his hands. Instantly, numerous Xuanwu coins rained down from midair like a cloudburst, shaking the hall floor. Everyone watching was stunned by the countless Xuanwu coins raining down all of a sudden. The golden glimmer of Xuanwu coins in the light dazzled everyone's eyes. At this point, the loud thudding noises in the hall outside had alerted the boundlessly auspicious shop supervisor, Wan Baoding. Rushing out from the inner hall, he was met with the sight of Xuanwu coins falling down endlessly from midair, rendering him agape with shock. A long time later, the downpour of Xuanwu coins finally stopped. Every pair of eyes in the hall stared fixedly at that enormously tall and wide pile of Xuanwu coins, wondering if it was real or just an illusion.